This novel has been adapted into a short drama. Eavesdropping on the Heart's Voice. The Pursuer Could Be Chased has premiered. Lin Xiao has traversed into the body of a wronged young master, who has been impersonated for 20 years and has bound himself to the super gossip system. Upon returning to the Lin family, he initially intended to live a leisurely life, but soon discovered that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. What? The Lin family is on the brink of bankruptcy? The business-savvy elder sister has been deceived by a scoundrel? The surgical expert second sister has been rendered incapacitated by medical disputes? The elite lawyer third sister has been wronged by her client? The entertainment company owner fourth sister has been betrayed by an artist? The top-tier celebrity fifth sister has been framed by competitors? The university scholar sixth sister has had her research stolen? What on earth is wrong with this unfortunate family? Lin Xiao clutched his chest, startled, as if awakened from a dying state. In order to salvage his life as a young master, he must help them defy fate. Chapter 1. I am Lin Xiao. When Lady Lin Xiaomei arrived at a secluded alley in the outskirts of the city, accompanied by her assistant, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Just 3 days prior, the Lin couple had learned that the son they had raised for 20 years was not their biological child. Years ago, a rival had bribed their nanny, deliberately taking Lady Lin's child away and replacing him with an unknown child from outside. The nanny had passed away 3 years ago. Had it not been for a drunken slip of the tongue by the rival at a recent banquet, they might never have discovered this shocking truth. Are you saying that a Xiao lives in a place like this? Su Xiaomei, now 48, yet appearing to be in her 30s due to her excellent upkeep, was dressed elegantly in a new-style qipao, exuding poise and beauty. However, she could not help but frown at her surroundings. It was no wonder she found it distasteful. The dilapidation here was starkly contrasted with their grand villa. The walls, mottled and peeling, were plastered with an array of disorganized advertisements. A foul-smelling ditch lay in the corner. Her assistant, Xiao Li, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, according to our investigation, young Master Lin Xiao resides in the innermost courtyard. Let us proceed. Thinking of her son, Su Xiaomei pressed on without further hesitation. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted a young man seated in a wheelchair within the courtyard. The young man seemed unaware of her arrival, holding a watering can as he tended to the flowers. His arms appeared somewhat unsteady, suggesting difficulty in movement. Su Xiaomei's eyes reddened instantly. What has happened to my son? Is he disabled? Xiao Li, equally perplexed, stammered, No, that can't be. When I visited before, young Master Lin Xiao was not like this. Regardless, he is still my son. Su Xiaomei composed herself and attempted to step forward. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Hey, given the time, my biological mother should be arriving soon, and the woman that impostor brought in will also be here shortly. TSK, 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 one must commend the audacity of that wild child who would have thought to send a pregnant woman to deceive me. Fortunately, I was prepared. Su Xiaomei paused, surveying her surroundings. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else present. This was clearly not the assistant's voice. It could only belong to Xiao. Su Xiaomei tentatively called out. The young man in the wheelchair turned slowly at the sound. Upon seeing her, a look of surprise crossed his pale face. Who are you? Lin Xiao asked gently. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of her biological son, Su Xiaomei disregarded the strange voice she had just heard. She hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, kneeling down to gently grasp his hand. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Xiao, I am your mother, your true mother. At that moment, the voice echoed again. Wow, mother's hand is so warm. She is so gentle. Although she appears to be quite the dignified lady, I never expected her to be this tender. How curious. How could such a gentle mother have raised such a wretched child? Just an impostor. Yet to tarnish my name as the true young master, she hired a pregnant woman to stir trouble, claiming the child in her womb is mine. Truly, human nature is inherently vile. A wretched child is simply a wretched child. Once again, I marvel at my own brilliance. I was prepared long ago. Su Xiaomei was taken aback. This time, she recognized that the voice belonged to the Lin Xiao before her, but she clearly saw that his lips did not move. Only his striking eyes briefly flickered with a hint of scorn and pride. Is he practicing ventriloquism? Yet, Xiao Li's demeanor suggested he did not hear these words. Could it be that she alone could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts? Su Xiaomei seemed to grasp something profound. What was this business about a pregnant woman that Lin Xiao repeatedly mentioned? And the wretched child he referred to cold to be Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu was not their biological son and had been spoiled into somewhat of a rogue, he was merely like any other wealthy young man, indulging in pleasure. How could he possibly commit such a malicious act of framing someone? Moreover, The one he framed was the very person whose identity he had usurped. Su Xiaomei felt this was Lin Xiao's malicious speculation, and her expression turned cold. Disappointment welled up within her for the son standing before her. "All right, Xiao Li, help him pack his things. We're going back." "Understood, madam." Xiao Li was uncertain why Su Xiaomei's attitude had shifted so rapidly and dared not inquire further, hastily making his way toward the inner room. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. "Lin Xiao, how could you do this to me? I am carrying your child." At the sound of this voice, both Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei were startled, turning towards the entrance. There stood a pregnant woman, her belly prominent, rushing towards Xiao Li as soon as she entered. "Lin Xiao, you heartless scoundrel. Don't think that just because you're returning to be the young master, you can disregard the lives of us mother and child. Lin Xiao, if you dare abandon me, I will ruin your reputation." Xiao Li's face visibly paled. He hurriedly retreated while looking to Su Xiaomei for help. Su Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback. It was Lin Xiao who timely cleared his throat. "Hey, you got it wrong. I am Lin Xiao." Chapter 2. The Enigmatic Father. The pregnant woman was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Xiao before shifting her gaze to Xiao Li. Hadn't it been mentioned that Lin Xiao was disabled? Nevertheless, she had accepted money, and it was imperative to perform the role convincingly. She hastily rose and lunged towards Lin Xiao in his wheelchair, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you heartless man." To her astonishment, she reiterated her previous words verbatim. Apart from the pregnant woman herself, everyone present fell into silence. Was she a machine, unable to alter her script? Lin Xiao, with a pained expression, responded, "Xiao Shui, I can't believe you could mistake me for someone else. You truly sadden me." "Xiao Shui? Who is Xiao Shui?" This detail had not been mentioned before. The pregnant woman, bewildered, noted Lin Xiao's acknowledgement as a sign of success and continued her lament. "It's all your fault. That night intoxicated you, and ever since, you have kept me at bay. I've nearly forgotten what you look like." Such a feeble excuse made Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei exchange incredulous glances. Xiao Li contemplated stepping forward to clarify, but Su Xiaomei subtly signaled him to refrain. Regardless of the truth, she was curious to see how Lin Xiao would navigate this predicament. Lin Xiao seized the pregnant woman's hand, his expression earnest, and declared, "Xiao Shui, I never anticipated that, even in my condition, you would remain steadfast. I am profoundly touched. Let us go and register our marriage. With you by my side to care for me for a lifetime, I would be content." Upon hearing this, the pregnant woman was taken aback. She had merely sought someone to take responsibility, yet now it seemed she was being offered a lifetime commitment. Lin Xiao continued, "Oh, and about our child, I've learned that in some impoverished families, children as young as 3 can help cook. Therefore, our child can prepare meals while you manage the less pleasant tasks. We will thrive as a family of 3. The pregnant woman's expression shifted dramatically. She recalled the words of the previous man, still feeling a twinge of reluctance. She was so close to becoming a wealthy matron. Turning to the poised woman beside her, she contemplated whether to pursue her future mother-in-law for assistance. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Xiao interjected, "Xiao Shui, look at my current state. I wouldn't want to burden anyone else. Our family of 3 can reside in this humble courtyard. Later, you can remove these flowers and replant vegetables, and we can be self-sufficient." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Xiaomei. At this moment, Su Xiaomei seemed to grasp the situation and coldly remarked, "Our Lin family upholds strict principles. Since Ah Xiao has attempted to abandon you both, he is ungrateful and unworthy of returning to the Lin family. As for you." Here, Su Xiaomei turned her attention to the pregnant woman, stating, "We, the Lin family, do not accept women who engage in premarital relations and become pregnant." The pregnant woman was rendered speechless. This was not the narrative she had envisioned. Hadn't it been said that wealthy families valued offspring above all? Surely they could offer her some money to keep the child. Observing Su Xiaomei's compliance, Lin Xiao quickly added fuel to the fire. "Xiao Shui, let us go. We shall register our marriage at once." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair with one hand while grasping the pregnant woman's wrist with the other. The pregnant woman was thoroughly alarmed, quickly struggling to her feet. Wait, I mistook you for someone else. You are not my child's father. You are not." "Xiao Shui, how can you say such a thing?" Lin Xiao feigned sorrow, wiping his eyes with a dramatic gesture. The woman could no longer maintain her pretense. Shaking off Lin Xiao's hand and hastily making her way outside. As she walked, she muttered in disdain, "Had I known he was a useless cripple, I wouldn't have come. Damn it, tricking me into serving someone. Supporting her belly, she hurried away, disappearing from sight in no time. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and rose from his wheelchair. His posture was upright, utterly devoid of any semblance of disability. He pushed the wheelchair to the adjacent courtyard, thanking old Zhang. Here, your wheelchair back. Upon returning, he turned to Su Xiaomei, revealing a radiant smile. Mom, I packed my things, we can set off now. Su Xiaomei gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, and smiled warmly. She felt a sense of comfort seeing her son so easily outmaneuver the pregnant woman's scheme. It's a good thing he is clever. However, she recalled Lin Xiao's heartfelt sentiments from earlier. She remained unwilling to believe that, even if Lin Yu was not her biological child, he was still the one she had nurtured since childhood. How could he possibly commit such acts? After much contemplation, Su Xiaomei concluded that there must be some misunderstanding regarding the situation. Lin Xiao's luggage was minimal, consisting of only a worn-out, faded backpack. Su Xiaomei felt a pang of sympathy and immediately instructed Xiao Li to purchase some clothing and daily necessities for Lin Xiao that afternoon. As they approached the road, Lin Xiao spotted two luxury cars parked not far away. In front was a Porsche, and behind it, a Bentley. Xiao, your father has arrived. Su Xiaomei said with a smile, pointing to the Bentley. Your father is usually very busy, but upon learning that I was coming to find you, he canceled his work to be here. At that moment, the rear door of the Bentley swung open. Lin Qingshan could hardly wait for the driver to assist him. He eagerly stepped out of the car. Gazing at Lin Xiao, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly our biological son? Such stature, such looks. Excellent indeed. He has inherited my genes. Lin Qingshan slapped Lin Xiao's shoulder with vigor. Lin Xiao observed the impeccably dressed, middle-aged man before him. Although he was in his 50s and had fine lines around his eyes, remnants of his youthful handsomeness were still evident. Ah, no wonder he is so sought after. Lin Xiao thought. Women of all ages, from 18 to 58, would gladly vie for his attention. Upon hearing this thought, Su Xiaomei's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 3. Truly his biological son. Su Xiaomei looked at Lin Qingshan, noticing his expression shift from excitement to embarrassment, realizing that he seemed to have heard Lin Xiao's thoughts as well. Judging by Lin Qingshan's reaction, it appeared Lin Xiao had struck a chord. Su Xiaomei discreetly strained to listen, hoping to gather more information. Lin Qingshan was also taken aback by Lin Xiao's thoughts, and given Su Xiaomei's presence, he dared not inquire further. All right, Xiao Li, please go and buy a few outfits for Ah Xiao. We will return in Sister Zhang's car, Su Xiaomei instructed, her concern for not being able to share a vehicle with Lin Xiao and Lin Qingshan weighing heavily on her heart. Understood, madam. Xiao Li replied respectfully before departing in the Porsche ahead of them. What? We're taking this car? Should anything happen en route, I cannot allow them to be in peril, Lin Xiao thought to himself as he hastened his pace, promptly taking the seat beside the driver. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, unaware of Lin Xiao's inner thoughts, simply took their places in the rear. As the vehicle commenced its journey, Lin Xiao occasionally cast glances at Sister Zhang, the driver. Sister Zhang, your complexion appears rather unwell. If you are feeling ill, please feel free to drive at a slower pace, he remarked abruptly. Lin Qingshan, puzzled, inquired Sister Zhang. Are you unwell? Not at all, Sister Zhang denied. Ah, you may not feel it now, but soon enough you will, Lin Xiao mused inwardly. How absurd. To harbor a secret affection for my father is one thing, but to engage in such perverse antics while driving is simply outrageous, he thought further. Ah, father, please refrain from moving. The remote is right beneath you. Startled by the voice, Lin Qingshan instinctively shifted in his seat, causing the car to suddenly brake. My apologies. There was someone ahead. Sister Zhang hastily offered an excuse. Yet, the car was traversing a broad avenue, devoid of any obstructions. Observing Sister Zhang's stammering speech and flushed visage, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei quickly grasped the situation. Lin Qingshan, now entirely apprehensive, ceased all movement. Su Xiaomei, her expression darkened, reached beneath Lin Qingshan's seat and indeed discovered a small remote control. Upon realizing that the remote had been uncovered, Sister Zhang's heart raced. However, as most would not recognize such a device, she feigned nonchalance and continued driving. Feeling utterly repulsed, Lin Qingshan trembled with rage, demanding Sister Zhang pull over. Mr. Lin, she stammered. Stop the car, he commanded, his concern for an accident barely restraining his impulse to hurl the remote at Sister Zhang's face. Sister Zhang, not daring to disobey, promptly steered the vehicle to the side. "Mr. Lin Yu, get out." Before Sister Zhang could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao exited the vehicle, yanking Sister Zhang from the driver's seat before taking her place and accelerating away. Behind them, Sister Zhang's anguished cries echoed. "Mr. Lin, there are no taxis available here. Please allow me to return with you." On the road, Su Xiaomei called Xiao Li, instructing him to terminate Sister Zhang's employment. At that moment, Lin Xingshan realized that Su Xiaomei too could hear Lin Zhao's thoughts. With an awkward smile, he glimpsed the displeased Su Xiaomei in the rearview mirror and stammered, "I truly had no idea." Yet, Su Xiaomei merely shot him a glare, remaining silent. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xingshan was nearly brought to tears by emotion. Truly, he was a son of exceptional worth. He resolved that such a wonderful son would have all his desires fulfilled in the future. Su Xiaomei's expression finally softened somewhat. In truth, she was aware that men of their affluent standing attracted many women vying for their attention. Her husband had devoted himself entirely to his career over the years, making him relatively settled compared to others in their social circle. "Xiao, if you're tired, you may rest for a while," she suggested. "All right," Lin Xiao replied, leaning back in his chair and slowly closing his eyes. "Ah, how gentle mother is. Alas, this tenderness is fleeting. Once we return home." Upon witnessing her beloved son throwing a tantrum about leaving, she will likely come to resent me. At that point, whether it be father, mother, or even the butler, they will hold me in poor regard. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly feel embarrassed to remain in that household. Fortunately, the young master possessed a thick skin and would never take a step back voluntarily. Would Lin Yu truly leave home? Both Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei were taken aback. They had already discussed this matter with Lin Yu over the past 2 days, assuring him he would always be their son and could remain in the Lin household indefinitely, with his shares in the family business still intact. At that moment, Lin Yu had expressed understanding and seemed unlikely to create a disturbance, did he? About an hour later, the car arrived at a villa in the outskirts. As soon as it stopped, the butler hurried forward. "Sir, madam, you have finally returned. Young master is insisting on leaving home." Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's hearts sank at this news. However, having been psychologically prepared, they did not display overt panic. Following the butler into the living room, they found Lin Yu had already packed his suitcase and was descending the stairs. "Dad, Mom, you're back," he said, feigning sadness and forcing a smile. "I thought about it all night and believe it is best for me to leave this home. After all, my younger brother has returned, and I must return this house to him." With that, he glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood at the rear. According to his plan, given how doting his parents were, they would surely comfort him in this moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei merely exchanged a glance, their expressions growing solemn. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's prior reminder, they would have instinctively rushed to console him out of concern. However, after hearing Lin Zhao's sentiments, they could not help but feel that Lin Yu's current behavior was somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 4. The Pretentious Faux Young Master. Lin Yu continued to carry his suitcase down the stairs. The butler, noticing the silence from Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, grew anxious. "Young master, you have always been the most cherished son of the master and madam. They would be reluctant to see you go." As he spoke, the butler attempted to step forward to intervene. Yet Lin Yu's demeanor was resolute. "The Lin family has cared for me for 20 years, and I am truly content. I cannot wish for more." Ultimately, these words managed to sway Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. After all, he was their son for 20 years, even if not by blood. A profound bond had formed. "Xiao Yu, we had agreed that we would simply bring Xiao back, not to drive you away," Su Xiaomei said, her heart aching. Lin Xingshan echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, Xiao Yu, you will forever be our son." Yet, Lin Yu shook his head resolutely. "Everything I possess rightfully belongs to him. If I remain, the Lin family will inevitably find it untenable to accommodate me." Adopting the guise of a victim, Lin Yu redirected the conflict towards Lin Xiao. "How could that be?" Su Xiaomei mused, observing Lin Yu's despondent demeanor. An unsettling thought crept into her mind. For the past 20 years, their family had lived in relative harmony. Although Lin Yu occasionally exhibited rebellious behavior outside, he had always been obedient at home. If Lin Zhao's return disrupted this tranquility, was their insistence on bringing him back truly the right choice? In the midst of their hesitation, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei once again heard Lin Zhao's inner thoughts. "Huh, keep pretending. Such clumsy acting could only deceive dear old dad and mom." He is already certain that they won't let him truly leave. That suitcase is empty. Merely a facade. He won't even commit to a full performance. How utterly dismissive. Pretending? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and stole a glance at Su Xiaomei. After nearly 3 decades of marriage, they had developed an unspoken understanding. At that moment, Lin Yu descended the stairs. Su Xiaomei approached him, reaching for the suitcase he held. To her surprise, Lin Yu quickly pulled it behind him. Though it was only a fleeting moment, she sensed the suitcase's weight. Empty. Even if not entirely devoid of contents. It likely contained very few items. As Lin Yu tugged forcefully, a faint sound of shifting echoed from within. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Lin Yu declared loudly, "Lin, sir, Lin, madam, since I am not your biological son, I shall not take anything from this home." With that, he painfully produced several luxury car keys from his bag, knowing they were his most treasured possessions. To make his parents regret, he was willing to go all out. Initially displeased, Su Xiaomei and Lin Qingshan softened upon witnessing Lin Yu's willingness to relinquish his favorite cars and the distant way he addressed them. Had they misunderstood? Before they could ponder further, Lin Xiao stepped forward, taking the car keys from Lin Yu's hands. "You!" Lin Yu's chest tightened with indignation, yet he stifled his anger. With great effort, he forced a smile, stating, "These are birthday gifts from Lin, sir, and Lin, madam. I hope you won't disdain them, dear brother." Lin Xiao feigned ignorance of Lin Yu's sarcasm, smiling as he responded, "Since they are gifts from mom and dad, how could I possibly disdain them? What a jest! How could I ever look down on them? Selling these cars would fetch quite a sum. I must make plans for myself. For it will not be long before the Lin family faces bankruptcy." Lin Zhao's inner thoughts immediately sent shockwaves through Su Xiaomei and Lin Qingshan. The Lin family is no ordinary clan. Their substantial enterprises rank among the top 5 in the capital. Moreover, Su Xiaomei's family lineage boasts a century-old prestigious heritage. Had anyone suggested that the Lin family would falter, they would have scoffed dismissively. However, from the moment Lin Zhao's thoughts echoed in their minds, not a single prediction had proven erroneous, rendering them unable to accept this grim reality. Just as their uncertainty lingered, a commotion arose at the entrance. A tall young woman clad in a black trench coat strode in. She surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting on Lin Xiao and the car keys he held. Her eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt as she let out a cold snort, clearly judging him for seizing what did not belong to him. A true country bumpkin indeed. Her eldest daughter was known for her forthrightness and fierce protectiveness. It seemed she had not grasped the situation and mistakenly believed that Lin Yu had been wronged. Lin Xiao also turned his gaze towards her. Lin Gu was stunningly beautiful, her makeup impeccable, with cascading long curls framing her shoulders. Standing at a height of 1.72 meters, her long legs exuded an aura of superiority, yet her frosty demeanor made her appear unapproachable. Truly the heir of the Lin family. Indeed, the ice-cold beauty of the capital. What a pity, though, as she is destined to be the protagonist of a tragic tale, where not only will she be deceived by her so-called friends and a scoundrel, but she will also suffer heartbreak and betrayal, ultimately leading to her demise along with the lives of 5 others. How dreadful! Upon hearing this voice, the Lin couple and Lin Gu herself were momentarily dazed. A tragic protagonist? Heart and organs being taken? And what did it mean that she would meet her end along with 5 lives? The Lin couple strained to listen intently to Lin Zhao's thoughts, eager for further revelations. Although Lin Gu heard the voice as well, she dismissed it as mere hallucination. She did have a fiancé, introduced by Lin Yu, hailing from a respectable background with commendable character and abilities, making them well-matched. Yet in this lawful society, how could one's organs be taken so casually? As for her best friend, they had been through thick and thin for over a decade, and betrayal was inconceivable. At that moment, Lin Gu glanced at her parents, whose expressions had morphed into shock and concern. Could it be that they too had heard that voice? "Dad, Mom, did you hear that?" "Gu." Lin Qingshan quickly regained his composure and interjected, "Since you are back, help little Yu with his things. He is grown, yet still throwing childish tantrums. As his sister, you ought to advise him." Su Xiaomei agreed. "Yes, little Yu has always listened to you. Please talk to him." Faced with her parents' knowing glances, Lin Gu reluctantly suppressed her questions for the time being. Lin Yu, observing the scene, continued to feign a tantrum, intent on leaving. However, he was met with a frigid glare from Lin Chuj, which silenced him. The Lin couple was not mistaken. He had never feared his parents, only this elder sister. Reluctantly, he resumed carrying his suitcase upstairs, daring not to mention his desire to leave again. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of regret. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared, understanding that the Lin family shared a profound bond with Lin Yu, making it impossible for them to truly let him go. Yet perhaps this was for the best. Lin Yu was akin to a ticking time bomb. Keeping him close was far more prudent than allowing him to roam freely. Chapter 5. No School? At noon, the family gathered around the dining table. The Lin couple was warm and welcoming, acutely aware of the difficulties Lin Xiao had faced in recent years, and they eagerly served him dishes. Lin Xiao accepted their kindness with gusto, relishing the meal. It must be said that the Lin family's cook was quite skilled, in stark contrast to the pleasant atmosphere where Lin Yu and Lin Shuj. Lin Yu's left hand was clenched tightly beneath the table. Witnessing the Lin couple's kindness towards Lin Xiao filled him with displeasure, yet he dared not express it. Lin Shuj, on the other hand, wore her disdain openly, remaining silent while occasionally casting glances of contempt and curiosity. She harbored a loathing for Lin Xiao, yet was intrigued by the earlier thoughts he had expressed. Everyone at the table seemed to have ulterior motives. Eventually, as Lin Xiao finished his meal, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged knowing glances. Lin Qingshan began. Your mother and I have just discussed that since you have returned, it is only a matter of time before you take over the family business. We were wondering if you might be interested in visiting the company. This was the outcome of Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei's earlier conversation. Their concerns lingered. They wished to uncover the reasons behind the impending downfall of the Lin family. However, they hesitated to confront Lin Xiao directly, not wanting him to realize they could perceive his innermost thoughts. After considerable deliberation, they concluded that the best approach would be to have Lin Xiao enter the company. Over time, his true feelings would eventually surface. Lin Xiao paused mid-bite, looking up in astonishment. Dad, Mom, but I don't know anything. Not to worry, Lin Qingshan reassured him. You can start from the ground up. Ultimately, the company will be yours. It won't hurt to familiarize yourself with it. Lin Qingshan believed Lin Xiao was merely being modest. However, the next moment, he heard Lin Xiao's inner voice. How can I be a rich second generation and still have to work? Wouldn't it be better to just lounge around? And I still have to go to university. There are people there waiting for me to teach them a lesson. Lin Xiao's thoughts sounded somewhat agitated and urgent, yet his expression remained calm. Lin Qingshan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, secretly marveling at his son's acting skills. Su Xiaomei, upon hearing her son's desire to attend school, realized that he might have missed educational opportunities over the years due to unfavorable circumstances. Gently tugging at Lin Qingshan's sleeve, she reconsidered. Honey, perhaps we have been a bit hasty. Lin Xiao is still young. He should focus on his education first. He can come to the company after graduation. Dad, Mom, I also believe Lin Xiao should go to school. Lin Yu unexpectedly interjected. Lin Xiao merely pursed his lips. Lin Yu's audacity is truly remarkable. Just moments ago, he feigned vulnerability while insisting on leaving, addressing them as Lord Lin and Lady Lin, and now he has reverted to calling them Mom and Dad. Lin Yu recalled the information he had previously gathered, and he was determined not to let this opportunity to humiliate Lin Xiao slip away. Father, there are still 6 months until next year's college entrance examination. Our university is currently collaborating with external institutions for enrollment, and with a little financial investment, one can gain admission. Lin Yu feigned sincerity. Lin Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly. If his memory served him correctly, the institutions currently enrolling students were merely sham affiliations. Paying for graduation rendered the diploma more a mark of disgrace than a badge of honor, an indicator of diminished intellect. However, according to his investigations, Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination. A student without any grades could not be sent to a reputable school. If he wished to avoid repeating half a year and waiting for the next exam, the only viable option left was to study abroad. Lin Qingshan hesitated, stroking his chin. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled and said, Mom, Dad, I forgot to mention that I've been accepted into a school, the very university Lin Yu attends. It seems that my younger brother Lin Xiao is indeed eager to pursue his studies, as he is already enrolled. A glint of mockery flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Xiao pretended not to notice Lin Yu's sarcasm, pulling out his phone and opening a student portal interface for the finance major. What? You're going to study finance at such a disreputable institution? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Just as Lin Yu was about to utter those words, he found himself fixated on Lin Xiao's phone screen. The student portal interface for the university was distinctively designed and highly specialized. Only students from that institution could access it, and even those sham affiliations could not. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone displayed the legitimate student portal. The score threshold for the finance major was nearly among the top 3 in the nation. How could Lin Xiao possibly gain admission? After a moment of shock, Lin Yu's expression quickly relaxed. He absolutely refused to believe that Lin Xiao could truly be accepted into such a prestigious university. That so-called acceptance interface was undoubtedly a fabrication. With a sneer, he remarked, "I must say, dear brother Lin Xiao, aspiring to pursue education is commendable, but one must not resort to such deception to fool oneself. Simply presenting a screenshot to deceive our parents is a trick I have seen far too often." As he spoke, he poked at Lin Xiao's phone screen, intending to expose Lin Xiao's lies. To his astonishment, the interface scrolled normally. It was not a mere image. How could this be? The university's meticulously designed student website was evidently subject to forgery as well. It needed to be reported. He must report it. Lin Yu felt a surge of irritation. What vexed him further was the increasingly sophisticated nature of the forgery, which left him embarrassed in front of his parents. In his mind, he would rather believe that Lin Xiao had spent a fortune to fabricate this FAAD than entertain the notion that Lin Xiao could genuinely gain admission to such a university. Lin Xiao perceived Lin Yu's thoughts and felt no desire to continue the argument. He was well aware of the truth. Moreover, as the saying goes, he who asserts must prove. If Lin Yu questioned his student status, he must first provide evidence of the falsehood, rather than expecting Lin Xiao to prove his authenticity. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Lin Yu assumed he was feeling guilty. Continuing insistently, he said, "Dad, Mom, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. Do not let him deceive you." Lin Yu's tone was fraught with urgency, and Su Xiaomei frowned slightly in displeasure. "Xiao Yu, have I not taught you to refrain from baseless malice towards others? Our intention was for Xiao to go directly to the company. What motive would he have to deceive us?" "Mom, that is not my point." Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had been somewhat hasty and quickly corrected himself. "I am merely concerned that Lin Xiao might be misled by outsiders. Just a few days ago, the news reported that someone pretended to be a student to swindle money." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomei's expression softened somewhat. Lin Qingshan was also aware of Lin Yu's underlying concerns. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination and had indeed not attended school for the past 6 months. Xiao Yu does have a valid point. Why not discuss the specifics with your parents to ensure you are not deceived? Sighed Lin Qingshan. Lin Xiao let out a quiet sigh and silently put down his chopsticks. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 6, A Grand Unmasking. Soon, the call was answered. A gentle voice came through. "Lin Xiao, how can I assist you?" "Teacher Li, I would like to request the materials for our required courses in the first year of the finance program, as I wish to review them in advance to make my eventual catch-up easier." Lin Xiao replied politely. "Certainly, I will send them to your email shortly. By the way, Lin Xiao, have you resolved your issues? If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to inform your teacher. Do not endure everything on your own." Teacher Li's tone was filled with concern. "Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will be returning to school soon." Lin Xiao exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. He glanced at the people at the table and said calmly, "This is my academic advisor, Ms. Li Xiaoli from the finance department." To his surprise, Lin Yu burst into laughter. "I told you, Lin Xiao, you have undoubtedly been deceived. How can one skip school for 6 months and then simply catch up? If it were that easy, wouldn't the entire school system be in chaos? You are indeed naive, having come from the countryside, falling for such a clumsy ruse." This time, Lin Yu's mockery was unabashed. Following this phone call, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei felt increasingly skeptical. Lin Xiao sighed softly and said, "Dad, I recall that you had collaborations with the management center over there. It should not be too difficult to make a call and inquire about my academic status." With the situation having escalated to this point, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei felt somewhat embarrassed. Logically, their probing seemed to indicate a lack of trust in their son. However, now that Lin Xiao had articulated his concerns so clearly, it was imperative to clarify the matter entirely. Reluctantly, Lin Qingshan steeled himself and called an acquaintance. "Old Zhang, I must trouble you once again. I would like to check on my son's academic information. Not the previous one, but my recently found biological son." Yes. He is also from your school, studying finance." It must be said that Lin Qingshan is one of the significant benefactors. As long as the requests are not excessive, they should be able to accommodate him. Soon, a document was sent over. Lin Xiao opened it, revealing a student information record. Lin Xiao male, with his identity card number classified due to participation in a confidential project, had been admitted through special consideration. Lin Xiao read through it in a daze and then looked up at Lin Xiao. While others might not grasp the significance of the term confidential project, he was well aware. Such projects were typically associated with prestigious institutions, many of which were at the forefront of national research initiatives. Any involvement in classified matters indicated an elite status. At that moment, Lin Xiao, who had remained silent, also raised her head. The Lin family's company was involved in various research projects, and she had likely heard of exceptional admissions before. However, she could not comprehend how a poor boy like Lin Xiao, hailing from the countryside, could possibly contribute to top-tier research. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, an incongruous voice broke the tension. "Oh, still keeping a secret? I suspect the school merely accepted money and concocted an excuse. Lin Xiao, why don't you enlighten us about this so-called confidential project?" Lin Yu sneered. Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Lin Yu, if you wish to meddle in matters beyond your grasp, do not drag us down with you." Lin Yu, who had always been academically inept, failed to comprehend Lin Xiao's words and mocked, "Oh, look at you trying to play the part. You think you can drag your whole family into this? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of great importance?" Enough. Su Xiaomei could no longer endure the disrespect. From Lin Yu's initial embarrassment to his current audacity, she began to doubt whether her efforts in educating him over the years had been misguided. Regardless of their intelligence or capabilities, the other members of the Lin family were at least well-mannered and humble towards the unknown, especially concerning their own kin. They would never indulge in malicious speculation. Why was Lin Yu so different? Could it truly be a hereditary issue? Though Lin Xiao disapproved of Lin Yu's attitude, seeing her parents' displeasure prompted her to patiently explain. "Xiao Yu, you may not realize that such confidential projects require prior signing of a non-disclosure agreement. If leaked, all involved will face investigation." Lin Yu's mocking grin faltered, yet he remained unconvinced. Even if he was admitted through special consideration, what about the fact that he hasn't attended school for the past 6 months? His tone was still skeptical, though it lacked conviction. Just as his words fell, Lin Xingshan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the gentle voice from earlier reemerged. "Hello, this is Li Xiaoli, Lin Xiao's academic advisor. The situation is as follows." It turned out that after Lin Xingshan inquired about Lin Xiao's academic status, the information had been directly relayed to the department. Concerned that there might be further complications at home, Teacher Li hastily called to clarify. "In summary, we truly value this promising student at our school. With his capabilities, he does not need to take a leave of absence. He can make up for any missed coursework, as I have discussed with the authorities above. I hope you understand and allow him to continue his studies." Teacher Li's initial explanation was gentle, but her tone became stern towards the end. Lin Xingshan quickly acknowledged, feeling awkward. After finally hanging up, he let out a slow breath and shot a displeased glance at Lin Yu. It is entirely this young man's fault for his disbelief in various matters, leading others to perceive him as an uninformed and irresponsible father. Su Xiaomei has, however, noticed another issue. "Xiao, what did Teacher Li mean when he said you shouldn't be allowed to attend school? Did your adoptive parents prevent you from receiving an education?" This matter is rather complicated. I shall elaborate on it later." Lin Xiao preferred not to delve into details, lowering his head in silence. This demeanor pained Su Xiaomei deeply. How could such an exceptional son nearly lose the opportunity for education? She could scarcely bear to contemplate the hardships her son must have endured in life. In contrast, Lin Yu seemed somewhat ungrateful. The Lin family provided Lin Yu with such splendid living conditions, even engaging esteemed educators for his studies. Yet, what was the outcome? His scores were so dismal that he couldn't even gain admission to a private university. Ultimately, it was the Lin family that had to generously donate 2 laboratories just to secure his place. Lin Yu was thoroughly humiliated today, seething with anger. He spent the entire afternoon confined to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat in the living room, leisurely enjoying some fruit. He was well aware that Lin Yu would undoubtedly devise some scheme to undermine him, but he felt no concern. After all, he possessed the remarkable ability to foresee whatever that fellow might attempt. This was thanks to his extraordinary gossip system. Chapter 7. The Pervert Who Steals Underwear. Lin Xiao had traversed into this world, acquiring this peculiar gossip system during his journey. Initially, he regarded this system as rather trivial compared to other formidable abilities. However, It now seemed rather intriguing, allowing him to anticipate sensational news and satisfy his curiosity. Host, a new piece of gossip has arrived. Just now, Lin Yu stuffed the second daughter's alluring lingerie into the hostess bed. Soon, the host shall be labeled a pervert. Upon hearing the system's excited yet cheeky voice in his mind, Lin Xiao felt a wave of frustration. How could he have become the subject of such gossip? No wonder he had heard furtive footsteps upstairs moments ago. Simultaneously, Lin's parents and his elder sister, Lin Chuj, also picked up on Lin Xiao's thoughts. Damn it, that fool Lin Yu actually resorted to such despicable means to annoy me. Accusing me of stealing my second sister's lingerie? How ridiculous. Wait, could it be that this fellow has a history of such behavior? What kind of normal person would even conceive of such a perverse method? After hearing this, Lin's parents and Lin Chuj were left bewildered. However, their immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Even if Lin Yu had been somewhat mischievous before, he would hardly joke about such matters. After all, their second sister, Lin Baixian, was known for her severe cleanliness. If such a situation were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly result in Lin Xiao being imprisoned for sexual harassment. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of this fact. He dashed back to his room, flinging the covers aside, and indeed found a strikingly seductive white lace lingerie nestled within. His face flushed instantly, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over him. This is outrageous. If this is discovered, wouldn't my second sister use her scalpel to carve me up? Lin Xiao cursed under his breath, intending to discreetly return the lingerie. However, before he could make his escape, he heard Lin Baishuan's voice resonating from downstairs. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Panic surged within Lin Xiao. If he ventured into Lin Baishuan's room now, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Consequently, he hastily shoved the lingerie into his pocket. Lin Yu should have been the happiest upon Lin Baishuan's return. He dashed out of his room and raced down the stairs, approaching Lin Baixian with a furrowed brow. Sister, the guy our parents just brought back seems suspicious. I just saw him sneaking into your room, despite my prior warning. Lin Baixian was averse to anyone entering her room due to her obsessive cleanliness. Even the maids were permitted entry only once a week, and after their departure, Lin Baixian would personally disinfect the space. The mere thought of Lin Xiao having entered her sanctuary ignited her fury. How preposterous! Lin Baixian huffed, striding purposefully upstairs. Upon returning to her room, her keen senses quickly detected that someone had been there, having evidently rummaged through her wardrobe. Sister, I saw him sneakily take something. Lin Yu feigned innocence, prompting her to investigate. As she opened the wardrobe and glimpsed the slightly ajar drawer, her expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Lin's parents and Lin Chuj emerged. Observing Lin Baishuan's demeanor, they seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Chuj approached Lin Baixian and whispered a few questions. With her lips pressed tightly together, Lin Baixian silently nodded in acknowledgement. Sister, have you lost something? Lin Xiao is still in his room. I shall confront him immediately. Lin Yu reveled in the unfolding drama, pleased that events were aligning with his scheme. Now, he intended to rally everyone to Lin Xiao's room to unearth the truth. He was eager to see how Lin Xiao would remain in the household once the lingerie was discovered. Without regard for the others' reactions, he charged to Lin Xiao's door and knocked forcefully. Lin Xiao, open up. I know you're inside. Hurry up. After a few knocks, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Xiao, who feigned ignorance as he glanced at the group assembled outside. What is going on? He inquired, bewildered. Huh? You've stolen my sister's belongings, and now you pretend to be innocent? Lin Yu barged into the room, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld the neatly made bed. It was broad daylight, and he was certain Lin Xiao wouldn't be sleeping so early. Thus he wouldn't have discovered the hidden items. Once the family entered, Lin Yu theatrically declared, Lin Xiao, at this stage, you might as well produce the items. What items? Lin Xiao replied, feigning confusion. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Then go ahead and say it. Lin Xiao blinked innocently, maintaining his facade of ignorance. Very well. If you are willing to forsake your dignity, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Yu cleared his throat and declared loudly for all to hear. I just saw you emerge from second sister's room, and you stealthily took something with you. Oh, you must have mistaken what you saw, Lin Xiao replied calmly. According to Lin Yu's scheme, Lin Xiao should have been fervently denying the accusation, which would have made him appear exceedingly guilty. However, to Lin Yu's astonishment, Lin Xiao merely denied it and offered no further explanation. Fuming, Lin Yu shouted, How could I possibly be mistaken? Are you brave enough to let me search your belongings? By all means, search away. Just make sure to tidy up once you're finished, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly as he settled onto a nearby, small sofa, casually gesturing for Lin Yu to proceed. This was the moment Lin Yu had been anticipating. He pretended to examine the cabinet briefly before striding over to the bed and tossing the covers aside. Everyone, come look. This isn't yet. His words were abruptly cut off as he realized that the items he had concealed were nowhere to be found. Chapter 8. The Masculine Aura. At that moment, the bedclothes contained only a few pairs of men's underwear, appearing quite worn. These had been planted by Lin Yu to portray Lin Xiao as more depraved. But why were only these remnants left? Where was that alluring lingerie? How can this be? Lin Yu muttered to himself, frantically rummaging about, turning the bed into complete disarray. Hey, don't touch my underwear. What is wrong with you? Rifling through someone else's belongings. Lin Xiao feigned urgency as he stepped forward to intervene, mumbling, "It's strange. I distinctly remember putting my underwear away. How did it end up under the covers?" The onlookers, witnessing Lin Yu's chaotic handling of another's undergarments, found themselves at a loss for words. Just then, a pair of underwear was inadvertently tossed Lin Yu's way. The crowd instinctively glanced over, their expressions shifting to something rather peculiar. The men's underwear, having been worn, bore a notable bulge, and this particular pair seemed rather pronounced. Already feeling frustrated due to the mishap in his plan, Lin Yu couldn't help but follow the gazes of his family, and in a moment of exasperation, he exclaimed, "How can it possibly be that large?" The others were taken aback by Lin Yu's candid remark, their faces tinged with embarrassment as they scrambled to find an excuse to exit the scene. With a smile, Lin Xiao inquired, "What is this? Do you wish to compare?" Indeed, Lin Yu harbored such thoughts. He was currently quite displeased with Lin Xiao and sought to overshadow him in every conceivable way. However, before Lin Yu could respond, a cold voice interrupted from behind. "Shameless." Lin Baixian scoffed before turning to leave. This remark was clearly directed at Lin Xiao, yet Lin Xiao, grinning, turned to Lin Yu with a teasing tone. "What is this? You seem quite preoccupied with rummaging through others' underwear. Perhaps you harbor a peculiar affinity for men? You're talking nonsense." Lin Yu found himself a loss for words, feeling a knot in his chest. After hurling an insult, he stormed off in anger. The Lin couple and Lin Chuj silently observed the farcical scene before them. They had initially sought to validate the authenticity of the whispered thoughts they had heard. Yet without encountering Lin Baixian's intimate garments, they were left in a state of lingering skepticism. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly peculiar. At first, the Lin couple attempted to facilitate a formal introduction between Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, but Lin Baixian's demeanor was notably frosty. Lin Xiao held no particular grievances against Lin Baixian. Setting aside the fact that she was his biological sister, one could not overlook her captivating beauty. Even without the adornment of cosmetics, her visage remained strikingly radiant. After all, who could resist the allure of a beautiful sister? Moreover, this second sister was renowned as a brilliant surgeon at a prestigious hospital in the capital, a veritable angel in white who had saved countless lives. Regrettably, as Lin Baixian quietly consumed her meal, an unexpected voice broke the silence. "Ah, the second sister appears to be doing well on the surface. Yet she is indeed a pitiful soul." Lin Baixian abruptly lifted her head, only to find that everyone else was engrossed in their meal, their heads bowed in silence. This was, in fact, a result of the Lin couple and Lin Chuj's prior agreement to feign ignorance, so that Lin Xiao remained oblivious to their ability to hear her thoughts. This left Lin Baixian feeling perplexed. If she had not misheard, the voice seemed to belong to Lin Xiao. Yet at that moment, Lin Xiao was vigorously gnawing on a piece of pork knuckle, entirely absorbed in his meal and not uttering a word. Poor second sister. She had originally enrolled in an excellent program, only to have her application surreptitiously altered by a classmate. Before long, that same classmate would cause her right hand to become disabled, rendering her unable to wield a scalpel for the rest of her life. This time, Lin Baixian scrutinized closely. Lin Zhao's lips remained motionless. In fact, the mouths of all present stayed still. Could it be that these were Lin Zhao's unvoiced thoughts? Regarding the incident of her application being altered years ago, Lin Baixian had confided in no one. To be precise, she herself was uncertain of the details. She had always believed that her own error had led to her not being admitted to her first-choice program. Reflecting on it now, the circumstances surrounding that event were indeed suspicious. She had always prided herself on being meticulous, particularly with something as significant as an application form. How could she have overlooked such a crucial matter? Yet, she distinctly remembered filling out the forms alongside several classmates. Could it be that one of them had truly tampered with her application? Lost in thought, she instinctively leaned in, eager to hear more of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Not only was she intrigued, but the others were also attentive, curious to uncover who might have thwarted Lin Baishuan's aspirations of becoming a doctor. However, Lin Xiao had become utterly engrossed in his pork knuckle, choosing to remain tight-lipped about the matter concerning Lin Baishuan's classmate. Ahem, a Xiao. Today your second sister has wronged you. Please do not be upset. Lin Xingshan attempted to steer the conversation back to Lin Baixian in hopes of coaxing Lin Xiao's thoughts to surface once more. Yet, Lin Xiao merely shook his head indifferently, replying nonchalantly, "It's fine. The second sister is just anxious. Rest assured, I understand that she prefers no one to enter her room. I will not intrude." Upon hearing these words, Lin Baishuan's heart sank once more. Others may be oblivious, but she was acutely aware that she had indeed lost a piece of lingerie. Moreover, having been siblings with Lin Yu for 2 decades, her loyalty naturally leaned towards him. Since Lin Yu claimed to have seen Lin Xiao enter her room, and given her undeniable loss, even if nothing was discovered in Lin Xiao's quarters, his culpability remained considerable. Furthermore, having just witnessed Lin Xiao carelessly stuffing her underwear into the blanket, she couldn't help but suspect that he might truly be deranged. After dinner, Lin Baixian remained unsettled by the incident involving Lin Xiao's supposed ability to hear thoughts. A staunch materialist, she dismissed such absurdities. After much contemplation, she decided to consult a familiar psychiatrist the following day, suspecting that the recent pressures of work may have induced auditory hallucinations. In any case, until she had concrete evidence, she resolutely refused to accept that she could hear any thoughts. Chapter 9. Acquiring Land. That night, the Lin couple lay in bed, tossing and turning, pondering the veracity of Lin Xiao's claims. Although some of the events from earlier in the day had indeed come to fruition, the matter of Lin Yu framing Lin Xiao for the theft of her lingerie had yet to be substantiated, and they could not act impulsively. However, they felt a sense of indebtedness towards Lin Xiao, who had endured hardships over the years. After deliberation, they resolved to compensate him in the most straightforward and assertive manner, by purchasing a car and a house. Whatever Lin Yu possessed, Lin Xiao must also have. The next day, a mountain of real estate documents lay before Lin Xiao. "Ah Xiao, see if there's anything you fancy," Su Xiaomei gently inquired from her seat. Lin Yu, witnessing this scene, clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists tightly balled, yet he dared not voice his discontent. Lin Xiao, somewhat bewildered, found himself at a loss. Having traversed into this world, his understanding of it was scant. How could he possibly discern which properties were desirable? Moreover, most of the materials presented were mere marketing propaganda, each one exaggerated to the point of absurdity, devoid of substantial reference value. With no other recourse, he attempted to summon the system in his mind. To his astonishment, the system responded. Melon eating system activated. Golden Fortune Gardens. Average price 38,000. No disasters predicted for the next 50 years. No appreciation potential. Jade Garden. Average price 62,000. No disasters predicted for the next 50 years. Appreciation potential under 5%. Future City. Average price 43,000. 1 fire incident and 3 suicide cases anticipated in the next 50 years. Appreciation potential negative 50%. Amidst this series of introductions, Lin Xiao discovered that there were hardly any commendable properties available. The appreciation potential hovered around 10% at best, with the lowest plummeting to a staggering negative 80%. Just then, the system chimed in once more. "Host, the price of wasteland is about to double. You might want to pay attention." Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization as he pointed at a map on a promotional flyer, exclaiming, "Mom, I want this one." "Oh, Longshan Garden?" Su Xiaomei tilted her head and recalled the details regarding this community. However, it appeared to be an ordinary neighborhood, with property prices hovering around 10,000. This realization stirred a mix of emotions within her, both gratitude and a twinge of heartache. Her son was remarkably considerate, striving to save money for them. Lin Xiao shook his head and, with determination, took up a pen to circle a spot on the map, asserting that it was not Longshan Garden, but rather this location. Su Xiaomei, puzzled, noted that it seemed to be a barren plot of land. "Yes, precisely this wasteland," Lin Xiao affirmed, lifting his gaze to meet Su Xiaomei's, his clear eyes shining with earnestness. "Mom, May I acquire this parcel of land? Ha! Just a mere piece of desolate land, and you truly have an eye for it. Lin Yu interjected with scorn from the sidelines. Ignoring Lin Yu's derision, Lin Xiao spoke earnestly to Su Xiaomei. Mom, the price of this land will double within a fortnight. Su Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly. Their family had prospered in real estate, and they were well aware of the value of various plots in the vicinity. However, based on their prior research, this land was situated in a remote suburb where property values had stagnated for many years. How could it possibly appreciate suddenly? As her doubts swirled, she caught a glimpse of Lin Zhao's thoughts. A wealthy mining magnate, beset by misfortunes this year, is searching for a prime location to build a home and will soon set his sights on this very land. He further mused, given that I've just returned home, it's prudent not to be overly ambitious. Acquiring just this land would suffice. Otherwise, if we were to buy the surrounding parcels as well, a fortune could be amassed. Su Xiaomei was taken aback. The nearby plots had gone unnoticed by all real estate developers, presenting no competition and allowing for the purchase at the lowest possible price. If there was indeed potential for appreciation, it would constitute an exceedingly lucrative investment. Lin Yu, unable to perceive Lin Zhao's inner musings, merely observed Su Xiaomei's indecisiveness and scoffed. Mom, do you truly believe his nonsensical claims? Our family has received no news of any impending price surge for that land. How could he possibly know? I suspect he is just trying to deceive you. Very well, a Xiao. I will instruct my assistant to handle the paperwork this afternoon. Su Xiaomei dismissed Lin Yu's taunts. Ultimately, Lin Xiao sought only this small plot, which was not a significant financial burden, compared to the money spent on Lin Yu over the years. It was merely a drop in the ocean. What truly left her in a quandary was whether to trust Lin Zhao's intuition and also acquire the surrounding parcels. No, time was of the essence, and she needed to confer with her husband promptly. With that, she hurried to the study to call Lin Qingshan. Upon receiving Su Xiaomei's call, Lin Qingshan rushed back from the company. After deliberation, they reached a decision. In addition to purchasing the land Lin Xiao had chosen as a gift for him, they discreetly acquired several nearby parcels under the company's name. The cost of these plots was negligible for the Lin family. Even at a loss, the impact will be minimal. They merely wished to validate the veracity of Lin Zhao's inner thoughts. As mealtime approached, Lin Shuj suddenly rushed out of her room. Damn, Mom. No need to prepare my meal. I have matters to attend to at the company. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired, and Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei paid little heed. After acknowledging her, they resumed their respective tasks. At that moment, they once again heard Lin Zhao's inner voice. TSK, TSK. Busy with work is truly a universal excuse. Clearly, she is off to seek that scoundrel. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged glances. Lin Qingshan set down the financial magazine he was reading, while Su Xiaomei placed her teacup aside. Without a word, they both perked up their ears. Just yesterday, they had overheard Lin Zhao's thoughts regarding Lin Shuj, suggesting she was the protagonist of a tragic narrative, destined to be deceived by a rogue and her so-called friend, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Today, they were finally on the cusp of further revelations. Lin Shuj, too, hesitated momentarily, though she approached Lin Zhao's thoughts with skepticism. Her curiosity regarding matters that pertained to her own life compelled her to listen. Thus, the three of them at home strained to hear, holding their breaths in anticipation. Chapter 10. The Tragic Protagonist, Lin Shuj. Soon, Lin Zhao's inner voice resounded once more. The scoundrel by phone feigned affection for the Lin family's power, all the while deceiving my elder sister for money and desire, ultimately stealing company secrets, leading to the tragic demise of both parents, while the company faced myriad crises. Moreover, my elder sister happened to be pregnant. By phone took this opportunity to completely usurp the company and transfer the shares. And By phone had long been entangled with my sister's friend, who deceitfully claimed she needed a kidney transplant. By phone, indifferent to my sister and the life within her, forcibly removed her kidney, causing my sister to perish on the operating table. That friend is truly merciless. She did not even spare my sister in death, but went so far as to extract her heart. Oh, in this context, Lin Yu appears even more ruthless, assisting By phone in pursuing my elder sister for trivial gains. Alas, the expressions on the faces of the Lin family were profoundly complex. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei trembled with fury upon hearing the cruel treatment their daughter was subjected to. Yet, they seemed to overlook the grim tidings of their own demise conveyed through Lin Zhao's thoughts, fixated solely on the resolve that as long as they were alive, They would never permit their daughter to suffer such indignities. Eventually, Su Xiaomei was the first to regain her composure, gently squeezing Lin Qingshan's hand, signaling that these were merely Lin Xiao's thoughts and did not necessarily reflect the truth. Lin Qingshan, too, recalibrated his breathing in silence. Lin Chuj furrowed her brow, feeling ambivalent about the revelations. She yearned for Lin Xiao to provide more details, but after a prolonged silence, it appeared that Lin Xiao was unwilling to elaborate further. In pursuit of more insights, Lin Chuj made a decision. By the way, Dad, Mom, if you have no plans for tonight, I would like to bring Ah Feng home for dinner. It has been quite some time since you last saw each other. All right, all right. This arrangement resonated deeply with the Lin couple. They too were eager to uncover the truth. However, just then, Lin Xiao's inner voice echoed once again. The scoundrel was unable to come that evening. He had suffered a severe bout of hemorrhoids with uncontrollable bleeding and was currently lying in the proctology ward of the People's Hospital. Hearing the mischievous giggle that followed, Lin Chuj couldn't help but rub her temples in exasperation. She had just received a call from Bai Feng, who was tied up with work and requested her assistance in delivering an important document. Could it truly be that his inability to attend was due to his hemorrhoidal affliction? Lin Chuj hastily exited her home, first retrieving the document from another company as per her prior agreement with Bai Feng. However, upon arriving at Bai Feng's office, she discovered he was indeed absent. Only his assistant, looking quite anxious, expressed gratitude, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, it's truly thanks to you, otherwise." Lin Chuj casually surveyed the office and feigned nonchalance as she inquired, "Where's President Bai? I thought he was busy." "Ah, yes. President Bai had to leave unexpectedly for social engagement. He simply couldn't break away," the assistant explained, wiping the sweat from his brow with a hint of stiffness in his demeanor. Lin Chuj nodded gently, refraining from pressing further. She would soon verify the authenticity of Lin Xiao's sentiments. After departing from the Bai Corporation, she proceeded directly to the People's Hospital. Indeed, in the proctology ward, she spotted the familiar figure. Bai Feng lay on the bed, appearing quite disheveled. So engrossed in his discomfort, he failed to notice her standing at the door. Lin Chuj's expression darkened. It was not the fact that Bai Feng had concealed his hemorrhoids that troubled her, but rather that she had confirmed Lin Xiao's insights were accurate. This indicated that she would undoubtedly suffer greatly at the hands of this rogue in the future. Lin Chuj narrowed her eyes, feeling a prickling sensation on her scalp. Her budding infatuation had been abruptly quashed. That evening, Lin Chuj returned home alone, choosing not to mention Bai Feng's predicament, while others remained oblivious. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei immediately grasped the situation. It seemed Lin Xiao's conjectures had proven correct. To spare their daughter any embarrassment, they too refrained from discussing Bai Feng. Noticing the numerous packages Lin Chuj carried, they smiled and asked, "Chuj, did you go shopping today?" "Yes, just a little stroll," Lin Chuj replied, retrieving a delicate box from one of the bags and presenting it to Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in watching television. "Ah Xiao, I bought you a gift. See if you like it." At her words, the room fell silent. Surely they had not misheard. Just yesterday, Lin Chuj had scolded Lin Xiao for being a country bumpkin, fixated solely on wealth. Yet today, she was bestowing a gift upon him. Observing the emblem on the box, it was evident that it was of considerable value. Lin Xiao turned around with a look of curiosity, pointing at himself and asking, "For me?" "Yes," Lin Chuj replied succinctly. Lin Xiao beamed with delight as he accepted the box. Inside lay a watch. Gazing at the understated yet luxurious face adorned with diamonds and sapphires, he was profoundly astonished. Although he was not well versed in timepieces, he estimated its worth to be in the hundreds of thousands. Upon contemplating the potential bankruptcy of the Lin family, he naturally felt the urge to amass some private savings before that eventuality. However, the unusual circumstances left him unsettled. "Elder sister, this watch is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head resolutely. "It's merely 1,000,000. It pales in comparison. Should you find something else you desire in the future, do let me know, and I shall gift you something even better." Lin Chuj's tone remained somewhat lukewarm. It was evident that she had begun to acknowledge her rural brother. As Lin Yu descended the stairs, he was met with this scene. Not wishing to lose his composure before his family, he suppressed his rising ire and feigned casualness, inquiring, "Elder sister, you are indeed generous to Lin Xiao. I have long coveted that watch myself." With that, he batted his eyelashes, hoping to elicit more concern from his elder sister with his pitiful demeanor. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao merely cast him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "If you desire it, purchase it yourself." This marked the first instance of Lin Xiao's icy demeanor towards Lin Yu. She had no desire for this animosity, but was reminded of how Lin Yu had introduced by phone to her for personal gain, making her reluctant to engage with her once-beloved brother. Lin Yu felt a pang of indignation, yet he could not express his frustration in front of so many. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Today our parents only bought Lin Xiao a house and land. They have yet to procure a car, have they? Perhaps I could take him a look at some tomorrow, as I have a bit of expertise in that area. Chapter 11. Valuing trash as treasure. The Lin family was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's statement. His attitude towards Lin Xiao had been less than cordial in recent days. However, having lived in this household for 20 years, it was impossible for them to harbor no feelings for him. They speculated that Lin Yu might simply be adjusting and perhaps had come to a conclusion about wanting to apologize to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, for his part, did not refuse, curious to see what ulterior motives Lin Yu might possess. The following day, Lin Yu indeed escorted Lin Xiao to a dealership specializing in imported luxury vehicles. To his surprise, Lin Yu's dubious acquaintances were already waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Yu and Lin Xiao approach, they erupted in mockery. Well, Lin Yu, is this your parents' new son? Quite the bumpkin, isn't he? In truth, Lin Xiao's appearance far exceeded Lin Yu's. His features were sharply defined, and his handsome visage was complemented by a tall and athletic physique, even towering over Lin Yu by a head. He possessed a robust build, honed from years of agricultural labor, along with long legs that seemed to have stepped straight out of a Korean drama. His skin, however, bore the marks of sun and wind, rendering it somewhat darker. His hair was unkempt, and the clothing he wore, purchased by Xiao Li, had been selected without knowledge of Lin Xiao's preferences, thus reflecting Lin Yu's style. This mismatch contributed to the derision he faced from the onlookers. Yet Lin Xiao was acutely aware that these individuals were Lin Yu's friends, and regardless of his appearance, they would seize any opportunity to mock him. Lin Xiao, disinterested in their antics, strode directly into the dealership. Such establishments, specializing in luxury vehicles, typically saw scant foot traffic. Upon their entrance, several salespersons appeared as though invigorated, rushing towards them with alacrity. "Gentlemen, what vehicles are you interested in? Do you have a preferred model? Allow me to assist you." Just as Lin Xiao was about to flash a courteous smile and articulate his desires, he was taken aback to find these salespeople completely disregarding him, instead directing their attention towards others. A slight twitch of annoyance flickered at the corner of his eye. It seemed the discrimination was brazenly apparent. He chose not to engage further. If the salespeople were disinterested in him, he would peruse the offerings on his own. It was undeniable that this establishment catered to a select clientele. The most affordable vehicle started at $2 million, with a prized limited edition model serving as the centerpiece. After a brief survey, Lin Xiao's gaze settled on an Aston Martin. Standing tall, he found traditional sports cars rather constricting, though this particular model appeared somewhat unassuming. It suited him perfectly. $3 million plus? How exorbitant! He mused, contemplating the interior as he reached out to open the door. However, before he could make contact, a sharp voice pierced the air. "What do you think you're doing?" A woman in her 30s approached briskly. "Are you not allowed to touch the cars here?" Lin Xiao queried, furrowing his brows. "Why would you touch if you're not buying? What if you scratch it? Can you afford to pay for that?" The woman positioned herself defensively in front of Lin Xiao, her expression one of disdain. He was almost amused by her audacity. Choosing to disregard her, he retreated to a nearby table, deciding to wait and observe the salespeople's expressions upon realizing that those individuals had no intention of purchasing a vehicle. At that moment, a cup of warm water was placed before him. A timid voice soon followed. "I also find them rather expensive." "Pardon?" Lin Xiao looked up in confusion. Before him stood a petite, charming girl, smiling shyly as she lowered her voice. The cars here are indeed quite pricey. Realization dawned on Lin Xiao. This young lady was echoing his earlier sentiments, prompting a smile from him. "Are you new here?" "Yes, I just started my internship last month." Lin Xiao discreetly glanced at her name tag, which read Lu Xiao Xiao. A rather fitting name, he thought. Meanwhile, the salespeople surrounding Lin Yu and his companions began to discern the situation. These young ruffians had no intention of purchasing vehicles and were instead indulging in mockery and insolence. Aware of this, the salespeople refrained from offending them, maintaining forced smiles in an attempt to appease the privileged youths. "Lu Xiao Xiao," Lin Xiao called out to the girl beside him, smiling warmly. "Let us draw up the order. I would like this model." Lu Xiao Xiao seemed momentarily taken aback. standing frozen in place, unable to respond. Lin Xiao continued. Will the new car arrive? Ah, the new car will be here next month. Lu Xiaoxiao finally came to a realization, her adorable little face radiating excitement. She immediately dashed into the office, retrieving various documents and laying them before Lin Xiao, intending to elaborate further. However, Lin Xiao simply raised his hand, signed his name, and handed over a black card. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any unnecessary delays. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After working here for over a month, this was her first deal. Lin Xiao, equally invigorated, rose and made his way to the door. The salesperson from before, who had been mocked by Lin Yu and his friends, was already fraught with irritation, having no outlet for her anger. Seeing Lin Xiao preparing to leave, she seized the opportunity to vent, sarcastically remarking that if he wasn't buying, he should leave sooner. However, before she could finish her thought, she caught sight of the documents in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao, seizing the moment, raised his hand slightly, remarking that while a dull mind could be forgiven, poor eyesight was a serious flaw, especially if one mistook trash for treasure. With that, he effectively insulted two groups of people at once. Lin Yu's expression darkened as the sales staff began to grasp the situation, casting resentful glances at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiao had initially intended to leave without further ado. Yet unexpectedly, he collided with a woman of similar age at the entrance. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? The woman's expression soured as she recognized him. Lin Xiao scrutinized her, rummaging through his memories of the original owner's past. Liang Xiaowei, after a prolonged moment, he finally discerned a hint of familiarity in her features. Liang Xiaowei had been his high school classmate, once the belle of the school. In her school days, her ethereal beauty had captivated many boys. Yet now, she was heavily made up, devoid of her former purity. Lin Xiao held no fondness for Liang Xiaowei and had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. However, Liang Xiaowei was relentless, furiously exclaiming, Lin Xiao, it's you who won let go. Wasn't it just that I rejected your confession back then? Why can't you move on after all this time? Chapter 12. The Blood Calamity of Lin Baixian. Liang Xiaowei's outburst left Lin Xiao bewildered, setting aside the serendipitous nature of their encounter. He had never actually confessed to her during their school years. At most, he had been the subject of teasing for bullies. Lin Yu and his gang emerged from the store just in time to overhear Liang Xiaowei's grievances. Lin Xiao, this is your fault. Pursuing a girl shouldn't involve such relentless obsession. Another chimed in. Indeed, just look at yourself. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat. After mocking Lin Xiao, they gradually realized that Liang Xiaowei was indeed quite attractive. One of them approached her, saying, Beautiful lady, you might consider our young master you. Being with him will surely keep those pesky nuisances at bay. Having navigated through various chaotic environments over the years, Liang Xiaowei had encountered many types of people. Upon seeing Lin Yu's unmistakable affluent demeanor, her eyes sparkled with interest. Gracefully approaching Lin Yu, she sweetly said, Hello, young master Yu. My name is Liang Xiaowei, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yu, of course, would not casually pick a girlfriend off the street. At most, he would merely indulge in some playful flirtation. However, this young woman happened to be the one Lin Xiao had previously confessed his feelings for, which altered the dynamics entirely. He wrapped an arm around Liang Xiaowei's shoulders and provocatively cast a glance at Lin Xiao. Ah, so she's a girl Lin Xiao could not have. Liang Xiaowei blushed and playfully protested. Young master Yu, please do not tease me. At that moment, Lin Xiao's mind was already swirling with thoughts about Liang Xiaowei. Oh, is she the campus belle? With such a scandalous private life, having undergone 4 abortions at such a young age. Well, I never confess my feelings. Whoever fancies such a woman should take her away swiftly. I want nothing to do with her. Lin Yu, be cautious. You might catch a disease. Lin Xiao maintained an impeccable expression, his demeanor still aloof. No matter how Lin Yu provoked him, he remained unfazed, almost wishing for Lin Yu to whisk Liang Xiaowei away for some escapade. Indeed, Lin Xiao's lack of reaction led Lin Yu to believe he had the upper hand, filling him with delight. He immediately pulled Liang Xiaowei close and left with an unmistakable leer, tossing a handful of cash in Lin Xiao's direction as he departed. Off to have some fun. You can take a cab back. Behind the shop was a large auto repair garage. Last week, Lin Baishuan's car had broken down and was sent there for repairs. Today, the staff had notified her to pick it up. However, as she arrived near the garage, she heard that strange sound from the previous day once more, which sent her into a state of distress. Professor Song, I feel my auditory hallucinations worsening. If you have some free time, I will come by in about half an hour. Lin Baixian was concerned that if she continued to delay, she might completely succumb to a mental breakdown. She quickly reached out to a familiar psychiatrist, eager for an immediate evaluation. Just as she drove out of the repair shop, she spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Lin Xiao? What was he doing here? Lin Xiao also noticed Lin Baixian, his eyes lighting up as he dashed over. Lin Baixian felt no fondness for Lin Xiao and initially intended to ignore him. However, considering he was her younger brother, she thought it impolite to act as though she hadn't seen him and came to a brief halt. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiao unceremoniously opened the car door and plopped down inside. Big sister, how wonderful to see you here. He completely disregarded Lin Baixian's furrowed brows, which looked like they could crush a fly. Big sister, you're going my way. I'm not. Lin Baixian interrupted curtly. Hey, I haven't even stated where I intend to go. How can it not be on the way? Lin Xiao, undeterred, fastened his seatbelt without a care. Lin Baixian, exasperated, had no choice but to start the engine, intending to first drop Lin Xiao off. Lin Xiao settled comfortably in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Alert! Lin Baixian is about to encounter a calamity. What? A calamity? Lin Xiao straightened up, inquiring within his mind about the nature of this situation. Yet, the ordinarily responsive system fell eerily silent. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that the system had previously mentioned its limitations regarding matters of life and death. Could it be that Lin Baixian was about to encounter grave trouble? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao quickly inquired, Sister, are you heading to the hospital for work? Yes, Lin Baixian replied with a subtle nod. Then I shall not return home. I will accompany you. Lin Xiao casually fabricated an excuse, claiming to have a slight headache, possibly due to a cold, and expressed his intention to consult a doctor for some medication. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Baixian cast a glance at Lin Xiao, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. However, upon seeing his earnest expression, she acquiesced. Approximately 40 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in the hospital parking lot. Lin Xiao trailed behind Lin Baixian, vigilant and observant. After all, he was uncertain from whence this impending calamity might arise and felt the need to remain alert at all times. Registration is over there. Lin Baixian indicated toward the row of windows in the hospital lobby. Lin Xiao responded with a few perfunctory acknowledgments and proceeded in the direction of the window. Once Lin Baixian entered the elevator, he swiftly made his way to the stairwell, ascending directly to the 6th floor where Lin Baixian's surgical office was located. Upon reaching the 6th floor, before he could catch his breath, a scream pierced the air nearby. Someone's been murdered. Quick, call security. Someone's killing. The crowd scattered in a panic. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He could not afford to rest and hurried towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, he spotted a man clad in a patient gown, brandishing a fruit knife while shouting and waving his weapon. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, appearing to be in a delirious state. Security had yet to arrive, and no one dared to approach. A few nurses huddled beside Lin Xiao, murmuring among themselves. It seems he ran down from upstairs. I heard he lost his wife in a car accident last month, and when she was brought in, she had already passed. Yet, he believes we did not make sufficient efforts to save her. A madman, simply a madman. As Lin Xiao scanned the area for Lin Baixian, he discovered she was conspicuously absent. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he heard the elevator ding nearby. The elevator door slowly opened to reveal Lin Baixian and a middle-aged woman in her 50s, seemingly engaged in conversation, oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. It's you. You are the one who caused my wife's death. I will kill you. Upon spotting Lin Baixian, the man's eyes flared with rage. With a furious roar, he lunged forward. Knife raised. Chapter 13. The cat reveals shocking news. Lin Baixian had never encountered such a horrifying scene. She stood frozen in place, her face pale with terror. As the knife descended towards her, a shadow swiftly darted forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man's lower back. The man stumbled uncontrollably to the side. In a flash, Lin Xiao struck the knife from the man's grasp and pinned him firmly to the ground. Grabbing a roll of bandages from a nurse's station, he deftly bound the man's hands behind his back. Let me go. I want to kill her. The man continued to struggle and shout. Lin Xiao, feeling irritated by the commotion, stuffed a package of gauze into the man's mouth. Once everything was settled, He clapped his hands and approached Lin Xiao with genuine concern. Asking, "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Xiao replied, taking a deep breath to calm her racing emotions. Rather than fear, she was more astonished by her brother's remarkable skills. Even professionals would hesitate before confronting a knife-wielding lunatic. Yet Lin Xiao had effortlessly sent the assailant flying with a single kick. Moreover, his method of binding the man revealed a wealth of experience. Had he perhaps engaged in some peculiar activities in the past? Lin Xiao's thoughts began to wander, and upon realizing this, she quickly shook her head. It seemed that her mental state had indeed been compromised lately. Seeing that Lin Xiao was unharmed, Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis appeared to have been averted. However, Lin Xiao felt a slight headache, although she was immensely grateful for Lin Xiao's timely intervention. Having someone trailing her at her workplace was rather unsettling. After pondering for a moment, she took out her phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Xiao, explaining, "Thank you for today. I should treat you to a meal, but I'm too busy at work. Please use this money to buy yourself something nice." "All right then," Lin Xiao replied, easily discerning that Lin Xiao still held some reservations towards him. Just then, he noticed the police had arrived, and he waved goodbye to her. After the chaos was resolved, Lin Xiao finally had the opportunity to consult with Professor Song from the psychiatry department. She explained her recent experiences, particularly regarding the voices she had been hearing. After careful consideration, Professor Song advised, "Xian, I believe you are experiencing significant stress from work. If possible, I suggest you take a break for a while." Indeed, Lin Xiao had been feeling exhausted lately, burdened by a relentless schedule of surgeries and the responsibility of mentoring interns. The recent incident involving the mentally disturbed individual had only intensified her aversion to her job. Fortunately, a colleague who had previously taken leave was returning, allowing her to request some annual leave. Professor Song also spoke favorably on her behalf to the hospital administration, who consented to her immediate time off. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, Lin Xiao drove home. On her way, she encountered Lin Xiao once more. At that moment, he was leisurely riding a shared bicycle parked beside a park, observing a group of elderly men walking their birds. Lin Xiao, inexplicably intrigued by his demeanor, halted her bike to quietly watch him. Before long, she noticed a beautiful woman approaching Lin Xiao, seemingly asking for his contact information. However, Lin Xiao merely waved his hand, declining her request. How surprising, Lin Xiao thought. A smirk of disdain creeping onto her face as she felt Lin Xiao was putting on airs. At that moment, a stray cat wandered over to Lin Xiao's feet, rubbing against him. He chuckled, "You little rascal. Didn't I just feed you a sausage? What brings you back?" The stray cat mewed twice, seemingly recalling something, and decided to approach others for affection. "Hey, your vigilance is rather lacking. At this rate, you might be abducted," Lin Xiao cautioned. The stray cat paused, lowering its head to glance at its rear. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it felt its lower region was somewhat chilly. Lin Xiao chuckled at the cat's expression, crouching down to gently stroke its head. "Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if you were neutered. Then you could focus solely on enjoying your meals without worldly desires." The stray cat meowed discontentedly, expressing its dissatisfaction and protectiveness over its anatomy. Since his unexpected journey to this realm, Lin Xiao discovered he could communicate with animals. He surmised that perhaps during his transition, he had formed an extraordinary connection with this space, granting him such an ability. From a distance, Lin Xiao observed Lin Xiao and the stray cat exchanging banter. Her curiosity piqued. Typically, stray cats were wary of humans. Yet this one not only showed no fear, but engaged in conversation with him. Could they genuinely understand each other? Why did it seem that Lin Xiao appeared more eccentric in comparison? Lin Xiao found herself bemused by such peculiar thoughts, rolling her eyes at her own boredom for watching Lin Xiao play with the cat. She promptly started her vehicle to leave. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard Lin Xiao's voice exclaiming, "What? Dismembered bodies? My heavens, how terrifying!" Startled, Lin Xiao turned to Lin Xiao, noticing he had followed the stray cat towards a secluded area of the park. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly received some information from the stray cat? Although she deemed the notion absurd, she stealthily trailed behind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. He even questioned whether he misunderstood the feline language. How else could he have gleaned news of dismemberment from a cat? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow the stray cat into the unknown. As he approached, an unpleasant odor wafted towards him, igniting a strange fear within. He recalled having read that such fear was a subconscious human reaction to the scent of decaying human corpses, a mechanism to evade danger. Yet, now he found himself moving towards peril. Before long, he spotted 7 or 8 stray cats gathered around something, gnawing at it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several black plastic bags, already torn open by the cats, revealing the remnants of flesh within. Chapter 14. His mind is disturbed. Lin Xiao nearly retched, stepping back 2 paces, intending to call the authorities. Unexpectedly, he heard Lin Baixian's voice behind him. "Stay right there. Let me assess the situation." "Sister, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiao was equally astonished by her presence. Lin Baixian, disregarding the need for explanation, swiftly donned her gloves and mask from her bag and approached the black plastic bags. "Hey, you lot, stop eating that. Those meats might be toxic. Step aside." Lin Xiao waved his hand to the stray cats. Understanding his words, the strays hesitated, but eventually spat out the meat they had in their mouths, reluctantly retreating to the side. Lin Baixian was once again astonished by Lin Xiao's ability to communicate with cats. Once the current situation was resolved, she would undoubtedly inquire about how he managed such a feat approaching the plastic bags. Lin Baixian cautiously unfastened one of them. She gently rummaged inside and retrieved several bones. Her expression darkened upon seeing them. "This is definitely human. Call the police." As she spoke, she casually picked up a piece of flesh, her demeanor gravely serious. Lin Xiao, observing from behind, felt a chill run down his spine, not solely from the discovery of dismembered remains, but also from witnessing Lin Baixian handle a piece of human flesh with the same nonchalance as one would a piece of chicken or fish. "My sister's audacity is astounding," he thought to himself. "Thank goodness my initial aspiration was altered. Had I pursued a career as a neurologist, I shudder to think how I would react if I were to be scrutinized with such a gaze." Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene. Forensic personnel commenced their examination, while Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian were taken aside for questioning. Lin Xiao, having just communicated with the stray cats, provided as detailed a description as possible about the time of the body disposal and the appearance of the perpetrator. At around 2:30 this morning, the body disposer was approximately this tall, had a beard, somewhat stout build, and was wearing glasses. The police eyed Lin Xiao with suspicion, perplexed by his seemingly intimate knowledge of the perpetrator. They promptly dispatched an officer to review nearby surveillance footage. To their astonishment, during the time Lin Xiao mentioned, they indeed spotted an individual matching his description. After further investigation, it was confirmed that this person was indeed associated with the deceased. "How do you know this?" "The stray cats told me," Lin Xiao replied candidly. However, the police were incredulous. Lin Baixian awkwardly waved at the officers, signaling for a private discussion. The police nodded silently and moved to a more secluded area. Lin Xiao, curious, observed as Lin Baixian appeared to be explaining something, occasionally gesturing towards her head. The police maintained a look of skepticism. Upon their return, the officers gestured for them to provide their contact details and identification. "You may wait nearby for a while. We might need to take a more detailed statement shortly." "No problem," Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. He and Lin Baixian stepped beyond the police cordon and settled on a park bench. It was then that he curiously asked, "Sister, what did you say to the police? Why did they let us go so easily?" "I told them you were mentally unstable." Lin Xiao forced a stiff smile. His sister remained as forthright as ever. During the day, the park was filled with elderly individuals engaging in physical exercise, and the grim discovery of dismembered remains quickly spread among them. Several journalists had already begun live broadcasts from the scene, eager to report on the unfolding situation. Upon seeing the familiar figures on the news, Su Xiaomei immediately called Lin Baixian. "Mom, we're fine. We just happened to pass by. No need to come over." Lin Baixian fervently tried to dissuade her, but within 20 minutes, Su's car arrived at the park entrance. Not only had Su Xiaomei come, but Lin Qingshan and Lin Yu had also joined her. Lin Qingshan was still dressed in formal attire, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly having rushed over from the office. Upon confirming that his son and daughter were unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. "Ah Xiao, Baixian, you must be terrified," Su Xiaomei exclaimed, sitting beside Lin Baixian and grasping her hand firmly. Observing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but scoff. With his sister's temperament, it was improbable that she was genuinely frightened. However, it would be best if Su Xiaomei remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Baixian had just touched a dismembered body. Otherwise, she might truly be alarmed. How unfortunate to encounter Such a calamity. Lin Xiao frowned as he glanced at the police cordon. A murder case involving dismemberment was something the average person would likely never encounter, yet it had unfolded before them. Lin Yu shrugged and remarked, I heard that at the hospital this afternoon, there was a psychiatric patient attacking people with a knife. With so many dangers in one day, I wonder who the real unfortunate one is. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao retorted, encountering a psychiatric patient is indeed unfortunate, but discovering a body is not necessarily a bad thing. The sooner the body is found, the quicker the police can apprehend the true culprit. His righteous declaration irked Lin Yu, who shot back, it's a relief to not be considered the actual murderer. Xiao Yu, mind your words, Lin Xiao admonished, casting a wary look at the reporters still broadcasting nearby. These people thrive on gossip. If they hear you, it could lead to significant trouble. Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. What good is fear now? It seems the police are not letting him leave, so they must have already deemed him a primary suspect. Poor sister. Caught up in this mess. Xiao Yu. Lin Baixian could no longer tolerate his remarks. Sister, you're too kind. Perhaps he is indeed guilty, Lin Yu continued, oblivious to the implications of his words. Su Xiaomei frowned slightly, displeased with Lin Yu's insensitivity. Fortunately, the journalist's focus remained on the police cordon, unaware of Lin Yu's reckless comments. Otherwise, even fleeting rumors could adversely impact the Lin family. How had she never noticed how thoughtless Lin Yu could be? At that moment, Lin Baixuan's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, she pressed the answer button. Lin Baixian, this is Officer Zhang from earlier. Are you and your brother still in the park? Yes. We're at the bench, just outside the cordon. Good. Don't leave just yet. I'll come and find you. After hanging up, Lin Yu wore a mischievous expression. Looking at Lin Xiao, he mocked, Look, the police are coming to apprehend you. Chapter 15. Apologizing to Lin Xiao. Lin Yu's voice was rather loud, successfully drawing the attention of those around them. The reporters quickly recognized Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, astutely directing their mobile phone cameras towards them. It appeared to be the chairman of Lin Corporation and his wife. One couldn't help but wonder why they were present here as well. Was that Lin family's young master who just spoke? Could it be that they were also entangled in this murder case? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some bolder reporters even stepped forward, intending to conduct street interviews. At that moment, within the cordoned-off area, several police officers emerged, led by Officer Zhang, who had made the earlier phone call. They first ushered the reporters aside before smiling broadly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, the case has been solved. The culprit is indeed the person you described. My colleagues have apprehended him. Officer Zhang exclaimed joyfully. Such a dismemberment case was considered significant for them. It had already garnered media attention. To avoid causing public panic, they had mentally prepared for a long night of work. To their surprise, within less than an hour, the case had been cracked. The key to this resolution lay in the clues provided by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, our leaders will publicly commend you. Officer Zhang patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. He then turned to Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, praising, truly, you are great entrepreneurs of our city, raising such an outstanding child. Ah, we are not worthy, Lin Xingshan replied, his earlier worries dissipating, replaced by a radiant expression. He had not anticipated that their son would bring such honor to the Lin family merely 3 days after his return. Once the news of the commendation was made public, their company's stock would surely see a slight increase. Before departing, Officer Zhang seemed to recall something and said to Lin Xiao, by the way, even if you see the murderer in the future, it's all right. We will provide protection for witnesses. There is no need to claim it was a cat that saw it. Understood, Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile, feeling resigned. It seemed that speaking the truth was not as simple as it once was. After the police left, Lin Xiao observed Lin Yu, who was about to depart. He casually remarked, it seems someone has a rather deep misunderstanding of me. Lin Yu paused, pretending not to hear, and continued walking forward. At his age, he should be accountable for his words. Surely he wouldn't dismiss his statements as mere folly. Lin Xiao's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. The Lin family could hear him quite clearly. They had already been displeased with Lin Yu's earlier behavior, and now, seeing him act as if nothing were amiss, they frowned even more. Xiao Yu, is this how I taught you? Lin Xingshan said sternly. Dad, I didn't mean it intentionally, Lin Yu replied, feeling disgruntled yet hesitant to retort. Su Xiaomei wore a heavy expression, unable to comprehend whether Lin Yu's recent behavior was a reaction to Lin Zhao's arrival or a reflection of his true nature that they had failed to notice before. Will you not apologize to Ah Xiao? Lin Xingshan said coldly. Lin Yu opened his mouth, ready to refute. But upon seeing the solemn expressions on Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's faces, as well as the hint of disappointment in Lin Baishuan's gaze, he begrudgingly lowered his head. I'm sorry. These three simple words made Lin Yu feel as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Lin Xiao, intensifying the resentment within him. He vowed to ensure that Lin Xiao would pay dearly for this humiliation. Observing Lin Yu's defeated demeanor, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, they shared 2 decades of affection. Even with Lin Zhao's return, they had no intention of completely severing ties with Lin Yu. They still hoped that Lin Yu could continue to live with them and that a genuine brotherly bond could form between him and Lin Xiao. On their way home, they deliberately arranged for Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to share a vehicle, but Lin Xiao declined. Dad, Mom, I prefer to return with my second sister, he stated coolly. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei understood that Lin Xiao had just endured some grievances and might not be ready to forgive Lin Yu just yet. So they did not press the matter further. However, after taking just a few steps, they heard Lin Zhao's inner thoughts. What has that guy Lin Yu been eating? He's letting out farts all the way. I refuse to share a ride with him. What if I catch something foul? The couple halted in their tracks, exchanging a glance that reflected their shared distaste. Your mother and I have some matters to attend to at the company, Xiaoyu. You can head back on your own, they said, not waiting for Lin Yu's response before hastily getting into their car and driving away. Lin Yu stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already hopped into Lin Baishuan's vehicle, urging her to speed up. Naturally, Lin Baixian had overheard Lin Zhao's thoughts and let out a resigned chuckle, showing no inclination to take Lin Yu along as she drove off. Throughout the journey, Lin Baixian gradually accepted the peculiarity of being able to hear Lin Zhao's thoughts. Most importantly, Lin Zhao's inner monologue was a constant stream of compliments directed at her. He praised her beauty and her exceptional professional skills, remaining composed in the face of adversity. While his chatter was somewhat incessant and occasionally annoying, who could resist the allure of flattery? Upon returning home, the pair unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure outside the villa, Lin Shu's fiancé, Bai Feng. This young master of the Bai family was not unfamiliar with the Lin household. However, he had never before arrived unannounced, as he did this time. Upon spotting Lin Baixian, Bai Feng immediately approached her. Sister Baixian, you finally returned, he exclaimed, having met her a few times before and now greeting her with familiarity. Lin Baixian seemed somewhat displeased with this form of address, frowning as she coolly inquired. What brings you here, young Master Bai? I've been unable to reach Chuj, and I was worried something might have happened to her, so I... Bai Feng produced his phone, displaying numerous unread messages with no replies from her. Lin Baixian glanced at the time, puzzled. There were some issues at the overseas branch, so my eldest sister flew out this morning to handle it. Didn't Tishi mention that to you? Upon hearing these words, Bai Feng's expression abruptly stiffened, and he awkwardly shook his head, indicating his denial. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Although his relationship with Lin Shuj was not extraordinarily intimate, they had always reciprocated each other's sentiments. During their leisurely moments, they would exchange messages, and any significant plans would be communicated in advance. This marked the first instance of her departing for abroad without so much as a word. Lin Baixian seemed to sense the underlying tension and politely clarified. My elder sister left in haste this time and may not have had the opportunity to inform you. She will certainly update you upon her return. Previously, when Lin Xiao had derided Bai Feng as a scoundrel, Lin Baixian was not at home and thus remained unaware of the current dynamics between Lin Shuj and Bai Feng. At that moment, a taxi halted beside them, and Lin Yu returned, having overheard fragments of their earlier conversation, which sparked a thought in his mind. Chapter 16, Troubles Arise. Bai Ge, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. As Bai Feng prepared to depart, Lin Yu stepped forward, guiding him aside. What is the matter? Bai Feng queried, aware that his rapport with Lin Yu was quite amicable, particularly since he had bestowed numerous favors upon him in his pursuit of Lin Shuj. Noting Lin Yu's enigmatic demeanor piqued Bai Feng's curiosity. Bai Ge, has my elder sister been rather distant towards you lately? Lin Yu broached the subject directly. Upon seeing Bai Feng hesitantly nod, he continued, Did you notice that fellow with my second sister just now? It's all because of him. What? Bai Feng's brows furrowed in displeasure. He had indeed seen Lin Xiao earlier, descending from Lin Baishuan's vehicle, assuming he was merely a friend of hers, and thus paid him no mind. Now, learning that this individual was somehow linked to his fiancée, Bai Feng felt a surge of annoyance. Hey, Bai Ge, don't overthink it. That guy is my parents' biological son whom they just retrieved from the countryside. Lin Yu, aware that such matters could not be concealed indefinitely, chose not to mask the truth. He is Chuj's biological brother? Bai Feng's expression softened slightly. Then what did you mean by your earlier statement? Ah, you have no idea. Ever since that lad returned, he has stirred up chaos in our household. The other day, I witnessed him whispering something to my elder sister, after which she declared she didn't wish to engage with you anymore. Lin Yu attributed all the turmoil to Lin Xiao, oblivious to the fact that his words had inadvertently struck a chord of truth. Bai Feng, convinced by Lin Yu's assertions, turned to cast a menacing glance at Lin Xiao, who was on the verge of entering the door. Lin Yu lowered his voice. Bai Gu, I understand the depth of your feelings for my elder sister. Rest assured, whatever you require, I will certainly assist you. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze momentarily. What is it that you desire? Ah, Bai Gu, you truly understand me. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, explaining, it's just that ever since they found their biological son, they seem less attentive towards me, especially regarding pocket money. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. Do not worry. As long as I am with your sister, you shall not be shortchanged. Then I thank you, Bai Gu, Lin Yu replied, visibly elated, before returning with a spring in his step. Lin Xiao observed Lin Yu and Bai Feng whispering outside, and upon seeing Lin Yu return with a beaming smile, he surmised that the two were certainly concocting some ill intentions, likely plotting against Lin Chuj. He could only hope that Lin Chuj's romantic inclinations would not resurface. Shortly thereafter, the school semester commenced. Lin Xiao had already informed his counselor, Mr. Li, that he would be attending classes this term. Unfortunately, on the very day of the school opening, Lin's company had a crucial meeting. As senior executives, Lin Qingshan, Su Xiaomei, and Lin Chuj were utterly occupied. This left Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei lamenting their inability to escort their beloved son to school. To make amends, they transferred a substantial sum of money to Lin Xiao. He accepted it without hesitation, knowing that the Lin family business was destined for bankruptcy, and it would be prudent to amass some funds for himself. Ultimately, only Lin Baixian, who was still on leave, was available to accompany Lin Xiao to school. Being a university student, Lin Xiao was reluctant to have his sister shadow him like a child. After a brief settling in, he dismissed Lin Baixian. However, to his surprise, before he could even organize his belongings in the dormitory, trouble knocked at his door. Lin Xiao, come out. A tall, robust male student stood at the dormitory entrance, nonchalantly beckoning Lin Xiao with a gesture. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao realized he did not know this individual and calmly inquired, what do you want? Just come out without all the nonsense. The boy retorted coldly, cracking his knuckles ominously. Don't make us come in and drag you out. Sensing the hostility, Lin Xiao glanced at the dormitory surveillance camera, but decided to step outside regardless. As soon as he emerged, the boy forcefully wrapped an arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder. It was then that Lin Xiao noticed several similarly built males standing behind him, all wearing malicious grins as they eyed him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao deduced their intentions but maintained his composure, asking, it seems we are not acquainted. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Not knowing each other is of little consequence. You will soon become acquainted. The boy sneered as he dragged Lin Xiao down the stairs. Lin Xiao made no attempt to resist, following them toward a small grove behind the dormitory. Perhaps due to the camaraderie often displayed among males, passers-by failed to notice anything amiss. As they ventured deeper, the number of onlookers dwindled until only their group remained in the grove. No longer concealing their intentions, the boys shoved Lin Xiao aside. Don't blame us. You can only blame yourself for crossing those you shouldn't. The leader chuckled lightly, stepping forward to shove Lin Xiao's shoulder. However, as he raised his hand, Lin Xiao grasped his wrist with an iron grip. The boy attempted to break free but found Lin Xiao's hold unyielding. Seeing this, the others rushed to assist. But before they could reach him, Lin Xiao twisted forcefully, contorting the boy's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a pained scream. Take one more step and his hand will be ruined, Lin Xiao remarked with an unruffled tone. Stop, don't move. The boy grimaced in pain, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. He hastily pleaded, Yes, I apologize. We were merely hired to do a job. There's no need for this to escalate. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xiao shoved the boy aside. Casually brushing off his hands, he turned to leave, advising, from now on, keep your eyes peeled. Don't cripple yourself over a trifling sum. In truth, the system in his mind had already warned him that Bai Feng would seek to create trouble for him. However, he had not anticipated that someone of Bai's caliber would resort to enlisting mere school thugs. Such underestimation was laughable. Lin Xiao scoffed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a rush of wind beside him. Instinctively, he pivoted, narrowly avoiding a spring knife that gleamed ominously as it whizzed past him. The assailant was an inconspicuous young man, appearing somewhat frail amidst the brawny crowd. Yet, the glint of malice in his eyes and the cold smirk on his lips set him apart from the others. It dawned on Lin Xiao that he had underestimated his adversaries. Bai Feng was not as foolish as he had presumed. Rather, he had cleverly concealed a genuine threat among the school bullies, enabling him to vanish effortlessly should trouble arise. Chapter 17. The Inversion of Truth. The man seemed taken aback that Lin Xiao had evaded such an attack, momentarily stunned. Seizing this brief window, Lin Xiao delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The force sent the man staggering backward, clutching his midsection and rendered momentarily immobile. The earlier assailants were evidently unwilling to concede defeat. With their numbers, how could they possibly be bested by a single individual? Moreover, having accepted payment, failure in their task could incur the wrath of their employer. With a command, they all charged forward. Foolishness, Lin Xiao scoffed, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. He first felled the foremost attacker with a swift punch, then seized another's arm and forcefully slammed it against a nearby tree. One after another, he dispatched the third and fourth foes. Within a mere 5 minutes, he had effortlessly incapacitated them all. Yet these 5 minutes represented not his limits, but rather those of his opponents. Continuing the assault would likely lead to severe injury or worse. The commotion in the grove eventually attracted the attention of outsiders. Fights within the school were serious matters. Soon, someone had alerted security, followed by the school administration. Not long after Lin Baixian had driven away, she received a call from Lin Zhao's counselor. "Hello, is this Lin Zhao's guardian? Could you come to the school?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. Uncertain of the situation, Lin Baixian agreed and promptly turned back. In the office of the physical education department, Lin Xiao stood alongside his counselor, Li Xiaoli, while the individuals he had just subdued sat on the sofa. Lin Xiao had already explained the situation to Li Xiaoli, who was quite dissatisfied. However, the leaders of their college were out for a meeting and wouldn't return until next week. For now, it fell upon her to negotiate with the leaders of the sports college. Fighting in school. What an absurdity. The director of the sports college was a portly middle-aged man, whose physique bore no resemblance to the world of sports and athletics. "Director Sun, I believe this is not a mere brawl. Rather, it is a case of my student being unilaterally bullied." Li Xiaoli asarta defiende. "Oh, Teacher Li, do take a look at what your student has done to mine. You dare call this bullying? Who is bullying whom?" Director Sun retorted, towering over Li Xiaoli. Li Xiaoli, a typical southern girl of petite stature, had only recently graduated and started working as a counselor here, significantly younger than the over 40 Director Sunday. Yet, she stood firm in front of Lin Xiao, showing no sign of retreat. "Director Sun, you cannot distort the truth simply because your inept students suffered at the hands of mine. Several of them approached my student with the clear intention to bully." At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Lin Yu peeked in from the outside. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Director Sun donned a sycophantic smile. "Lin Yu, what brings you here? How is your father doing lately?" "Yes, doing quite well." Lin Yu replied with a smile, nodding to Director Sun before turning his gaze to Lin Xiao, his eyes carrying a significant meaning. "Director Sun, I came over specifically because I heard you found those involved in the fight." "Oh, you were aware that there was a fight?" Director Sun seized upon the crux of Lin Yu's statement. "Yes, I happened to pass by the small grove earlier and saw it. But there were too many people involved, and I feared being implicated, so I did not intervene," Lin Yu replied, nodding silently. Li Xiaoli was unfamiliar with Lin Yu, but upon hearing there was a witness, she clutched at the opportunity like a lifeline and anxiously inquired, "Excuse me, did you see clearly what happened?" Lin Yu pretended to ponder for a moment before pointing at Lin Xiao. "It was him. I saw him using his skills to bully other students while they were begging for mercy. Yet he continued unabated. In an instant, Li Xiaoli's expression darkened. "No, wait. Did you truly see everything clearly?" she pressed, unwilling to accept. "I can assure you, I saw it distinctly," Lin Yu replied earnestly. Director Sun's smile widened even further. "Well, Teacher Li, are you satisfied now? We have a witness, and your student must take responsibility for their actions." Li Xiaoli was at a loss as to how the situation had spiraled into this. One person bullying a dozen others? It was utterly absurd. "I am merely a counselor. Such matters must be reported to our college director for a final decision." Knowing she would gain no advantage today, Li Xiao resolved to postpone the issue. Unexpectedly, Director Sun reluctantly stated, "That is out of the question. Look at my students. They are injured. You must either provide an explanation for my students today, or I will resort to the police." Li Xiao, concerned that involving the police might adversely affect Lin Xiao, pressed on, "What do you propose?" "It's quite simple. Report it and expel him." Director Sun cast a cold glance at Lin Xiao, declaring that such a reckless student did not deserve to remain in our school. Li Xiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Director Sun would contemplate expelling Lin Xiao outright. At that moment, she finally realized that the individuals present seemed rather unusual. Setting aside the absurdity of the situation itself, Director Sun's demeanor, along with the sudden emergence of Lin Yu as a witness, was exceedingly strange. Had Lin Xiao offended someone? No. She could not allow Director Sun to handle this matter as he pleased. She needed to report to her superior. A fine student must not be subjected to such bullying. With this thought in mind, she resolved to make a phone call. Just then, Lin Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Director Sun, are you serious?" "What?" Director Sun was taken aback. "I mean, when you say that a student who recklessly assaults others does not deserve to stay in our school, are you being serious?" Lin Xiao blinked, his expression earnest. "Of course I am. I cannot tolerate such unstable elements in our campus, threatening the safety of other students." Director Sun proclaimed with righteous fervor. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Lin Xiao would have applauded. "Well said. In that case, Director Sun, watch closely." Lin Xiao retrieved his phone from his chest pocket and smiled. "Fortunately, I recorded the entire incident. I must assist you in eliminating dangerous individuals from our school." Chapter 18. Not a hallucination. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The injured students turned ashen at the sight of Lin Xiao's phone. Director Sun and Lin Yu's faces flickered between shades of green and white. Only Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lin Xiao, did you record it?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. Opening the recent video, the footage began with the tall male student standing at the dormitory entrance shouting at him. It turned out that Lin Xiao had sensed that the situation was not simple at that moment and had discreetly activated the recording, concealing the phone in the pocket of his clothing. The subsequent events needed no further elaboration. Hearing the male student's remarks about receiving money to resolve issues solidified the gravity of the incident. Bullying a classmate, especially for personal gain, was an egregious offense. Director Sun gaped, speechless for a long while. "It's fake. This video must be fake." Lin Yu blurted out. "Oh, why don't you listen more carefully?" Lin Xiao dragged the video to a specific timestamp and amplified the sound. In the background, the unmistakable voice of the school broadcast was clear, accurately stating the date, day of the week, and even the weather. "By the way, Director Sun, didn't you just say you were going to call the police?" I find Lin Yu's skepticism to be remarkably rigorous. "Perhaps we should involve the police to investigate and compare the school broadcasting department's records with the footage I captured in my video." Lin Xiao maintained an earnest tone, appearing genuinely concerned for everyone. Director Sun was nearly on the brink of collapse. He could hardly fathom that this individual had the foresight to record the entire incident. "Oh, there's no need to involve the police. I can simply arrange for a student to check on the broadcasting department," he added hastily, "regardless of who instigated the trouble. Look at you now. You're unharmed. Meanwhile, my students have sustained injuries. I suggest we both take a step back and extend apologies to one another." Lin Xiao was taken aback by Director Sun's audacity. Just moments ago, he had nearly coerced him into expulsion, and now he was advocating for mutual apologies? At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lin Baixian had arrived. "Second sister," Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Baixian in this place. Director Sun initially assumed it was Lin Xiao's family arriving and felt a surge of anxiety. Upon realizing it was Lin Yu's sister, he breathed a sigh of relief, donning a sycophantic smile as he approached her, saying, "Ah, it is the second young lady of the Lin family. Greetings." Li Xiao regarded Lin Baixian with suspicion. If her memory served her correctly, this woman had accompanied Lin Xiao to complete his enrollment procedures about half an hour ago. She had also been the one to inform this woman that Lin Xiao was in trouble. How had she now transformed into the sister of witness? "Second sister," Lin Xiao called out. Director Sun stiffened and turned, astonished to see Lin Xiao calmly walking towards Lin Baixian, wearing a look of grievance as he said, "The moment you left, someone came looking for trouble." Without waiting for anyone else to speak, He presented the video to Lin Xiao. This footage had only recently ceased recording, encompassing all of Director Sun's prior threats and Lin Yu's sudden outburst. Lin Xiao's expression shifted. First, she shot a cold glare at Lin Yu, then turned to Director Sun and coldly asked, "Now that the truth is clear, how do you intend to handle this?" "Second, sister, Director Sun just suggested we apologize to each other and let the matter rest," Lin Xiao said with an innocent demeanor. Indeed, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed even deeper. If Director Sun was at a loss on how to proceed, perhaps it would be best to follow my brother's suggestion and contact the authorities directly. Lin Xiao stated flatly. "No, please don't." Director Sun panicked. Among the school bullies, there were one or two with respectable family backgrounds. He had initially aimed to curry favor, but had inadvertently stumbled upon the formidable Lin family. To this day, he remained unaware of the true relationship between Lin Xiao and Lin Yu. He only knew that if the police were called and the incident escalated, other school leaders would inevitably see that footage. At that point, he would find himself in a predicament. "How about this? I will have them apologize," Director Sun declared, casting furtive glances at the group of students. Those individuals were acutely aware of the formidable status of the Lin family and promptly lowered their heads in submission. They formed a line, one by one bowing and offering apologies to Lin Xiao, vowing that henceforth, whenever they encountered him at school, they would respectfully address him as Brother Xiao. After a discussion with Director Sun, they compensated Lin Xiao with a total of 500,000. A significant portion of this sum was, of course, covered by Director Sun himself, who merely wished to quell the situation, as long as he could safeguard his position. This amount was trivial for him to acquire. Lin Xiao, disinterested in prolonging the matter, accepted the money and departed with satisfaction. As he walked through the school, Lin Yu incessantly tried to explain himself to Lin Xiao. "Sister, please listen to me. I was coerced by them. They threatened that if I did not testify on their behalf, I would be the next target of bullying. I swear, I am telling the truth." Lin Yu spoke fervently, yet Lin Xiao remained unresponsive. Deep down, she felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to believe Lin Yu. In his youth, he had been charming, clever, and obedient. She could not fathom the reasons behind his current demeanor. Suddenly, she perceived Lin Xiao's thoughts. How pretentious! These individuals were clearly manipulated by Feng after Lin Yu incited them. If Lin Yu claims ignorance, I would never believe it. Feng, how did he become entangled with her elder sister's fiancé? Lin Xiao was taken aback. After resting at home for a few days, she became increasingly convinced that she was not mentally ill. Indeed, she could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. However, to validate this phenomenon, she resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. She instructed Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to return to their classes while she made her way back to the office building they had just left. Before long, she spotted the same group of students emerging. The leading boy was on the phone, clearly agitated. Lin Xiao followed them all the way to the school gates and was astonished to see Bai Feng's car parked at the roadside. Several boys stood beside the vehicle, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with Bai Feng. Moments later, a few bundles of cash were thrown from the car before it drove away. Lin Xiao was suddenly filled with elation. She truly was not mentally ill. The voices she heard were not mere figments of her imagination. This could only be described as a miracle in the realm of medicine. She resolved to study Lin Xiao further. Chapter 19. The Thunderous Art of Summoning. After enrolling in school, Lin Xiao commenced a life of routine. He attended classes, indulged in gossip, and enjoyed a leisurely existence. He selected several elective courses according to his interests, one of which was a class on the appreciation of domestic and international literature that piqued his curiosity. The classroom was located in the library, fostering a particularly pleasant atmosphere. To his astonishment, on his first day attending this class, he encountered Lin Yu. Lin Yu, who usually forgot to bring even his textbooks to class, appearing here was quite baffling. Before long, Lin Xiao discerned the situation. He noticed Lin Yu leaning towards a beautiful girl clad in a white dress, animatedly chatting away. However, the girl seemed completely disinterested, her slightly furrowed brow betraying her impatience. After a while, several girls entered the room. The girl in the white dress seemed to see a beacon of hope and immediately waved to them. As those girls approached, Lin Yu had no choice but to vacate his spot. However, he appeared undeterred, choosing to sit directly behind the girl in white. Lin Xiao also found a quiet corner to settle down. Before long, a male professor in his 40s walked in. After surveying the room, the professor smiled and said, "You may have heard that this course will subsequently host a reading club, so I hope you all can become acquainted." For the first class, let us begin with self-introductions. He instructed, pointing to one side to start. Quickly, students began to stand up in turn, introducing themselves briefly. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he raised his hand dramatically and declared, "I am Lin Yu, yes, the Lin from Lin Group. Those tall buildings in the business district? They belong to my family." This unusually ostentatious introduction immediately captured everyone's attention, provoking hushed murmurs among the crowd. "Wow, that is quite the show-off," he asked the young master of Lin Group. "It's only natural for him to flaunt it. But this is school, after all. What else with the pretense?" In response to these comments, Lin Yu remained unfazed. He exchanged glances with a few sycophants beside him and cheerfully announced, "I have prepared a little gift for everyone today." The moment those words escaped his lips, most negative murmurs dissipated. After all, who could complain about receiving free gifts? This young master's penchant for showiness didn't seem so terrible after all. Some girls even looked at Lin Yu's lavish gesture with twinkling eyes. Is this the allure of having superpowers? As the gift boxes were distributed, the present intended for the girl in white was personally delivered by Lin Yu. It seemed he had prepared for this moment, even practicing a magic trick. With an air of mystery, he gestured toward her and conjured a rose. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. "Oh, isn't that the renowned ice queen of the arts department? The Lin family heir and the department flower. What a match. But will this ice queen melt? Yet." The girl being observed maintained her stoic expression. Unbeknownst to anyone, her hand clenched tightly under the desk, as if she was enduring something. The girl beside her seemed to urge her to accept the rose, making her face grow even more rigid. At that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the classroom's atmosphere. TCH. The sound was soft, but the surrounding commotion had ceased, making it stand out starkly. Everyone turned to see Lin Xiao sitting in the corner, looking disdainfully at Lin Yu. "Is that a magic trick from the backwoods? Do you enjoy being cringeworthy?" Lin Xiao mocked without reservation. Lin Yu, infuriated, could not afford to curse in front of so many people. Instead, he provocatively challenged, "Then why don't you show us something less cringeworthy?" He expected Lin Xiao to back down. After all, he was here to attend class, and not everyone could come as prepared as he was. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xiao truly stood up, nodding confidently. "All right, allow me to present a performance that is anything but awkward." After saying this, he discreetly glanced at the time, silently counting down in his mind, as if anticipating something. Several seconds passed, yet he remained still. Observing this, Lin Yu scoffed, "Lin Xiao, you can't possibly be planning to waste our time for a few minutes, can you?" His cohorts joined in his laughter. "Look at him, he clearly has no skills. He's merely putting on a facade. Indeed, what could he possibly conjure with empty hands?" Another couple of minutes passed, and the impatience among the other students grew palpable. Just as the professor was about to intervene, Lin Xiao abruptly lifted his head. "Silence," he commanded. Then, with both hands forming a gesture, he pointed toward the sky. "Summon thunder." Technique. His overly dramatic display left everyone momentarily stunned. However, before laughter could erupt, a thunderous roar resounded from outside. A bolt of lightning struck down. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly. How could it suddenly be thundering? Lin Xiao pointed again, strike. Boom! This time, the sound of thunder was even more deafening. The ground trembled, and the overhead lights swayed precariously. What on earth was happening? Was there an earthquake? It felt as if the place had truly been struck by lightning. Panic ensued among the students. "Fire! The top floor is on fire. Quick, extinguish it." Soon, a librarian burst through the door, shouting, "Everyone, evacuate immediately. The top floor has been hit by lightning and is ablaze." All the students hastily rose to their feet, rushing toward the exit. Lin Xiao followed behind, seemingly unfazed. Before long, everyone had been evacuated. They looked up at the charred roof of the library, their hearts filled with astonishment. With a lightning rod in place, how could it have sustained such damage? How powerful was that bolt? Suddenly, someone spotted Lin Xiao. "Ah, it's him. He summoned the lightning." "Yes, I saw it too." Quickly, the tale of Lin Xiao's feat spread like wildfire, and soon, nearly everyone was aware of it. Lin Xiao, witnessing their reactions, found himself at a loss for words. "No, I merely performed a small act. Surely, these individuals cannot genuinely believe I summoned the lightning." Chapter 20. Believe in Science. Lin Xiao never anticipated that these individuals would be so unable to take a joke. This was not some fantastical realm. How could they truly believe that he had drawn down the lightning? It was utterly absurd. Before long, The incident involving Lin Xiao and the lightning reached the ears of the responsible teacher. As expected, he was once again summoned to meet with his parents. Lin Xian had just returned from her annual leave, preparing to head to work, when she received a call from school. Hearing that Lin Xiao was in trouble, she felt an overwhelming headache coming on. Had she known this individual would be such a bother, she would have refrained from making him her contact. Wait, are you suggesting that my brother summoned lightning to blow up the library? Lin Xian sat in the school office, doubting whether these people were jesting with her. A middle-aged woman, bespectacled and clad in conservative attire, spoke with utmost seriousness. She was the director of the Grand Library and the authority here. Verify? Lin Xian was taken aback. Does such a matter truly require verification? She mentally scoffed, though her face retained a smile. Rest assured, if Lin Xiao is not responsible, we would never wrongfully accuse a student. The director maintained her grave demeanor. Lin Xian turned to Lin Xiao, her expression impassive, and inquired, Lin Xiao, would you kindly explain what transpired? It was merely a coincidence. Lin Xiao replied with an awkward smile. At that moment, Lin Xian heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. Oh my, I merely wanted to show off. I never anticipated it would escalate to this. It was just a matter of knowing in advance that the library would be struck by lightning and making a few gestures. Had I foreseen this, I would not have sought the limelight. Fortunately, only the rooftop was scorched, and there were no casualties. Otherwise, it would have been an unspeakable mess. Understanding the truth, Lin Xian gradually exhaled in relief. She had known that the world was not so deranged as to reach such extremes. Although Lin Xiao could foresee the future, and she could hear his thoughts, had she learned that he could summon the elements, it would surely shatter her long-standing belief in science. Within the office, several eyewitnesses were present, including Lin Yu, who stepped forward in an opportune moment and addressed Lin Xian. Second sister, this is hardly a grave issue. After all, father has recently expressed interest in donating to our school. Why not have him fund a new library? The director's eyes brightened at this suggestion. She had just learned that this woman was the second daughter of the Lin family. If there was an opportunity to solicit a donation, it would be advantageous for the school, and she would bear less responsibility. In truth, there was no need for a complete reconstruction. The lower levels of the existing library were intact, and only the upper sections required refurbishment. The director said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded silently. The Lin family was not lacking in resources, and if this could mend Lin Xiao's reputation among his peers and teachers, it would indeed be beneficial. Just then, she caught another glimpse of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Sigh, while the Lin family's assistance in repairing the library is no problem, I can't withstand Lin Yu's foolish meddling, scheming to cut costs and profit, leading to a shoddy construction. Not long after completion, a collapse will occur, potentially causing casualties. When the time comes, those who were once regarded as philanthropists will become the target of public scorn, subjected to widespread condemnation online, further exacerbating the already precarious situation of the Lin family. The unfortunate father may suffer a debilitating injury from being struck by the deceased's relatives, which is truly tragic. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted sharply. She had just intended to call her father on Lin Yu's behalf to finalize the repairs. But now it seems this matter requires more careful consideration. Upon leaving the office, Lin Yu could not help but complain to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, your actions have invoked such terrifying lightning. Now our father has to pay a hefty sum. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. What era are we in? You should refrain from believing in superstitions, all right? If I truly had the ability to summon lightning, you would have been struck down by me long ago. Lin Yu felt a pang of indignation. One must believe in science, you understand? Lin Xiao dismissed him with a disdainful glance. However, he soon realized that Lin Yu was not the only one harboring superstitions. On their way home from school, Lin Xiao noticed the peculiar glances from his classmates. A mixture of curiosity and something ominous. With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead, acknowledging that this matter could not be clarified swiftly. Coincidentally, it was Friday, and Lin Xiao, along with Lin Yu, returned home with Lin Xian. Once home, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the sofa, allowing Lin Yu to vividly recount today's events to their parents, embellishing the story as he went. Lin Yu initially aimed to incite their ire against Lin Xiao for bringing trouble to the Lin family. To his surprise, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiumei showed no signs of reproach. Rather, they found the situation rather amusing. Are you saying our Lin Xiao has become the god of thunder at school? How intriguing. Lin Xian, seated nearby, remained largely silent, her thoughts occupied by Lin Xiao's earlier sentiments. Soon enough, Lin Yu shifted the conversation towards the necessity of repairing the school library. Dad, Mom, given that the rumors circulating at school are particularly detrimental to Lin Xiao, it would be unwise for it to affect the company in the future. Helping to repair the library would also serve as an apology to the school on Lin Xiao's behalf. This insinuation directly cast blame upon Lin Xiao. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, oblivious to Lin Yu's subtle provocation, had always been inclined towards charitable acts. Since this matter pertained to their son, they deemed the library repairs a trivial endeavor. Observing their immediate agreement, Lin Baixian felt compelled to intervene but hesitated for a moment, ultimately remaining silent. The implications of this issue were too significant. She could not yet ascertain the veracity of Lin Zhao's feelings. If she wronged Lin Yu, it would not bode well. However, if the concerns were indeed valid, she would never allow Lin Yu to jeopardize the Lin family. During dinner, the family gathered around the table. Lin Xiao, already famished, was about to indulge in his meal, but just as he lifted the soup to his lips, he abruptly halted. No way, he murmured to himself. What's wrong? Su Xiaomei inquired with concern. If you don't like it, I can ask Aunt Lu to prepare another bowl of soup. Lin Xiao shook his head, gazing at the bowl of soup with a somber expression. Dad, Mom, it would be wise for you both not to eat this meal today. Chapter 21. The greasy oil, what's wrong? The others were startled by Lin Zhao's words and momentarily set down their chopsticks. Today's meal was sumptuous. A lavish spread of meat and vegetables, accompanied by fragrant soup, the result of Aunt Lu's labor throughout the day. A significant portion of the dishes was comprised of Lin Yu's favorites. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's remark, Lin Yu's mood soured instantly. Lin Xiao, what do you mean? Aunt Lu worked hard all afternoon. If you choose not to eat, that's your decision, but why should you prevent Dad, Mom, and Sister from enjoying it? I haven't stopped you. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. Oh, you wish to stop me? Do you think you can? Lin Yu huffed in response, seemingly intent on contradicting Lin Xiao, as he scooped a large spoonful of soup and brought it to his lips. After tasting it, he smacked his lips. Lin Xiao merely wore a smile, saying nothing. At that moment, aside from Lin Yu, the other members of the Lin family were privy to Lin Zhao's inner thoughts. How ridiculous. This food is all made from gutter oil, and he is savoring it. Aunt Lu must have secretly sold all the imported oils and replaced them with gutter oil, believing that we wouldn't venture into the kitchen. Hence she didn't even bother to hide it, simply stowing it beneath the stove. TSK, TSK, TSK. It hadn't been discovered before. But this time she has purchased even lower quality oil with duck neck sediment mixed in. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. The once appetizing meal now appeared insipid and nauseating. Yet, Lin Yu remained oblivious, indulging heartily in the feast, completely unaware of the brewing tension. Noticing that the others had ceased eating, he kindly urged Dad, Mom, second sister, don't mind his fuss. It's just a family meal. And he is making a big deal out of nothing. Aunt Lu had been with the Lin family for 2 years. And while the Lin couple still wanted to place their trust in her, they hesitated to gamble on it. Reflecting on the meals of late, they realized they had indeed tasted somewhat peculiar. There was an odd aroma that lingered. They instinctively attributed it to Aunt Lu's cooking skills, not contemplating any other possibilities. What if that oil truly posed a risk? In any case, until the truth was unveiled, it seemed no one could stomach another bite. I'll fetch a small bowl. Lin Baixian casually offered as an excuse and headed towards the kitchen. At that moment, Aunt Lu was engrossed in her phone in a corner of the kitchen, completely oblivious to anyone passing by, let alone someone nearing the stove. Before long, under the expectant gazes of Mr. and Mrs. Lin, Lin Baixian returned with a grim expression, holding a bucket of golden oil. She asked lightly, Dad, Mom, the oil you previously had someone procure from abroad shouldn't look like this, right? The bucket bore no label, crudely made from thin plastic. Most notably, it seemed to contain some dark sediment. At that moment, even the dullest among them realized something was amiss. Su Xiaomei trembled with rage, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Aunt Lu, huh? Madam, what's wrong? Aunt Lu, hearing the commotion, hurried out in a fluster. Upon her gaze falling upon the bucket of oil resting on the table, her complexion instantly drained to a pallid hue. Startled, Aunt Lu sank to the ground, speechless for an extended moment. What on earth was happening? Lin Qingshan, too, was incensed, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. Aunt Lu trembled as she confessed. Her revelation mirrored Lin Zhao's earlier sentiments. Unintentionally, Aunt Lu had come to learn of the prices of the imported oils and, succumbing to greed, she clandestinely sold these oils at a price slightly below the market rate. Subsequently, she ventured into the shadowy corners of the market to procure this inferior gutter oil. To put it bluntly, even among gutter oils, these were the most substandard. Unscrupulous merchants had also provided her with large packets of seasoning, assuring her that by adding these to the dishes, the unpleasant odor of the gutter oil would be masked, rendering the food more palatable. Tempted by the prospect of immense profit, Aunt Lou was swayed. Thus, she purchased several barrels. The bucket currently on the table was the last and of the poorest quality, with corners cut even in the filtering process, leaving a considerable amount of sediment within. Fortunately, this particular barrel had just been opened that day and had only been used for this meal. Apart from Lin Yu, none of the family partook in it. Lin Yu, unable to contain himself halfway through Aunt Lou's confession, rushed to the bathroom to vomit, desperately trying to expel everything from his stomach. Upon his return, he kicked Aunt Lou over, his voice laced with fury. "We have never treated you poorly. How could you be so vile, you old woman? I'll make you pay." He threatened to unleash further violence. Ultimately, it was Su Xiaomei who intervened, preventing Lin Yu from continuing his assault. Out of consideration for their 2 years of acquaintance, Su Xiaomei refrained from taking Aunt Lou to the police, instead demanding a hefty sum in compensation before expelling her from the Lin household. The dishes on the table had already been discarded by the other servants, yet everyone remained seated at the dining table, exchanging bewildered glances. They were utterly disgusted, feeling both famished and nauseated, uncertain of how to proceed. "Shall we go out to eat?" Lin Yu suggested, patting his flat stomach. "Ordering takeout is an option too. I know a place that serves very clean, spicy crayfish," Lin Xiao countered. Lin Yu shot him an irritated glance, disdainfully retorting, "How clean can takeout really be? It's still gutter oil after all." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Without seeking further opinions, he took out his phone and placed an order. Lin Qingshan sighed softly. "You all may eat what you wish. Your mother and I will forego dinner." With that, he and Su Xiaomei rose and retreated to the living room, opting for the fruit laid out on the table. Lin Baixian, too, lost her appetite and quietly returned to her room upstairs. Lin Yu departed the house, contemplating a personal visit to a 5-star hotel to fetch some food, hoping to win the favor of his parents and sister. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao awaited his takeout. Before long, 2 large bags of food arrived. Lin Xiao, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the crayfish, joyfully began to feast at the dining table. "I once worked at this establishment, where the meticulous process of preparing the crayfish, from breeding to serving, was executed with utmost precision. The kitchen was impeccably clean, and the oil used was of a renowned brand. Although slightly more expensive, it promised safety. Oh, and the flavor was delightful." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts and witnessing his enjoyment, the Lin couple began to salivate. Chapter 22. Inciting Public Outrage. The Lin couple's humble upbringing afforded them little opportunity to indulge in street food. They found themselves curious about the enticing and spicy flavors. Eventually, Lin Qingshan could no longer contain himself. The fruit they had just consumed had not satisfied his hunger. Instead, it had intensified it. He turned to Lin Xiao and quietly inquired, "A Xiao, is what you ordered sufficient? If not, your father can order more." "I ordered enough for 4. Lin Xiao replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lin Qingshan was taken aback, then broke into a grin, sharing a meaningful glance with Su Xiaomei, filled with both pride and a hint of embarrassment. It seemed their son was quite considerate. This eased their initial awkwardness, allowing them to sit at the table and enjoy the meal together with Lin Xiao. Su Xiaomei accepted the gloves Lin Xiao offered and began to partake in the feast. One must admit, the flavors of these dishes favored by the younger generation were indeed delightful. Indeed, when they next hired a cook, they should seek one skilled in preparing crayfish, so they could enjoy it at home. Seeing the Lin couple exchanging compliments, Lin Xiao felt a surge of happiness. He glanced up to see Lin Baixian hesitating at the top of the staircase. "Sister, come on down. I've already peeled them for you," he called out with a radiant smile. Lin Baixian, torn, finally descended the stairs and awkwardly said, "Since you've done the work, I suppose I shall give it a try." Thus, the 4 of them joyfully relished the entirety of the crayfish. When Lin Yu returned, the family had already feasted to their heart's content, unable to consume another morsel. "Dad, Mom, I brought you some Alaskan king crab and rockfish," Lin Yu announced with glee, only to find his family satiated and content. "Little Yu, you're back. We're quite full," Lin Qingshan replied cheerfully, oblivious to the change in Lin Yu's demeanor. The smile on Lin Yu's face faltered, and feeling somewhat awkward, he asked, "I packed it from the Imperial Hotel. Would you like to have some more? There's also caviar, your sister's favorite. No, no, we truly cannot eat another bite, Su Xiaomei and Lin Baixian insisted, waving their hands dismissively. Lin Yu, unable to contain his frustration any longer, thrust the items at a nearby servant and coldly commanded, "Take it away and discard it." This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Logically, these items could be stored in the refrigerator for tomorrow, and at the very least, the servants had yet to dine, so sharing it with them would pose no issue. The servant gazed at the fine food in her hands, feeling a pang of reluctance. Tentatively, she inquired, "Young master, it would be a waste to discard this food, especially since we have yet to dine. May we partake in it?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would hardly concern himself with the whims of the servants. He would simply allow those who wished to eat to do so. However, today he was in a foul mood and snapped. "Do you not understand human language? I said to throw it away. Are you beggars?" The servant was taken aback, biting her lip tightly, her eyes slightly reddening. At around 50 years of age, she felt a wave of humiliation at being scorned by someone no older than her own son, and her feelings of injustice and sorrow became overwhelming. Nonsense. Lin Xingshan's previously buoyant mood was shattered. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Lin Yu, why are you throwing such a tantrum? Is this how I raised you?" Although the Lin and Su families were affluent, they were not nouveau riche. Thus, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, despite their elevated lifestyle and education, had instilled in their children the importance of not wasting food. Lin Yu's flagrant wastefulness and blatant disrespect towards the servant were intolerable to them. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu strode silently upstairs. Upon reaching his room, he forcefully slammed the door shut. Su Xiaomei sighed softly, approaching the servant with deep remorse. "Sister Zhao, I sincerely apologize. We have failed in raising our son properly. I will ensure he is disciplined. Please take this food and share with others." "I am truly sorry." "Madam, do not say that. Both you and Mr. Lin are good people," the servant replied, sniffling. A year prior, when her son fell ill and required $1 million for surgery, Su Xiaomei had lent her the money without a moment's hesitation. With such a significant kindness bestowed upon her, she bore no grievances. Yet, in her heart, she reflected on the significance of blood ties. Lin Yu's temperament was utterly unlike that of his parents. It was the newly arrived young Master Lin Xiao who truly embodied the kindness of the Lin family. On Monday, Lin Xiao returned to school, expecting that the rumors surrounding him would have diminished over the weekend. However, he was surprised to find that while the tales of his attracting lightning had faded, the gossip regarding Lin Yu's intention to fund the library renovations had spread like wildfire. What was more, the narrative often included disparaging remarks about him. That young master from the Lin family is indeed a good person, willingly spending his money and effort to renovate the library. Yes, far better than that delusional fool. It's laughable. He even pretended to summon lightning and then had others clean up his mess. However, I've heard that delusional fool remains ungrateful and treats the young master poorly. Huh? On what grounds? After listening for some time, Lin Xiao realized that the delusional fool his classmates spoke of was none other than himself. Just last Friday, he had been referred to as a thunder god. How had he fallen to such a lowly status so quickly? At noon, Lin Xiao, under the scrutiny of his peers, entered the school cafeteria to eat. To his dismay, as soon as he sat down, several students approached and slammed their hands on his table. "Hey, how do you have the audacity to eat here? I bet he'll raise his hand to the sky again soon." "Ha, yes. Be careful lest a bolt of lightning strikes and destroys the cafeteria." As they mocked him, they took their seats around Lin Xiao. The leader of the group even picked up Lin Xiao's plate and carelessly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. After a round of taunting laughter, they prepared to leave. Lin Xiao coldly remarked, "Hey, I paid for this lunch. Do you not intend to compensate me?" Upon hearing this, the group burst into exaggerated laughter, as if they had heard a ridiculous joke. "Haha, you expect me to pay you?" The leading boy stepped forward, intent on teaching Lin Xiao a lesson. Just then, he caught sight of Lin Yu approaching from a distance, and his eyes lit up. "Young Master Yu." Lin Yu had also noticed Lin Xiao surrounded by others. Realizing that Lin Xiao was in trouble, he came over to enjoy the spectacle. The boy seized Lin Xiao's arm, sneering. "I think it's you who should pay young Master Yu, right? P.S. using his family's money to clean up your mess. How do you intend to repay that?" Without waiting for Lin Xiao's reply, he feigned realization. "Oh, I forgot you have no money. But even if you're broke, you should at least show some gratitude. Since there are so many people here, why not kneel and thank young Master Yu?" Chapter 23. the invitation of a beauty. These boys were all sycophants of Lin Yu, constantly seeking ways to curry favor with him. Upon learning that Lin Yu disliked Lin Xiao, they deliberately made things difficult for him. Lin Yu relished the situation, standing by and watching Lin Xiao being bullied. Lin Yu, you know very well that some truths cannot remain hidden for long, don't you? Lin Xiao gazed at Lin Yu with a calm demeanor. Lin Yu understood the implications of Lin Xiao's words, yet he remained indifferent. After all, even if it became known that Lin Xiao was the true heir of the Lin family, it wouldn't significantly affect him. As long as Lin Xiao remained within the Lin family, these flatterers would continue their antics. The crowd continued to jeer, and some even began to shove Lin Xiao, attempting to force him to kneel. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the side. "What are you doing?" The crowd turned to the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback. The speaker was none other than Xiao Xiaoyan, the art department as Belle whom Lin Yu had previously pursued, the very same beautiful girl in the white dress from that day. Today, she donned a black tracksuit, her hair tied back, exuding a youthful vibrance. Her face remained strikingly beautiful. She scanned the crowd with an impassive expression, her gaze finally landing on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, caught off guard by Xiao Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, quickly attempted to alter his expression. However, Xiao Xiaoyan disregarded him and walked straight towards Lin Xiao. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Casting a dismissive glance at those nearby, he turned to Lin Yu and said, "Since you are unwilling to clarify matters with your sycophants, I shall do so myself. Let me make it clear. It is my father who intends to renovate the library. I am the true son of the Lin family. He is, at most, merely the adopted son of my parents." Lin Xiao's lips curled into a smile, revealing a hint of arrogance as he disdainfully remarked, "Lin Yu, our parents kindly kept you in the Lin family, not so you could spout nonsense outside." Lin Yu had not intended to keep the matter concealed for long, yet he never anticipated that it would be revealed in such a manner. Lin Xiao, who usually exuded a timid demeanor, was unexpectedly brazen today, rendering Lin Yu's carefully prepared retorts utterly futile. Indeed, Lin Xiao's words silenced everyone present. Initially, the bystanders thought Lin Xiao had lost his mind, but upon witnessing Lin Yu's reaction, they began to realize that perhaps Lin Xiao was speaking the truth. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Yu and asked with a smile, "Why so silent?" Lin Yu felt a twinge of insecurity as he retorted, "The Lin family has supported me for 20 years, and I have even been allocated shares in Lin Corporation. Do you genuinely believe that you, a country bumpkin, stand a chance to inherit the Lin family? Dream on." With that, he turned and walked away. The followers, unable to ascertain the current situation, could only follow suit. Regardless, they had benefited from Lin Yu's influence in the past, and he had promised them positions in Lin Corporation after graduation. For these reasons, they chose to continue supporting Lin Yu. Once they had all departed, the restaurant fell into a quietude once more. Lin Xiao turned to Xiao Xiaoyan beside him and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your timely assistance. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Xiao Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Expecting that a girl as beautiful as Xiao Xiaoyan would be accustomed to lavish dining, Lin Xiao prepared himself for a significant expense. To his surprise, however, she merely ordered a dish costing just a few dozen dollars. After confirming that Xiao Xiaoyan truly desired only that, Lin Xiao proceeded to queue at the counter. Yet, when it was his turn, he realized that the meal card he had kept in his pocket was missing. The counter did not accept other payment methods, leaving Lin Xiao frozen in place. If it were only himself, it would be manageable. He could simply endure hunger. However, with Xiao Xiaoyan present, he fell at a loss. "Hey, are you buying or not? If not, step aside." The people behind him were beginning to grow impatient. Just as Lin Xiao awkwardly considered moving aside, a slender, fair arm extended before him, placing a meal card on the machine. Beep. Lin Xiao turned to see it was Xiao Xiaoyan, and his embarrassment deepened. Once they returned to their table, Lin Xiao sheepishly remarked, "What was supposed to be my treat has turned into you treating me." Xiao Xiaoyan lowered her head, pursing her lips as she quietly replied, "It's all right. Consider it a fee for the previous tour." "Tour fee?" Lin Xiao was puzzled. "It's for your thunderstrike technique. It's simply amazing." As she spoke of this, a spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Xiaoyan's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by her previous aloof demeanor. Observing her awkward expression, Lin Xiao seemed to grasp something. Those at school referred to Xiao Xiaoyan as an ice queen, attributing it to her perpetually frosty appearance. Yet, It appears that her demeanor is far from cold. In fact, it possesses a certain fiery warmth. She seems to be merely afflicted by social anxiety. After their meal, Lin Xiao assured her, "I promise to treat you. This time, it doesn't tea count. Shall we plan for this weekend then?" Xiao Xiaoyan proposed eagerly. "All right, let us connect in advance," Lin Xiao replied, waving his phone. "Good." Xiao Xiaoyan nodded before departing alone. Lin Xiao watched her retreating figure with keen interest, realizing that Xiao Xiaoyan, beyond her appearance, is indeed a captivating young woman. He suddenly found himself anticipating the weekend. After leaving the restaurant, he did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he directly dialed the police. He had sensed something amiss earlier, and suddenly recalled how those boys had compelled him to kneel before Lin Yu, during which one of them seemed to have rummaged through his pocket. How else could his meal card have vanished without a trace? Upon the police's arrival, they promptly reviewed the surveillance footage, confirming his suspicions. "Lin, if it's just your meal card, it might not meet the threshold for filing a case. It suffices. I have over 5,000 in my account," Lin Xiao replied, omitting the fact that this money was freshly added via his phone. Since he had revealed his identity today, he aimed to utterly overshadow Lin Yu. 5,000? Are kids nowadays so affluent? The officer murmured in astonishment, immediately dispatching someone to locate the involved parties and school authorities. Shortly thereafter, the boys who had bullied Lin Xiao were brought in. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, one of the boys displayed a puzzled expression. However, when he learned that Lin Xiao's meal card contained over 5,000, his composure shattered. "Lin Xiao, you did this on purpose." Chapter 24. The Art of Divination. "And what of it? It's not as though I compelled you to steal my belongings," Lin Xiao replied, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he watched the boy being escorted away by the police. This time, Lin Yu had lost a subordinate and faced disdain from his crush. He surely would not let this slide. Yet Lin Xiao remained unfazed. "When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water rises, we shall dam it." He was curious to see what further tricks Lin Yu had up his sleeve. Having suffered such a significant defeat, Lin Yu's initial instinct was to return home to complain. However, he soon realized that those who once cared for him seemed reluctant to stand by his side now. With no other recourse, he sought out Bai Feng directly. Contrary to the rumors of him being a gentleman, Bai Feng was, in fact, a true libertine. As one of the few privy to Bai Feng's true nature, Lin Yu, without prior notice, arrived at a subterranean bar where Bai Feng frequently indulged. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he found Bai Feng happily drinking with a scantily clad woman in his embrace. "What brings you here?" Bai Feng inquired, appearing somewhat irked by Lin Yu's unexpected visit. Lin Yu plopped down beside him, casting an irritated glance at the woman, and replied, "Brother Feng, you're not even married to my sister yet. And you indulge like this every day? Aren't you afraid she'll find out?" Bai Feng, exasperated, retorted, "As long as you keep your mouth shut. She want to discover a thing. Did you come here just to tell me this?" Lin Yu became acutely aware of Bai Feng's resentment and dared not to provoke him further. He awkwardly remarked, "It's that Lin Xiao again. Not only did he humiliate me in public, but he also took my woman." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng chuckled, "Ah, Xiao Yu, you are merely youthful and impetuous. What is it that you desire? Why stoop to compete with that country bumpkin?" Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not fret, my dear Xiao Yu. Once I marry your elder sister, we shall deal with him in due time." Bai Feng earnestly patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Soon, I shall find you a companion far more beautiful than that woman." Lin Yu, knowing that Bai Feng was surrounded by women of questionable virtue, had always harbored disdain for such company, deeming them unworthy. Thus, he concocted an excuse to leave. After departing the bar, Lin Yu felt an even heavier weight on his heart. He gathered a few of his subordinates and headed to a barbecue stall to drown his sorrows in alcohol. As the drinks flowed, their inhibitions waned, and the conversation grew increasingly unrestrained. "Brother Yu, that Lin Xiao is simply courting death. If necessary, we can eliminate him. Indeed, let's take him out." One of them chimed in, "My cousin knows some people who can handle it cleanly," with the encouragement of those around him. Lin Yu's anger ignited fiercely. Remembering the grievances of recent days, he decisively declared, "Very well, let us take him out." As the new school term commenced, Lin Xiao found the academic pressure quite manageable. His parents, missing him dearly, frequently had Lin Baixian come to fetch him for dinner. One afternoon, Lin Xiao once again found himself in Lin Baixuan's car. Their conversations had grown more abundant with time, and Lin Baixian occasionally expressed concern for Lin Xiao, warming his heart. However, Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Lin Xiao's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He abruptly looked up. They were just passing through an intersection where the traffic lights had been malfunctioning for some time. Cars were moving slowly, but it was not congested. Suddenly, a vehicle sped towards them from the opposite direction, hurtling directly towards Lin Baishuan's car. "Watch out!" Lin Xiao had no time to warn her and instinctively reached for the steering wheel. Lin Baishuan, frozen in fear, could only watch as Lin Xiao desperately maneuvered the car to the side. Though they still scraped against the other vehicle, thankfully, they emerged unscathed. Furious, Lin Xiao flung open the car door, intending to confront the reckless driver. To his astonishment, the car simply accelerated away. Standing there, Lin Xiao's mind was ablaze with the system's voice echoing in his head. Listening to its words only fueled his anger. "Lin Yu, you bastard. Resorting to petty tricks is one thing, but attempting to take a life is another." This surge of rage jolted Lin Baishuan back to reality. Could this have been orchestrated by Lin Yu? She wondered. How could it be? Despite his reckless behavior, Lin Yu would never go as far as to contemplate murder. Her hands trembled, whether from the aftermath of the near-miss or the shock of Lin Xiao's thoughts. She could not tell. "I will call the police," Lin Baishuan declared as she stepped out of the car, resolute in her decision to act. She was unwilling to wrongfully accuse an innocent person, nor to let a wicked one go unpunished. Calling the police was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Lin Xiao silently nodded, remaining speechless for an extended period. What troubled him now was an entirely different matter. Previously, he had enjoyed the trivial squabbles, observing them with a sense of amusement, thanks to the system's assistance. However, with the increasing frequency of perilous situations, he gradually realized that if he continued to passively spectate, it was only a matter of time before Lin Yu or others with malicious intent would bring him to ruin. "Hey, system, do you possess any functions beyond mere observation? Compared to others' golden fingers, yours seems rather inadequate," Lin Xiao inquired within his mind. "Who says I lack other functions? All systems have their unique abilities." The system's voice seemed to lack confidence. After a brief silence, it continued, "For every 50 instances of observation, you will earn a chance to draw a prize. The rewards are quite diverse, including skills like divination and golden eyes, along with various items such as luck pills and enhancement potions." "Isn't that impressive?" the system asserted with enthusiasm. Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. It appeared that this feature was hastily added. However, since there was an opportunity, he thought it better than nothing. His instances of observation had long surpassed 50, so he promptly requested a draw. "Let us proceed with the draw now. With so many enticing rewards, don't you dare try to deceive me with trivialities." Lin Xiao preemptively blocked the system's attempts at offering subpar prizes. Drawing commenced. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the basic divination skill." "Divination?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. "Host, in the future, when you encounter situations where you cannot observe promptly, you can calculate it yourself. After all, I am merely an observational system and cannot foresee everything." Lin Xiao sensed a hint of sarcasm in the system's voice, tinged with bitterness. It mattered little. As the system indicated, some occurrences might not qualify as observations, and thus it would not provide reminders. Additionally, matters concerning life and death were always shrouded in ambiguity by the system. Now, with the acquisition of divination, he had gained an additional skill. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the name on the screen, a smile graced his face. "Qiu Xiaoyan, have you decided what to eat this weekend?" However, all he heard on the other end was a cacophony of noise. After a considerable pause, a faint voice emerged. "Lin Xiao, help me." Chapter 25. The Straight Man to the Rescue. Upon hearing Qiu Xiaoyan's weak voice on the line, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Xiao's back. "Where are you?" "At Huayao Hotel." "I'm on my way," Lin Xiao replied, intending to remind Qiu Xiaoyan not to hang up. Yet before he could finish, the line was abruptly cut off after another bout of noise. This was bad. Qiu Xiaoyan's attempt to call for help had likely been discovered. "Sister, you handle things here for now. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Lin Xiao dropped a remark and swiftly hailed a taxi, leaving in a state of urgency. Lin Baishuan had never seen Lin Xiao so anxious and had no time to inquire further. On the way, the voice of the system resonated in Lin Xiao's mind. So was Lin Yu's doing once more. "System, your timeliness is becoming increasingly inadequate." Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. If it were any later, it would be as if nothing had been said at all. The system, somewhat embarrassed, patiently explained that the timeliness of information is closely tied to the relationship between the gossip owner and the host. If events concern family members or the host themselves, the information arrives promptly. In contrast, matters involving someone like Xiao Xiaoyan, with whom the host had only a few brief encounters, may not be relayed as swiftly. Lin Xiao was too anxious to dwell on that. Upon arriving at the entrance of Huayao Hotel, he realized he had no idea which room Xiao Xiaoyan was in. The front desk staff would certainly not divulge that information easily. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly recalled the divination technique he had just acquired. He focused his mind, and a diagram of the bagua appeared in his thoughts. He quickly posed his question. Soon, the bagua began to rotate, seemingly guiding him in a direction. Following its lead, Lin Xiao dashed up the stairs and finally halted before a guest room door. This must be the one. At that moment, he heard voices from the adjacent room. Why hasn't brother you arrived yet? Isn't it unsafe to leave that girl alone next door? In such a short time, nothing will happen. Brother, you will be back soon. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before knocking on the neighboring door. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Delivery? The occupant seemed puzzled, but opened the door promptly. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao swiftly delivered a punch and forced his way inside, quickly incapacitating the two individuals present. He rifled through their belongings to find the key card for the adjacent room, then tore 2 data cables from the room to bind them, effectively gagging them as well. The entire operation was executed fluidly. By the time the two regained consciousness, Lin Xiao had already departed. Their bindings were so secure that they could not struggle free, left only to whimper quietly, unable to attract the attention of anyone outside, forced to await discovery in silence. With the key card in hand, Lin Xiao unlocked the door to the room. Upon entering, he found Xiao Xiaoyan sprawled on the bed. Her hands were bound, her eyes slightly squinted as she breathed heavily. She appeared dazed, as if under the influence of a drug. No wonder Lin Yu's subordinates chose to wait next door rather than remain in this room. Lin Xiao first unbound the ropes around Xiao Xiaoyan's wrists. However, to his surprise, as soon as her hands were free, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her body against him. Hey. Lin Xiao was startled and stumbled backward. I feel unwell. Xiao Xiaoyan's expression was one of distress. Her complexion flushed abnormally. Lin Xiao reached out to feel her forehead. It was burning hot. As he spoke, he leaned down to lift Xiao Xiaoyan and made his way toward the bathroom. Xiao Xiaoyan curled up against Lin Xiao like a small kitten, her delicate face nuzzling against his chest. Her lips parted slightly, as if she were about to lean in closer to his face. However, Lin Xiao placed Xiao Xiaoyan directly in a bathtub, and before she could react, icy water cascaded down over her head. With a startled gasp, Xiao Xiaoyan, under the influence of the medication, emitted a sound akin to a soft moan. Lin Xiao, being an ordinary man, couldn't claim to be unaffected by her reaction. Yet, he refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerable state, mindful of the distinction between himself and Lin Yu. Thus, he maintained a level of rationality, focused solely on hastening the dissipation of the drug's effects on Xiao Xiaoyan. Gradually, she became considerably more lucid than before. To be fair, her mind had always been aware, and she recognized her actions, though controlling her body proved challenging. Soon, she found herself submerged in the bathtub. The cold water indeed offered her some relief. She gazed up at Lin Xiao with a hint of reproach, her damp hair making her appear somewhat disheveled. Are you feeling better? Lin Xiao inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Xiaoyan almost petulantly replied, not at all. She harbored doubts, questioning whether her lack of allure was the issue or if Lin Xiao simply lacked masculinity. It was one thing for him to ignore her flirtations, but quite another for him to show no understanding of tenderness. Lin Xiao frowned as he scrutinized Xiao Xiaoyan from head to toe. Suddenly struck by a thought, he slapped his forehead, realizing that the medication had a significant effect on mental clarity. Hold your breath for a moment, he instructed. Confused by Lin Xiao's meaning, Xiao Xiaoyan instinctively nodded. Almost immediately, he pressed her head beneath the water. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao Xiaoyan lay on a bed in another room, the effects of the drug having completely dissipated. She felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of how Lin Xiao, in his foolishness, might have further tormented her. Lin Xiao was seated on a nearby sofa, absorbed in his phone, oblivious to her presence. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiaoyan said, Lin Xiao, thank you. It's nothing. No need for thanks, he replied, not lifting his gaze. Xiao Xiaoyan felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Observing his demeanor, she couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged him. Indeed, that elective class was not her first encounter with Lin Xiao. Approximately 15 years prior, when she was merely 5 years old, she had accidentally fallen into the water while visiting relatives in the countryside. Fortunately, a young boy who was fishing nearby had discovered and rescued her. She couldn't comprehend how a boy who appeared to be around her age could possess such remarkable bravery, nor could she fathom why this glitch of an event had lingered in her memory for 15 years. She had assumed she would never cross paths with that boy again. Yet fate had brought them together once more after all those years. Although she had long forgotten the boy's appearance, she vividly recalled the crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm, which now adorned Lin Xiao's own arm. The moment Lin Xiao raised his hand to summon lightning, Qiu Xiaoyan immediately recognized it. She was uncertain whether to feel fortunate. That boy had saved her once more, yet he appeared to have forgotten her entirely. Chapter 26, A Spectacle. Lost in reminiscence, Qiu Xiaoyan's gaze towards Lin Xiao softened slightly. His appearance was quite different from what she had anticipated, which was entirely reasonable, considering that 15 years had elapsed, and she had been but a child at the time. 90% of her memories from those years were mere figments of her imagination. Nevertheless, the fact that Lin Xiao had rescued her again instilled in her a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Should she witness a captivating performance? Lin Xiao suddenly lifted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his face. What? Qiu Xiaoyan, caught off guard, hastily lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't you wish to take revenge on those who have wronged you? Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. Of course I do. Qiu Xiaoyan had already donned the new clothes Lin Xiao had bought for her, and she swiftly sat up from the bed. What do you need me to do? You need not do anything. Simply wait in peace. Lin Xiao reclined on the sofa, quietly resting his eyes. Qiu Xiaoyan, perplexed by Lin Xiao's intentions, patiently sat beside him. Before long, she suddenly heard footsteps outside, followed by the sound of a door opening next door. Her expression changed dramatically. Had Lin Xiao not rescued her, she would surely be in dire straits. Soon, an irate roar echoed from next door. You can't even keep an eye on one person. A bunch of useless fools. Was that voice Lin Yu? Qiu Xiaoyan looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment. She had initially thought she was merely the target of a petty thug, only to discover that the mastermind behind it was Lin Yu. Lin Yu, still a university student, had stooped to such despicable acts. Frustrated, Qiu Xiaoyan felt an urge to confront him. Lin Xiao spoke softly, "Don't rush. If you go out now, you'll achieve nothing but a scolding." Reminded, Qiu Xiaoyan recognized the truth in his words and sank back onto the sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Can these wealthy individuals truly act with impunity? Her voice trembled slightly, uncertain if she was questioning Lin Xiao or herself. Had Lin Xiao not intervened today, she could only imagine the humiliation Lin Yu would have inflicted upon her. Her life would have been irrevocably shattered. Yet now, she found herself utterly powerless against this beast. It seemed she had forgotten that Lin Xiao was also a member of the Lin family, one of those affluent individuals she lamented. Lin Xiao sighed softly. He was not particularly adept at offering comfort, so he gently reassured her. Fear not, wrongdoers will face their reckoning. At least in this matter, it will not be overlooked. After speaking, he swiftly typed on his phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps once again echoed from outside, knocking on Lin Yu's door next door. At that moment, Lin Yu was still seething with anger. He had sought out his lackeys in the adjacent room, but no one answered the door. His calls went unanswered. He had made numerous preparations for an intimate evening with Qiu Xiaoyan. Even he himself resorted to certain substances in an attempt to ignite a night of fervor. Yet now, with the absence of companionship, he felt as if flames consumed him, his body ablaze with heat, particularly in his lower abdomen. A sensation akin to impending explosion coursed through him. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he assumed it was his companions returning and hastened to open it. To his astonishment, however, he was greeted by a stunningly voluptuous woman clad in scant attire. "Whom do you seek?" he stammered, the fire within him intensifying. Were it not for his bewilderment, he would have eagerly overwhelmed the enchanting creature before him. Yet in the next moment, the woman leapt onto him. "Handsome, could you shelter me for the night? I am willing to do anything you desire." Her sultry voice shattered the last vestige of Lin Yu's resistance. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed. "Hello, officer. I wish to report illicit activities at the Huayao Hotel." Qiu Xiaoyan observed Lin Xiao making a serious phone call, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this even permissible? She had presumed that Lin Xiao being another young master of the Lin family, would resort to underhanded tactics for revenge like Lin Yu. To her surprise, he opted to call the authorities directly. The Lin family held considerable sway in the capital. A scandal would be a source of profound embarrassment. Why did he seem utterly unconcerned? After concluding his call, Lin Xiao silently gazed out the window. Spotting the police car arrive, he inquired, "Would you prefer to watch from here or venture outside?" "Here is fine," Qiu Xiaoyan replied, wishing to avoid an encounter with Lin Yu and vice versa. Lin Xiao said nothing further and resumed his seat on the sofa. The events that followed unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. The police methodically conducted room checks. When they arrived at Lin Yu's quarters, he was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. In his bewilderment, the half-clad woman on the bed waved at the officers. "Hello, officers, we meet again." Upon recognizing her, the police forewent the usual inquiries. She was notorious in this locale, a frequent sight during raids. Unfortunately, this lady possessed a resolute spirit, seemingly enamored with her profession. Despite the police's efforts to dissuade her during detentions, she returned to her previous endeavors upon release. This provided a degree of convenience for the officers whenever they encountered her. They could simply apprehend her without further deliberation. Thus, Lin Yu found himself bewilderingly escorted away. "Now, let me take you home, and then I must attend to my next engagement," Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. "If you wish to watch, I could provide you with a live broadcast." Qiu Xiaoyan, still haunted by her earlier abduction, found her trepidation dissipating in the face of Lin Xiao's intricate schemes. Upon returning to school, she eagerly messaged him to inquire about the situation. At that moment, Lin Xiao was at the police station. In truth, his presence was unnecessary. He was merely drawn by the spectacle. The scandal involving Lin Yu's solicitation had incensed the Lin family, particularly Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, who were so enraged that they refused to visit the police station, insisting the officers handle matters impartially and allow Lin Yu to face the consequences alone. However, such matters undoubtedly require someone to address them, and thus Lin Baixian became the unfortunate one. The police, upon seeing that Lin Yu was merely a student and had committed an infraction, opted to issue a fine rather than detain him. Soon, he returned in disgrace with Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao to the Lin residence. "Lin Xiao, it must be you who has caused my misfortune. I know you are scheming against me." Upon entering, Lin Yu noticed the displeased expressions of his parents and immediately raised his voice, attempting to cast blame upon Lin Xiao. Having endured such turmoil, he was somewhat disoriented, consumed by the singular thought of dragging Lin Xiao down with him. Chapter 27. Qiu Xiaoyan's Gratitude. Upon hearing Lin Yu's accusations, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei's faces darkened further. Before they could respond, Lin Baixian interjected coldly, "Lin Xiao was with me the entire time. We were involved in a car accident on the way. How could he possibly have conspired against you?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something. It dawned on him that he had orchestrated the very car accident to facilitate the abduction of Qiu Xiaoyan. He never anticipated that this seemingly meticulous plan would backfire, leaving him utterly speechless in his anguish. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei quickly seized upon the critical point in Lin Baixuan's words. "A car accident? What transpired?" Lin Baixian, still shaken, recounted the events of the road incident succinctly, noting that the police had already sought out the driver responsible and that a resolution was expected soon. Finding the driver is the police's job. I am asking if the two of you are unscathed." Su Xiaomei hurriedly approached Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, scrutinizing them from head to toe. "Have you been to the hospital? Such matters can be serious. What if you were injured?" "Mom, I'm truly fine." Lin Baixian quickly interrupted her inquiries. Should the conversation continue, it seemed likely that both she and Lin Xiao would be subjected to comprehensive medical examinations. Lin Xiao hastily affirmed that he was unscathed, merely having sustained a minor scrape to the vehicle. Only then did the Lin couple finally breathe a sigh of relief. Watching his family express such concern for Lin Xiao, Lin Yu felt a surge of resentment. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to contain his frustration any longer. "Do you not care for me in the slightest?" The others momentarily froze, suddenly recalling Lin Yu's presence. Yet, they deemed his predicament today to be embarrassing, leaving them at a loss for what to express. After a brief silence, Lin Baixian, adhering to her professional demeanor, reminded him. "The police mentioned that the woman involved is a repeat offender. Lin Yu, you should promptly undergo a medical examination." Lin Yu stood there, stunned, before his anger intensified. Lin Baixian, observing his ungrateful demeanor, adopted a slightly impatient tone. "After all, we will be living under the same roof. if you were to contract some infectious disease. It would affect others. Is that all you care about? Lin Yu's eyes widened, as if searching for a hint of concern on his family's faces. Yet he found none. Realizing this, he erupted in a bitter laugh, coldly stating, "Ever since Lin Xiao returned, you have ceased to consider me family. Very well, I shall take my leave then." Upon finishing his words, he turned and slammed the door behind him. In the past, Lin Yu would occasionally throw tantrums, and most of the time, it was his family who took the initiative to soften their stance and resolve the conflicts. This had significantly contributed to the formation of Lin Yu's character. Perhaps this incident was particularly egregious. Although Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei felt sorrow, they did not immediately attempt to intervene. Is not caring for his well-being a form of concern? Su Xiaomei let out a soft sigh and shook her head silently. "Mother, let it be. Xiao Yu's recent behavior has indeed been somewhat excessive. Perhaps it is best for him to reflect on it himself." Lin Baixian gently wrapped her arm around her mother's shoulder, offering quiet comfort. In the following 3 days, Lin Yu did not make a single appearance, and the atmosphere at home became somewhat tense. For Lin's couple, Lin Yu was their child whom they had nurtured for 20 years. Even without a blood relation, they could not simply disregard him. Concerned that Lin Yu might encounter trouble outside, they hesitated for a long time before contemplating sending someone to look for him. Just then, they overheard Lin Zhao's thoughts. What is there to worry about? Lin Yu is probably having too much fun to care. He spends his days playing games in the internet CAF with that group of friends, enjoying food and drink, and when tired, can comfortably sleep in the nearby hotel. Suffering? He couldn't endure even a little bit of hardship. Upon hearing these words, the couple's worries indeed diminished somewhat. To ascertain the truth, Lin Qingshan instructed his assistant to investigate. Soon, they discovered Lin Yu's recent identification card swipe records, which confirmed Lin Zhao's claims. Lin Yu had been frequenting an internet CAF and hotel not far from school. He certainly does not deprive himself. Lin Qingshan's initial concern shifted to indignation. This time, he resolved not to search for Lin Yu. He needed to teach this spoiled son a lesson. Regardless of Lin Yu's antics, Lin Xiao continued to maintain his regular university life. One day, he unexpectedly received a message from Qiu Xiaoyan, inviting him to meet. Assuming she had been bullied again, he promptly agreed to the rendezvous. To his surprise, Qiu Xiaoyan arrived with a gift box, smiling as she led him to a nearby restaurant. "Lin Xiao, thank you for saving me last time. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Blushing, Qiu Xiaoyan shyly pushed the gift box toward him. "Why such formality?" Lin Xiao opened the box to reveal a wooden bracelet, adorned with intricate designs, appearing quite unique. "I made this by hand," Qiu Xiaoyan said softly. Unsure of what Lin Xiao might like, given his status as the young master of the Lin family, she opted for a more personal approach and crafted this bracelet. Lin Xiao slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, gently stroking it. "It's beautifully made. I truly like it." "That's wonderful." Qiu Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Though naturally introverted and socially anxious, even with her heart dancing with joy, her expression remained modest. At that moment, she suddenly seemed to recall something, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Indeed, I have heard that Lin Yu's entourage is still searching for you, likely intent on causing you trouble. It matters not. Let them come," Lin Xiao remarked casually while eating. His calm demeanor captivated Qiu Xiaoyan, who found herself drawn to such composed individuals, in stark contrast to Lin Yu's boisterous nature. "Do you have a plan?" "I have plenty of them," Lin Xiao replied with a subtle smile, reminding her, "Just keep your distance from them, since they failed last time. Who knows if they'll muster the courage for another attempt." Qiu Xiaoyan nodded. "I understand. I informed my father about the previous incident, and he was quite furious. He has already contacted the counselor, and Lin Yu's side should have been cautioned as well. Although his family may not possess the vast fortune of the Lin family, they are certainly not to be trifled with, especially since her father has always maintained good relations with the police. If Lin Yu dares to harm his daughter again, he will surely face dire consequences." After dinner, it was time for the elective class on literary appreciation. Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan made their way to the library together. As they approached the classroom, they noticed Lin Yu's lackeys standing in the aisle, wearing malicious grins directed at him. Their intentions were evidently nefarious. Chapter 28. Allow me to show you your affliction. Lin Xiao returned their gaze with a smile, appearing harmless. Yet in the next moment, he seized the closest lackey and propelled him into the classroom. With a loud splash, a bucket of water was upended over the unfortunate fellow's head. Clearly taken aback, the lackey stood frozen in shock. "Just a bucket of water? I expected someone might attempt to douse me with acid or at the very least, a bucket of excrement would suffice, Lin Xiao lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. The other lackeys, witnessing the scene, pointed at Lin Xiao, rendered speechless. However, Lin Xiao strode confidently into the classroom, completely dismissive of their presence. He made his way to his usual spot in the corner, a place he preferred to occupy. Yet today, he noticed that those lackeys were fixated on him, their expressions tinged with anticipation. Ah, the antics of schoolchildren, Lin Xiao chuckled softly, not even glancing their way as he took a seat beside his preferred location. He was no fool. Their expressions, coupled with the distinct scent of glue in the air, made it clear that he would not be easily deceived. Sure enough, when he chose not to sit in his designated spot, a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces, but they remained steadfastly focused on him, as if awaiting something. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his arm. Looking down, he was startled to find a small black snake. Had it been anyone else, the sight of such a creature would likely have sent them into a panic. Yet, Lin Xiao merely paused, gently stroking the snake's head. Lost your way, have you? Oh dear, did they capture you while you were sleeping? How despicable. Lin Xiao conversed effortlessly with the snake. To onlookers, this scene appeared nothing short of madness. The young subordinates, initially disappointed that Lin Xiao was not frightened by the small snake, now eagerly began to mock him. Hey, stop pretending. Were you mumbling to yourself? They laughed. I think he is so scared he's gone delusional. In the face of their derision, Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He found the little snake to be utterly adorable, snuggling against his hand as if seeking affection. Gradually, some of the nearby girls began to notice this peculiar charm. Oh, why do I suddenly find the little snake somewhat endearing? Its tail is quivering like a puppy. How cute. Some expressed a desire to touch it. This elective course, being a humanities subject, naturally attracted a larger female audience. Soon, nearly all the girls had gathered around Lin Xiao, captivated by the scene. Among them were several whom the young subordinates had been pursuing or intended to pursue, which made it increasingly unbearable for them. I advise you all to keep your distance. That snake might be venomous, someone remarked sarcastically. As expected, this caused the girls to take a few steps back. Lin Xiao placed the snake on the table and cheerfully reassured them, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Besides, it's just been born, so there's no need to be afraid. In fact, I can have it perform a little talent for you. He then began to tap gently on the table with his fingertips. The little snake seemed to sense something, writhing in rhythm with the tapping. As the tempo quickened, so did its movements, raising its head in apparent delight. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this spectacle, with many pulling out their phones to record the moment. Before long, the little snake grew weary, and just then, the sound of the professor's footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Lin Xiao tucked the snake into his pocket, whispering, Rest here for a moment. I'll take you home after class. The snake's performance undoubtedly elevated Lin Xiao's status further. The young subordinates felt as though they had shot themselves in the foot, glaring at Lin Xiao with eyes ablaze. Yet, Lin Xiao, relishing their predicament, remarked, This little snake may not be poisonous now, but once it matures, it will be, and it holds a grudge. Those who dare to kidnap it should be cautious in the future. After all, its mother and siblings are not to be trifled with. This statement sent shivers down the spines of the subordinates. The school, built against the backdrop of a great mountain, was bordered by a vast expanse of wilderness behind it. Only a small portion near the school had been developed, while the rest remained pristine, frequently inhabited by small creatures. The little snake was one of them. When they first spotted it, they had intended to cause trouble for Lin Xiao, unaware that they were sowing the seeds of a significant threat. Fearing retaliation from a snake, they dared not linger any longer and quickly exited the classroom, hoping that the young snake would forget their scent. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to the recent scandal involving Lin Yu, which had garnered considerable negative attention, the school had organized a special educational session. They had invited an external physician to deliver a lecture in the grand auditorium, educating students on various aspects of gender-related knowledge. The primary objective is to equip these recently matured students with the knowledge to protect themselves, shielding them from the adverse influences of unsavory individuals. The lecture mandates attendance from all first-year students, offering academic credits, thereby rendering it semi-compulsory. Most of the young women, feeling somewhat bashful, chose to sit at the back, while some of the more audacious young men, emboldened by their bravado, occupied the front rows with laughter. Serendipitously, the institution enlisted Lin Baixian, a surgeon, to deliver the lecture. Although such engagements typically do not fall within her purview, the originally assigned physician fell ill, and knowing Lin Baixuan's extensive expertise in this domain, they sought her assistance. Lin Baixian possesses remarkable beauty. Initially, the young men seated at the front merely exchanged light-hearted banter, but as they discovered the physician's striking allure, their focus gradually shifted towards Lin Baixian. The loudest murmurs came from Lin Yu's rowdy companions. Upon realizing that this enchanting doctor was Lin Yu's sister, they initially hesitated, concerned that Lin Yu might be displeased. However, upon observing that Lin Yu appeared unfazed and even interjected with playful remarks, their audacity grew. Lin Xiao sat not far behind them, fully aware of their discussions, and he furrowed his brow in dismay. He could hardly fathom how such young university students could harbor such sordid thoughts. Moreover, Lin Yu, regardless of the circumstances, should not tolerate such lewd comments about his sister. This realization ignited Lin Xiao's anger. Damn it! How dare they speak of my second sister in such a manner? He thought. Once the lecture concludes, I shall summon them to the rooftop. I must teach these shameless individuals a lesson. At that moment, Lin Baixuan's lecture momentarily halted. She had sensed Lin Xiao's inner turmoil and noticed the malicious gazes from those surrounding Lin Yu, leading her to a sudden realization. Feeling a surge of indignation, she paused her previous discourse and calmly stated, "All right, you all should grasp the theoretical knowledge by now. We still have time, and I can assist some students with their medical concerns. You there, please step forward." She raised her delicate fingers to point at the young man beside Lin Yu. Chapter 29. Commanding Respect Through Competence. Upon Lin Baixuan's invitation, the auditorium fell into an almost palpable silence. The previously murmuring audience ceased their chatter, all eyes turning towards the direction she indicated. The young man beside Lin Yu appeared bewildered, uncertain as he pointed at himself. "Me? Yes, you please come forward," Lin Baixian replied, her expression remaining serene, devoid of any displeasure. The young man, still perplexed, hesitantly rose and approached the stage. "Now, I will pose a few questions, and you must respond truthfully." "All right," he nodded in agreement. Sensing his apprehension, Lin Baixian began with relatively benign inquiries. Gradually, she delved deeper into his physical condition, eventually examining his tongue. TSK. Lin Baixian shook her head with a hint of regret and remarked, "I initially believed that university students would generally possess good health, but it appears that the issues are quite significant." "Huh? What issues?" The boy, upon hearing this, became somewhat flustered. Lin Baixian furrowed her brow slightly and looked at him earnestly. "I shall refrain from discussing your other health concerns for now, but the most pressing issue is your kidney deficiency." At this, the audience fell into a moment of silence, which was soon followed by a burst of laughter. Particularly, the boys' friends, who cared little for their companion's embarrassment, found the situation amusing. Lin Baixian raised her hand to signal for quiet. "You should refrain from watching inappropriate videos. Otherwise, if this continues, you may face lifelong impotence." Her tone was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. The commotion from the audience only intensified. The boy's face alternated between red and white, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in, ultimately retreating as if fleeing. Lin Baixian then cast her gaze towards the other boys and asked nonchalantly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to come up?" The boys immediately lowered their heads like ostriches, unwilling to risk humiliation in front of the crowd. With a light chuckle, Lin Baixian moved past the topic and resumed her lecture. After the seminar concluded, Lin Xiao did not rush to leave. He waited until most attendees had departed before assisting Lin Baixian in organizing her materials. To his surprise, a few of Lin Yu's underlings remained. One of them, despite having just suffered embarrassment, still harbored ill intentions and approached Lin Baixian with a playful demeanor. Seeking her contact information, Lin Xiao, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Instead of wasting time here, you might as well take some medicine to remedy your condition. Otherwise, your family may face extinction." He cast a meaningful glance towards the boy's groin. The boy's expression darkened, and he replied with annoyance, "You Lin Xiao, don't create trouble here, or else what? Will you use your feeble body to attack me?" Lin Xiao laughed even harder. "You the boy," casting a wary glance at Lin Baixian, gritted his teeth and said, "Have the courage to say that outside." "Ah, that suits me just fine." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and proceeded towards the back door of the auditorium. Behind the auditorium lay an open space cluttered with discarded items from hall, seldom traversed by others. Lin Xiao casually picked up a wooden stick and turned to face the boys. "Shall you come one by one, or will you all come at once?" Initially, The boys held onto the hope of currying favor with Lin Yu, imagining they could bully Lin Xiao, even forcing him to kneel and apologize like a dog, which would surely please Lin Yu. However, for reasons unknown, as they observed Lin Xiao's demeanor, a chill crept into their hearts. "Why are you still wielding a weapon?" one boy protested, somewhat defiantly. "Oh, then I shall fight unarmed. Come fort." Lin Xiao nonchalantly tossed the stick aside and beckoned them with a gesture. Despite having discarded the so-called weapon, his laid-back attitude only deepened their apprehension. But with matters having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. After all, it was just him. "Let us go together." The young man gritted his teeth and boldly approached Lin Xiao. However, the outcome was that he was sent stumbling back by a single punch from Lin Xiao. You. He could scarcely comprehend how Lin Xiao had delivered the blow before feeling a sharp, burning pain in his face, his head spinning, on the verge of fainting. "You all should come at me." His voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. The others hesitated momentarily upon witnessing this. Another young man clenched his jaw, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He picked up a metal rod from the ground and hurled it at Lin Xiao. "Huh, you don't want me to use weapons, yet you are quick to arm yourselves. How cowardly!" Lin Xiao scoffed. The young man swung the iron rod, laughing arrogantly. In a situation like this, only a fool would adhere to rules. Seeing this, the others hastily grabbed various tools and charged at Lin Xiao. His agility allowed him to evade their attacks effortlessly. They could not even graze his clothing. Gradually, their coordination faltered. Seizing the opportunity while a few were distracted, Lin Xiao grasped the iron rod, yanked it forcefully from their grasp, and raised it high, aiming a crushing blow at the young man's head. If he landed that strike, it could very well spell doom for him. The young man, eyes wide with terror, could only watch helplessly as the rod descended, paralyzed by fear. Just before it struck, Lin Xiao halted. He intended merely to teach them a lesson, not to take a life. "Now you know fear?" Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. The young man lost control of his body and collapsed onto the ground. The others dared not approach any further. When Lin Baixian arrived, she beheld this scene. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the clearing, while a pale-faced young man lay before him. The gazes of the others toward Lin Xiao were akin to that of a monster. Upon seeing Lin Xiao set the rod down, another young man rushed over to lift his fallen comrade. The others wasted no time in scattering away, but not before leaving behind a threatening remark. "Lin Xiao, don't think this is over. Sooner or later, you will pay dearly." Chapter 30. Lin Yu returns. "Lin Xiao, do they often trouble you?" Lin Baixian frowned as she observed the retreating figures. Lin Xiao merely smiled lightly. "They're simply asking for trouble." Lin Baixian was unsure of where Lin Xiao's confidence stemmed from, but seeing his indifference put her at ease. "Sister, have you considered coming to our school as the school nurse?" Lin Xiao suddenly inquired. "They have mentioned it, but I am still contemplating," Lin Baixian replied, shaking her head. In the past, she might have outright declined, as she wished to develop her career in this field. However, after the recent incident involving the mental health crisis and today's events where Lin Xiao was bullied, she suddenly felt that living a comfortable life as a school doctor at the university, while accompanying her younger brother, might be a rather splendid path. At that moment, she heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. If my second sister could become a school doctor and leave that hospital, perhaps she could alter the tragic fate of her hands being rendered useless. Lin Xiao finally broached this subject again. Lin Baixian immediately perked up her ears. "Alas, I must admit, my second sister truly suffers. Not only has she encountered such misfortune in her career, but her marriage is equally tragic. Forget it. I'll address it when the time is right." But how could she just let it go? Just as she was about to reach a crucial point, she was interrupted. Lin Baixian felt as though her chest was constricted by a tight knot of frustration, nearly ready to explode. She longed to confront Lin Xiao for a thorough inquiry, yet feared that once he realized his thoughts were being overheard, he would cease to express them. Helpless, Lin Baixian had to abandon her intentions. That evening, the Lin family gathered joyfully for dinner. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside, followed by the butler's announcement. "Sir, madam, young master Yu has returned." The expressions of those at the dining table remained neutral. They had already gleaned Lin Xiao's thoughts and were aware that Lin Yu was coming back, and that it was due to his financial resources being depleted, causing his card to be suspended. However, when they beheld Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, they were nonetheless taken aback. He arrived with unkempt hair, his clothes covered in dust, and bruises marring his face and body, evidently the result of a brawl. Despite their stern hearts, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing Lin Yu's pitiful state. What on earth happened? Lin Xingshan inquired with a furrowed brow. Lin Yu was seething with anger. During the past few days away from home, not a single family member had made an effort to contact him. This had never occurred before. It was all Lin Xiao's fault. He shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare and angrily exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, I know my friend offended you, but we share the same roof. Why did you send someone to beat me? Xiao Yu, don't speak recklessly. Xiao has been home all day." Lin Baixian instinctively defended Lin Xiao. "Second sister, how could you be deceived by him? Even if he was home, that wouldn't prevent him from contacting those thugs outside." Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Lin Baixian found Lin Yu's unreasonable demeanor utterly exasperating. She had witnessed Lin Xiao's capabilities. If he truly intended to teach Lin Yu a lesson, he certainly wouldn't resort to troublesome thugs. Just as Lin Yu was about to continue his accusations, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he promptly hung up. However, the call came through again, and with irritation, he answered. Listening to the voice on the other end, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "You must be mistaken. No, I'm coming right now." His demeanor visibly turned frantic. After ending the call, he disregarded any explanations to his family and promptly left again. Lin Xiao let out a cold chuckle, leisurely enjoying the fruit platter before him. At that moment, his inner thoughts resonated in the ears of the other members of the Lin family. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. This time, I shall observe how you will explain yourself. You thought that after sending someone to the hospital, a mere handful of money would suffice to placate them? Huh! Little did you anticipate encountering a formidable opponent. Even if the victim desires no compensation, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening considerably. Lin Yu had actually assaulted someone to the point of hospitalization? Should this incident become public, the repercussions for the Lin Corporation would be monumental. If the stock prices plummet, they would be unable to justify themselves to the shareholders. No, they must resolve this situation before the media catches wind of it. Prepare the car. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xingshan donned his attire and made his way outside. Su Xiaomei, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed suit. They rushed to the hospital without pause. However, they were still a step too late. Upon ascending the stairs, they were greeted by Lin Yu's familiar voice. "Do you know who I am? I am a young master of the Lin family." The Lin family, a name you can never provoke in your lifetime. Have you looked in the mirror to see what you truly are? You dare to threaten me with police involvement? If you know what's good for you, take the money and disappear quietly. Should you dare to cause further disturbances, believe me, you will regret ever entering this world. Such brazen words sent a jolt through Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. They could hardly believe that such defiant statements were uttered by their carefully nurtured son. All along, they had been inclined to believe that Lin Yu merely enjoyed throwing childish tantrums and harbored no ill intent. Yet, he was now using the Lin family name to oppress others, which was utterly outrageous. Lin Yu. Lin Xingshan could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. Lin Yu, startled, turned to see his parents had arrived, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. His concern about the situation escalating was not due to fear of the police, but rather of his parents. If they were to disown him from the Lin family because of this, it would spell his utter ruin. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Lin Yu forced a stiff smile onto his face, then pointed at a scruffy blonde youth on the hospital bed, declaring it was him. "Lin Xiao instructed him to assault me." Bah! The blonde was no pushover. He spat angrily and retorted, "Lin Yu, do you even know how much you owe me?" "Perfect timing. Since your parents are here, let us settle your debt first before discussing your assault on me." "You don't speak nonsense. I am a member of the Lin family. How could I possibly owe you money?" Lin Yu continued to argue, though his words lacked conviction. Chapter 31. First Love in the Digital Realm. What on earth is happening here? Lin Xingshan inquired with a stern expression. "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense." Lin Yu attempted to defend himself, but before he could finish, Lin Xingshan interrupted. "Silence. I am asking him." Lin Xingshan turned to the blonde on the hospital bed and asked solemnly, "You claim my son owes you money?" "Huh, Lin Yu, I wondered why you'd be so sneaky over a mere 100,000. Turns out you've been keeping secret from your father." The blonde shot a mocking glance at Lin Yu and stated to Lin Xingshan, "Yes, your son owes me over 100,000. The deadline for repayment has long since passed. Today, I went to deliver a final ultimatum, only to be taken aback when this rascal actually struck me. 'Mr. Lin, Regardless of your stature as a businessman and a prominent figure in the capital, if you possess even an ounce of dignity, you should promptly return the money. Although the tone of the young man was far from pleasant, it was not overtly aggressive. Observing the situation, it was evident that Lin Yu was in the wrong. The young man had not even insisted on pursuing the matter of the assault. He merely demanded repayment, which was already a considerable concession. Lin Xiao was seething with fury, trembling with rage. "Leave me your phone number. I will have my assistant relay it to you shortly." After saying this, he shot Lin Yu a fierce glare. Lin Yu, however, felt no sense of accountability and retorted, "Who told you to freeze my card? You left me with no access to my funds. And I had to borrow over 100,000 from others? Are you implying that we are to blame?" Lin Xiao laughed in anger, perhaps intimidated by his father's wrath. Lin Yu dared not continue his defensive remarks. Su Xiaomei, displeased, interjected, "Your father only froze your card the day before yesterday. How could you have borrowed over 100,000? Lin Yu, defiantly, exclaimed, "Isn't it normal to have substantial expenses when one is away from home?" Suddenly, the young man on the hospital bed chuckled. Clearly, you wealthy folks are oblivious to what your precious son is up to. All that frivolity, mingling with internet celebrities and young models." "Shut your mouth." Lin Yu, enraged, lunged forward, intent on striking the young man again. The latter hastily shouted, "Lin Yu, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, even if your parents are here, I will not hesitate to call the police." Lin Yu's hand, poised to strike, froze in midair. The young man's words had indeed struck a nerve. The situation had, after all, been delicately defused. Escalating it further could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian arrived at the hospital. From a distance, they observed the tense standoff. Lin Xiao glanced at the young man and could not contain a chuckle. Curiously, Lin Baixian looked over, quickly hearing Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. Lin Yu and this young man truly share a unique bond. Years ago, this young man was actually Lin Yu's online romantic partner. Both had posed as women online, under the impression that the other was a genuine female. Unfortunately, their online romance was discovered by Lin Yu's mother, who secretly changed his password, thus forcing an end to their relationship. The young man has since spent his days in internet cafes, desperately searching for his erstwhile love. Goodness, one could say they were each other's first love. Who would have thought it would escalate to this point? Truly, fate is a curious thing. These revelations left the Lin family in a state of astonishment, each member displaying a different expression. Lin Baixian appeared to be a mere onlooker, while Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei helplessly supported their foreheads, reflecting on their parenting choices over the years and pondering how they had raised such a son. Observing Lin Yu and the yellow-haired youth still in a state of confrontation, Su Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before sternly remarking, "Xiao Yu, you have been spending your days at the internet CAF, haven't you?" "Well, not really. I was just playing around," Lin Yu replied, his voice tinged with guilt. How is it that your internet addiction has been so pronounced since childhood?" Su Xiaomei scoffed, deliberately raising her voice. "Do you remember a few years ago when you were involved in some online romance? You didn't even know whether the other party was male or female." "Mom." Lin Yu was taken aback that his mother would expose his vulnerabilities in front of so many people, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I recall you went by the name Pure Little Miss at that time. Xiao Yu, regardless of the circumstances, you are a boy. Engaging in online romance is one thing. But pretending to be a girl? How utterly shameful." Su Xiaomei continued with great fervor. Meanwhile, her gaze shifted to the yellow-haired youth in the hospital bed. Indeed, upon hearing the name Pure Little Miss, a flicker of astonishment crossed the yellow-haired youth's eyes. Wait a moment." He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Yu. "What game are you playing back then? None of your business." Lin Yu, feeling irritated at the sight of the yellow-haired youth, was unwilling to entertain any of his questions. Su Xiaomei chimed in, "I believe it was called Emotional Fate, clearly a game for girls." "Oh, and the person you were romantically involved with even changed their name to Delicate Little Miss for you." In an instant, the yellow-haired youth sat up in his hospital bed, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his bandaged body. You are actually Little Pure." His expression turned grim, a mix of disbelief and anger flooding his features. Lin Yu was equally perplexed. It had been many years since anyone had referred to him as Little Pure. He quickly pieced together the implications, his eyes widening in shock. You are Little Delicate." The two exchanged incredulous glances for several seconds, both exclaiming in unison, "Damn you." The atmosphere became chaotic once again. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei exchanged helpless glances and decided to leave the hospital room. They could only hope that Lin Yu would learn from this experience in the future. Just as they believed the situation was resolved and were ready to return home, Lin Xiao's voice echoed in their minds. It turns out Dad was also involved in online romance before, and even after marriage, Mom still doesn't know. How intriguing. The atmosphere plummeted to a new low. Chapter 32. The Plans of the Lin Couple. Lin Baixian opened her mouth in astonishment. Had she not been wary of revealing her ability to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, she might have covered his mouth and dragged him away. Her mind raced as she desperately sought a way to divert the conversation. Should she inquire if Lin Xiao was hungry? But they had just finished dinner before Lin Yu returned home. Should she ask if Lin Xiao was tired? It was barely past 8. Such a question would seem too abrupt. Lin Baixian had always considered herself quite clever, yet now she found herself at a loss for words. However, seeing Su Xiaomei's increasingly displeased expression, Lin Baixian realized that time was running out. Lin Xingshan, I have long been curious about whom Xiao Yu learned this online romance habit from. It wouldn't be you, would it? In Su Xiaomei's eyes glimmered a smile. Yet it failed to reach the depths of her gaze, instead revealing a trace of coldness. Lin Xingshan promptly declared with righteous indignation, "How could that be? I am not his biological father. This has nothing to do with me." "Oh, is that so? Are you implying that you have never engaged in such frivolities before?" Su Xiaomei inwitted, hertonet digidid asurit. This left Lin Xingshan momentarily at a loss for words. "No, truly not," he lamented, feeling as if he had plunged into the yellow river with no hope of cleansing his name. However, he genuinely could not recall having participated in any online romance. In fact, he was not particularly adept with technology. With the myriad responsibilities at work, he scarcely had time to spare. Moreover, with a devoted wife and sensible daughters at home, he would have to be utterly foolish to jeopardize everything for a whimsical online affair. Contemplating this, he cast an irritable glance at Lin Xiao, who walked ahead. What was wrong with that lad? Just when Lin Xingshan thought he could trust his sincerity, such a predicament arose. Lin Xiao sensed a chill creeping down his spine as he turned to look back, only to find Su Xiaomei's icy demeanor juxtaposed with Lin Xingshan's awkward smile. Father is indeed under the thumb of mother. It seems father has forgotten that when the internet was still in its infancy, he thought to employ such peculiar methods to infuse a bit of playful romance into their relationship. Alas, mother never fell for such antics. No matter how much father tried to flirt, this time, it was Lin Baixian who placed her hand on her forehead. She lowered her head, discreetly glancing at her parents. In her memory, they hailed from distinguished families, always maintaining a respectful and restrained demeanor towards one another. She had not anticipated such a revelation. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Xingshan finally recalled. He had once perceived the way young people courted online as novel and, influenced by his subordinate suggestions that couples should occasionally surprise one another, he had created a small account, hoping to engage Su Xiaomei in an online romance. Yet, to his dismay, Su Xiaomei had shown little interest, often responding only after he had sent numerous messages, and, eventually, he found himself blocked within a matter of days. This left him feeling both elated and disappointed at the time. Su Xiaomei vaguely remembered this incident as well. Upon realizing that the person who had harassed her was none other than Lin Xingshan, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, the most mortifying part was not merely the recollection, but the fact that their childish antics had been uncovered by their own son and daughter. I just recalled that there are matters at the company I must attend to. I shall go and work for a while. Lin Xingshan hastily concocted an excuse to escape. Su Xiaomei clapped her arm. All right. Today, Aunt Lu invited me to play cards. They're short one player. I shall head over. You both can return home on your own. With that, she quickly departed. Lin Baixian naturally understood her parents' sudden urgency, but Lin Xia remained oblivious. He simply stood there, staring blankly at Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei as they walked away. These two were indeed peculiar. In the following days, Lin Yu finally settled down. It seems that Lin Yu has become acutely aware of his missteps, behaving obediently each day. However, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei remain unconvinced by his facade. In truth, Lin Yu has lost much of their trust due to his repeated misdeeds. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's heartfelt pleas urging them to intervene, the family's reputation would likely have been tarnished beyond repair. To prevent such a calamity from recurring, the couple devised a solution to send Lin Yu abroad. After all, following his disappointing college entrance examination results, He had persistently expressed a desire to study overseas. Initially, they believed Lin Yu, lacking maturity, would struggle to care for himself in a foreign land. Thus, they chose to invest in his education at a domestic university. In retrospect, this decision proved to be misguided. Fortunately, there remains an opportunity for rectification. They could send Lin Yu away for a year or two, and once they had adjusted, they would sever familial ties. Indeed, severance was the plan. Though they had hesitated before, Lin Yu's recent behavior compelled them to act. Even if the severance was merely superficial, they could continue to support him discreetly. It was imperative that he no longer wreak havoc. The Lin couple did not consult with other family members about their plan, intending to implement it gradually after Lin Yu's departure. Unexpectedly, the usually dim-witted Lin Yu detected a shift in his parents' demeanor. After eavesdropping several times, he uncovered their intentions, igniting both anger and fear within him. He did not want to leave. He could not leave. As long as he remained in this household, he still had a chance to turn his fortunes around. Once he departed, everything would be lost. After much contemplation, Lin Yu devised a scheme. On this day, he returned to the underground bar and sought out Bai Feng. "Brother-in-law, you must assist me this time," he declared eagerly upon entering. Initially, Bai Feng dismissed him with a wave, intending to either offer him a drink or send him away. However, this time, Lin Yu exuded a resolute demeanor. Devoid of his previous obsequiousness, his eyes filled with malice. "Bai Feng, if you refuse to help me, do not expect any leniency." At these words, Bai Feng's expression darkened. He fixed Lin Yu with a cold gaze and spoke icily. "Lin Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Leaning against the sofa, Lin Yu forcefully placed a bottle on the table. "If you assist me, I will continue to support you in the future. If you refuse, do not count on marrying my sister." Chapter 33. A Painful Strategy. Bai Feng realized Lin Yu was serious. After a moment of silence, he gestured to disperse the women around them. "Lin Yu, do not presume that past favors give you the right to threaten me." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint flickering within. As the future heir of the Bai family, it had been long since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Yu clenched his fists, acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Bai Feng. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself with no other options. "Brother Feng, it is not my intention to coerce you. Rather, I find myself with no alternative. They intend to send me abroad and sever all ties with me. Just think, if I were to leave the Lin family, who would be left to assist you thereafter?" Lin Yu endeavored to appeal to reason and emotion, employing both soft and hard tactics. Though Bai Feng remained displeased, he begrudgingly suppressed his anger and inquired, "How may I assist you?" Upon noticing Bai Feng's concession, Lin Yu swiftly leaned in closer and whispered something in his ear. Bai Feng maintained a stoic expression. "Very well, I shall aid you once more." It was a weekend morning when the doorbell rang at the Lin residence. At this hour, the servants were out shopping for groceries, and the younger members of the family were still asleep. Only Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei were practicing their morning exercises in the courtyard. Upon seeing the courier standing outside, Su Xiaomei felt a tinge of confusion. Why is the delivery arriving so early today? As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she proceeded to open the door. Perhaps they have too many items to deliver, and they decided to come early. Lin Xiao wiped his forehead as well, not giving it much thought, and followed Su Xiaomei, considering he might lend a hand if the delivery was substantial. However, as the courier handed a box to Su Xiaomei, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a glint of cold light beneath the box. "Be careful." As Lin Xiao reacted and attempted to rush forward, it was too late. The courier abruptly overturned the cardboard box and lunged at Su Xiaomei with a knife. Su Xiaomei was instantly paralyzed with shock, her face drained of color, standing frozen in place and forgetting to evade. At that moment, another figure dashed forward, standing resolutely in front of Su Xiaomei. "Mother, be careful." It was Lin Yu. In a fleeting instant, the knife struck Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu cried out in agony. The excruciating pain caused his face to lose all color. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he shouted at the courier, "How dare you harm my mother? I will not let this stand." Perhaps intimidated by Lin Yu's resolve, the courier dropped the knife and fled without a backward glance. Lin Xiao rushed over, witnessing Lin Yu's bleeding shoulder trembling with fury. "Call the family doctor and report this to the police immediately. Hurry." Just then, the servant who had been out shopping returned. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, they were horrified and quickly dialed for help, assisting Lin Yu back into the living room. Before long, the family doctor arrived with an assistant. When Lin Xiao emerged from his room, he was greeted by the disarray below. Lin Yu lay pale on the sofa, receiving an examination from the family doctor. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei sat nearby, their expressions wrought with worry and tension. Su Xiaomei's eyes were slightly red-rimmed, her heart aching as she gazed at the wound on Lin Yu's shoulder, which continued to seep blood. Lin Baixian sat not far away. As a doctor, she had witnessed many such scenes. With a slight furrow of her brow, her emotions remained inscrutable. In the early morning, Lin Yu has sustained an injury? Lin Xiao pondered in confusion. Uncertain whether it was due to slumber, he missed this particular opportunity. He decided to once again employ the art of divination to uncover the truth. In his mind's eye, a diagram of the Bagua emerged, and shortly thereafter, a simple thread of connection was revealed. Ah, yet another self-directed performance. However, this time, the intensity was indeed remarkable. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Lin Xiao could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Downstairs, Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, still appearing feeble. As he tended to his wounds, he occasionally emitted soft groans, intensifying Su Xiaomei's feelings of guilt. After all, Lin Yu was injured while saving her. Reflecting on their earlier consideration of sending Lin Yu away, she felt an even greater discomfort in her heart. Perhaps, in certain matters, they had indeed misjudged Lin Yu. At his core, he remained a good child. Xiao Yu, if you feel any discomfort, remember to inform the doctor and get checked promptly, Su Xiaomei advised with meticulous care. Mom, don't worry, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, his voice gentle. As long as you are all well, that's what matters. We're fine, really, Su Xiaomei said, her heart heavy with sorrow. Her voice trembled, and she bowed her head, quietly wiping away her tears. At that moment, Lin Zhao's inner voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Lin Yu's feigned suffering is indeed something. He mused. I didn't expect this fellow to be so ruthless towards himself, orchestrating such a performance to elicit sympathy from the family. Nonetheless, he has succeeded. Feigning pain? A self-directed performance? Su Xiaomei's tears abruptly ceased. Having validated Lin Zhao's inner voice on several occasions, they now held a certain degree of trust in it. Her gaze toward Lin Yu shifted to one of inquiry. I am truly fine, just a minor injury. I would fear not death if it meant protecting you. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the change in the atmosphere around him, lost in his own thoughts. By the way, Xiao Yu, I recall you usually sleep until noon on weekends, hardly ever eating breakfast. Why are you up so early today? Lin Baixian, who had been silent, suddenly inquired. Lin Yu seemed taken aback by the unexpected question. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stammered, It's just that, I don't know why, but I couldn't sleep and wanted to join Mom and Dad for morning exercises. Oh, what a coincidence. If you hadn't woken up early, Mother might have been in danger, Lin Baixian remarked, appearing contemplative. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. The police had arrived. The situation, while straightforward, revealed an unexpected twist. The surveillance camera at the Lin family's entrance had malfunctioned unbeknownst to them. Thus, aside from the individuals involved, no one could identify the appearance of the assailant. You need not worry. The surveillance on several nearby streets has just been upgraded to high definition. Even if the suspect wore a hat and mask, we can still extract identifying features through eye characteristics and body stature from the data, the police patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Lin family finally lightened somewhat. Only Lin Yu exhibited a fleeting glimmer of panic in his eyes. Chapter 34, Bribes. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's inner thoughts, the Lin family directed their full attention to Lin Yu's face. The trace of confusion on Lin Yu's countenance was keenly observed. Each of them, being intelligent individuals, could easily discern the truth. Xiao Yu, are you absolutely certain that you did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance? Su Xiaomei inquired once more. Mother, I truly did not. The situation was too urgent. My mind went completely blank. Lin Yu continued to feign innocence with a premeditated excuse. However, this time, he subtly perceived the helplessness in his mother-esque gaze. It dawned on him that the concern his family once displayed for him had vanished, seemingly without notice. Aside from his mother, both his father and elder sister bore expressions of resignation. Father, mother, why the somber faces? Lin Yu's heart raced with anxiety. He pondered the unsettling possibility that he may have been exposed, yet quickly dismissed the thought. This matter had been executed with utmost secrecy. There was no chance he could be discovered, especially since even the police lacked evidence. They could hardly suspect him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu resolutely lifted his head. Father, mother, I genuinely did not see that person's face. You witnessed the circumstances. Had I not intervened in time, Mother Su Xiaomei gazed at Lin Yu, who stubbornly refused to admit the truth. Despite her discomfort, she found herself at a loss for words. After nurturing him for 20 years, she was reluctant to completely sever ties. Regardless, she still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity for everyone involved. It seemed the others shared her sentiments. They merely offered gentle reminders for Lin Yu to recuperate and then turned their attention away from him. Observing the family's indifference, Lin Yu began to grasp certain truths. Though he was unaware of where he had faltered, it appeared that exposure was an inevitability. Indeed, in the days that followed, Lin Yu frequently noticed his parents engaged in hushed discussions in the study. Whenever he approached, they would abruptly cease their conversation. Additionally, he discovered some materials regarding foreign schools in the study's wastebasket. Clearly, they were resolute in sending him away. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, but found himself devoid of alternatives. He understood that by phone would not assist him in the near future. After several days of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. He hurried to school and sought out the head of the logistics department responsible for the library renovations. This individual, surnamed Li, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and lean, with a shrewd demeanor. Previously, after Lin Xingshan had finalized the plans for the library's extensive repairs, Lin Yu had approached this director. As anticipated, Director Li proved to be a rather greedy individual. The two swiftly agreed to profit from the materials, splitting the proceeds 50-50. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Director Li greeted him with a forced smile. "Oh, young Master Lin, what brings you here?" Director Li said, bustling about to serve tea. Though his smile was insincere, confronted by these affluent youths, he found himself, at his age, forced to feign smiles towards these youngsters, harboring 100 grievances within. Alas, he was not in a position to provoke them. Lin Yu sank into the sofa, unceremoniously seized a teacup, took a sip, and remarked nonchalantly, "Director Li, the fund from the Lin family should have been transferred a few days ago. Why is there no movement on your end? You aren't contemplating hoarding it, are you?" "Of course not," Director Li hastily clarified. Glancing towards the door to ensure no one was listening, he lowered his voice and continued, "Young Master Lin, do we not agree to distribute the funds post-construction?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance. After all, it was merely a month's difference. What significance did that hold? However, a flicker of anxiety danced within him. They had indeed agreed to wait until the project concluded to divide the funds, but he felt the pressure of time. He was uncertain when his parents would send him away, and should he remain unprepared, he would be left helpless. Thus, he needed to secure as much money as possible. Yet he could not afford to display any urgency. He had to maintain his previous demeanor of arrogance and bravado. Director Li was clearly intimidated by Lin Yu's attitude and patiently elucidated, "Young Master Lin, the delay is due to many materials not being in place, and we are uncertain of the final remaining amount." Lin Yu furrowed his brow. "Do you think I am truly ignorant? Such project proposals are meticulously drafted in advance, with detailed breakdowns. Yet, there can be exceptional circumstances." Director Li attempted further explanation, but Lin Yu, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless of any exceptional circumstances, the amount will not differ significantly. You can bear that risk, can't you? Do not forget, without my involvement, you wouldn't earn a single penny." Faced with Lin Yu's demeanor, Director Li was incensed. To flip-flop was one thing, but to be threatened was another. Yet, despite his anger, he could not afford to show it. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you in urgent need of money? If necessary, I can transfer you some funds from my personal savings." Lin Yu refused to acknowledge any urgency, casually stating, "I've set my sights on a new car. I'm just a bit short on pocket money." Director Li clenched his fists tightly. At his age, he still toiled daily at work, anxiously striving to earn a meager commission. Yet here was Lin Yu, merely anxious over a car purchase. Taking a deep breath to steady his tone, Director Li said, "Young master, you must understand that every penny requires layers of approval. And until the project concludes, a substantial portion cannot be released." Lin Yu coldly responded, "Then you should advance me the money due. Once it comes through, you can take it all back." Seeing Lin Yu's determination to acquire the funds, Director Li felt he had no recourse. With a heavy sigh, he pulled out his phone, conceding, "Very well, I will transfer all my personal savings to you." Before long, Lin Yu received the notification of the transfer, which brought him a sense of relief and improved his demeanor. "Good, we are settled. I shall take my leave now." With the money in hand, Lin Yu was eager to depart without delay. Continuing with his next step, he was unaware that the notification regarding the funds deposited into his bank account was not solely received by him. Chapter 35. Expulsion from the Lin family. After Lin Yu caused such a commotion, the Lin family, while maintaining a facade of indifference, secretly monitored him to avoid further entanglements, particularly concerning financial matters. When the amount credited to Lin Yu's bank account exceeded a certain threshold, the bank promptly notified the relevant authorities, namely Lin Xiao. Determined not to allow her parents to suffer further distress over Lin Yu's actions, she took it upon herself to keep a watchful eye on him. It did not take long for her to uncover the source of the funds. She had not forgotten Lin Xiao's heartfelt concerns. Indeed, the construction funds had been embezzled by Lin Yu, who had substituted the materials for repairing the library with substandard ones. This suggested the possibility of a catastrophic collapse, as Lin Xiao had feared, leading to a series of irrevocable consequences. Sighing heavily, Lin Xiao lamented her situation. Her intention was never to eradicate Lin Yu completely, but the enormity of his transgressions left her no choice. She did not wish for the entire Lin family to be dragged down with him. Ideally, these matters would fall to her elder sister, Lin Chuj, to handle. However, since her sister traveled abroad, there had been no word from her, as the branch office overseas seemed to be encountering difficulties. Consequently, the troubles Lin Yu had stirred up were left for Lin Xiao to manage. Reflecting on the 2 decades of familial bonds that felt wasted, she found herself increasingly agitated. In the following days, Lin Xiao activated the connections her parents had previously arranged, ensuring constant surveillance on Lin Yu's movements. To her astonishment, after acquiring a substantial sum of money, Lin Yu did not cease his reckless behavior. He brazenly sought loans under the family name from various prominent families that had once been allies of the Lin family. Though he did so discreetly, word still reached Lin Xingshan. Furious, Lin Xingshan promptly dispatched a message declaring that Lin Yu's borrowing was a personal endeavor and had no relation to the Lin family. The other families, astute in their understanding, quickly inferred the situation from Lin Xingshan's reaction. This was clearly indicative of a desire to sever ties. Such self-interested individuals naturally would not engage in a losing proposition. Upon returning, they outright rejected Lin Yu and expelled him. As Lin Yu faced repeated rejections, his frustration grew. "You lowly, myopic fools! Do you dare to believe I will have my father sever all cooperation with you? Offend me, and you shall regret it." He spat. However, his wild outbursts were quelled upon hearing a warning from inside. If he continued his ruckus, they would call the police. Instantly, he ceased his shouting, recalling the humiliation of his previous encounter with law enforcement. He had no desire to relive that experience. Yet, despite his protests, he was forcibly taken away. Lin Yu's recent conduct had brought shame upon the Lin family. Before he could escalate matters any further, Lin Xiao, accompanied by bodyguards, intervened just in time, bringing Lin Yu back home against his will. Upon returning home, Lin Yu initially felt a sense of relief. However, as soon as he stepped through the door and sensed the heavy atmosphere enveloping the household, panic set in. "Dad, Mom, Lin Yu barely uttered a word when a teacup flew towards him, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Fragments of porcelain and spilled tea scattered across the floor. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. When he looked up, he saw Lin Xingshan's face etched with fury, his gaze devoid of the affection it once held. It was important to note that Lin Yu had always been mischievous. Even when he erred, his father's reprimands had never carried such a resolute expression. Quickly, Lin Yu glanced at his mother, only to find Su Xiaomei's countenance equally grim. "Lin Yu, what have we done to deserve this? What has caused you to become this way?" Su Xiaomei's voice trembled with emotion. "Mom, Lin Yu felt cold sweat trickling down his back, his legs trembling beneath him. It was perhaps the first time he truly contemplated whether he had erred gravely. Lin Xingshan scoffed. "You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf raised at our expense. If you remain in this household, you will surely bring ruin upon the Lin family." The discussion had finally come to the forefront. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, fear gripping him. He could not fathom what life would be like after 20 years of comfort if he were to leave the Lin family. Recalling the humiliating experience of borrowing money earlier that day, he was consumed by dread at the thought of living like a pariah. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself and felt his knees. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I realize my mistakes now." Tears streamed down his face as he crawled to his mother's feet, incessantly apologizing. Yet, Su Xiaomei was filled with profound disappointment and was unwilling to extend forgiveness. They could not afford to gamble on Lin Yu's behavior. Should he revert to his previous ways, they would once again be left to pick up the pieces. Lin Yu clung to Su Xiaomei's legs, fervently pleading, yet he noticed that the mother who had always shown him compassion now refused to even glance in his direction. In the past, she would have been unable to bear witnessing him in such despair. This realization chilled his heart further. Lin Yu, do not make it difficult for your mother. We have made our decision. You are no longer a member of the Lin family, Lin Xingshan said with a heavy sigh. Dad, Lin Yu attempted to kneel before his father, but Lin Xingshan stood up and ascended the stairs. Su Xiaomei sighed heavily and followed suit. Dad, Mom. Lin Yu tried to chase after them, but Lin Baixian stepped in front of him. Lin Yu, do not burden your parents any further. The Lin family has never treated you poorly, yet you have repeatedly engaged in such behavior. They have decided that you will still receive your monthly allowance and have arranged for your accommodation near your school. If you truly wish to seek their forgiveness, you must learn to live independently. Understanding that their parents did not intend to completely sever ties, Lin Baixian conveyed their arrangements. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, standing in place. Speechless for an extended period, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no resentment. Yet now he is consumed by fear. He fears losing everything he once held dear. Chapter 36. The False Young Master. Lin Yu ultimately departed from the Lin family. However, after a mere half-day of despondency, he ventured out the next day with his group of unruly friends. Like a rebound after suppression, he once again exhibited an exceptionally rebellious and arrogant demeanor in the presence of others. In the dimly lit private room, Lin Yu occupied the center, still projecting the air of a privileged heir. Beside him sat Liang Xiaoxue, the former belle of Lin Zhao's school days. Liang Xiaoxue, already dressed in a seductive manner, today donned even more revealing attire, incessantly pressing herself against Lin Yu. The fullness of her bosom seemed to long to rest directly upon Lin Yu's arm, leaving him in a state of disarray, almost forgetting his recent expulsion from the Lin family. He even felt a flicker of relief. After all, his allowance had not diminished significantly. He no longer had to reside at home, and no one was there to monitor him. Was he not, then, even freer? After several rounds of drinks, his companions became increasingly indiscreet in their conversations. Initially, they lauded Lin Yu while disparaging Lin Xiao. Out of the blue, someone blurted out, "By the way, brother Yu, what did that kid say? He claims to be the true heir of the Lin family. I wonder if there is any truth to it." The speaker, having indulged too much, mumbled incoherently. Upon those words, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone present was aware of the matter. However, since Lin Yu had not expressed his stance, they, being his followers, dared not inquire further. To their astonishment, the topic was thrust into the open, fueled by alcohol. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What are you all looking at? So what if I am not a Lin family member? Have I wronged any of you?" A nearby subordinate quickly forced a smile, attempting to placate him. No. Brother Yu, don't take it to heart. They are merely talking nonsense." This topic struck a nerve with Lin Yu, igniting the flames of anger within him, which were not easily quelled. Without hesitation, he stood up, raising his voice even higher. "Even if I'm not a Lin family member, even if they have cast me out, so what? I'm still formidable." Exactly. Brother Yu is the greatest. Without Brother Yu, the Lin family is at a loss. Sooner or later, they will seek his return. His companions echoed in agreement. Yet, Liang Xiaoxue's expression darkened, and she muttered under her breath, "Ah, so what those people said was true. I thought they were deceiving me." Lin Yu's already fragile heart was further wounded by her words, and he snapped. "What do you mean by that? Are you regretting it?" No. Liang Xiaoxue sensed the shift in atmosphere and dared not concede. However, Lin Yu relentlessly seized her arm, shouting, "You wretched girl, are you regretting it?" Liang Xiaoxue winced from his grip, growing impatient. "I told you no. Why are you making a scene?" Slap. Before she could finish her protest, a resounding slap met her face. Liang Xiaoxue raised her head in astonishment, incredulously asking, You actually dare to hit me? I am striking you, you wretched woman." Lin Yu, intoxicated, seized Liang Xiaoxue and prepared to continue his assault. Liang Xiaoxue, terrified, shouted, "Lin Yu, if you dare to strike me again, I will accuse you of rape." This declaration instantly diminished Lin Yu's fury by half, as if doused with cold water. His expression darkened considerably. He seemed to have finally calmed down from his prior rage, reflecting on his current predicament. Why did these individuals all wish to stir trouble with the police? Lin Yu no longer desired to confront Liang Xiaoxue head-on, but in front of so many subordinates. He found it difficult to save face. Suppressing his displeasure, he coldly warned, "I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, beware that I will expose all your past misdeeds." Liang Xiaoxue regained her composure, clenching her teeth in frustration, choosing to remain silent. This farce caused those present to ponder their own thoughts. They had assumed Lin Yu would maintain dominance over Lin Xiao due to his connection with the Lin couple. Yet he had been ousted. Although uncertain whether Lin Yu would have another chance to return to the Lin family, it was clear that he had genuinely been defeated by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao proved to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. In the hearts of the Lin family, Lin Xiao held greater significance than they had expected. This realization prompted them to weigh their options carefully. Liang Xiaoxue was no exception, regretting her previous indifference towards Lin Xiao. Having now discovered that Lin Yu was merely a pretender while Lin Xiao was the true heir of the Lin family, she found herself in a predicament, having gained nothing but trouble. After much deliberation, she resolved to seek out Lin Xiao. After all, he was just another man, similar to the rest. She believed in her allure. A mere country bumpkin could not possibly be more challenging than those wealthy heirs. However, what Liang Xiaoxue did not anticipate was that the unfolding events would deviate entirely from her expectations. Chapter 37. The unexpected arrival of Liang Xiaoxue. On this day, Lin Xiao was dining with Qiu Xiaoyan at a restaurant outside the school. Recently, the frequency of their meetings had increased, and Qiu Xiaoyan's initially reserved nature had finally warmed up. She harbored a budding affection for Lin Xiao, drawn to both their childhood memories and his recent demeanor. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed perpetually oblivious, despite her evident displays of interest. He often engaged in actions that were rather blunt, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Furthermore, despite his seemingly sharp mind, he could not recall any details from their childhood. In the restaurant, as they awaited their meal, Qiu Xiaoyan rested her chin on her hands, quietly observing Lin Xiao. Dressed in a pale yellow dress, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, she appeared both radiant and charming. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lin Xiao raised his hand to touch his face. "No, I'm merely curious. You..." The genuine young master of the Lin family seemed to be excessively low-key, Qiu Xiaoyan remarked with a smile, her gaze drifting to the floor-to-ceiling window nearby. However, upon looking, she noticed a strikingly alluring woman, dressed in a rather revealing manner, approaching their direction. Her eyes were fixated on Lin Xiao, seemingly filled with excitement. Before Qiu Xiaoyan could inquire, the woman had already reached the window and gently tapped on the glass. Lin Xiao looked over in confusion, only to discover that it was Liang Xiaoxue. Since their last unpleasant encounter outside the luxury car dealership, he had not seen her again. He recalled that Liang Xiaoxue was not a student at their school. How could she possibly be here? Her crimson lips moved slightly, as if she were saying, "Wait for me." She then circled around to the restaurant's entrance and walked in. Without any reservation, she plopped down right next to Lin Xiao. The seats here were all plush booths, and Liang Xiaoxue was clearly intentional in sitting very close to him. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and shifted away, attempting to maintain as much distance as possible from her. He was puzzled by Liang Xiaoxue's intentions. "Lin Xiao, what a coincidence. I never imagined I would run into you here," Liang Xiaoxue said, her tone bright and cheerful, as if they were long-lost friends, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively felt a sense of aversion toward this unfamiliar woman. Whether it was due to the overly familiar demeanor or her provocative attire, she found her utterly displeasing. However, unsure of the nature of their relationship, she refrained from speaking further. "Liang Xiaoxue, do you need something?" Lin Zhao's expression was frigid. The strong scent of her perfume was rather unpleasant to him. Yet Liang Xiaoxue merely tossed her hair flirtatiously and leaned closer to Lin Xiao, playfully pouting. "Lin Xiao, we used to be classmates. It's rare to run into each other like this. Why are you being so cold?" As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling, adding, "And you used to like me, didn't you?" Upon hearing these words, Qiu Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through her mind. No way. Lin Zhao's type was someone like this, with fiery red lips and cascading waves, along with that alluring figure. At this thought, she instinctively glanced down at herself. As a woman, Liang Xiaoxue also keenly noticed Qiu Xiaoyan's reaction. Puffing her chest out a bit more, her eyes glinting with challenge. Wait a moment, Liang Xiaoxue. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the subtle rivalry between the two women. Liang Xiaoxue, assuming Lin Xiao could not resist her allure, turned with a pleased smile and tossed him a flirtatious glance. Lin Xiao, gee, what is the matter? Typically, any man would be unable to resist her charm. However, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she saw an unmistakable disdain. Liang Xiaoxue, should you wish to join me for a meal, I will be pleased to treat you. However, I kindly ask that you maintain a distance, as your scent is rather overwhelming. Lin Xiao remarked, waving his hand in front of his nose as he spoke. His voice, not particularly hushed, echoed in the otherwise tranquil restaurant, drawing the curious gazes of nearby diners. Some stifled laughter, while others whispered among themselves, pointing fingers at Liang Xiaoxue. Her smile faltered, frozen on her face. She had meticulously prepared herself for the day, even applying perfume. Yet Lin Xiao dared to criticize her fragrance? Onlookers might mistakenly assume she had not bathed in days. Qiu Xiaoyan could not suppress her laughter and solemnly advised, "Dear sister, has no one informed you that excessive application of perfume can lead to an unpleasant odor?" As she spoke, she mimicked a dramatic gesture of waving her hand. Liang Xiaoxue, filled with both embarrassment and anger, trembled with rage. Yet, faced with such a crowd, she refrained from expressing her ire. Nevertheless, she was determined not to yield easily. After all, she had lingered at the school gate for several days, hoping for a chance encounter with Lin Xiao. Now that the opportunity had finally arisen, she was resolute in seizing it. After a brief moment, she composed herself and signaled for a server to bring an extra chair. She then positioned herself strategically between Qiu Xiaoyan and Lin Xiao, even ordering a few dishes. Chapter 38. The Young Girlfriend. Liang Xiaoxue's audacity left Qiu Xiaoyan utterly astonished. She had never fathomed that such brazen individuals existed in the world. Lin Xiao was equally taken aback by Liang Xiaoxue's boldness. Casting a glance her way, he calmly suggested, "Let's change venues." Indeed, Qiu Xiaoyan concurred, promptly grabbing her bag and rising to her feet. The nearby server appeared flustered, exclaiming that the meal had already been paid for, and the food was complimentary. Lin Xiao waved his phone, asserting, "It's settled," before leading Qiu Xiaoyan out. Liang Xiaoxue was taken aback by Lin Xiao's blatant disregard for her feelings, her face darkening with indignation. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, she trailed after them. The server watched the trio depart with a bemused expression, marveling at the audacity of today's university students. The prospect of a complimentary feast brought a smile to the server's face. Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan intended to relocate to another establishment. Yet the sight of Liang Xiaoxue pursuing them ignited their irritation. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Xiao questioned, his demeanor increasingly stern amidst the sparse crowd. Sensing his genuine anger, Liang Xiaoxue felt a twinge of apprehension. However, having come this far, she resolved to throw caution to the wind. Stepping closer, she entwined her arm with Lin Xiao's, pouting as she pleaded, "Lin Xiao, please don't be so cold towards me." Her incessant attempts at charm only served to exasperate him, leading Lin Xiao to brusquely shake her off. Liang Xiaoxue, caught off balance, stumbled backward and plopped down on the steps. The shortness of her dress left her exposed. It must be said, her appearance was certainly eye-catching as she sat there. The passers-by initially harbored a desire to steal a few more glances, but now that the moment had passed, some gazed at her with an unmistakable lewdness. After several refusals, Liang Xiaoxue's patience finally waned. "Lin Xiao, how dare you take my kindness for granted?" She abruptly rose, brandishing her bag forcefully toward Lin Xiao. However, her high heels caught in the crevice of the tiled floor, causing her to stumble, and instead of striking Lin Xiao, the bag struck Qiu Xiaoyan beside him. Instinctively, Qiu Xiaoyan recoiled, but she failed to notice a motorcycle passing behind her. In her panic, she attempted to evade the motorcycle, but her body was slow to react. "Watch out!" Lin Xiao swiftly caught Qiu Xiaoyan, narrowly avoiding the motorcycle. Nonetheless, she twisted her ankle. Qiu Xiaoyan gasped in pain, struggling to steady herself, but ultimately collapsing into Lin Xiao's embrace. The faint fragrance enveloped him, stirring something in Lin Xiao's heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and gently assisted Qiu Xiaoyan to a nearby seat. Crouching down, he meticulously examined her ankle. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes," she replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she hesitated to apply pressure. I recall you have no classes this afternoon. Let me take you to my sister. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao turned, presenting his back to Qiu Xiaoyan, indicating for her to climb on. Observing his concerned expression and sturdy shoulders, Qiu Xiaoyan's heart raced, and she cautiously climbed onto his back, suddenly feeling that twisting her ankle might not be such a misfortune after all. Thus, Lin Xiao carried Qiu Xiaoyan to the roadside to hail a taxi. Behind them, Liang Xiaoxue's sharp voice pierced the air. Lin Xiao, come back. Lin Xiao, I've twisted my ankle too. You can't just leave me. But this time, no matter how she called out, Lin Xiao did not turn back. A few bystanders initially considered offering assistance, but upon witnessing Liang Xiaoxue's fierce demeanor, they sheepishly retreated. Liang Xiaoxue could only clumsily extract her heel from the crevice, struggling to rise, and she did not forget to retrieve her bag. Watching Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan depart, her eyes brimmed with malice. Sister, how is her ankle? In the capital city hospital, Lin Xiao asked with concern. Lin Baixian glanced at the x-ray and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Rest assured, your little friend is not severely injured. There are no fractures, and she will recover with some rest. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly clarified, Sister, don't say that. She is not my girlfriend. Oh, is that so? Although Lin Baixian had never been in a relationship and remained single, she was not blind to the obvious. The way that young girl looked at her brother could easily weave a tale of affection. It was impossible that no feelings were involved. Observing Lin Xiao's naive demeanor, Lin Baixian could only shake her head in exasperation. You truly are a foolish younger brother. Though she felt a mix of frustration and affection, she had no intention of intervening. Let the young handle their own affairs. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan was safe, Lin Xiao decided to escort her home. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Baixian suddenly inquired, By the way, Lin Xiao, are you free this evening? Yes, I am. What's the matter? Lin Xiao nodded. There's a social gathering at the hospital tonight. I initially had no intention of attending, but Lin Baixian was not particularly fond of crowded and noisy environments. However, she had refrained from attending the previous gatherings, which had drawn some criticism from her peers. This time, lacking a suitable excuse, she thought to bring Lin Xiao along, hoping it would ease her discomfort. Sure, I'll accompany you. Lin Xiao readily agreed, not having forgotten the earlier gossip surrounding Lin Baixian. He was eager to uncover who in the hospital might be conspiring against his sister. Chapter 39. The Gossip Never Ceases. That evening, a private dining establishment near the hospital buzzed with excitement. Over 20 doctors and nurses were gathered around 2 long tables, enjoying their meals while engaging in cheerful conversation. Oh my, Baixian, I never expected your brother to be so handsome. Indeed, Baixian, had I known your brother was this dashing, I would have introduced him to my cousin. Your brother is truly remarkable. Despite Lin Xiao's efforts to diminish his presence, he found himself the subject of playful teasing. Among the group were women in their 40s as well as younger ladies around Lin Baixian's age, all seemingly intrigued by him, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Lin Xiao occasionally cast pleading glances at Lin Baixian, but she merely focused on her food, oblivious to his plight. With no other choice, he maintained an awkward smile and answered their inquiries one by one. Lin Baixian was surprised by her brother's unexpected popularity. However, since the attention had shifted away from her, she welcomed the reprieve. Amidst the lively chatter, Lin Xiao's gossip system buzzed incessantly in his mind. Initially annoyed by the noise, he wished for the system to quiet down temporarily. Yet, upon hearing snippets of gossip, his curiosity piqued. Oh look, that little nurse is having an affair with the male doctor over there. But he looks old enough to be her father. An extramarital affair? How thrilling. Huh. The children of that model couple in the department aren't even husbandess? They appear so happy and harmonious. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. That pregnant nurse is carrying a super son? She knows, but can't bear to terminate the pregnancy? What? This child is destined to become a formidable serial killer? Note to self. Keep a distance in the future. Lin Xiao was left astounded. The amount of gossip he encountered that night exceeded what he typically heard in a month. It was utterly fascinating. He found himself less bothered by the older women's antics. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, Lin Baixian was enjoying herself even more. Throughout the evening, she was neither questioned nor scrutinized, instead sharing in the gossip that unfolded around her. Most importantly, the juicy tidbits she gleaned from Lin Xiao were entirely new to her, leaving her intrigued. Throughout the entire department, it seems that apart from the individuals directly involved, no one else is privy to the situation. This realization fills Lin Baixian with an inexplicable thrill. Previously, she believed herself to be indifferent to such matters. Yet, for reasons unknown, she now finds herself increasingly captivated. Is it the very essence of humanity to be gossip-driven? Lin Xiao, in an attempt to handle the inquiries from these individuals, spoke until his throat was parched. Fortunately, as they were all doctors, none were accustomed to staying up late. By around 10 o'clock, there was a palpable desire to disperse. Just then, a male doctor, reeking of alcohol, staggered over to Lin Baixian. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's instincts flared with alarm. Concurrently, the system in his mind promptly updated with new information. Dr. Lin, it's still early. Shall we join the next round together? The male doctor plopped down beside Lin Baixian, his gaze laden with implications. I'm sorry, but I need to take my brother back to school shortly. Lin Baixian replied with an impassive expression, her tone distant. Oh, come on. Your brother is already 20. Can't he take a cab by himself? The male doctor, emboldened by alcohol, leaned closer to Lin Baixian. It's a rare night out. Let us enjoy ourselves. Lin Baixian subtly shifted away, continuing to reject him. I appreciate it, but you all have fun without me. A rejection so explicit would have caused a more decent individual to relent. Yet this male doctor, for reasons unbeknownst to her, persisted in his advances. Lin Baixian frowned slightly, unwilling to engage further. Before she could rise, the male doctor suddenly grasped her arm. Dr. Lin, even if you think I'm being presumptuous tonight, there are things I must express to you. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby. As colleagues, the initial reaction was not to perceive this as harassment. Rather, many found it amusing and began to cheer. Xiao Lu, are you about to confess? Wow, how romantic. Those present, having consumed considerable alcohol, remained oblivious to Lin Baixian's increasingly darkening expression. Lin Xiao immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Baixian. To uphold his sister's dignity, he refrained from confronting the situation too aggressively. My dear brother, you've had too much to drink. Lin Xiao maintained a polite smile, but internally, he began to seethe. Damn it, what a pervert. I've never encountered someone so shameless. To be so brazen while knowing his own sexual orientation is male, and yet still be so bold. How disgusting. Truly, he has no sense of decency. He must think everyone is oblivious, trying to feign drunkenness to take advantage of my sister. Listening to Lin Xiao's inner thoughts, Lin Baixian was taken aback. She had previously collaborated with this male doctor. They were colleagues who could converse comfortably. Never had she imagined he could be so repugnant. Unable to help herself, she scrutinized him briefly, her gaze lingering on his inappropriate attributes. A dual orientation? This implication left her feeling nauseated, nearly causing her to regurgitate the meal she had just consumed. Chapter 40. The gossip hits close to home. The intense physical discomfort compelled Lin Baixian to maintain a considerable distance from the male doctor. The male doctor, assuming an injured demeanor, feigned deep affection as he remarked, Dr. Lin, I truly like you, but do you really despise me so? Such a humble inquiry stirred a pang of sympathy among the bystanders. This male doctor generally enjoyed a good rapport within the department, known for his attentiveness and thoughtfulness, fostering close relationships with the senior female staff. Perhaps due to traditional mindsets, no one had entertained thoughts in that direction. Xiaolin, I believe Dr. Lu is quite a decent fellow. Since you're currently unattached, why not give Dr. Lu a chance? Who knows what might blossom? Others chimed in. Indeed, Dr. Lin, both you and Dr. Lu are surgeons. In the future, you could support each other in times of need. Listening to the chorus of opinions, Lin Baixian understood that if she remained silent, she might unwittingly give rise to rumors of having wronged someone. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes on the male doctor. Dr. Lu, are you certain you like me? The male doctor, caught off guard by Lin Baixian's icy stare, felt a surge of uncertainty. Yet, having made such declarations in front of so many, he could only nod affirmatively. Of course. I like you. However, before he could complete his sentence, Lin Baixian produced her phone. Dr. Lu, I've recorded this. I hope you will think carefully about what you say next. Regardless of what transpires in the future, or who might come seeking me, I will not take responsibility. A profound look glimmered in her eyes. The male doctor was rendered speechless. His restless heart had merely sought to take advantage of Lin Baixian under the influence of alcohol. Moreover, he could easily deny any implication of such a situation afterward. Yet, now, under Lin Baixian's scrutiny, he began to feel uncertain. Although he was currently single, He had numerous ambiguous relationships. What if they discovered this? How would he navigate his social circle afterward? His embarrassment was palpable, and the onlookers took note. Concerned about the potential fallout, they began to interject. Dr. Lin, are you perhaps taking this too seriously? With so many witnesses present, is a recording truly necessary? Some assumed the male doctor's discontent stemmed from this. Others attempted to advocate for him. Xiaolu, after all, this is a confession. A girl may wish to record it as a cherished memory, and that shouldn't be an issue, right? Only a couple of individuals, observing the peculiar exchange, detected an undercurrent of tension. Dr. Lin, what did you mean by that? Who would come seeking you? Or does Dr. Liu perhaps already have someone? Their unfinished thoughts sparked a realization among the others, who turned their attention to Lin Baixian, a wave of curiosity enveloping them. Could it be that Dr. Liu actually had a girlfriend and was carelessly professing his feelings to others? Noticing the escalating anxiety on the male doctor's face, Lin Baixian smiled, a hint of menace threading through her expression. Dr. Liu, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I advise you to tread carefully. Otherwise, should your boyfriends come looking for you, how will you explain this? At her words, the atmosphere shifted into an eerie silence. Boyfriends? What did that imply? The crowd scrutinized the male doctor, some appearing as though they wished to speak, yet ultimately uttering nothing. The doctor's face flushed a deep crimson, and after a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "Why you shouldn't speak nonsense? I do not have a boyfriend." However, his demeanor and gestures resembled that of a chastised young bride, overly delicate and effeminate. Initially, the others had not entertained such thoughts, merely perceiving him as somewhat more considerate than other men. Yet, after hearing Lin Baixian's remarks, they could not help but scrutinize his behavior with newfound suspicion. Cough. How did I not notice that when Xiaolu speaks, his pinky tends to lift? One remarked, "Don't mention it. I hadn't observed that either," another replied. Could it truly be, as Dr. Lin suggested? It seems quite plausible, came the consensus, although the surrounding voices had lowered. The silence of the room rendered even the faintest sound conspicuous. The male doctor trembled with indignation, baffled as to how Lin Baixian had uncovered his secret. It was one thing for her to discover it, but to voice it in front of so many was utterly mortifying. How could he possibly continue his work at the hospital after this? Fortunately, someone sensed the awkward atmosphere and swiftly changed the subject. "It's getting late. We should disperse." "Indeed, I've had quite enough to drink. My head feels dizzy. Time to head home and rest." "Yes, we have work tomorrow." As they conversed, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Baixian, uninterested in lingering with such individuals, grabbed her bag and began to lead Lin Xiao outside. Yet, as she reached the restaurant's entrance, she suddenly noticed Lin Xiao quickening his pace. Simultaneously, she caught a glimpse of his inner thoughts. What the hell? How did I become part of this gossip? This damned pervert just quit. Let us hurry. Don't look at me. Don't cling to me. Go away. Curiosity piqued. Lin Baixian halted in her tracks. Lin Xiao appeared truly flustered. Could it be he had his own scandal? This realization made Lin Baixian less anxious, and she remained rooted in place. "Cease. What's wrong?" Lin Xiao inquired, perplexed. "Oh, it's nothing. I might have had a bit too much to drink, and the breeze is giving me a headache. I'll just rest for a moment." Lin Baixian fabricated a casual excuse while keenly observing her surroundings. For some time now, it had been Lin Xiao consuming their gossip. Was it not fair for her to indulge in a morsel of her dear brother-esque scandal this time? Chapter 41. Rumors are spread by the mouth and debunked by tireless legs. "Oh, if you're feeling unwell, I'll fetch you some water," Lin Xiao said, eager to leave the scene. He had already spotted a group approaching with an aggressive demeanor. However, just as he reached the convenience store entrance, a distinctly effeminate voice called out from behind, "You're not getting away." Suddenly, his arm was seized. Turning around, he found it was the male doctor. With most of the hospital staff having departed, the doctor no longer bothered to feign nonchalance. He tugged at Lin Xiao while beckoning to the others in the distance. "Ladies, come quickly. It's him." As a few individuals approached, Lin Xiao discerned that they comprised both men and women. The men bore a striking resemblance to this particular male doctor, adorned with makeup, and their demeanor exuded a distinctly effeminate quality. The women appeared somewhat more conventional. However, the glares they directed at Lin Xiao were imbued with hostility and resentment. Hey, I don't know you at all, so please don't cause unnecessary trouble." Lin Xiao hastily retreated, unwilling to engage with such individuals. He had already gleaned their intentions through the gossip system. and even a moment in their company was excruciating. You little brat, seducing someone else's boyfriend and pretending to be innocent? One of the flamboyant men exclaimed loudly. The curious glances from passersby caused Lin Xiao's face to alternate between shades of pale and crimson. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed, "I seduce your grandfather. You actually want to seduce my grandfather?" The flamboyant man grew even more furious. Lin Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words and quickly attempted to signal Lin Baixian, who stood a short distance away. Yet, Lin Baixian merely rested her head on one hand, completely oblivious to the commotion. Logically, given the ruckus, she should have heard it. Was she truly intoxicated? Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, Lin Baixian was not holding her forehead due to a hangover. Rather, she was stifling laughter, her hand shielding her face. It was her first time witnessing Lin Xiao in such a predicament, and it was undeniably amusing. Lin Xiao felt as though he were losing his mind. If it were anyone else causing him trouble, he could easily resolve the issue with a few well-placed punches. But now, faced with these delicate women and effeminate men, he feared that a single blow would send them into tears. Amidst the struggle, Lin Xiao exerted a bit of force and finally managed to break free momentarily. He quickly pointed in another direction and shouted, "Look, there's a handsome guy over there." The group paused, instinctively glancing in that direction. Yet, it was utterly empty. There was no one there. When they turned back, they found that Lin Xiao had already vanished. "Second sister, let's run." Lin Xiao grasped Lin Baishuan's arm and fled. Fortunately, a taxi had just pulled over the curb, and without hesitation, Lin Xiao ushered Lin Baixian into the vehicle. As the car began to move, Lin Xiao gradually relaxed. He felt utterly insane. The strong scent of perfume clung to him, and images of those flamboyant individuals tugging at him flooded his mind. It seemed that someone had even taken advantage of the chaos to touch him. This was disastrous. He felt utterly compromised. Lin Xiao initially believed this to be a fleeting farce, but to his dismay, someone had recorded the events of that night and posted them online. Although the faces had been blurred, acquaintances still recognized Lin Xiao at first glance. The rumors spread rapidly, reaching the school in no time. "Lin Xiao, your orientation couldn't possibly be towards men, could it? Your actions make us feel quite insecure." His roommates teased him, pretending to be alarmed as they adjusted their collars, feigning concern about being targeted. Generally, Lin Xiao was amiable and generous, earning him a good reputation among his dorm mates. This situation has allowed them to indulge in jest without restraint. Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed. Upon viewing the online video, he promptly reached out to the individual involved to request its removal. However, the speed of the video's dissemination was astonishing, even if that person deleted it. Many had already saved and shared it. While his dorm mates might joke about it, those outside the situation seemed to have taken the rumors seriously. As he walked through the school, he often encountered looks laden with complex emotions, some filled with disdain, others with contempt, as though they regarded him as a curiosity. Most disconcerting were the glances imbued with an inexplicable ambiguity, making the hairs on the back of Lin Xiao's neck stand on end. He even received anonymous love confessions. Qiu Xiaoyan had, of course, heard the rumors. In an effort to support Lin Xiao, she made it a point to dine with him almost daily, deliberately displaying affection. Yet, such actions not only failed to clear Lin Xiao's name, but they also spurred posts denouncing him on the school forum, with sensational titles suggesting that Lin Xiao secretly harbored feelings for men while deceiving beautiful women. Even Qiu Xiaoyan's friends urged her to distance herself from Lin Xiao, cautioning her not to be fooled by a scoundrel-esque facade. Initially, Lin Xiao thought that since it was merely a rumor, it would inevitably self-destruct. Rather than exacerbate the situation, he considered simply surrendering to it. However, upon returning home for the weekend and witnessing the hesitant expressions on his parents' faces, he realized that this matter could not be easily dismissed. "Ahem, Xiao, it's not that we believe in rumors. We're just concerned you might be led astray." Lin Qingshan awkwardly broached the subject after much deliberation at the dinner table. "Yes, after all, you are our only son. What would we do if you went astray?" Su Xiaomei solemnly echoed. "Dad, Mom, why are you also?" Lin Xiao felt a surge of frustration and once again sought help from Lin Baixian. Yet, Lin Baixian merely focused on her meal, showing no intention of assisting him in clarifying the situation. With his head in his hands, Lin Xiao was at a loss. Just then, Lin Qingshan suddenly remarked, "By the way, your elder sister will be returning in a couple of days. There's a banquet next weekend. You should attend with her. That way, you can also dispel the rumors." Lin Xiao was somewhat perplexed. What could attending a banquet possibly have to do with clearing his name? However, 2 days later, when he saw his sister Lin Chuj preparing a banquet outfit for him, he was taken aback. "Sister, are you certain this attire is meant for me to wear to the banquet?" he exclaimed, holding up a pair of large shorts, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 42. The Announcement of the Breakup. Lin Chuj seemed to have anticipated Lin Xiao's reaction, her smile unwavering. With her arms crossed and a knowing expression, she added, "Did Mom and Dad not mention to you that the banquet this weekend is a bikini party?" "A bikini party?" Lin Xiao's mouth fell agape, utterly bewildered. He could hardly fathom that his first official event representing the Lin family would be a bikini party. The thought of all the attendees at such an occasion made him feel an itch in his nose. He hastily sniffed to prevent the blood from trickling down his nose. However, he soon realized the intentions of his parents. It must have been the previous rumors that compelled him to attend such a gathering. Since he had already acquiesced, he had no choice but to comply respectfully. Lin Xiao quickly ascended the stairs, holding his shorts and a few lightweight jackets. Lin Chuj cheerfully reminded him, "Make sure to try them on first. If they don't fit, I'll buy you another size." "Got it," Lin Xiao replied. His face flushed as he promptly shut the door to his room. On the weekend, the entrance of a villa was filled with luxury cars. The roar of engines soon captured the attention of the wealthy, second-generation attendees, who turned their gazes toward the entrance. A striking red sports car pulled up, and from it emerged a man and a woman, both exuding remarkable charisma. The woman possessed an alluring figure, her flowing waves cascading over her shoulders. Sunglasses perched on her nose, and lips painted a fiery red. Beneath her short skirt were long, shapely legs that captivated onlookers. Adorning her neck and wrists were limited edition pieces from this season's top brands, valued in the 7 figures. The man beside her was equally impressive, tall and lean, clad in a lightweight collared short-sleeve shirt that showcased his muscular arms and the faint outline of his chest. His shorts revealed sturdy calves, and his attire was meticulously curated, featuring a limited edition watch and shoes that accentuated his overall presence. "Sister, we're certainly not being subtle today," Lin Xiao remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of those around him. Lin Chuj had driven out a particularly flashy sports car, clearly not intending to remain inconspicuous. After all, it was their first outing together, and she was determined not to appear timid, especially given the uproar surrounding Lin Yu's reckless behavior. She wanted to ensure Lin Xiao made a commendable impression. As they entered the villa, Lin Chuj removed her sunglasses, her demeanor becoming more approachable. Soon enough, familiar faces approached, greeting her warmly. "Chuj, you finally made it." "Haha, I knew only the daughter of a prominent family could make such an entrance. Seeing it was you is no surprise." "Wow, Chuj, I've been waiting for this bracelet for ages. I can't believe you actually got one." Compliments and greetings flowed freely, revealing Lin Chuj's esteemed status among this elite circle. It was no wonder, as a member of a prestigious family in the capital and the youngest female CEO, rumored to be the future heir of the Lin family, she was certainly not akin to the typical wealthy heiresses. Lin Chuj graciously reciprocated the greetings. Noticing their glances directed at Lin Xiao, she took the initiative to pull him closer and introduced, "Let me formally introduce you. This is my younger brother, Lin Xiao." "Oh, so yes, your brother," one girl exclaimed, covering her mouth with a knowing smile. "Haha, Chuj, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you had a new boyfriend." Another girl chimed in, unable to contain her amusement. The expressions of the 2 men beside him subtly shifted, their gazes awkwardly diverting elsewhere. Lin Xiao also turned to look, only to find Bai Feng lounging beside the swimming pool, surrounded by several alluring young women. Yet, Bai Feng appeared rather disinterested, treating the ladies with indifference, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor in the underground nightclub. Before these familiar faces, he maintained the guise of a genteel gentleman. The girl from earlier noticed their attention and jested, "Oh, I was merely joking. Surely, no one intends to report me, right?" "Of course not. Who doesn't know that Miss Lin and young Master Bai are practically engaged? Their bond is so profound that mere words could hardly sway it." The men quickly interjected to lighten the mood. However, Lin Chuj merely chuckled softly and replied, "I apologize, but I forgot to inform you that Bai Feng and I have broken up." As she spoke, she delicately lifted a glass of champagne from a server's tray and took a gentle sip, her demeanor as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. Yet, those around her were taken aback. "Chuj, please don't jest with us. Everyone knows that your families have long since arranged your marriage." One of Lin Chuj's acquaintances awkwardly laughed. I am not joking. We have truly parted ways, Lin Xiao replied calmly. This matter would inevitably become public knowledge, so revealing it today seemed inconsequential. Although the separation was currently a unilateral decision communicated only to Bai Feng, who stubbornly clung to her, having heard Lin Xiao's heartfelt sentiments. She was resolute not to be deceived any longer by such a scoundrel. She would not allow any detrimental occurrences to affect the Lin family's interests. Thus, she was determined to announce their breakup, allowing everyone to be informed and preventing unnecessary trouble. Sister, Lin Xiao gently tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve, silently shaking his head. He admired her decisiveness regarding the breakup, but felt that her public declaration would undoubtedly humiliate Bai Feng. Such a despicable individual could resort to unsavory actions. After all, a thief can thrive for 1,000 days, but one can never be vigilant against a thief for 1,000 days. He believed Lin Xiao need not place herself in danger. Chapter 43. The Siege of Beauties. Indeed, as the murmurs grew louder, Lin Xiao sensed a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he noticed that Bai Feng had vanished without a trace. Lin Xiao sighed softly. It seemed Lin Xiao had underestimated the situation. After all, Bai Feng had always been meticulously careful in his facade, almost impenetrable. Only a select few, like Lin Yu, who possessed leverage over him, truly knew his real nature. To maintain their standing in the circle, they would never divulge a whisper of information. Bai Feng had never once slipped in front of Lin Xiao. Even if they were to part for some reason, Lin Xiao would not anticipate that Bai Feng would retaliate against her. With this thought, Lin Xiao could not help but feel a wave of concern wash over him. He was well aware of Bai Feng's character. He was certainly not one to relent easily. Determined to stay by Lin Xiao's side today, he aimed to protect her from any hidden dangers. However, circumstances seldom align with one's intentions. Ah, little brother. What is your name again? All right, it's Lin Xiao, isn't it? Then I'll call you Ah Xiao. With a teasing tone, one of the older sisters remarked, Goodness, Lin Xiao, who would have thought that at such a tender age? You possess quite an impressive physique. Oh, look at those abs. May I touch them? Just a little. Please? Lin Xiao had intended to remain close to Lin Xiao. Yet, once she was beckoned by friends to reminisce, he found himself encircled by a group of older sisters. To be fair, these women possessed extraordinary figures. Some had ample bosoms, others boasted skin as smooth as porcelain, while a few displayed long, slender legs. Each had their own unique allure. Dressed in bikinis, some adorned themselves with sheer cover-ups that added an air of seduction. A few had just emerged from the water, droplets trailing down their collarbones. As Lin Xiao observed these enchanting scenes, his heartbeat quickened, and his cheeks flushed crimson, which only piqued the sister's interest further. Oh my, why is our little brother blushing? A beautiful sister in a red bikini approached him, playfully wrapping her arm around his, inviting him to come closer and let her touch him. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt a sudden chill against his chest. He then realized that his shirt buttons had come undone, exposing his well-defined chest and abs. The alluring sister's delicate fingers grazed his chest. Are you free tonight, little brother? I'll be home alone, she winked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Lin Xiao's mind swirled in confusion. At just 20, he had never encountered such a scenario. A heat enveloped him, and his throat felt parched. No, this could not continue. If this went on, he might find himself in serious trouble. Seeing other sisters beginning to approach, Lin Xiao discreetly extricated himself. I need to use the restroom. With that, he swiftly made his way into the villa. The beautiful women paused, then burst into laughter. Look at how frightened he is. If he hadn't run, he might have been charmed right into bed. What's wrong with that? He wouldn't be at a loss. Hearing their banter sent a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. With everyone outside enjoying themselves, the villa was largely empty, occupied mostly by servants preparing drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Upon entering the restroom, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Surrounded by lingering fragrances of various perfumes, he felt utterly exasperated. Had he known the soiree would unfold in such a manner, he would have stayed away. What if, in a moment of folly, he lost himself? Although, as the ladies had mentioned, he wouldn't necessarily come out worse for wear in such situations. He was still new to this world, unfamiliar with its people and dynamics. Who could say whether he would encounter tantalizing warmth or find himself in a den of wolves? If this matter were to affect the Lin family, it would indeed spell disaster. However, on another note, those alluring ladies are simply irresistible. The vivid images from earlier flooded Lin Xiao's mind uncontrollably. No, this won't do. He suddenly realized the precariousness of his thoughts and promptly closed his eyes, silently reciting a calming mantra. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Once he felt sufficiently tranquil, he exited the restroom. Yet, as he passed through a somewhat secluded corridor, he unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. Chuge, I was wrong about what happened before. Please forgive me. It was by phone. Lin Xiao's heart sank at the realization, and he stealthily approached. He saw by phone grasping Lin Chuji's hand, a look of remorse etched upon his face. Ye. We have been together for so long, and my feelings for you are sincere. Bai Feng's tone was imbued with genuine earnestness. Coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, it was easy to evoke a sense of sympathy. Lin Chuge gazed at Bai Feng, her expression slightly softened. Just as she was about to utter a word, a voice resonated in her mind. I hope you don't fall for this scoundrel's deceitful words. He is merely pretending. Once the eldest sister relents, the scoundrel will surely present a drugged drink, and then... Oh dear, such a situation must be averted. But how can I intervene? Lin Chuge furrowed her brows slightly, catching a glimpse of a familiar garment nearby. It was Lin Xiao. This inner voice was one she had heard prior to her trip abroad, and its authenticity was well established. Yet, to reconfirm, Lin Chuge devised a plan in her mind. Bai Feng, if I were to forgive you, what compensation would you offer? Chapter 44. Teaching Bai Feng a lesson. Bai Feng seemed taken aback, not expecting Lin Chuge to acquiesce so readily. His face lit up with joy as he reached for a glass of wine he had prepared earlier, presenting it to Lin Chuge. Chuge, this is a special concoction I made just for you, tailored to your favorite flavor. Do give it a try. Oh, is that so? Lin Chuge narrowed her eyes slightly as she slowly accepted the glass. However, her mind was in turmoil. Lin Xiao's voice incessantly echoed, warning her of the drink's dubious nature. Naturally, she had no intention of consuming it. She merely sought to avoid letting Bai Feng off the hook so easily. As she observed the figure in the corner on the verge of revealing itself, Lin Chuge smiled lightly and said, Bai Feng, I've always wanted you to experience my favorite flavor. Perhaps you should drink this glass instead. What? Bai Feng was completely taken aback by Lin Chuji's sudden suggestion. Caught off guard and without a contingency plan, his smile slowly faltered. After a moment of hesitation, he hurriedly explained, Chuge, you know I seldom drink in such settings. My tolerance is quite low, and it would be unwise to overindulge. Oh, and what if I were to drink too much? Lin Chuge inquired with a smile. Are you not concerned that I might misbehave? How could that be? If you drink too much, I will take care of you. Bai Feng quickly donned a forced smile again. Then if you drink too much, I can care for you as well. Or perhaps you doubt my capabilities. Lin Chuji's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Feng was once again rendered speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Chuj had completely discerned Bai Feng's peculiar demeanor and could largely ascertain that the drink indeed held some sinister intent. She could hardly believe she had previously associated with such a despicable individual. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set her wine glass aside. Bai Feng's gaze remained fixated on the glass, his mind racing with anxious thoughts on how to compel Lin Chuj to consume the drink. He was entirely oblivious to the increasingly frigid glimmer in Lin Chuj's eyes and her slowly rising arm. In the next instant, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Bai Feng's face was violently turned to the side. He turned in astonishment, trembling as he touched his face. The searing pain nearly shattered the fa-ade of the refined gentleman he had cultivated. Chuj, what do you mean by this? Bai Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Do you not know what I mean? Lin Chuj swiftly raised her hand and struck Bai Feng's other cheek with another slap. Lin Chuj. At last, Bai Feng's temper flared. He seized Lin Chuj's arm as she raised it once more, gripping her wrist with an iron hold. He could no longer maintain his composure. He believed he had humbled himself, yet here he was, enduring such humiliation. When had the esteemed heir of the Bai family ever faced such indignity? Lin Chuj, you truly are a fool who refuses to heed warnings. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Bai Feng's teeth ground together in rage. He forcefully grasped Lin Chuj's arm, dragging her toward an adjacent room. His gaze roamed over Lin Chuj, filled with malice and depravity. You wish to break up? Very well. I shall see how you intend to end things when everyone witnesses you in my bed. Bai Feng, you have truly lost your mind. Lin Chuj, in her fury, stomped on Bai Feng's foot. He gasped in pain, but did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. This caused Lin Chuj to panic slightly. After all, she was a woman, and in terms of strength, she was no match for Bai Feng. She quickly glanced toward the corner and shouted, Lin Xiao, how long are you going to stand there and watch? Lin Xiao had intended to rush out to help, but was taken aback that his elder sister was aware of his presence. He had been contemplating a heroic rescue. With a playful grin, he stepped forward, nonchalantly approaching the two. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had distinctly confirmed that no one was present. How did this fellow appear? Not you, get lost. Bai Feng attempted to dismiss Lin Xiao, but in the next moment, he was met with a fist flying towards him. Bang! Bai Feng was sent sprawling backward. Lin Xiao rubbed his fist, looking down at Bai Feng with a condescending smirk. Which hand did you use to grab my sister? He inquired, placing a foot atop Bai Feng's left wrist. A cry of agony escaped Bai Feng's throat. However, the attendants on this floor had long been sent away, and the revelry outside drowned out any sounds of struggle within. What had initially been a meticulously devised plan to deal with Lin Xiao had turned into a self-inflicted disaster. Oh, this hand has been employed as well, hasn't it? Lin Xiao slowly approached the other side of Bai Feng, lifting his foot as if to step down. Bai Feng, terrified, hurriedly dodged, yet Lin Xiao's foot lingered in mid-air, suspended for an eternity. Trembling, Bai Feng raised his head. Hey, just kidding. Lin Xiao flashed a brilliant smile, and his foot descended directly onto Bai Feng's face. Since you have no shame, why keep that face? He taunted. Even after breaking up, you're still entangled. You brought this upon yourself. Oh, daring to force my sister. Are you courting death? With each phrase, Lin Xiao pressed down harder on Bai Feng's face. Initially, Bai Feng struggled valiantly, but he soon realized that before Lin Xiao, he was like a fledgling chick, utterly powerless. A profound fear surged within him. Did this brat truly intend to kill him? After all, he was the young master of the Bai family. But Lin Xiao was the sole heir of the Lin family. Even if he were to kill him today, the Lin family would undoubtedly mobilize all their resources to protect him. The more Bai Feng pondered, the more despair overwhelmed him, and he shockingly wet his pants. Chapter 45. A grand scene of social embarrassment. Ugh, what is that smell? It's unbearable. Naturally, Lin Xiao had no intention of truly killing Bai Feng. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's misfortune, he waved his hand in disgust. Sister, I can't believe you once fancied such a creature. Lin Xiao observed Bai Feng's disheveled state, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, she was taken aback when Lin Xiao suddenly redirected the conversation toward her, which left her feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Who said I liked him? It was merely a matter of a marriage alliance. Besides, who hasn't been blind in their youth? Lin Xiao explained awkwardly, casting a warning glare at Lin Xiao to cease his frivolous chatter. All right, I won't blame you. It's all this guy's fault for putting on an act. Lin Xiao kicked Bai Feng once more. Seemingly weary from the exertion, he felt parched and casually grabbed a drink from the nearby table, gulping it down. Wait, Lin Xiao exclaimed, but it was too late. He had drained the entire glass in one go. After finishing, Lin Xiao looked up to find Lin Xiao's astonished gaze, then glanced down at the empty glass in his hand. This couldn't be. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and immediately turned to the table, realizing that aside from that glass, there was no other drink available. In other words, he had indeed consumed the spiked drink. A grave miscalculation. Lin Xiao rushed to the bathroom, desperately gagging. However, having eaten little, the alcohol and the drug were absorbed rapidly. Moreover, Bai Feng had ensured the dosage was substantial. Before long, Lin Xiao felt a subtle heat radiating through his body. Xiao, come out quickly. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Xiao called anxiously from outside. Lin Xiao recognized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly made his way outside. The brother and sister raced down the stairs together. As they passed through the courtyard, Lin Xiao caught sight of those in bikinis, their figures alluring, which only intensified the heat within him. Frightened, he promptly shut his eyes and allowed his sister to guide him out, shoving him into the sports car. Many onlookers, observing the hurried demeanor of the two, wished to inquire but were deterred by Lin Xiao's icy gaze. En route to the hospital, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to call Lin Baixian. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Lin Baixian was already waiting there. What on earth is happening? Lin Baixian gazed at Lin Xiao, who resembled a boiled lobster, his entire body radiating an alarming heat. As Lin Xiao assisted Lin Xiao onto the hospital bed, he explained, that scoundrel Bai Feng drugged me, and, unfortunately, Lin Xiao consumed it. Bai Feng drugged you? Lin Baixian was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck her, prompting her to promptly inform the emergency department physician of the situation. Observing Lin Xiao's condition and recalling the sequence of events, she surmised the nature of the drug. In the treatment room, Lin Baixian collaborated with the emergency physician. They began administering N4 to Lin Xiao, hoping to dilute the drug's effects, and then intended to conduct further examinations. However, their attention was soon drawn to a certain area of Lin Xiao's body. Although he still donned loose shorts, a rather conspicuous tent was now protruding beneath. The attending emergency physician, relatively young and inexperienced with such cases, suddenly appeared somewhat flustered. The other nurses, following the doctor's gaze, also noticed the astonishing sight. "It's truly remarkable," one of them blurted out before realizing her indiscretion, her face instantly flushing red. The other nurses also felt their cheeks warm. At that moment, the door to the treatment room swung open, and a male urologist entered. Coincidentally, it was also a female doctor, accompanied by several female interns. By professional instinct, their first glance was directed towards the patient, and naturally, they too beheld Lin Xiao's extraordinary predicament. Instantly, the room was filled with even more blushing faces. Throughout the journey to the hospital, Lin Xiao had been in a daze, his awareness hazy. However, after receiving some fluids, the drug's effects began to wane, and he gradually regained consciousness. Yet upon opening his eyes, the first sight he beheld was this startling scene. Numerous individuals in white coats encircled him, all fixated on his lower half. Lowering his gaze, he swiftly comprehended the situation. If it were possible, he would wish to escape the confines of Earth. Cough, cough, cough. Noticing that the patient had awakened, those surrounding him quickly reacted. The urologist hurriedly instructed the nurses to add medication to Lin Xiao's 4, facilitating a swifter metabolism of the narcotic from his system. "All right, continue to lie down. I will conduct further examinations." The urologist then turned to the emergency physician and Lin Baixian, saying, "You may leave for now. I will handle this." I have never dealt with a patient like this before. May I stay to observe?" The emergency physician inquired indirectly. "We would also like to watch from the sidelines," added the other nurses, reluctant to depart. The urologist discerned their underlying intentions. According to regulations, it was indeed permissible. Lin Xiao also sensed something amiss at that moment. He wished nothing more than to vanish from this grand social faux pas. However, much to his surprise, he heard the voice of Lin Baixian beside him. "I am his sister, and I shall stay too." Chapter 46. Delivery personnel are not allowed inside. Lin Xiao could hardly recall how he departed from the hospital. All he remembered was being the subject of scrutiny for an extended period. Not only did the urologist seize the opportunity to use him as a teaching tool, but the interns also did not miss this vivid learning experience. Moreover, Lin Baixian, who aspired to be a urologist, was equally eager to seize this indirect opportunity to fulfill her dream. The end result was that only Lin Xiao emerged wounded from this ordeal. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao languidly lay in a daze for an entire day. Being pointed at in school was one thing, but now he was subjected to the gaze of hospital personnel. He felt utterly despondent. His counselor sent a message, stating that there were not many classes recently, and to prevent rumors from affecting him, he was permitted to take a few days off to rest at home. The Lin couple finally realized that the issue might not lie with their son, and they sought ways to cheer him up at home. Nearly every meal was prepared with Lin Xiao's favorite dishes, and occasionally, they would personally bring fruit to his room. After 2 days, Lin Xiao began to recover somewhat. He could temporarily cast aside the events at the hospital. "Ah Xiao, the soup Annie made today is quite good. You should have some more," Su Xiaomei kindly said as she took Lin Xiao's bowl and filled it. "By the way, Ah Xiao, if you have a moment later, please take some soup to your elder sister." Lin Qingshan chimed in. Recently, Chu Ge has been swamped, ever since she returned from abroad. She hasn't had a single day of leisure. Since Lin Xiao was beginning to feel somewhat stagnant at home, he agreed. After dinner, he took a thermal bag and made his way to the Lin Group building. This was his first visit to his family's company. Gazing at the towering edifice, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this is the Lin family's enterprise. It is quite magnificent. Though he expressed admiration, there was not a hint of jealousy towards his elder sister in his heart. The Lin family comprised 6 daughters and 1 son, and currently, only Lin Shuj had assumed control of the company's affairs as the female president of Lin Group. The others seemed indifferent to the family's business. Lin Xiao was no exception. Upon returning to the Lin household and learning that Lin Shuj was the future heir of Lin Group, he felt a sense of relief. Setting aside the possibility of the Lin Group collapsing, even if it were to operate normally, He had no desire to embroil himself in complications. It was far more comfortable to remain a leisurely affluent heir. As Lin Xiao pondered these thoughts, he strode towards the hall. However, to his astonishment, he was intercepted as soon as he entered. Deliveries must be left at the door. Delivery personnel are not permitted inside, the security guard remarked, resting his chin on his hand without raising his gaze. Oh, I am not a delivery person. I am here to bring food to my sister, Lin Xiao patiently explained. The guard slowly lifted his head, regarding Lin Xiao with an air of impatience. Lin Xiao had made a spontaneous decision to deliver the meal, and he had not dressed up much, opting for a casual outfit. Nevertheless, he was clean and tidy enough that he believed he would not be looked down upon. However, he indeed perceived the unmistakable disdain in the security guard's gaze. Delivering meals? Is he not merely a courier? The guard smirked mockingly. Lin Xiao, momentarily amused yet infuriated, retorted, "What? Do you have no family? How do you speak to others like that?" The guard slammed his hand on the table and stood up, brandishing his baton as he approached Lin Xiao, exuding an air reminiscent of a street thug ready to brawl. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Whenever he exhibited such a menacing demeanor, opponents, whether out of fear or reluctance to engage, typically backed down, thus amplifying his confidence. Yet, unexpectedly, this time he encountered a formidable opponent. Lin Xiao not only remained unafraid, but his smile grew even more radiant. He stood his ground, gazing at the guard with quiet mockery. How disgraceful for a guard of the esteemed Lin family. The guard's expression morphed into one of fury as he glared, lifting his hand to shove Lin Xiao's shoulder. However, just as his hand ascended, Lin Xiao swiftly seized it. Still wish to strike? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, effortlessly flinging the guard away, who collided forcefully with the table. You truly are a fool who invites punishment for refusing hospitality. The guard, now thoroughly enraged, raised his baton and charged at Lin Xiao. Yet, Lin Xiao remained motionless, seemingly unfazed, even allowing his smile to blossom further. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator chimed. The elevator doors leading directly to the CEO's office slowly parted, revealing two women stepping forth. The foremost was Lin Xiao, adorned in a striking red dress that radiated both elegance and flair. Following closely behind was another young beauty, tall and clad in a sleek black business suit. Her demeanor icy. "What are you doing?" the professional beauty inquired, her gaze sweeping over the guard with indifference. President Lin, assistant in, the guard, upon recognizing the newcomers, instantly donned a sycophantic expression. After bowing and greeting them, he shot a venomous glare at Lin Xiao, declaring, "Company policy prohibits delivery personnel from entering." Yet this fellow insisted on intruding and even insulted our Lin family. "I shall expel him at once." "Sister," Lin Xiao exclaimed, approaching Lin Xiao with a smile. Sister? The guard's face froze in disbelief as he watched Lin Xiao stride toward Lin Xiao. In retrospect, he had indeed mentioned delivering meals to his sister. Could it be? The guard's incredulous speculation was soon validated when he witnessed Lin Xiao hand the insulated bag to Lin Xiao, causing his world to spin. "Ms. Lin, I apologize. I was unaware." The guard's response was swift as he attempted to explain himself. However, Lin Xiao merely cast a brief, furious glance in his direction. Logically, this was indeed a misunderstanding. A simple apology could have sufficed. In the guard's recollection, their female CEO was not entirely devoid of compassion. Yet this time, an unsettling feeling lingered, for the events were decidedly amiss. This disquiet was not merely due to the guard's disrespect towards Lin Xiao, but rather because Lin Xiao had heard Lin Xiao's unspoken thoughts. Chapter 47. The Impressive Beauty of the Secretary. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao's voice resonated in Lin Xiao's ear. This security guard is indeed intriguing. Clearly, he is a spy sent by the opposing faction, yet he dares to be so audacious. Does he not fear being discovered? Or perhaps, after the 2 thefts last month, the mission is deemed complete, allowing him to act with impunity? Upon hearing these thoughts, Lin Xiao felt a chill running down her spine. Last month, the company experienced 2 incidents of document loss. Although the missing files were not of great significance, they nonetheless caused considerable trouble for the company. She initially suspected that her secretary had betrayed her, accepting bribes from the opposition to orchestrate these petty disruptions. Little did she know that the true culprit was this inconspicuous security guard. Fortunately, she learned the truth from Lin Xiao today. Had she misjudged her loyal secretary, she might have lost her most invaluable ally. The opposing faction was indeed malicious, engaging in such underhanded tactics to steal company secrets while also attempting to sow discord. The thought darkened Lin Xiao's expression further. Arrest him and call the police. Lin Xiao commanded without hesitation. The beautiful secretary promptly stepped forward and firmly seized the security guard's arm. Although she was uncertain why Lin Xiao wished to escalate this minor issue, she trusted that the president had her reasons and simply followed orders. The security guard, bewildered, exclaimed, "Ms. Lin, what are you doing? I have always been diligent in my work. Even if I mistakenly accused your brother, he did not clarify the matter, and I have already apologized. You cannot take revenge over such a trivial issue." His voice rose, soon drawing the attention of those nearby. Employees passing by paused to observe, and after a brief understanding of the situation, most sided with the security guard, perceiving Lin Xiao as somewhat overbearing. It was merely a small misunderstanding. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Some even took out their phones, intending to capture this moment for social media. They had already crafted a sensational title, "Rich Girl Backs Her Brother," bullying the honest security guard. It promised to be quite the eye-catcher. Lin Xiao was unfazed by their reactions. Having ascended to her position, she was far from inept. There had been rumors about the Lin family before, and those who spread them had not met favorable ends. "Who sent you? Speak," Lin Xiao asked, slowly approaching the security guard with a calm demeanor. The guard's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing with anxiety. On one hand, he believed he had concealed his true intentions well and did not expect to be discovered. On the other hand, Lin Xiao's tone was unwavering, revealing no hint of hesitation. "I refuse to believe anyone can operate without leaving a trace. If you confess now, I can let you go. If not, I will involve the police and let them investigate." Lin Xiao's voice remained cold. The security guard was utterly bewildered. It was now evident that regardless of whether Lin Xiao possessed concrete evidence, she had already concluded that he was culpable. No matter how he attempted to justify himself, it seemed he would struggle to explain his actions. "Mr. Lin, please release me. I wish to speak with you calmly," the security guard pleaded, his expression shifting to one of desperation. Lin Xiao signaled to her secretary, who promptly released the guard's arm. However, as soon as she did, the guard forcefully shoved her aside and fled without a backward glance. "Retrieve him." Lin Xiao's expression darkened. The beautiful secretary complied, swiftly pursuing him. Grasping the guard's shoulder, she pulled him back with determination. The guard, his face contorted with rage, turned and swung his baton at the secretary's face. Quick as a flash, she dodged to the side, seizing his wrist and twisting it gently. The guard winced in pain, relinquishing his grip, causing the baton to clatter to the ground and roll away. Seizing the opportunity, the secretary once again restrained the guard, this time with even greater force. The guard grimaced in agony, pleading for mercy, but the secretary was resolute in denying him any chance of escape. Lin Xiao observed the scene with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, this beautiful lady possesses remarkable skills." Lin Xiao shot him a disapproving glance, coolly stating, "Aren't you going to help by calling the police?" "All right, I'll do that now," Lin Xiao replied, finally snapping to attention as he fished out his phone. The nearest police station was less than a kilometer away, and the officers arrived promptly. The secretary handed the guard over to them, while Lin Xiao succinctly explained the situation, expressing her suspicion that the guard might be connected to last month's theft. The police, already burdened by the challenge of the investigation, were pleasantly surprised to have a suspect presented to them, and assured her they would conduct a thorough inquiry. Since the incident began, Lin Xiao's gaze had been fixated on the beautiful secretary, and he did not avert his eyes until the guard was taken away. Lin Xiao smacked him lightly on the head, deriding, "Look at your pathetic demeanor. Xiao, don't blame me for not warning you. Luo is my capable assistant, so do not harbor any thoughts about her." "I wouldn't dream of it," Lin Xiao hurriedly clarified. His intrigue stemmed from the secretary's remarkable prowess and striking beauty, making her both captivating and impressive. To his astonishment, as he continued to gaze, the system presented him with new insights. Such a formidable and beautiful secretary. How unfortunate. Working overtime with her sister today, she unexpectedly encountered a falling object. Caught off guard, she was struck dead. Sigh, how can I possibly warn her? Just as Lin Xiao was about to tease Lin Xiao further, she caught wind of these thoughts, and her heart plummeted. Would Luo truly perish? Regardless of the truth, she could not allow such a fate to befall her. Luo, Lin Xiao called out, halting the secretary who was about to ascend the stairs. "Mr. Lin, what is it?" The beautiful secretary maintained a respectful demeanor, her expression unwavering. A month has elapsed since the report of the theft, and I am concerned that the police may have forgotten certain details. You should go there now and provide them with a more thorough account, after which you can simply conclude your workday. Lin Xiao casually fabricated a reason, although the beautiful secretary was unaware of Lin Xiao's sudden decision. She was always focused on execution and never inquired further. Nodding in acquiescence, she turned and followed the police officer. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Lin Xiao sent a message to the secretary, cautioning her to be wary of the recent occurrences of objects being thrown from high places in the vicinity, advising her to maintain a safe distance from those tall buildings. Chapter 48. Raising a Toy Boy? Upon completing his task of delivering meals, Lin Xiao had intended to return home directly. However, Lin Xiao retained him, expressing a desire to show him the Lin Corporation. This would allow him to familiarize himself with the company should he wish to work there in the future. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Xiao accompanied his sister to explore the upper floors. One cannot help but acknowledge the grandeur of the Lin Corporation. The lobby was resplendently adorned, and the design and layout of the other floors were equally meticulous. The office areas were well organized, complemented by extensive recreational spaces and an afternoon tea area. Unlike other companies, their afternoon tea was far from simple. They even employed chefs from hotels to craft exquisite pastries for the employees. This was a philosophy instilled by their grandfather, who believed that a comfortable working environment was essential for employees to earnestly contribute to the company's success. In a buoyant mood, Lin Xiao guided Lin Xiao through the various floors. It was lunchtime, and many employees were taking naps in the relaxation area. Lin Xiao did not make a spectacle of their presence, nor did she introduce Lin Xiao to anyone else. However, the employees, being astute, recognized that Lin Xiao was accompanied by the president and treated him with utmost respect. Upon reaching the sales department and passing by the office of the sales manager, they encountered Manager Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, short and stout, with small, shifty eyes. He appeared to possess a certain cunning. Lin Xiao generally held little regard for such individuals, but the Lin Corporation prioritized capability above all else. As long as one had no major flaws in character and demonstrated exceptional ability, they would be promoted. As Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao walked past, she had no intention of making a fuss. However, Manager Wang's keen instincts seemed to detect their presence, prompting him to emerge. "Ah, is that not President Lin?" he exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. Lin Xiao offered only a faint nod in response, her demeanor cool. Lin Xiao, sensing his sister's apparent disdain for the manager, couldn't help but observe him more closely. He soon discerned that while Manager Wang's face bore a facade of flattery, his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, revealing him to be yet another duplicitous character. Although Lin Xiao did not plan to linger, the manager, feeling Lin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze upon him, was suddenly filled with irritation. "President Lin, may I inquire who this is?" Manager Wang asked with a smile. However, before Lin Xiao could respond, he continued unabated. "Could it be that this is President Lin's new boyfriend? President Lin, I never knew you had a penchant for this type." Such an audacious remark caused Lin Xiao's associate, Lin Xiao, to furrow his brow in disapproval. How dare a subordinate address a superior in such a manner? "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Lin Xiao could not restrain his reprimand. "Oh, he's merely a kept man of the president. What right do you have to speak to me like that?" Manager Wang retorted, glaring with his beady eyes, his anger flaring instead. Lin Xiao, in disbelief, found himself smiling in anger. "And what authority do you possess to raise your voice in this place? Do you truly think this is your home?" Manager Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful fellow would confront him so boldly. With a dismissive glance at Lin Xiao, he turned back to Lin Xiao. "True, this company may belong to your family, but as the president, you must embody the role of a president. We toil day in and day out, laboring to earn a living, not for you to indulge in keeping a pretty boy." Listening to such paternalistic rhetoric, Lin Xiao suppressed her rising ire and replied coolly, "Your talent for education is commendable. Those who know will recognize you as the manager here, while those who are unaware might mistake you for my father, the chairman." Whether Manager Wang was astute or foolish, he failed to grasp the sarcasm in Lin Xiao's words, instead interpreting them as praise. "Ah, President Lin, you flatter me too much. While I may fall short compared to the chairman, I could certainly offer you guidance from time to time," he boasted. puffing out his ample belly with an air of superiority. Lin Xiao could not contain his laughter. It was evident that this man could not discern between compliments and ridicule. Who granted you such audacity? What makes you think you can offer advice? You are merely a manager. Faced with such blatant mockery, Manager Wang's face flushed with humiliation, and he immediately sought to report Lin Xiao to Lin Xiao. However, she preemptively interjected, "Do not involve me. His words reflect my sentiments as well." Lin Xiao, have you lost your mind? This time, Manager Wang dropped the pretense, his disdain openly displayed. I am the manager of the sales department. Do you understand that at least half of Lin's profits are attributed to my efforts? Should you provoke my ire? Do you believe I wouldn't take my team and leave? Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy. Was he threatening her? Manager Wang, are you intending to openly contravene company regulations? The senior executives at Lin Corporation had all signed non-compete agreements, prohibiting such team departures. Yet, Manager Wang sneered. Do you think that once I resign, those flimsy rules could still bind me? I have myriad ways to circumvent them. Lin Xiao fell silent. From a personal standpoint, she harbored a strong dislike for this old man. Nonetheless, in terms of company interests, Manager Wang had indeed generated some value. As she hesitated, Lin Xiao's inner voice echoed once more. Chapter 49. To uphold justice against kin? Yet another spy. While spies in other companies operate stealthily, how is it that the infiltrators within Lin Corporation are all so brazen and overbearing? Did they truly believe that no one would harbor suspicions about them? It appears that Manager Wang is not merely an envoy from the family. He is in collusion with Baifeng, exploiting his position. He has embezzled public funds multiple times. How utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Xiao felt as though the world around her had dimmed. Another spy? How could this happen again? She had thought herself exceedingly cautious in her hiring practices, having conducted thorough background checks. How could such incidents occur in succession? At this moment, Lin Xiao was resolutely considering the dismissal of Manager Wang. Yet, she had only heard Lin Xiao's thoughts without any substantive evidence. That rascal Lin Xiao. Why did he not continue his revelations? Lin Xiao felt a sense of urgency. With no other option, she was compelled to engage Manager Wang in a roundabout manner, hoping that Lin Xiao would soon divulge more information. Seeing Lin Xiao still willing to engage him in discourse, Manager Wang grew emboldened, mistakenly believing her demeanor indicated submission. His words became increasingly infuriating. Indeed, under such provocation, Lin Xiao's thoughts surged forth once more. This rotund fool dares to boast. Does he truly believe he can withstand a thorough investigation? His previous actions could certainly be classified as economic crimes. This is not something that can be resolved with trivial matters at the police station. It requires the involvement of the Public Security Bureau. Should any incriminating evidence surface, he might very well find himself languishing behind bars for an extended period. Although Lin Xiao did not present any direct evidence this time, his unwavering conviction provided Lin Xiao with a sense of reassurance. Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed the police, hoping that Manager Wang would maintain his confidence in the face of an investigation. Manager Wang, caught off guard by Lin Xiao's boldness in calling the authorities, was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you truly willing to go this far? The Lin family is vast. Do you assume it is devoid of any unsavory elements? Even if the investigation leads back to me, you will undoubtedly find yourselves in dire straits. A cold smile graced Lin Xiao's lips as she replied. You need not concern yourself with the integrity of the Lin family. Rather, ponder how you shall explain yourself to your superiors. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed, unable to contain his admiration. Sister, you are indeed formidable. It is time to properly deal with these unscrupulous individuals. Lin Xiao smiled lightly, saying little in response. Observing her good spirits, Lin Xiao mustered the courage to inquire, by the way, is there truly nothing untoward about the Lin family that cannot be revealed? His question was delicately phrased, yet Lin Xiao's expression suddenly hardened. What is this? Do you doubt my parents or me? Do you believe our family cannot earn a living through legitimate means? I didn't mean that at all. I was merely concerned that Manager Wang might act like a rabid dog and lash out. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands in protest, his face flushed with embarrassment. Is that so? Lin Xiao halted, turning to face him. Her gaze bore an unsettling intensity as she fixed her eyes upon Lin Xiao. What if I were to say that there is? Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under her piercing gaze. struggling to articulate a response. He regretted his inquiry. Why must he ask such sensitive questions when everything is perfectly fine? Wouldn't it be better to simply remain a carefree scion of wealth? Even if the Lin family were to face bankruptcy in the future, he could still amass a considerable fortune and live comfortably for the rest of his days. Today, in his reckless bravado, what if he inadvertently found himself on the same perilous path? Would he not be embroiled in the consequences? Just pretend I never said anything. Lin Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, managing a strained smile. He intended to elaborate further, but Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, my silly brother, look at how frightened you are. I was merely jesting. Remember, our family's guiding principle is to abide by the law, to refrain from wrongdoing, and to earn only what is rightfully ours. Do you understand? Lin Xiao was nearly drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's earnest expression, he finally exhaled in relief. Sister, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was genuinely worried you might commit some folly, forcing me to act against my own kin. You're such a jokester. The atmosphere lightened once more. Given their previous experience, Lin Xiao thought that since Lin Xiao possessed such capability, it would be wise to utilize it. She settled Lin Xiao in her office and subsequently instructed her assistant to notify all team leaders and above to convene in the large conference room. She intended to expose all those harboring ulterior motives while Lin Xiao was present. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, contemplated leaving upon hearing of the meeting. Sister, you carry on. I'll just head home. Wait, you're coming with me to the meeting. Lin Xiao replied coolly. I'm not part of the company. What purpose do I serve there? Lin Xiao was taken aback. It's nothing. Just that I want you to meet the people in the company and witness its normal operations. Since you're on leave from school, it's better to be here than to lie at home. Lin Xiao smiled, adding a touch of sarcasm, so that when you decide to act against our family, you want to be unfamiliar with the company's personnel. Chapter 50. How did I fall asleep? Sister, what kind of nonsense is that? How could I ever act against my own family? Lin Xiao understood that Lin Xiao was still concerned about his earlier display of distrust toward the Lin family, and he quickly shifted the topic. All right, let us have the meeting, but let us not disclose my identity just yet. I wouldn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Fine. Lin Xiao had no intention of revealing Lin Xiao's identity outright. She still needed him to help her identify the company's spies. The assistant was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, all employees at the team leader level and above were gathered in the conference room. Lin Xiao instructed Lin Xiao to enter first and blend in with the crowd to avoid drawing too much attention to their simultaneous arrival. After all, the Lin family was quite large, and it was normal for some department's personnel not to know each other. Lin Xiao entered the conference room and found a relatively inconspicuous corner to sit. As he watched people arrive one after another, he couldn't help but marvel at the vast scale of the Lin family, even among just the employees at the team leader level and above. The large conference room was filled to capacity. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived and took a seat in the front row. The purpose of today's meeting was to convey several important matters. Lin Xiao surveyed the room, speaking calmly. Lin Xiao, propping his head with one hand, began to observe the people around him out of boredom. When Lin Xiao mentioned the spies sent by other companies, Lin Xiao noticed subtle changes in the expressions of a few individuals. Unlike those whose first reaction was shock, these individuals exhibited a hint of anxiety. Lin Xiao began to pay closer attention to them. Before long, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. I hadn't expected there to be so many infiltrators within the Lin family. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao caught wind of Lin Xiao's thoughts, and her heart filled with delight. She discreetly marked those individuals based on the content of Lin Xiao's silent musings. Naturally, she would not confront them directly in front of so many people, and those individuals, unaware of their exposure, would likely remain unguarded. This would facilitate the search for evidence. After identifying these individuals, Lin Xiao grew bored. Lin Xiao's voice began to sound like a soothing melody, lulling him into a stupor. Before he knew it, he had actually fallen asleep, mumbling nonsensical phrases as he did. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiao paused her speech, glancing over to find Lin Xiao asleep, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although the meeting was somewhat serious, it hardly warranted such tedium that one could fall asleep in front of so many people. Not only had he fallen asleep, but he was also speaking in his sleep. Concerned that Lin Xiao might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, she quickly signaled to her assistant. The assistant, aware of Lin Xiao's identity, promptly approached and gently tapped his shoulder. "Wake up, wake up!" The assistant called softly without addressing him by name. Lin Xiao shook his head and groggily opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented, forgetting where he was until he noticed the collective gaze of the audience upon him. I'm sorry." He lowered his head in embarrassment. Lin Xiao replied coolly, "Either wake up or step out." After careful consideration, Lin Xiao realized he was still a bit drowsy. Remaining in a meeting would likely lead him to doze off again. Thus, he opted to leave. Standing up with an awkward smile, he said, "I think I'll step out for now." At this, a collective gasp echoed through the room. The attendees silently mourned for this foolish young man who dared to disregard the president's authority in front of so many. They doubted he could remain in the company after such a blatant display. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. She regretted not simply ordering Lin Xiao to leave rather than allowing him to make the choice, feeling humiliated in the process. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was not her employee, and she could always reprimand him later at home. Lin Xiao left the conference room under the watchful eyes of many. However, he would not depart without the permission of Lin Xiao. He remained preoccupied with the spies he had encountered earlier, pondering whether there was a way to alert others. As he lingered near the doorway, 2 female employees approached him. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, I always inform you first whenever I have insider news. Isn't that loyal?" One of them whispered conspiratorially. The other, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I never expected our president to conceal himself so well. If it weren't for your sister coincidentally attending the same university as this young master from the Lin family, I might have missed such a splendid opportunity." Confidently, she added, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint my sister. I shall win him over." Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he had become the object of their interest as he wandered alone outside the conference room. Hearing the click of high heels behind him, he turned to see a young female employee dressed in a professional suit, her figure graceful. "Hi, why are you here alone?" "My sister invites you for afternoon tea over there," she said, her large eyes sparkling. Before arriving, she had deliberately undone one more button on her blouse. As she leaned forward, glimpses of allure became apparent. Chapter 51, An Unchangeable Destiny. Lin Xiao appraised the young employee, noting that her style was not to his liking. Although her eyes bore a hint of seduction, they also conveyed a strong sense of purpose. Approaching him at this moment likely boded ill. Just as he was about to decline, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, one who fervently seeks to ensnare a wealthy heir, but has never been regarded seriously. Always played with. Over 20 boyfriends and 5 abortions. Isn't this enough to give up? This sister is quite resilient." Lin Xiao's gaze towards the young employee shifted continually. She, in turn, appeared perplexed. Having encountered numerous wealthy heirs, she was accustomed to the glances that hinted at desire. Yet, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she sensed an odd admiration instead. Little did she know, Lin Xiao genuinely admired her, appreciating her fine physique. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in the conference room, continuing to assign tasks, when Lin Xiao's inner thoughts surfaced in her mind. Glancing toward the door, she faintly discerned his lingering silhouette. This guy, why does he just stand there so straightforwardly at the entrance? Can't he go to the lounge and have a drink first? Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Had she known, she would have assigned an assistant to take Lin Xiao far away. After all, aside from her own interests and those that could impact the company, she cared little for anything else. Only after Lin Xiao's inner voice subsided could she continue the meeting with a sigh. Yet outside, Lin Xiao remained unaware that such gossip often breeds more gossip. Oh my, I never would have guessed that this sister is actually involved with their manager. Yet, that manager is nearly 50, old enough to be her father. Oh, is there really someone who seeks shortcuts by clinging to a wealthy woman? TSK, how indiscriminate. Hey, this sister has undergone so much cosmetic surgery that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her, all in pursuit of marrying into a wealthy family. Oh, it seems there are many admirers of the elder sister, indeed the most formidable female CEO. I stand in admiration of her. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Listening to the cacophony of voices in her mind, she felt that this meeting might not continue. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had managed to identify those spies early on, and there were no significant matters left. All right, let's adjourn the meeting. Lin Xiao waved her hand casually, while the other rested on her forehead. Her assistant, thinking she was unwell, approached to offer concern. Lin Xiao reassured her that she was fine and stood up to remove the gossiping individual at the door. Just as she reached the entrance, Her work phone suddenly chimed. This phone was solely used for communications from her secretary and assistants. With all the assistants surrounding her, the only person who could contact her on this number was her secretary. Remembering Lin Xiao's earlier sentiment, Lin Xiao's heart sank. She quickly retrieved her phone, and indeed, it was a message from Secretary Luo. President Lin, I'm sorry. I've been injured and may need to take a leave tomorrow. Lin Xiao read the message and immediately called her. The other end connected swiftly, but the voice was somewhat weak. President Lin, I'm at the Beijing City Hospital. I'm fine, just a minor injury. However, before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Xiao hastily instructed her assistant to return and manage the work, while she seized Lin Xiao by the arm and headed towards the elevator. Hey, sister, what's wrong? Lin Xiao asked, somewhat bewildered. Luo has been injured. You need to accompany me to the hospital. Lin Xiao briefly explained. What? Lin Xiao was equally perplexed. He had indeed learned from the system that the secretary would be struck by falling debris, but he recalled that the system indicated this would occur after work hours. It was still not yet 4 o'clock. This hardly constituted overtime, right? Could it be that the system was mistaken? His curiosity piqued. He got into Lin Xiao's car, and they sped towards the Beijing City Hospital. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil. She understood Luo's character. She would never disregard her words. This meant that regardless of how cautious they were, Lin Xiao's sentiments would inevitably manifest. If that were the case, what did the future hold for the Lin family? The thought sent chills down Lin Xiao's spine. Upon arriving at the hospital and making a few inquiries, they located Luo's room. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pushed the door open. She feared seeing Luo in critical condition, yet she could not shy away from confronting the reality. However, upon entering, she found Luo reclining on the bed, holding a large cup of milk tea and leisurely sipping it. President Lin, what brings you here? Luo appeared equally bewildered. Lin Xiao even noticed 2 pearls stuck in the milk tea straw, suspended in limbo. Drinking was not an option, nor was vomiting. Lin Xiao scrutinized Luo carefully, observing only a bandage wrapped around her left shoulder and her arm suspended around her neck. Only then did he finally exhale in relief. Just as he was about to inquire further, a curious voice echoed from outside the ward. Oh, isn't that Dr. Lin's younger brother? Hey, it truly is you, little brother. We meet again. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao immediately felt a sense of dread. A few days prior, he had been subjected to an embarrassing situation in the hospital, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Had it not been for his desire to ascertain whether his system was malfunctioning, he would never have set foot in this hospital again. He had intended to leave swiftly after his visit, yet he found himself unexpectedly confronted. Big sister, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I want to stay here with you. I'll take my leave now, Lin Xiao exclaimed, covering his face and fleeing without looking back. Hearing the laughter behind him, he wished he could vanish into the ground. After Lin Xiao departed, Lin Xiao inquired about Luo's condition that day. Upon mentioning the incident, Luo's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Mr. Lin, you truly are my savior. Had you not warned me to be cautious of falling objects, I might have met a tragic end today. Chapter 52. The Allocation of Responsibilities. Reflecting on the recent events, Luo still felt a lingering fear. After leaving the police station, she had headed straight home. Remembering Lin Xiao's warning, she dared not walk too close to the buildings, striving to remain toward the center of the path. She occasionally glanced upward, ensuring to keep her distance if she noticed anyone working at heights. As she neared her home, she suddenly spotted several individuals suspended outside a building, installing glass. Determined to keep her distance, she was startled to see an elderly woman obliviously walking beneath the building. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's reminder, she would have followed her usual habit and walked near the edge of the road, just like the elderly lady. At that moment, a cracking sound resonated from above. Glancing up, she saw that what should have been a solid glass façade was now fissured down the middle. The ropes supporting the glass were under strain, and if the glass shattered, it would certainly not be able to contain all the fragments, endangering anyone below. The height and weight posed unimaginable consequences if they fell upon someone. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo dashed forward, pulling the elderly woman back. The startled woman fell to the ground, and Luo had no choice but to lift her. Just as they barely moved away from the spot, the glass plummeted down. Shards of glass struck the ground, slicing her leg, yet she considered it a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Then, what happened to your arm? Lin Xiao inquired, still somewhat puzzled after hearing Luo's account. Well, the elderly lady was initially uncooperative, and I accidentally twisted my arm while lifting her. Luo replied with an awkward smile. Only then did Lin Xiao slowly release a breath of relief. It appears that preventive measures are indeed effective. Thus, the notion of the Lin family's impending bankruptcy is not a deadlock. Very well, you should take this time to rest thoroughly without hastening back to work. Recuperate before anything else. By the way, this unfortunate incident is considered a work-related injury, and aside from the mandated compensation, the company will offer additional support. You may regard this as a well-deserved leave. Lin Xiao, ever generous to her devoted secretary, ensured everything was settled before she departed from the hospital. Instead of returning to the office, she went straight home, aware that her parents could also perceive Lin Xiao's sentiments. Given that Lin Xiao's thoughts could significantly aid the company, she felt it imperative to consult her parents on how to effectively harness this advantage to alleviate the Lin family's future crisis. Is it truly possible to approach it in this manner? After Lin Xiao's explanation, Lin Xingshan was taken aback. Previously, whenever they heard Lin Xiao's thoughts, they merely regarded it as idle gossip. Even if it revealed some clandestine matters, it felt like a rare stroke of luck. Never had they envisioned that they could actively utilize this insight to address hidden troubles. Lin Xiao is indeed our family's lucky star. Su Xiaomei beamed with maternal affection, genuinely wishing to provide her son with more and better opportunities. It seemed that should Lin Xiao wish for the stars in the sky, they would consider reaching out to the space agency for assistance. How about this? For significant projects in the future, I will have Lin Xiao accompany me. Lin Xiao mused with a smile. Su Xiaomei rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. For important gatherings, I must bring Lin Xiao along. I am curious to see what those seemingly amiable ladies from prestigious families are truly thinking. Lin Xingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they could uncover leverage against their husbands, it would serve them well. Even if they did not confront their rivals directly, they could safeguard themselves with a contingency plan. When Lin Baixian returned home from work, she was greeted by her parents and sisters' lively discussion. Upon learning the situation, she joined in, stating, "In that case, I should take him to work with me too. I am eager to discover who genuinely harbors ill intentions towards me." After Lin Xiao left the hospital, he made his way home via bus and subway, taking considerably longer than Lin Xiao. Upon entering, he immediately felt the weight of 4 intense gazes. What is going on? Lin Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took a couple steps back. Su Xiaomei smiled gently. "Lin Xiao, come sit with us. We were just thinking that if your academic workload is light lately, you could spend more time with family." Indeed, both Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian chimed in. Lin Xiao sensed something peculiar. How should I accompany you? Simply visit the company more often when you have the time. Spend some time with Mom, meeting those ladies. And come by the hospital for health checkups when possible. Lin Xiao. Ultimately, it was Lin Xingshan who made the decisive call. Regardless of how Lin Xiao's future plans unfolded, he intended to host a banquet to formally announce Lin Xiao's identity. This would provide Lin Xiao with an additional layer of recognition, thus preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from taking advantage of him. On the other hand, gathering individuals from prominent families would allow Lin Xiao to discern their genuine intentions. Lin Xiao held no objections, as it was merely a matter of time. Coincidentally, the vehicle he had previously ordered had also arrived, and he planned to pick it up on the morning of the banquet before heading to the venue. The Lin couple expressed some concern, but seeing Lin Xiao's determination, they relented. Chapter 53. You're still here. Lin Xiao swiftly completed the paperwork and successfully obtained the car keys. The attendant kindly assisted in retrieving the vehicle from the parking lot, positioning it by the roadside. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly. However, upon opening the door and settling into the car, Lin Xiao realized the gravity of the situation. He possessed a driver's license, both before his transmigration and in this world, yet he had scarcely driven a vehicle in either reality, let alone a luxury car of this caliber. As he started the engine, a sense of helplessness washed over him. While he could likely manage to drive it away, he was reluctant to take such a risk and become a menace on the road. Perhaps he should call for a chauffeur? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao hurriedly exited the car and pulled out his phone to search for a ride-hailing app. At that moment, he was startled by the sound of screeching brakes followed by a collision nearby. The area was secluded, with few vehicles on the road. A glance in the direction of the noise revealed an adorable pink car had overturned into a nearby ditch. Passing vehicles slowed briefly to glance, but continued on their way. Lin Xiao rushed over, attempting to open the car door, and was met by a young girl who appeared quite flustered as she poked her head out. "Can you please help me up?" she implored, her face pale as if she had been startled. Lin Xiao extended his hand and struggled to pull her from the vehicle, but her skirt tore in the process, revealing her fair legs. "Oh, how unlucky can I be?" the girl lamented, gripping her hair in despair. "I just had the film applied to my little pink car, and it's already totaled after less than an hour." Lin Xiao peered at the vehicle. It was a relatively light Mercedes-Benz, likely flipped over after one wheel got stuck in the ditch during a sharp turn. Fortunately, the ditch was not very deep, so the damage might not be severe. Observing the girl's distress, he suggested, "I believe there may still be a chance to salvage it." "Really?" she exclaimed, lifting her head, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "Yes, but you might need to call someone to help extract the car," he advised. Though he could push the car himself, it was wiser to leave such professional matters to those qualified. Nodding, the girl promptly made a phone call. Upon hearing the response on the other end, her brow furrowed, and she replied, somewhat impatiently, "All right, I'll send you the location. Please come and handle it shortly." After hanging up, she muttered under her breath, "The more urgent the matter, the more complications arise." With a gentle sigh, she carefully lifted her skirt and stepped into the shallow ditch, retrieving a large bag from the trunk. Alas, the gown had become soiled. The girl crumbled once more. Lin Xiao observed the girl before him, oscillating between despair and normalcy. Though she was undeniably pitiable, he could not suppress a smile. However, just as a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, she suddenly turned her head. "Benefactor, could I trouble you for another favor?" Lin Xiao quickly composed himself. "This area is quite desolate. Could you please take me to the city center?" The girl clasped her hands in earnest supplication. Lin Xiao glanced at the car he had just retrieved. He had initially considered calling for a designated driver, reasoning that having someone along would be ideal for driving. Yet, given that the girl had just driven her own car into a ditch, it seemed rather unreliable. Nonetheless, as she had pointed out, it was indeed difficult to find a taxi or designated driver in such a remote location. After a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, "I am a novice. Would you dare to ride with me?" "Absolutely. I have an urgent matter today, so my life is entrusted to you." The girl bore a resolute expression, as if prepared for heroic sacrifice. Feeling honored by her trust, Lin Xiao acquiesced. He drove with her towards the city. However, after the 20th bicycle whizzed past them, the girl began to falter. "Brother, perhaps we should reconsider driving. This speed hardly surpasses my walking pace. Should I take the wheel?" Lin Xiao felt a twinge of awkwardness. The girl nodded in agreement. "All right, let me take over. Fear not. I shall be cautious." With that, they exchanged seats. It must be said that although she had driven her own car into a ditch, she navigated Lin Xiao's vehicle with both speed and stability. They soon arrived at the parking lot of a luxury shopping mall. "All right, I shall disembark here. Thank you ever so much." After expressing her sincere gratitude, she hurriedly dashed away. Lin Xiao returned to the driver's seat, only to soon discover a more pressing issue. This parking lot seemed even more challenging to maneuver than the roads outside. He suddenly regretted purchasing such a large vehicle. Had he known, he would have opted for a more nimble choice. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to exit the parking lot. Upon reaching the roadside, he resolved to call for a designated driver. Just as he took out his phone, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, why haven't you left yet?" Lin Xiao turned to see the girl, now clad in a new gown, draped with a trench coat, emerging from the mall. Upon spotting Lin Xiao fiddling with his phone beside the car, a thought struck her. You wouldn't happen to have just come out of the parking lot, would you?" Chapter 54, Yet Not Allowed In. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead in embarrassment. The girl chuckled lightly. "I still have a bit of time. Since you helped me, allow me to be your driver. Where are you headed?" "I shall take you." Lin Xiao considered that the hotel hosting the banquet was not far from there and relayed the location. Upon hearing it, the girl gasped, "Ah, are you also attending the Lin family banquet?" Yes, you too?" Lin Xiao curiously surveyed the girl from head to toe. "Indeed, I initially didn't want to go, but my parents insisted. Since it's on the way, I'll drive you there." The girl resumed her seat in the driver's cabin, and together they headed towards the hotel. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. The girl teasingly inquired, "Do you need help with parking?" "No, I'll manage this time," Lin Xiao declared, determined to salvage his dignity after the earlier embarrassment. "All right, coincidentally my parents just called, so I'll head inside first." The girl smiled as she exited the car and walked towards the hotel. Lin Xiao settled back into the driver's seat, taking a deep breath. "It's just parking. How difficult can it be? He was resolute in proving himself. Perhaps it was the spacious parking spots at this hotel, for after some effort, he successfully parked the car. However, regret soon washed over him. This upscale hotel offered valet service. All he had to do was pull up to the entrance, and assistance would be readily available. Well, at least it's good practice, Lin Xiao sighed, stepping out and quietly making his way to the hotel door. Yet, before he could enter, a security guard in uniform approached him briskly. Hey, ride-hailing cars aren't allowed in our parking lot. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Ride-hailing car? What ride-hailing service is so extravagant? Have you mistaken me for someone else? But the guard quickly reached him, pointing at his car in the distance. You with the green plate can't park here. Lin Xiao was even more bewildered. The green plate was correct. He had purchased a hybrid vehicle. But what was this about? Why was his green-plated Bentley being singled out? Excuse me, sir. I believe you have made a mistake, Lin Xiao attempted to clarify. Yet, the guard looked at him with disdain. Stop pretending. I saw you drop off a girl just now. Look around. All the cars here are luxury vehicles. This is no place for you. I've seen plenty like you, using the excuse of dropping someone off to mooch food and drinks. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the guard's resolute demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Was this a joke? Listen to me. First of all, I am not a ride-hailing driver. Secondly, I am here to attend a banquet, Lin Xiao stated earnestly. You? Attending a banquet? The guard scrutinized Lin Xiao, scoffing. Lin Xiao glanced down at his attire. He had planned to change into his formal wear, but had asked his sister to bring it over, intending to switch after arriving. Consequently, he was dressed in casual clothes, and having earlier rushed to assist the girl, his pants were now muddied, hardly befitting a banquet attendee. Realizing time was running short, Lin Xiao reluctantly took out his phone to call his sister. However, the phone rang for quite some time without an answer. He then tried calling his second sister and his parents, but still, no one picked up. It made sense. At such an event, they generally wouldn't be carrying their phones. Regardless, if there were any significant matters, they would certainly contact the assistant. However, Lin Xiao did not possess the assistant's phone number. Anxiously, Lin Xiao leaned forward to peer inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of his elder sister or someone who might recognize him. Unfortunately, the Lin couple had not formally introduced him to anyone within this circle, rendering him largely unrecognized. As he craned his neck, he was abruptly shoved from behind. Make way. Can't you see a car is coming? The assailants were several bodyguards, their expressions dripping with impatience. Yet, there was no one blocking the entrance, and no apparent need for crowd control. The security guard who had previously obstructed Lin Xiao seemed to sense his frustration and scoffed. Did you see that? These wealthy folks look down on others. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of mingling with them. If you're discovered, you might not escape unscathed. And I certainly don't wish to be implicated. Lin Xiao was rendered speechless. Strictly speaking, he was indeed among the affluent individuals the guard referred to. Yet, he now found himself devoid of the qualifications to act arrogantly, unable to even enter the door. After the bodyguards cleared the area, a luxurious vehicle came to a slow stop. The door swung open. A young woman clad in a purple dress gracefully descended. Surrounded by various bodyguards and assistants, she strode down the red carpet in her high heels towards the grand entrance, resembling a star making her way down the red carpet. Her features were rather unremarkable, appearing quite ordinary from any angle. However, the garments and accessories she adorned were undoubtedly of significant value. When her gaze swept across the surroundings, it exuded an air of superiority. Upon passing Lin Xiao, she unexpectedly halted, appraising him with disdain as she remarked, "Oh, another one hoping to sneak in?" Though phrased as a question, the sarcasm was palpable. The security guard quickly forced a smile, saying, "He's merely a rideshare driver, trying to sneak in for free food and drinks." The woman sniffed derisively and waved her hand dismissively. "Don't you dare linger. This is a Lin family banquet. We cannot allow such eyesores here." "Yes, miss." The bodyguards promptly obeyed, advancing to usher Lin Xiao away. Already vexed by his inability to enter, Lin Xiao's frustration surged at their words. He deftly evaded the bodyguards and retorted coldly, "You are aware this is a Lin family banquet. Yet who do you think you are to dictate here?" The woman, poised to proceed inside, halted once more at Lin Xiao's challenge. She appeared taken aback that someone dared to question her, especially in the presence of so many. Our Song family is set to unite with the Lin family, and I shall be the future mistress of the Lin household. Not only can I command here, but I could also crush you like an insignificant insect." With that, she signaled to the bodyguards, who immediately moved to seize Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao effortlessly knocked down two bodyguards, unable to suppress a chuckle. You think you can marry into the Lin family? That is truly laughable. Have you even considered whether I would be willing to marry you? Chapter 55. A Clash of Strength. The assembled crowd was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Xiao as though he were a lunatic. What had he just uttered? He desired Miss Song and inquired if she would consider marrying him. Had he perhaps lost his senses? Given that Song Rue was nearby, the bodyguards refrained from speaking, silently observing Lin Xiao, eager to witness how he would meet his demise today. After a brief moment of shock, Song Rue's expression darkened considerably. Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? I am Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. Even if I were to marry a pig, it would be inconceivable for me to wed you, Lin Xiao stated, fixing his gaze firmly upon Song Rue. In the face of Lin Xiao's earnest demeanor, a fleeting sense of panic washed over her. However, she quickly regained her composure, mocking him as if he had uttered the most ludicrous of statements. Did you all hear that? This ride-hailing driver dares to claim he is the young master of the Lin family. What is it? Has the Lin family changed professions or gone bankrupt? Lin Xiao realized that not a soul around him believed his proclamation, and he comprehended that mere words would not suffice to clarify his identity. He needed the Lin couple and his elder sisters to recognize him. Just as he was about to continue his call, another voice emerged from behind him. Hey, after such a long absence, why does this hideous creature still speak so unpleasantly? What is wrong with driving for a ride-hailing service? Is earning a living through honest labor a crime? The voice was clear and familiar. Lin Xiao turned to see the girl from earlier stepping out of the banquet hall. Upon spotting him, she appeared equally astonished. How'd you get stopped? Lin Xiao grimaced, pointing at the security guard. He claims I'm a ride-hailing driver. Huh? The girl was taken aback, seemingly processing the information. Lin Xiao exasperatedly clarified. He said I was driving. The girl glanced at the nearby green plate Bentley, shot a surprised look at the security guard, and bit her lip, clearly stifling a laugh. In such a setting, laughter was inappropriate. Struggling to change the subject, she said, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Bai Yueling from the Bai Group. Bai Group? Lin Xiao had some recollection of the Bai family. When Lin Yu was cast out by the Lin family and sought loans, the head of the Bai family was the first to explain the situation to Lin Qingshan. It was said that the Bai family was known for their integrity and uprightness. The collaboration between the Lin and Bai families had been long-standing. Yet, Lin Xiao never expected that the girl who had so carelessly driven her car into a ditch would be a member of the Bai family. Moreover, it appeared that Miss Bai was acquainted with the insufferable woman before him. Observing from aside, Song Rue could not help but sneer. I was wondering who had arrived. It turns out to be you, this unremarkable woman. You two seem quite suited for each other. Since you are so fond of defending such lowly individuals, why not marry him? Oh dear, what foul creature is making noise in broad daylight? Bai Yueling said, disdainfully waving her hand as though she had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Song Rue, feigning realization. Ah, how unfortunate to see you. You hideous thing. What bad luck. When Song Rue was young, she suffered an injury to her face. Despite spending a fortune on reconstructive surgery and diligently maintaining her appearance, the faint scar remains visible without makeup. Although the scar was minor and has not significantly affected her beauty over the years, the psychological shadow it cast upon her is indelible. Her close friends have always refrained from mentioning this matter in her presence. To her surprise, Bai Yueling dared to speak so freely in front of so many people. Yu. Song Rue was at a loss for words, infuriated. Oh, don't be angry. You were already unattractive, and now you look even more abstract, Bai Yueling remarked, displaying no regard for Song Rue's feelings. Noticing that time was running short, she lazily took Lin Xiao's arm and walked toward the banquet hall. While others may be oblivious, she was certainly not foolish. Setting aside the fact that Lin Xiao was not driving a ride-hailing service, the green-plated Bentley, though somewhat abstract, came with a hefty price tag. Anyone capable of affording such a luxury vehicle could hardly be considered impoverished. However, Song Rue was clearly unwilling to let them pass without a confrontation and immediately commanded her bodyguard to block their path. Bai Yueling, since you have chosen to be with him, there is no need for you to attend this banquet. After all, I was the one originally destined to marry into the Lin family. It would be wise for you to come to terms with reality sooner rather than later. Huh, you ugly creature. Do you think everyone is preoccupied with thoughts of marriage like you? I had little interest in that young master of the Lin family. If it weren't for my parents pressuring me to come, I wouldn't care less. Bai Yuling said with a light laugh, utterly unconcerned. Is that so? Then why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you leave? Song Rui seemed to doubt Bai Yuling's words entirely. Since I have already promised my parents, I must be present. Bai Yuling's expression grew somewhat impatient, her gaze turning increasingly frosty. Song Rui, do you truly dare to block my way? The Song and Bai families have historically been at odds, and both Song Rui and Bai Yuling have never seen eye to eye. Given that their families are of comparable strength, their encounters have only ever resulted in petty arguments. While Song Rui may appear domineering in front of others, she would not dare to confront Bai Yuling directly. However, with so many witnesses present, it would be difficult for her to simply step aside. At that moment, the sound of high-heeled footsteps echoed from within, followed by a cold, commanding voice. What is happening? Who dares to cause a disturbance at our Lin family's banquet? Upon hearing this voice, both Song Rui and Bai Yuling felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Only Lin Xiao wore a radiant smile. It was Lin Chugu who had arrived. Chapter 56. Wherever it is cool, stay there. Lin Xiao was about to speak when unexpectedly, Song Rui stepped forward and affectionately linked her arm with Lin Chuji's. Ah, sister, what brings you here? There are some troublemakers, but I can handle it myself. You needn't have gone out of your way. Lin Xiao could hardly suppress his eye roll. How could this woman have such audacity? Were their families even that familiar? He had been home for quite some time, yet no one had ever mentioned the eldest daughter of the Song family. It was also a mystery how she had become so intimately acquainted with Lin Chuj. Bai Yuling had initially intended to greet them, but upon seeing Song Rui's demeanor, she hesitated. Hey, if you absolutely must attend this gathering, perhaps you should leave early. Otherwise, you'll only find yourself subject to their ridicule, she whispered to Lin Xiao. I'll just go inside to greet my parents and then find you. This pretentious gathering is hardly worth my time. Bai Yuling's indignation was palpable, clearly expressing her anger. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. Don't go just yet. There's a spectacle about to unfold. What do you mean? Bai Yuling blinked in confusion. From here on, just sit back and enjoy the show, Lin Xiao replied, having noticed that Lin Chuj's expression had soured. He discreetly extricated himself from Song Rui's grasp, who remained oblivious, continuing to slander Lin Xiao and Bai Yuling with self-satisfaction. As Lin Xiao strolled toward Lin Chuj, Song Rui attempted to obstruct his path. Sister, Lin Xiao said with a hint of displeasure. Do you see how many calls I made to you? Lin Chuj shook her head helplessly. I've been swamped today. I should have sent someone to fetch you earlier. My apologies. Hearing this, Song Rui stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Bai Yuling, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and exclaimed with a grin, Impressive. You truly are the young master of the Lin family, aren't you? Lin Xiao smirked, casting a pointed glance at Song Rui. It's a pity some people have labeled me as lowly. TSK, TSK. I wonder how my parents would react if they heard such words. No, Song Rui stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. I had no idea you were the young master of the Lin family. You never mentioned it. Hold on. If memory serves me right, I did mention it earlier. But you chose not to believe me, Lin Xiao countered, refusing to allow Song Rui any opportunity to evade accountability. Song Rui felt a chill run down her spine. How could she forget what she had just said? If those words reached the ears of the Lin couple, it would spell disaster. Lin, young master, I was unaware. Ignorance is no crime, right? Song Rui forced a strained smile, struggling to explain herself. Moreover, we are supposed to be forming a union. Her voice dwindled, lacking conviction. Lin Xiao could not suppress a laugh. He was baffled by her audacity to bring up such a subject. Was she foolish or merely treating him as a fool? Miss Song, you should recall that I explicitly stated I would prefer to marry a pig rather than you. Lin Xiao waved dismissively, his tone blunt. You annoy me just by being here. Do us both a favor and take your leave. Young Master Lin, Song Rui attempted to clarify, but Lin Xiao had already strode away with purpose. Bai Yuling seized this opportunity to relish the moment of Song Rui's humiliation. As she passed by Song Rui, she couldn't help but express her disdain, ultimately making a face. Witnessing Song Rui's increasingly pallid complexion filled her with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Concurrently, her reluctance towards the banquet dissipated, and she cheerfully made her way in the direction of Lin Zhao's departure. In the makeup room, the stylist had long been on standby. Upon Lin Zhao's arrival, the transformation commenced without delay. His disheveled attire was promptly replaced, and his unruly hair was neatly styled. In less than half an hour, Lin Xiao emerged as a completely revitalized individual. When his parents and second sister entered, they were greeted by an entirely different Lin Xiao, their expressions filled with astonishment. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Xiao found himself momentarily entranced. He had never anticipated that after a bit of grooming and donning a formal suit, he could appear so strikingly handsome. The impeccably tailored suit accentuated his already tall stature, making him appear even more distinguished. His dark hair, now elegantly styled, showcased his remarkably handsome features. He could rival any A-list celebrity. "My son is truly handsome," Su Xiaomei exclaimed with delight. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by their attire. "Brother, in the future, adopt this style and make it your signature." Lin Chuj expressed her satisfaction, promptly rewarding the stylist with a generous red envelope. Feeling a tad bashful from the compliments, Lin Xiao quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Mom, Dad, shouldn't you be attending to the guests?" It was only then that Su Xiaomei recalled the purpose of their visit. "Xiao, I just heard your sister mention that you have a good rapport with that Miss Bai. If you have feelings for her, we could discuss a potential union with your Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai." Lin Xiao discerned Su Xiaomei's intentions and hastily clarified, "We merely crossed paths by chance. I find her quite intriguing, but it is premature to say I have feelings." "Oh, is that so?" Su Xiaomei nodded with a hint of disappointment, contemplating that if he were indeed fond of her, they could initiate discussions about a familial alliance. "I've long wished to become in-laws with Aunt Bai." Lin Xiao understood that his mother harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 57. Selecting a Marriage Partner. The Bai family situation was rather intricate. Lin Chuj's former boyfriend, Bai Feng, was the illegitimate son of the Bai family's eldest son, initially raised outside the household with no plans for his return. However, the patriarch of the Bai family had 3 sons, none of whom had produced a grandson. The eldest had no other children aside from this illegitimate son, while the second and third sons each had only one daughter. In such a traditional aristocratic family, sons were typically prioritized for inheritance. A daughter would only inherit the family business in exceptional circumstances, particularly if she were extraordinarily talented, much like Lin Chuj. However, the remaining daughters of the Bai family were not inclined towards business matters. Bai Yueling was preoccupied with experiencing life and displayed none of the demeanor of a young lady. Her cousin was equally disengaged, lost in the world of art with aspirations of becoming a free-spirited painter. With no alternative, the patriarch compelled the eldest son to bring Bai Feng back and groom him as the heir. Bai Feng appeared to be performing well on the surface. If he were to marry Lin Chuj, it would be deemed a genuine success. Alas, Lin Zhao's interference thwarted those plans. The relationship between the Lin couple and the third member of the Bai family is quite amicable. Before the return of Lin Xiao, they had contemplated the idea of marrying Lin Yu to Bai Yueling. However, Lin Yu's nonchalant demeanor rendered him unappealing to Bai Yueling, leading to the abandonment of that notion. They had hoped that Lin Xiao would rise to the occasion this time, yet he fell short once again. Alas, matters of the heart among the youth cannot be forced by us adults. We shall allow Xiao to make his own decisions. Lin Qingshan maintains a relatively open perspective. Although his marriage to Su Xiaomei was also an arranged union, they have a foundation of affection, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Naturally, he wishes for his children's marriages, even if arranged, to be grounded in mutual affection. Seeing the Lin couple's amiable demeanor, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, his attitude had left someone feeling a tad disheartened. At the entrance of the makeup room, Bai Yueling appeared somewhat crestfallen. She had previously greeted her parents and intended to seek out Lin Xiao. To her surprise, upon arriving at the door, she overheard Lin Zhao's outright rejection of the arranged marriage, along with his remarks about not liking her. Although they had only recently met, she found Lin Xiao to be quite intriguing. If circumstances allowed, she would not have minded exploring a potential relationship. Yet, why did he reject her so decisively? Had she made no positive impression on him? That seemed improbable. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of determination ignited within Bai Yueling. The banquet commenced in earnest. Lin Qingshan, accompanied by Lin Xiao, ascended the prominent stage, where he solemnly introduced Lin Zhao's identity to all present. Despite the high status of those in attendance in the capital, few could boast of successful offspring. Lin Xiao, having been exceptionally admitted into a prestigious financial program, garnered considerable envy. The fact that he had grown up in the countryside only heightened their admiration. Most attendees were adults, unencumbered by childish notions. and did not regard Lin Xiao's rural upbringing as a mark of inferiority. On the contrary, they viewed his exceptional qualities as a testament to his remarkable abilities, especially considering the adversity he had overcome. With the continued support of the Lin family, he was destined for greatness. As the evening unfolded, many individuals approached to introduce their children to Lin Xiao, eager to forge connections with the Lin family. A significant number of them were accompanied by daughters. It was generally accepted among those present that the youth were expected to enter into arranged marriages. With only one son, families with daughters were keen to seize the opportunity. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei welcomed these introductions without hesitation. After all, getting to know several young ladies wasn't a detriment. One never knows who might spark an interest. "Ah Xiao, this is your Uncle Lu and his youngest daughter," Lin Xingshan cheerfully introduced. Lin Xiao merely glanced at her and silently shook his head. The girl was undeniably beautiful, with an admirable figure, appearing flawless at first glance. However, as he observed her, his internal gossip system began to resonate once more. Simultaneously, the thoughts of Lin Xiao echoed in the minds of the Lin family present. Observing such a dignified demeanor, she is, in fact, the queen of the nightclub. Last year, captivated by a handsome male university student at the club, she audaciously whisked him away for a night of passion, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. How domineering. Indeed, truly a force to be reckoned with. In an instant, the expressions of the remaining 4 members of the Lin family shifted dramatically. Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian were engaged in conversation with their friends, yet upon hearing this remark, they exchanged knowing glances toward their parents, their eyes sparkling with mischief. They were acutely aware of their parents' intentions, eager to seize the opportunity to introduce suitable prospects to their younger brother. As they observed the queue of individuals eager to make Lin Xiao's acquaintance, it seemed that today's gossip would be quite delectable. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, having weathered many storms themselves, momentarily feigned surprise before donning smiles once more. "Ah, old Lu, I recall your daughter previously had quite a rapport with that young man from the Yang family. I must advise you to let the children navigate their own affairs. As adults, our interference may only foster resentment," Lin Qingshan remarked casually, deftly diffusing the situation. Even if Mr. Lu sensed the underlying tension, he would not dare to disregard Lin Qingshan's dignity. The two soon transitioned to other topics, temporarily shelving the idea of introducing their children. However, with the departure of the first suitor, others naturally stepped forward. "Ah Xiao, this is your Aunt Zhao and her daughter. Allow them to make your acquaintance," Su Xiaomei said, eagerly approaching a familiar woman. She had confidence in her judgment, believing that this well-educated lady would raise a daughter of admirable character. Lin Xiao scrutinized the young woman once more. She was indeed attractive, tall, and long-limbed. Yet, there was a peculiar coolness in her gaze directed at him. Before long, the reason became evident. She is lovely, yet she simply does not harbor any affection for men. "Oh, mother, spare your efforts in flattering me. We are clearly not on the same wavelength." Chapter 58. The Arrival of Baifeng's Parents. Su Yumya's countenance visibly faltered. The lady from the Zhao family seemed oblivious to Su Xiaomei's distress, continuing to extol her daughter's virtues, her prestigious international university education, amiable nature, and empathetic disposition. Alas, Su Xiaomei could not absorb a single word. Just as Lin Xiao had expressed earlier, the girl simply did not fancy boys. It was evidently a mismatched endeavor. What good were her accomplishments if they were irrelevant? Noticing her mother's discomfort, Lin Chuj stifled a laugh and approached, casually concocting an excuse to escort Mrs. Zhao and her daughter away. She did not stray far, however, as there remained a plethora of individuals in line. She was curious to uncover the hidden secrets of these young women from esteemed families. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei inhaled deeply, reigniting their hope. With so many attendees present, they could hardly believe there was not a single suitable match among them. The instances of the previous 2 young women must surely be exceptions. After all, they were all products of distinguished families, and such absurdity should not be the norm. However, each individual that followed was a challenge to their hearts. Alas, this is quite extraordinary. There exists a penchant for masochism. One would never suspect it from their appearance. How peculiar indeed. This young lady is intriguing. Having been deprived of paternal affection in her youth, she now finds herself drawn to those over 40. Lo and behold, this girl even enjoys having others nibble at her toes. How fortuitous, for she could pair quite well with the one preceding her. Gradually, the light in Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei's eyes dimmed. In their helplessness, a flicker of anger emerged. They could hardly believe that these individuals were utterly oblivious to their own children. Was it not simply an attempt to exploit Lin Xiao's youth and naivety as he had just entered the circle of the affluent? Did they truly consider them, the parents, to be fools? Nonetheless, were it not for Lin Xiao's heartfelt sentiments, some might have indeed managed to deceive them. Fortunately, among the numerous guests present today, there were a few who appeared rather normal. They exchanged introductions with Lin Xiao, perhaps hinting at potential future connections. Just as the introductions were nearly complete and Lin Xiao was about to depart, the sound of shattering glass echoed nearby. Turning his head, he beheld Lin Xiao, visibly displeased, standing before a table where a couple sat. The wine glass on the floor appeared to have been shattered by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei also noticed the situation, their expressions darkening. How did they arrive here? I distinctly recall not sending them an invitation. After all, they are prominent figures in the capital. Their presence at the banquet is inconsequential, yet it seems to be more complicated than it appears. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao approached them. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed suit. True to his reputation as a seasoned businessman, Lin Xiao, who had earlier worn a grim expression, now donned a smile as he addressed the couple. Brother Bai, sister Bai, what brings you here? Another member of the Bai family? And they have directly sought out Lin Xiao. Could they be the parents of Bai Feng, the eldest couple of the Bai family? The man, Bai Yuan, appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Xiao. He promptly rose, speaking courteously, old Lin, as you know. There was a misunderstanding between Feng and Xiao earlier. We have come to apologize on his behalf. Indeed, we bear no ill will. The woman, Lu Qing, appeared relatively youthful, perhaps just over 40, her face reflecting guilt akin to Bai Yuan's. Upon hearing their intent was indeed related to Bai Feng, Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before replying coolly. Since you wish to clarify the misunderstanding, let us converse privately in the back. Previously, Bai Feng had attempted to drug Lin Xiao and force her, and although he had failed, Lin Xiao did not let the matter rest and reported it to the police after leaving. During their investigation, the police uncovered evidence of Bai Feng's wrongdoing, leading to his detention. The Bai family, being affluent, could have previously resolved such matters with money or at least procured a letter of understanding from the victim. However, this time, they had provoked the Lin family, and there would be no possibility of compromise. Lin Xiao not only refused to negotiate, but also did not wish to meet face-to-face. With no other options, they sought refuge here, in a small reception room behind the banquet hall. The four members of the Lin family sat on one side, while the Bai couple occupied the other. If there is something to discuss, let's get straight to the point, Lin Xiao stated, unwilling to engage in pleasantries given the lack of witnesses. They were already aware of Bai Feng's attempt to bully their daughter. This was not mere gossip, like hearing Lin Xiao's innermost thoughts. It was a tangible offense that had occurred, and they could never harbor even the slightest goodwill towards it. Lu Qing, clearly aware of this, hurriedly continued her apologies, acknowledging that Bai Feng was indeed in the wrong. Xiao, considering you two have been together for quite some time, there must be some feelings involved. Can you really bear to see Bai Feng imprisoned? Lin Xiao scoffed, her expression unchanging as she replied, Aunt, your words imply that I am the one sending him to prison. He is an adult. He knows well that his actions have consequences. Surely, you are aware of this? Lu Qing furrowed her brow, stammering, but he Bai Yuan, perceiving Lin Xiao's resoluteness, turned directly to Lin Xiao, saying, Old Lin, given our long-standing friendship, must we allow matters to escalate to this extent? What family hasn't had a child make mistakes? As long as the consequences are not dire, we can move past this. Upon hearing this, the Lin family's temper began to boil over. Lin Xiao was the first to speak up. Wait a moment. Do you truly misunderstand the situation? Do you really believe your son is a prize catch that I am eager to marry? Lin Xiao chimed in mockingly. How amusing. It seems these two have yet to grasp the reality. Even in the past, your son was merely a step up for my sister. Now, with the situation so disgraceful, how can you still have the audacity to say such things? Lu Qing was taken aback by the Lin family's blatant disregard for her. She immediately turned to Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, coldly stating, Is this how the Lin family raises their children? Su Xiaomei, who had been itching to retort, responded without hesitation, How we raise our children is none of your concern, especially coming from the parents of a rapist. Lu Qing's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by fury. After a prolonged silence, Bai Yuan suddenly cast a menacing glance at Lin Xingshan. Old Lin, do we truly need to make such a spectacle? Lin Xingshan sighed lightly. I too did not anticipate matters escalating to this point. However, perhaps you should be questioning your son. Our daughter has done nothing wrong from the very beginning. Bai Yuan's expression darkened further. It was evident that they had come unprepared, not foreseeing that the situation had become irreparable. Even the threat of their family's connection did not yield any compromise from the Lin family. Lin Xiao was truly unwilling to listen to the shameless remarks of these two individuals any longer. He threatened them directly, stating, to be frank, we have uncovered your son's secret misdeeds. Considering the past relationship between our families, we are merely reporting this to the authorities for now. However, should you continue to provoke us, we will not hesitate to ensure he spends a considerable time behind bars. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face turned ashen. She was all too aware of her son's character and the nefarious activities he had engaged in. The thought of Bai Feng facing a criminal record was already unbearable for her. If those secrets were truly exposed, it would likely lead to a devastating downfall, ruining his life for years to come. Very well, since you are so heartless, do not blame us for being rude. Bai Yuan's eyes glinted with malice as he pulled out his phone and tapped it a few times. Within mere seconds, 3 men clad in black burst through the door, brandishing knives and charging straight at Lin Xiao. Since you wish to ruin my son, I shall do the same to yours. Bai Yuan grinned cruelly. The Lin family was clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate in such a manner. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei instinctively positioned themselves in front of Lin Xiao, preventing the black-clad assailants from advancing. Bai Yuan, have you lost your mind? There are people outside. Do you truly believe you can harm others and escape unscathed? Lin Xingshan shouted angrily. Oh, those people outside? They want to interfere. Bai Yuan's gaze was frenzied as he gestured for the attackers to proceed. As the sharp blade swung towards Lin Xingshan, Lin Xiao reacted swiftly. He leaped onto the table, maneuvering around to stand in front of his parents, delivering a swift kick to the leader of the black-clad men. Bang! The assailant let out a muffled groan, clutching his nose as he stumbled backward, blood oozing between his fingers. Lin Xiao wasted no time with the other two, charging forward to disarm and incapacitate them with fluid precision, his movements seamless and decisive. With a chilling gaze, he twirled the 2 knives effortlessly, locking eyes with Bai Yuan and Lu Qing. This couple was already petrified, their expressions frozen in shock. To think you could only muster such incompetence. Lin Xiao scoffed, raising his hand to send the knives flying towards them. At this moment, not only were Bai Yuan and Lu Qing rendered speechless, but the entire Lin family was also in a state of disbelief. It was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the blades soared through the air. In their minds, they envisioned the gruesome scene of the Bai couple collapsing in a pool of blood. Fortunately, the knives merely grazed the cheeks of Bai Yuan and Lu Qing, leaving shallow cuts before embedding themselves into the wall behind them. Bai Yuan and Lu Qing's eyes widened in terror, nearly losing their composure. It was only due to a prior visit to the restroom that they managed to avoid a more embarrassing fate. Murder! Murder! Lu Qing trembled as she raised a shaky hand to touch her stinging face, murmuring to herself upon seeing the blood on her fingers. Lin Xiao chuckled disdainfully. Hey, with such a lack of courage, you should refrain from any future endeavors involving hired assassins. He waved his hand in front of Bai Yuan, teasingly calling out, Uncle Bai, are you back to reality? You, what do you want? Bai Yuan stammered, startled and retreating hastily, leaning against the wall behind him, narrowly avoiding the knife lodged there. Lin Xiao felt a shiver run through him. He sat atop the table before Bai Yuan, his face still adorned with a gentle smile, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Uncle Bai, I apologize for startling you. As a form of recompense, allow me to share a secret. Lin Xiao lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery. Bai Yuan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquired, what secret? A mischievous smirk played on Lin Xiao's lips. When Bai Feng was born, he arrived prematurely, did he not? Over all these years, have you never questioned this matter? Bai Yuan was momentarily stunned, finally regaining his composure. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiao erupted into hearty laughter. At your age, you still ask me what I mean? It means Bai Feng is not your child. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60. The spectacle unfolds. Amidst Lin Xiao's laughter, those present appeared bewildered. What did you just say? Bai Yuan could hardly believe his ears. Even if the assassination had failed, sending them to the police would suffice. To suddenly unveil such a revelation was undeniably peculiar. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more from the doorway. "Dad, Mom, what is happening here?" Lin Baixian exclaimed, surveying the scene and the figure sprawled on the floor. Her expression one of utter astonishment. She had intended to join them, but had to remain in the banquet hall to attend to the numerous guests. A hurried server had found her, informing her of the apparent commotion, prompting her swift arrival. Curious guests outside, having noticed the disturbance, began to gather around. Lin Xiao leaned out to peer the crowd, precisely identifying an individual. "There he is, your son's biological father." Bai Yuan followed Lin Xiao's gaze, only to see his uncle, Bai Yin. Realization dawned upon him, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Yes, just as you suspect. You and your son ought to be referred to as cousins." Lin Xiao, reveling in the unfolding drama, turned to Lu Qing. "Don't you agree with my assertion?" He chuckled to himself, adding, "In any case, it matters not whether you deny it. After all, these days, a paternity test is hardly a daunting task. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth." Though he could not prove anything at that moment, Bai Yuan, at his age, was no fool. Given that Lin Xiao spoke with such conviction, he must have had some basis for his claims. Moreover, throughout this exchange, his wife had not uttered a single rebuttal. Instead, she bore a countenance of sheer terror, as if gripped by an unknown fear. "Lu Qing, what on earth is going on?" Bai Yuan demanded, struggling to suppress his fury. This is not as you think," Lu Qing stammered, utterly at a loss for how to explain. Perhaps the truth lay bare before them, rendering any explanation futile. The gathered onlookers, upon hearing these revelations, suddenly realized they might have stumbled upon a momentous secret. They hesitated, treading lightly, fearful of being dismissed before they could fully grasp the unfolding drama. Lin Xiao continued to kindly elucidate. "Over 20 years ago, your wife was a maid in your second uncle's household. Before she reached adulthood, she became pregnant with your second uncle's child. At that time, your second aunt was quite strict, and your second uncle dared not let this child be born openly, yet he was unwilling to abandon the child. Thus, he reached out to your then-girlfriend. Although it remains a mystery what leverage she held over your second uncle, she agreed to feign a pregnancy and leave the capital. After Bai Feng was born, he was presented as her child and returned to you. Subsequently, your second uncle devised a plan to marry Lu Qing to you, allowing them to raise their biological son." As Lin Xiao narrated, Bai Yuan's expression shifted numerous times. Memories began to resurface in his mind. Many years ago, he had heard rumors that his second uncle was prone to infidelity and had fathered a child out of wedlock. At the time, he dismissed these tales, considering them mere gossip typical of a wealthy family scion. Little did he know, they had orchestrated a scheme against him for so many years. It was no wonder that when he decided to bring the illegitimate child home, Lu Qing did not show much reaction. It was also no surprise that throughout the years, Lu Qing treated Bai Feng as her own, even foregoing the opportunity to bear her own children, allowing this so-called illegitimate child to inherit the Bai family legacy. Bai Yuan had always thought this was out of Lu Qing's thoughtfulness, not wanting to put him in a difficult position. It turned out he had been a complete fool. He had exerted all his efforts to elevate Bai Feng to the status of heir to the Bai family, only to be a pawn in someone else's game. Bai Yuan's countenance grew frenzied as he rushed towards Lu Qing, raising his hand to strike her. "Hey, what are you doing, you little brat?" An indignant voice erupted from the crowd. An elderly gentleman, over 60 years of age, rushed forward, striking Bai Yuan with his cane. It was Bai Yin. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Qing was the mother of his child. He could not stand by and watch her be bullied. At this point, there was nothing left to conceal. "Bai Yuan, if you no longer wish to continue this life, then I shall take Lu Qing away, and you shall call her second aunt from now on," Bai Yin proclaimed loudly as he wielded his cane. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yuan nearly choked. For over 20 years, he had been deceived, deprived of even the chance to have his own child, and now he was expected to address her as his elder. In a fit of rage, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it at the shameless pair. Instantly, the three became entangled in a scuffle. The Lin family members nearby almost got caught up in the chaos, but managed to dodge just in time. Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure, raising her hand to call for assistance to remove the three ruffians. However, Lin Xiao stopped her, gesturing towards the crowd behind them and saying, "There are so many spectators enjoying the spectacle. No need to rush to disperse them." Upon turning to look, Lin Xiao indeed saw the guests captivated, their faces alight with excitement. Reluctantly, She decided to let this farce continue a while longer. Lin Xiao discreetly whispered a few words to a nearby server. Chapter 61. Quite the macho. Before long, the server returned with a large plastic bag, distributing sunflower seeds to the eager onlookers. The Lin family cast a disapproving glance at Lin Xiao. Indeed, this fellow thrived on chaos. Bai Yueling was also among the crowd, reveling in the unfolding drama. Observing Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor as he munched on seeds, she found him increasingly intriguing. Should she attempt to win him over? Amidst a gathering of the elite, a farce typically reserved for the streets unfolded. The guests present were grateful to witness such a spectacle. Following this incident, the Bai family scandal would likely linger for quite some time. In the room, the three grappling figures, exhausted from their tussle, collapsed to the ground, still shooting daggers at each other. Bai Yuan understood all too well that allowing so many to witness their folly was humiliating. Yet, reflecting on the fact that he had been the source of amusement for over 20 years, he found little concern in this fleeting moment. Ultimately, it was the elder Bai who, upon hearing of the commotion, dispatched an assistant to escort the trio away. The remaining guests gradually dispersed. Bai Yueling lingered behind, discreetly observing Lin Xiao's position. Having resolved to capture his attention, she decided to initiate her plan without delay. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she concocted a simple scheme. Lin Xiao trailed just behind her. If she were to feign a fall now, it would facilitate an intimate encounter. Previously, she had scorned such tactics, yet she could not deny their effectiveness. She adjusted her angle and aimed for the perfect spot. With a feigned cry, she pretended to twist her ankle and stagger backward. Lin Xiao, deep in contemplation, remained blissfully unaware of Bai Yueling's ploy. As he sensed something collide with him, he instinctively blocked it, pressing her against the wall. Not in a flirtatious manner, but rather firmly, as if nailing her in place. Both Bai Yueling and Lin Xiao were taken aback. Lin Xiao, bewildered, looked at Bai Yueling and inquired, "How did you manage to fall on level ground?" Bai Yueling was momentarily speechless. She could hardly admit that her intention was to feign a fall for a chance to embrace him. Instead, she awkwardly fabricated an excuse, lamenting, "It's these high heels. They're simply too difficult to walk in." As she spoke, she removed her shoes and tossed them aside in frustration. "Hey, why are you throwing things around?" Lin Xiao bent down to retrieve the high heel, casually returning it to her embrace while muttering, "What if you trip someone else, and they fall just like you?" Bai Yueling stared in astonishment at the shoe in her hands. Initially, she had believed Lin Xiao to be a true gentleman, considerate and thoughtful. However, she now realized that her perception might have been slightly askew. It seemed that Lin Xiao's actions stemmed from a genuine, albeit unrefined, kindness, one entirely detached from worldly expectations. Had it been anyone else, disappointment would surely have ensued, leading to a loss of interest in Lin Xiao. Yet Bai Yueling was different. As a young lady of privilege who cherished life's diverse experiences, she found herself drawn to him even more. In her everyday life, she had worked at small companies, walked dogs for others, and even delivered takeout. In essence, she reveled in all things novel and intriguing. Lin Xiao's peculiar demeanor further piqued her interest. Observing Lin Xiao's departing figure, she quietly slipped on her shoes, contemplating how to deepen their relationship. Since their acquaintance began with a car, she resolved to approach the topic of vehicles. "By the way, Lin Xiao, I seem to have dirtied your car today. Shall I take it for a wash?" "No need. I can manage myself." Since you've helped me, let me treat you to a meal." "No, you gave me a ride, so we're even." Bai Yueling exhausted all her options, yet Lin Xiao remained resolute in his refusals. Ultimately, she found herself at a loss. "How about I teach you to drive?" At last, Lin Xiao paused. Believing she had finally swayed this resolute man, she eagerly continued, "You see, while my skills aren't exceptional, I believe I can still be of assistance. Otherwise, next time you go to the parking lot, it might take you ages to get out." Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. Recalling the difficulties he faced driving today, he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. I think I'll just hire a driver in the future." Bai Yueling was utterly bewildered. Could there truly be someone so oblivious to affection in this world? Surely, even a normal person would have sensed something amidst her earnestness. Lin Xiao's complete lack of response was truly challenging. Bai Yueling, a person who thrived on adversity, felt an intensified desire to conquer him. Instead of feeling disheartened, she was reinvigorated. Watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, she encouraged herself. After all, time was on her side. She refused to believe she could not win over this enigmatic man. Chapter 62. A War Without Gunpowder. Rumors at school always emerge swiftly and dissipate just as quickly. Not long after the banquet, Lin Xiao returned to school to resume his classes. Qiu Yan was among the first to learn of Lin Xiao's return and promptly invited him to dine together and visit the library. During Lin Xiao's days off, she felt an undeniable void, as though something essential was missing from her life. Especially after hearing that the Lin family had held a banquet to publicly acknowledge Lin Xiao as their heir, a sense of urgency surged within her. It felt like a precious secret known only to her had suddenly been revealed to the world, with Lin Xiao as that treasured secret. While she felt joy at Lin Xiao's acknowledgement, believing it would shield him from bullying at school, she also harbored fears of losing the person she cherished. This conflicting emotion lingered until their reunion. Upon seeing Lin Xiao in his familiar form, her anxious heart found some solace. Lin Xiao had thought everything had returned to normal until, during a public class, he caught sight of Bai Yuling. He recalled that Bai Yuling was not a student of their school and was puzzled by her presence there. Lin Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Yuling before resuming his usual position in the corner of the classroom, seemingly indifferent. However, moments after sitting down, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. When he lifted his gaze, he found Bai Yuling seated beside him, appearing completely at ease. Initially, he assumed she was a diligent student, only to discover that she, like those affluent scions, preferred to lounge at the back. It's precisely because I no longer need to study that I sit in the back, allowing the front rows for those who do, Bai Yuling remarked nonchalantly. Lin Xiao had no intention of explaining himself, but considering Bai Yuling's status, he felt compelled to articulate a few words for the sake of his image. At first, she was skeptical of his reasoning. It wasn't until the professor entered and engaged Lin Xiao in light conversation regarding a previous project that she began to realize Lin Xiao might not have been deceiving her. Girls are often drawn to strength, and hearing of his prowess from others is distinctly different from witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, Lin Xiao's stature in her eyes grew somewhat taller. Yet, this sentiment was soon disrupted by another emotion. Just before class commenced, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door. A stunning girl who immediately captured the attention of many. She peered in, seemingly searching for someone. Upon spotting them, her gaze momentarily lingered before she gracefully took a seat beside Lin Xiao. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to come, Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Typically, girls studying the humanities seem disinterested in subjects like finance. That implies I am not an ordinary person, Xiaoyan replied, her eyes glimmering with mirth. By the way, I brought the books you mentioned last time, Lin Xiao said, retrieving 2 finance-related texts from his backpack and handing them to Xiaoyan. She accepted them joyfully, expressing her gratitude with a sweet thank you. She had already noticed Bai Yuling, and her intuition suggested that this girl was not to be underestimated. It seemed clear that Bai Yuling had intentionally chosen to sit near Lin Xiao. Although uncertain of their relationship, she decided to maintain her composure, determined to exhibit no weaknesses. The one who faltered first would be the true loser. Bai Yuling appeared to grasp this unspoken tension, refraining from any exaggerated reactions. During the class, she supported her chin with one hand, attentively listening while occasionally posing questions to Lin Xiao. Though she was not a student at this institution, she was also studying finance, allowing her to engage in insightful discussions about the professor's topics with Lin Xiao. For the entirety of the class, the 2 girls encircled Lin Xiao. To an outsider, it seemed tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, it resembled an intense skirmish. Initially, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, but gradually, he sensed that something was amiss. However, constrained by the ongoing lesson, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Finally, when the class concluded, he sought to escape this whirlpool of intrigue. However, the 2 young women rose together. Lin Xiao, this is my first visit to your school. Won't you show me around? Bai Yuling inquired with a smile. Xiaoyan was not one to relinquish her hold so easily. She gently tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve and whispered, Lin Xiao, we agreed yesterday to dine at that newly opened restaurant by the school gate. The tension inevitably began to surface. Clearly, Lin Xiao was faced with a choice between 2 options. Neither party wished to be the one to concede defeat. Lin Xiao, feeling overwhelmed, found himself in a predicament. He was not particularly close to Bai Yuling and had neither the desire nor the obligation to guide her around the campus. As for Xiaoyan, while he had previously promised to accompany her to the new eatery, it was not meant for today. Perhaps the peculiar atmosphere had incited his rebellious spirit. In any case, Lin Xiao yearned to be alone today. He sought solitude and wished for no company. Chapter 63. Perhaps in the next life, I'll be a pig. Xiao Yin understood Lin Xiao relatively well. Noticing his sour expression, she surmised that he might be upset. Previously, she would not have pressed the matter, but with such a charming rival present today, she dared not be complacent. Fearing that a single step back would allow someone as extraordinary as Lin Xiao to slip through her fingers. Bai Yuling, however, was devoid of such reservations. She paid no heed to Lin Xiao's thoughts and directly linked her arm with his, playfully asserting, "Look how far I've traveled to your school. And you want to even accompany me for a stroll. Can you bear to do that?" Lin Xiao swiftly withdrew his arm. It was precisely the end of class, and the two beautiful women naturally attracted attention. Bai Yuling's voice was hardly discreet. Lin Xiao felt the gazes of those around them converging upon them. There were looks of envy, jealousy, and bewilderment from those unfamiliar with Lin Xiao, who could not fathom their own shortcomings. Some audacious individuals even considered approaching for conversation. But before they could come closer, they were met with a fierce glare from Bai Yuling. Lin Xiao had always aimed for discretion. Yet he found himself the center of attention yet again. Suddenly, a headache surged through him as he waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Yin, I have matters to attend to today. I cannot join you for lunch. And Bai Yuling, if you wish to explore our school, perhaps you should see if Xiao Yin is willing to accompany you. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response from either, he exited the classroom. Initially intending to return to his dormitory, he was suddenly notified by Lin Xiao, who had sent him a message. She was off duty today and planned to visit the campus hospital to see an old friend, bringing him some homemade soup from home. Feeling it would be impolite to refuse his elder sister's thoughtful gesture, Lin Xiao redirected his steps toward the campus hospital. Lin Xiao was acquainted with his sister's friend, a physician at the hospital. He made his way to the doctor's office and, seeing the doctor busy within the treatment room, settled in the office to await Lin Xiao. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man with bleached hair sauntered over, seemingly seeking medical attention. Peering inside and finding no doctor, he unceremoniously called out, "Hey, are you the doctor?" Lin Xiao found such individuals irksome. Without raising his head, he pretended not to hear. The young man with blonde hair approached Lin Xiao and continued, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Lin Xiao remained unresponsive. In his mind, the system had already revealed the secrets of the blonde. This individual came from a family engaged in the gambling stone business, a typical nouveau riche lacking in education. As for Lin Xiao, he was merely a frivolous young master, indulging in hedonistic pleasures, and had even acquired a shameful disease. The only reason he could attend this school was that his family had spent a considerable amount of money to secure a spot in the adult education college. He seldom attended classes, and when he did, it was primarily to chase after girls. Indeed, my father was right. Nowadays, doctors seem to have forgotten how to serve their patients. The blonde nonchalantly sat down nearby, tossing the registration slip onto the table. "I've paid for this. If you don't want a complaint, you better examine me properly." Only then did Lin Xiao slowly raise his head and chuckle softly. "Examine you? What ailment do you have?" Since the blonde had mistaken him for a doctor, he might as well take the opportunity to give him a thorough examination. "Hey, you're the doctor, not me. Why should I tell you what's wrong?" The blonde replied rudely. Clearly, he was one of those who viewed doctors as fortune tellers. Ironically, although Lin Xiao had no medical skills, he did possess some knowledge of fortune telling. Utilizing the art of divination, he effortlessly discerned the blonde's fate. "No need for treatment. Your days are numbered. You should choose a burial site in the southwest direction promptly. In your next life, you might be reborn as a pig. Otherwise, you'll only be a rat in a filthy gutter." Lin Xiao spoke candidly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The blonde, enraged, abruptly stood up and grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar. Lin Xiao remained calm, quietly observing the blonde with a smile. If one cannot handle the truth, they should not seek discomfort in a hospital. "I'll kill you," the blonde shouted in exasperation, raising his fist to strike. "Stop." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Lin Xiao stood at the office door, her expression stern. "Who is this fool?" The blonde turned around impatiently, but upon seeing Lin Xiao, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He immediately released Lin Xiao and trotted over to her. "Hey, beautiful sister, we were just joking around." The blonde grinned ingratiatingly, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. "Would you like to exchange contact information and grab a meal sometime?" Lin Xiao ignored him, looking instead at Lin Xiao. "Are you all right?" I'm fine, Lin Xiao replied, adjusting his clothes. The blonde, realizing he was being disregarded again, scowled. Oh, so you're in cahoots. I came to him for a consultation, and he uttered such offensive words. You owe me an apology on his behalf. Oh, and how do you propose I apologize? Lin Baixian asked, her curiosity piqued upon discovering that Lin Xiao was pretending to be a doctor. Of course, you must examine me. The blonde raised his chin defiantly. Pointing at Lin Baixian, it has to be you, personally, who examines me. Lin Baixian thought to herself that if she allowed this blonde to continue his ruckus, her friends would likely have to intervene later. To spare her friends any trouble, she didn't mind staying a little longer. Fine, I will examine you. Lin Baixian entered the office, prompting Lin Xiao to immediately rise and pull his chair back. Speak up, what ails you? Lin Baixian inquired casually, idly toying with a pen. Lin Xiao initially thought that the blonde would continue to be bothersome, but unexpectedly, this time, the blonde was quite direct, pointing at his groin. Right here, it hurts. Chapter 64. Lin Baixian's Crisis. Lin Xiao swiftly grasped the implications of the blonde's words, his expression darkening. He had long suspected that the blonde was afflicted with some ailment, and it appeared he had come to the doctor primarily for this reason. However, the blonde's current demeanor was clearly suggestive of ulterior motives. Lin Baixian furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at the direction indicated by the blonde, her expression remaining largely unchanged. This revelation sent a chill through Lin Xiao. He was well aware of Lin Baixian's previous aspiration to become a urologist, and he feared she might succumb to her professional instincts and actually examine the blonde. He quickly interjected, Sister, this person has a condition. You mustn't let your eyes be sullied. What? Lin Baixian shot a disdainful glare at the blonde. She had been preoccupied with defending Lin Xiao, but upon closer inspection, she noticed several areas of exposed skin on the blonde marked with red, ulcerated lesions. It was indeed indicative of an illness. Despite her keen interest in urology, Lin Baixian found herself repulsed by such an unsightly individual. She promptly raised her hand, urging, enough. We need to send you to a proper hospital. Don't burden the school doctor with this. Hey, you wait. The blonde attempted to protest, but a throng of students suddenly passed by. It seemed someone had sustained an injury while playing basketball, and a group had come to assist. Reluctant for his predicament to become public knowledge, the blonde was forced to abandon his retort and leave with a threat. As Lin Xiao watched the blonde's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, he exhaled slowly, relieved. Phew, at least I don't have to witness those eye-watering sights. Unexpectedly, as he turned around, he found Lin Baixian staring at him intently. What is it? Lin Xiao touched his face, wondering if something was amiss. Lin Baixian slowly shook her head, squinting her eyes in scrutiny. I merely wish to ask how you knew the blonde had that condition. Surely you two aren't. Lin Baixian involuntarily recalled the rumors surrounding Lin Xiao. He hastily raised his hand to halt her train of thought. Sister, you should really quell that horrifying notion. And why is that? Lin Baixian arched an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It was the mosquitoes that informed me. Lin Xiao could hardly disclose the systematic nature of his knowledge. Nonetheless, he had previously mentioned to Lin Baixian that he could understand the speech of animals. Mosquitoes certainly qualified. Oh, mosquitoes? Lin Baixian rose gradually, moving closer to Lin Xiao and scanning the surroundings. She then patted him firmly on the shoulder, exclaiming, First of all, in this weather, were there any mosquitoes? Even if there were, would they talk to you? You're pulling my leg. As Lin Xiao sidestepped her, he explained, Well, I'm not entirely sure it was mosquitoes. It could have been flies or cockroaches. Whatever it was, they told me. Otherwise, how could I have known such intimate details upon my first encounter with that blonde-haired individual? Although Lin Baixian was aware that Lin Xiao was not being entirely truthful, there was a semblance of reason in his words, prompting her to let the matter rest. At that moment, she suddenly tuned into Lin Xiao's thoughts. What a joke. This blonde-haired fellow is utterly indiscriminate, unperturbed by gender, and even disregards boundaries between humans and beasts. If he contracts an illness, he has only himself to blame. How could I possibly voice such things? The mere thought repulses me. I cannot bear to sully my sister's ears with such filth. Hearing these thoughts, Lin Baixian endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, though her stomach began to churn violently. What was initially a plan to dine with friends had vanished, leaving her devoid of appetite. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Lin Baixian's phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered, Hello, Director. Understood. I shall return immediately. After ending the call, Lin Baixian's expression turned grave. She called out toward the office. Old Qian, I must return to the hospital urgently. Ah, so soon? A young woman in a white coat hurried out, her face marked by regret. I just finished my tasks, and now you must leave? Lin Xiao nodded. There has been an explosion at a factory to the west. Ah, how serious. You must hurry back, Dr. Qian exclaimed, no longer attempting to dissuade her. Listening intently to Lin Baishuan's words, Lin Xiao was suddenly struck by a realization. The factory explosion was, after all, the pivotal event that would alter Lin Baishuan's fate. Despite all precautions, what was destined to occur would still come to pass. Lin Baixian noticed the seriousness on Lin Zhao's face, and it seemed she too grasped the gravity of the situation. Ah Xiao, will you accompany me? Of course. Even had Lin Baixian not invited him, Lin Xiao would have followed. He could not allow any harm to befall his sister. The two swiftly departed from the school and made their way to the hospital. As they neared the hospital, the traffic became congested. An abundance of vehicles transporting the injured had caused the delay, but fortunately, traffic police arrived promptly, directing traffic at various intersections to clear a path for the ambulances. After identifying herself, Lin Baixian followed the convoy of ambulances. Simultaneously, she gleaned from Lin Zhao's thoughts the gravity of the situation that awaited her. She had never anticipated that what appeared to be an ordinary overtime shift would precipitate a monumental shift in her destiny. Chapter 65, The Aberration Beside Us. Through Lin Zhao's thoughts, Lin Baixian grasped the general circumstances. As events were set to unfold, she would be headed to the hospital to assist the injured. One of the victims would perish despite efforts to save him, leading their family to create a scene in the hospital. A colleague would betray her, rendering her a victim to the frenzy of those deranged individuals. Lin Baixian recognized that danger loomed perilously close. Yet as a physician confronted with such a significant calamity, she could not idly stand by while the injured awaited their fate. The resources at their hospital would undoubtedly be insufficient, and recruiting personnel from other hospitals would require additional time. Every moment of hesitation could mean another life lost due to inadequate rescue efforts. Wait for me here for a moment. I must attend to urgent matters, Lin Baixian instructed as she settled Lin Xiao on a bench in the emergency room. She was reluctant to distance herself from Lin Xiao, fearing that she might miss his heartfelt words should any changes occur. Lin Xiao, too, dared not stray far, ever vigilant of his surroundings to avert any unforeseen circumstances involving Lin Baixian. Clad in a white coat, Lin Baixian commenced her efforts to save lives. The situation here was even more dire than she had anticipated. The expansive emergency room was teeming with patients, filled with cries of anguish and despair. Doctors and nurses busily tended to the injured, prioritizing those in critical condition. With her considerable medical expertise, Lin Baixian took it upon herself to treat the most severely wounded. She was acutely aware that this role was fraught with challenges. Should a patient succumb to their injuries, she could easily find herself in dire straits. Nevertheless, the sanctity of life outweighed her concerns. One after another, she fought to save lives, perspiration beading on her forehead, just as she prepared to catch her breath. An urgent call rang out from across the room. "Dr. Lin, come quickly." Moments later, a blood-soaked individual was wheeled in. Lin Baixian froze upon seeing the name tag hanging from the patient's chest, Li Dashan. He was the very individual whose demise Lin Xiao had mourned, the one whose grieving family would likely raise a ruckus. She found herself at a crossroads. If she handed this patient over to another doctor, she could safeguard herself. Yet, all the other doctors were preoccupied, leaving little room for assistance. A few intern doctors had just finished tending to less critical cases. Perhaps they could be summoned. However, doing so would likely draw the ire of the patient's family. Reflecting on the passionate young doctors who had just embarked on their careers, Lin Baixian felt a pang of sympathy for them, not wanting them to be disheartened by the wrath of aggrieved families. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolutely approached Li Dashan, determined to do everything in her power to save him. Now that she had foreseen the unfolding of events, was it not possible to revive this individual? If so, perhaps all tragedies could be averted. Alas, fate had other plans. Li Dashan succumbed to his injuries. His wounds were far too grievous. The force of the explosion had driven a metallic shard deep into his lung, its surface corroded, contaminating his injury with various impurities. Additionally, Li Dashan's age and declining health rendered him less resilient than a younger individual. Despite employing every possible means, he still drew his last breath on the operating table. As Lin Baixian gazed at Li Dashan's lifeless body, A sense of disorientation washed over her. She had faced failures in rescue attempts before. Yet this particular instance left her feeling profoundly powerless. Bai Xian, do not be disheartened. This is not your fault, a voice interjected beside her. Upon hearing this, Lin Baixian jolted. The speaker was none other than Song Lanlan, the very person Lin Xiao had deemed responsible for her plight. Song Lanlan was also a former high school classmate, with whom she had shared a close bond, both aspiring to enter medical school and later joining this very hospital together after graduation. However, according to Lin Xiao's inner voice, Song Lanlan had been masquerading for many years. Deep within, Song Lanlan harbored an intense jealousy towards her, envying her favorable family background and academic prowess. The most alarming aspect was that this jealousy had driven Song Lanlan to a state of mental distress. Out of a twisted affection born from hatred, she sought to keep her perpetually by her side, altering her college entrance examination choices so that both would ultimately pursue a career in surgery. At this thought, Lin Baixian involuntarily shuddered. Baixian, what is the matter? Song Lanlan, noticing Lin Baixian's unusual demeanor, approached her and raised her hand in an attempt to gently pat her shoulder for reassurance. However, Lin Baixian adeptly evaded her touch. Observing Song Lanlan's hand suspended awkwardly in midair, Lin Baixian recalled another troubling revelation from Lin Xiao's inner voice. It stated that Song Lanlan's refusal to allow her to enroll in the male medical specialty stemmed from her own distorted sentiments. Song Lanlan possessed an abnormal attachment to her, which led her to prevent her from studying male medicine, thereby avoiding any contact with male anatomy. Despite being a woman, she began to fantasize about being a man and had a habit of surreptitiously taking her photographs. Upon first hearing these unsettling details, Lin Baixian experienced a wave of physical discomfort. She found it hard to believe that a once dear friend could harbor such perverse thoughts. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Song Lanlan had indeed been the sole individual privy to her college application choices. Affected by these revelations, Lin Baixian felt at a loss on how to confront Song Lanlan. Fortunately, there were many other injured individuals nearby, prompting her to simply acknowledge the situation before immersing herself back into her work. Time passed, and suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the entrance. Who's responsible for my father's death? A chill gripped Lin Baixian's heart as she looked up towards the door. Several men were advancing towards her, with the leader appearing exceptionally enraged, striding directly towards the emergency room. A nearby nurse whispered to her colleague, "This is bad. No wonder I recognize that old man. He is the father of that outrageous boy. Ah, is he the one who caused a scene in the internal medicine department?" Yes. That elderly gentleman had been taking medication prescribed by the doctors and hadn't recovered for over a week, prompting his family to create a disturbance. I remember now. The head nurse over there used to work at a hospital in a nearby county. She mentioned years ago that she suspected his son was abnormal, and upon examination, it turned out he was indeed outrageous. TSK, how unfortunate, considering that the Li family isn't well off. Giving birth to such a child must have been a heavy burden. Enough about that. Why do I feel like that outrageous boy's gaze is quite menacing? Indeed, it is rather frightening. Is something about to happen? As Lin Baixian listened to the surrounding discussions, her heart sank further. With rational dialogue possible with normal individuals, the outrageous ones were entirely beyond reason. While she pondered this, the man had already surged toward her. Who killed my father? Step forward now. In the face of such a situation, neither the doctors nor the nurses dared to utter a word. Even the other victims and their families dared not utter a word. Fearful of being drawn into the turmoil, the man continued to roar, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Lin Baixian clenched her fists. She was not one to cower, yet neither was she foolish. In such a precarious situation, stepping forward to confront a person devoid of reason would only lead to a tragic end. Especially when she noticed a glint of cold steel peeking from the man's sleeve. It was a knife. This man had come prepared. At such a moment, it was evident that anyone who dared to intervene might face dire consequences. Lin Baixian observed the medical personnel near the entrance discreetly seeking security. If they could simply endure until the hospital security arrived, they could escort the man away. However, Song Lanlan made her move, although she merely distanced herself from Lin Baixian. The evasion in her gaze was unmistakable. She glanced back and forth between the man and Lin Baixian, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately refrained. Lin Baixian took in this scene entirely. She could not believe that Song Lanlan was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Given their proximity, if she could see the knife in the man's sleeve, then surely Song Lanlan had noticed it as well. Song Lanlan could have chosen to remain still, awaiting rescue. Yet her actions were so conspicuous that it was difficult to imagine they were unintentional. The man glanced at Song Lanlan, then at Lin Baixian, and coldly inquired, "Is it you?" Without waiting for Lin Baixuan's response, he advanced towards her. Clearly, Lin Baixuan's answer had lost its significance for him. The other medical personnel, unaware of Song Lanlan's movements, panicked and fled as the man approached. Lin Baixian also retreated step by step, discreetly retrieving a bottle of alcohol from behind her. "You wretch, dare to bring harm to my father. I will kill you," the man roared, raising his knife and lunging at Lin Baixian. The sight of the blade sent the others nearby into a frenzy, screaming and scattering in all directions. Lin Baixian ceased to retreat, spraying the alcohol into the man's face. His bulging eyes were drenched, and he howled in pain. Yet, the scream lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before being replaced by a muffled groan, and he collapsed onto the ground. Lin Xiao stood behind the man, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. In truth, even if Lin Baixian had not acted, he had been prepared to intervene. Should the man dare to unleash his fury, he would have moved. However, Lin Baixian had taken the initiative, rendering his readiness somewhat superfluous. "Impressive second sister," Lin Xiao exclaimed, tearing off some bandage to bind the man's hands. He lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. Lin Baixian let out a sigh of relief and glanced towards the individuals who had accompanied the man. These were not the superhuman types, but rather individuals of sound mind. And they were not direct relatives of Li Dashin. They had merely come to witness the spectacle. As soon as they saw the man begin to lose control, they had panicked, yet dared not intervene. At that moment, upon catching sight of Lin Baixian, they hurriedly waved their hands, insisting, "This has nothing to do with us. We merely came to pay a visit." Having said that, they swiftly dashed outside. Just then, the police and security arrived. After assessing the situation, the police escorted the man into their vehicle, intending to depart after gathering further details. However, amidst the crowd, a sudden voice broke the tension. "Officer, wait a moment. I have more information." It was Lin Xiao speaking. The police approached him, their demeanor serious as they inquired, "What else is there?" "I wish to report her," Lin Xiao declared, raising his hand and pointing through the throng towards Song Lanlan, who was just about to leave. Chapter 67. Irrefutable Evidence. Everyone present was taken aback. Many had witnessed Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian together, suggesting they were aligned with the medical staff. But now, with Lin Xiao suddenly accusing a doctor, what could this mean? Song Lanlan, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure. Smiling at Lin Xiao, she said, "You must be Baishuan's brother. Surely there is a misunderstanding. We could discuss this privately without burdening the officers." "Discuss it privately? What if you flee?" Lin Xiao retorted with a cold scoff. Song Lanlan's smile faltered. After all, she was a friend of Lin Baixian, and she had not anticipated Lin Xiao's blatant disrespect. Turning to Lin Baixian, she awkwardly chuckled. "Baixian, look at what your brother is saying. He must have his reasons for saying so. If you haven't done anything wrong, you need not be anxious," Lin Baixian replied, her expression equally frosty. After enduring such an ordeal, it would be foolish of her to show any leniency towards this deviant, even though she had no inkling of what Lin Xiao was about to reveal. The police, perplexed, furrowed their brows. "Young man, do not blame me for not warning you. If there is a dispute with the hospital, evidence is paramount. Do not act recklessly." "I understand. I certainly have evidence," Lin Xiao replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared loudly enough for all to hear, "I wish to report Dr. Song Lanlan for the abuse and mutilation of corpses in the hospital's morgue." As these words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The crowd stood in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. A doctor from the hospital, abusing corpses? This was utterly grotesque. Moreover, looking at Song Lanlan, who was young and seemingly attractive, how could she commit such heinous acts? Lin Baixian was equally bewildered. These were revelations she had not anticipated from Lin Xiao, and they were indeed explosive. Nevertheless, her faith in Lin Xiao remained unwavering. The police were equally astonished. They had previously received several reports concerning the mutilation of corpses in this hospital's morgue. But due to a lack of leads, the case had been shelved for some time. Could it be that this cold case finally had a breakthrough? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's accusation, Song Lamlin's expression shifted momentarily. However, confident in the secrecy of her actions, she quickly recalibrated her demeanor. Young Master Lin, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your statement? Song Lanlan feigned surprise and exclaimed, spreading rumors is a crime. With so many people around, your joke is rather excessive. Whether I jest or not, you know in your heart. Lin Xiao replied with unwavering conviction. A flicker of excitement and hope surged within Lin Baixian. She was infuriated by Song Lamlin's deliberate malice against her, yet lacked the evidence to confront her, forced to endure this silent indignity. If Lin Xiao could indeed present proof of his claims and send Song Lanlan to prison, it would be a tremendous relief. She feigned concern, saying, Xiao, if you possess evidence, you should promptly inform the police. After all, this is a grave matter, and misunderstandings should be avoided. Lin Xiao casually remarked. Obtaining evidence is quite simple. The surveillance footage from the security room. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Song Lanlan, who remained unperturbed. He realized this individual had likely tampered with the footage, emboldened by her presumed invulnerability. The security footage would undoubtedly be inaccessible, for no one would dare commit a crime in open defiance. However, her alterations to the surveillance would lead her to neglect other details, such as her backpack. As he spoke, Lin Xiao scrutinized Song Lamlin's expression. Dr. Song, would you dare allow the police to examine your backpack? Lin Baixian interjected, Lan, that large canvas bag you carry daily should be in your office cabinet, correct? Instantly, Song Lamlin's complexion turned ashen. I today. No excuses. I distinctly saw you carrying that bag when you arrived today. Before Song Lanlan could offer further explanations, Lin Baixian interrupted her without hesitation. The police were keenly observant, and Song Lamlin's unnatural demeanor was exceedingly suspicious. Dr. Song, may we take your bag for inspection? Though framed as a question, the officer's tone brooked no refusal. He gestured for Song Lanlan to lead them to her office. Under the scrutiny of so many witnesses, Song Lanlan found it difficult to decline. With a heavy heart, she returned to her office and retrieved the large canvas bag from her cabinet. The officer took it, examining it closely, then lifted it to his nose. Soon, he furrowed his brow slightly. Song Lanlan, still desperate to justify herself, insisted, I often use this bag to buy meat at the market. A hint of blood is to be expected. The scent within was faint, masked by the aroma of cosmetics. One could hardly detect it from distance. However, the officer was well acquainted with the scents of victims and corpses. What emanated from this bag was not merely a hint of blood. It could only be described as the stench of decay. The officer promptly handed the bag to his colleague, stating coldly, take this back for testing. He then turned to Song Lanlan, his gaze serious. Dr. Song, we have received reports from the public, and we suspect you are connected to multiple counts of corpse desecration. Please accompany us. Song Lamlin's face drained of color, leaving her speechless. Deep down, she understood that this bag was the very evidence of her crimes. Once tested, it would reveal the remnants of the desecrated corpses. The reason she continued to carry this bag daily was to provide herself with a twisted thrill. As she drew closer, inhaling that faint scent, memories of the exhilaration she felt while toying with lifeless bodies surged within her. This perverse psychology ensnared her, rendering her unable to extricate herself. What she did not anticipate, however, was that the police, devoid of any leads, would discover her bag. She lifted her gaze towards Lin Xiao, her eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, in an unexpected turn, she shook off the officers and charged directly towards Lin Baixian. Chapter 68. Breaking free from the torment of fate. Those present were astonished that Song Lanlan, a mere female doctor, dared to escape from the clutches of the police. Lin Xiao, concerned that Song Lanlan might act irrationally and harm Lin Baixian, resolutely positioned himself in front of her. With Song Lamlin's strength, there was no way she could breach Lin Xiao's defense. Furthermore, with the officers tugging at her from behind, she was swiftly subdued once more. Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Baixian, her expression intensely fervent. Baixian, I love you. Everything I have done is for you. I have cherished you for so many years. Why won't you even glance at me seriously? Song Lamlin's visage contorted with rage as she howled in despair. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by her explosive declarations. Lin Xiao quickly intervened, exclaiming, Stop spouting nonsense. Your twisted psyche is your own doing. It has nothing to do with my sister. He then turned to the officers, urging, Please, don't heed her ravings. Naturally, the police were reluctant to take the words of a suspect at face value. especially one who was clearly deranged. They assured that a thorough investigation would ensue and proceeded to escort Song Lanlan away. As she was led away, Song Lanlan continued to shout defiantly. Yet, with handcuffs securely fastened, her chances of escape were utterly extinguished. Only when they reached the police vehicle did the surroundings finally fall silent. Lin Baixian watched their departing figures, letting out a quiet sigh, relieved that it was finally over. Dr. Lin, it seems we've wrapped things up here. Why don't you head home to rest? The other doctors in the department, having noticed Lin Baixian's fatigue, urged her to take a break. Lin Baixian nodded and returned home with Lin Xiao. Though she appeared weary, her heart brimmed with joy. The ordeal that threatened to alter her destiny had finally been resolved. She would not be harmed, nor would her career be jeopardized. Overwhelmed with happiness, she felt an impulse to weep. Upon arriving home, her family was gathered. Lin Baixian briefly recounted the events of the day at the hospital. Initially, her family expressed concern, but soon they grasped the situation. They had long sensed Lin Xiao's apprehensions and understood that Lin Baixian was destined to face a calamity. With this crisis averted, their excitement was palpable. "Xiao, it's all thanks to you," Su Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. She struggled to continue as her nose tinged with emotion, wiping the corners of her eyes, striving not to let the joy of the moment overwhelm her. The exuberance of the occasion resonated with everyone present, except for Lin Xiao, who understood the relief shared among them ever since they learned of Lin Baixian's impending peril. Now, the heart that had been suspended can finally be at ease. Lin Chuj gently grasped her mother's hand and comforted her. "Mom, Xiao is our family's lucky star. Let us think of a way to reward him properly this time." Lin Qingshan quickly echoed. "Yes, we must show our appreciation. Xiao, what gift do you desire? Feel free to ask for anything. As long as your father can provide it, it shall be yours." Lin Xiao shyly scratched his head, not fully grasping why his family was so joyous today. Although he had previously helped resolve some issues, they had never exhibited such exuberance before. Furthermore, the reason Lin Baixian had not been harmed today was primarily due to her quick reflexes, which had little to do with him. Nonetheless, since his family wished to reward him, he decided to accept graciously. Actually, I don't really want anything. I just wish to avoid going to the office," he confessed. Heaven knows how exhausted he had been lately. From Monday to Friday, he attended classes at school, and on Saturdays and Sundays, he worked at the company. Although this so-called work merely entailed lounging in Lin Chuj's office, indulging in food and leisure, and even napping in the adjacent lounge if he wished, it still felt peculiar, as if Lin Chuj intended to keep him tethered to her side. He suspected that Lin Chuj, perhaps weary of her presidential role, sought to cultivate him as a successor, intending to hand over the company upon his graduation. This simply would not do. Already a wealthy second-generation heir, why would want to manage the chaotic affairs of a company? However, as soon as his words escaped his lips, they were met with Lin Chuj's firm refusal. "No, you are the only boy in the Lin family. In the future, your father and I will allocate company shares to you. You must learn management. Or how will you take over the company?" Lin Chuj stated earnestly. The other members of the Lin family remained silent, aware of Lin Xiao's disinterest in the company and recognizing that Lin Chuj merely sought to leverage his sentiments to alleviate some corporate troubles. However, for the sake of the company's future, they chose to side with Lin Chuj at this moment. "Xiao, your sister is looking out for your best interests. How about this? As long as you come to the company, your father will pay you a monthly salary of 500,000. Of course, your black card remains without limit, by whatever you desire," Lin Qingshan said with a smile. 500,000. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That was an amount most ordinary families would struggle to earn in a year. Yet, he merely had to meander around the company on weekends to earn such a sum. Truly, it was a world of the affluent. After contemplating for a moment, he eventually acquiesced. Having undergone so many experiences, his perspective had indeed shifted. When he first arrived in this world, he had foreseen the impending collapse of the Lin family company and was solely focused on accumulating wealth to escape when the time came. Now, faced with these family members who genuinely cared for him, he could not bear the thought of abandoning them. Earning 500,000 a month would serve as a means to support them. Even if the Lin family fell on hard times in the future, they would not be destitute. However, in this warm and harmonious atmosphere, no one anticipated that while Lin Baixian's troubles had been resolved, another issue would arise. Chapter 69. Lin Xiao's sister. The following day marked the weekend, and the sixth daughter of the Lin family, who had not returned home for quite some time, finally arrived. Lin Xiao's sister was only a few months his senior and was not the biological child of Su Xiaomei. It was said that she was the daughter of a close friend of Su Xiaomei, whose family tragically perished in a car accident, leaving behind a little girl. The Lin family took this child in as their own and named her Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan possessed a rather introverted disposition, characterized by her gentle kindness. She was enrolled at the Capital Women's Academy, an institution distinct from other universities due to its strong seclusion. Additionally, Lin Wanwan had chosen to complete her coursework ahead of time, resulting in her absence for 3 consecutive months. Upon hearing that Lin Wanwan was returning, the Lin family was filled with joy. Su Xiaomei prepared an array of Lin Wanwan's favorite dishes, while Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian each selected gifts for her. Even Lin Xiao purchased a bracelet for his sister of similar age, although they had never had the opportunity to meet face-to-face. Lin Xiao had occasionally appeared in video calls with Lin Wanwan when their parents connected, rendering them not entirely strangers. In the evening, the driver brought Lin Wanwan home. As she stepped through the door, the family gathered around, bombarding her with questions. Lin Wanwan responded with a bright smile to each inquiry. It was Lin Xiao's first time seeing her in person, and he felt a surge of happiness. Yet, in such a bustling environment, he found little opportunity to speak. Lin Wanwan was petite, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, and donned her school uniform, which accentuated her graceful stature. However, upon closer observation, Lin Xiao noted that her complexion seemed somewhat off. Though she wore a smile, it did not reach her eyes, appearing rather forced. Moreover, her gait seemed unsteady. Others soon noticed this as well and began to inquire. Wanwan, what happened to your foot? I twisted it. I came back to rest at home. Lin Wanwan feigned nonchalance, waving her hand lightly. It's nothing serious. I just twisted it a bit. I didn't mention on the phone to avoid worrying you. Oh dear, come in. Let your second sister take a look. Su Xiaomei, flustered, quickly assisted Lin Wanwan into the house. Once Lin Wanwan was seated on the sofa, Lin Baixian began to examine her ankle. Upon observing the swelling of her fair ankle, Su Xiaomei's heart ached immensely. Baixian, is it serious? Should we take her to your hospital? It's not too severe, Lin Baixian replied after her examination, letting out a slow sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a soft tissue contusion, no fractures. Ice it today and tomorrow, then switch to heat the day after. Thank you, second sister, Lin Wanwan said, sweetly in gratitude. Standing nearby, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. Just moments ago, he had heard the system's voice. Damn, is it actually school bullying? Who is so blind as to dare bully the Lin family's youngest daughter? Moreover, she was trying to help another bullied girl, only to be backstabbed by her. Is there no sense of justice left? Upon hearing this voice, the family fell into a profound silence. Lin Qingshan, with a teacup poised in midair, felt a surge of fury ignite within him. Su Xiaomei glanced nervously at the others, seemingly seeking confirmation that she was not experiencing auditory hallucinations. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian tightened their fists in response. Among them, Lin Wanwan was the most perplexed. She too had heard Lin Xiao's inner voice, yet she did not grasp the gravity of the situation. The matter alluded to by that voice was precisely what was transpiring in her life. Such a clandestine affair. How could anyone be aware of it? Or perhaps the pressure she had been under lately had caused her to hallucinate? Ah Xiao, you forgot to buy the Starbucks cake that your sixth sister loves so much. Why don't you go pick it up? Lin Shuj, seasoned in her role as a longtime CEO, swiftly reacted with a smile. Ah, I'm indifferent about the cake, or we could order takeout. Lin Wanwan hastily interjected, wishing to spare her brother, who had just returned home, from any trouble. However, Lin Shuj placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, insisting, have you forgotten? The place you adore doesn't offer delivery. Since he is finally back, you must indulge in it. What do you think? Absolutely, I shall go get it. Lin Xiao sensed that his eldest sister was subtly trying to usher him away. He pondered that perhaps they had noticed Lin Wanwan's distress and wished to discuss matters that might not be appropriate for him to overhear. It mattered little. After all, his information system had already enlightened him about the situation. Lin Wanwan, having endured such injustice, certainly deserved to enjoy some delightful cakes. As for those who had tormented her, they would not escape the Lin family's retribution once she revealed their misdeeds. Once Lin Xiao departed, a thick silence enveloped the household once more. All eyes turned to Lin Wanwan. The earlier anger had somewhat subsided, and they contemplated how to broach the subject without causing her further distress. Ultimately, It was Lin Xiao who broke the silence. Wan, you heard that voice earlier, didn't you? Lin Wan looked up in astonishment. You all could hear it too? What was it? That was Ah Zhao's inner voice. Su Xiaomei sighed softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My dear daughter, given such a grave situation, why didn't you confide in your father and me? Lin Wan had intended to keep her bullying ordeal a secret, yet she was taken aback that her brother, whom she had only just met, had discovered it. Moreover, the fact that the entire family could hear his inner thoughts left her feeling exposed and unable to conceal her troubles any longer. Chapter 70, A Brilliant Scheme. Lin Wan was introverted, perhaps even a tad timid, but she possessed a kind heart. A month prior, she had intervened when a girl was being bullied at school. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to halt the harassment, only to be met with threats from the aggressors. Subsequently, the girl expressed her gratitude and they became friends. However, unexpectedly, just last night, a group of individuals had blocked her path back to the dormitory. Every Friday, she assisted a teacher in organizing materials, a fact known only to a select few. Reflecting on recent events, she immediately realized that the girl she had rescued had betrayed her. The bullies had beaten her and recorded the incident, threatening to publicly release the video online, embellished with lies, if she dared to speak out. Fearing that this matter would tarnish the Lin family's reputation, she chose to endure in silence. Upon hearing Lin Wan's account, the Lin family was filled with outrage. How could this be tolerated? Lin Qingshan banged the table with a resounding thud. Su Xiaomei gently tugged at Lin Wan's sleeve, her heart aching as she noticed the bruises on her arm. Wan, you should have confided in us. We would have protected you. Since joining the Lin family, Lin Wan had always been obedient and well-behaved. Yet, this excessive compliance only served to highlight her alienation. In her heart, despite her closeness to the Lin family, she felt she was never truly one of them, fearing abandonment and the prospect of once again being homeless. The Lin family sensed her feelings, which only deepened their concern. Wan, do you remember what those people looked like? Lin Xiao asked, her expression grave. They wore masks. I couldn't see their faces, Lin Wan murmured, shaking her head. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Given the tactics employed by those individuals, they likely evaded surveillance, indicating that the situation was more complicated than she had anticipated. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, Lin Wan's tears began to flow anew. Mom, Dad, sister, I can handle this on my own. Really, you need not worry. With that, she ran upstairs, tears streaming down her face, hastily retreating to her room. In the living room, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Qingshan's fingers cracked ominously as he clenched them. Su Xiaomei glanced at her phone, repeatedly contemplating calling the school's administration to hold them accountable. Lin Xiao was deep in thought, considering possible solutions. Suddenly, Lin Baixian, who had remained silent, spoke up. We lack evidence. If we approach the school administration directly, they will either evade responsibility or suggest that Wan transfer schools. Which one to resolve the issue? Indeed, the emotional wounds Wan bears far exceed her physical injuries. Avoidance will not remedy the situation. Lin Xiao concurred with Lin Baixian's assessment. Su Xiaomei, realizing this, hesitated to make the call, her heart heavy with sorrow. It's our fault for not protecting her. Lin Qingshan gently wrapped his arm around Su Xiaomei's shoulders, soothing her softly. There is still a chance for redemption. Lin Xiao added, Yes, Mom. I will conduct a private investigation and ensure we find those responsible. In truth, there was a simpler solution. Lin Baixian, with a smile playing on her lips, suggested. I suspect those bullies won't simply let this go. We just need someone to infiltrate the school alongside Wan. The other three immediately brightened at this prospect. That is indeed a brilliant idea. But who will do it? With the fourth and fifth sisters absent, we hardly appear to be students, Lin Xiao lamented, her brow furrowing once more. Lin Baixian's eyes sparkled with mischief. Don't we have a college student in the family? Huh? The three individuals appeared to have come to a startling realization, their faces etched with astonishment. However, they swiftly regained their composure. What a splendid idea. When Lin Xiao returned with the small cake, he was met with the intense gazes of four individuals fixated upon him. What are you all doing? Lin Xiao sensed that something was amiss, but it was too late to retreat. Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian pressed him onto the sofa, stripping him of his outerwear and donning him with a large-size school uniform they had prepared. Following this, they began to apply various cosmetics to his face, culminating in the placement of a wig atop his head. Perfection. Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian admired their handiwork with great satisfaction. Even Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei nodded in approval from the sidelines. Quite impressive. We hadn't anticipated that with a little embellishment, our Xiao could look so lovely. It was only when Lin Xiao stood before the mirror that he snapped out of his bewilderment. He had never imagined that he could present himself in such a manner. His features, under the skillful application of makeup, appeared softened, enhancing his otherwise sharp visage. Nevertheless, his physique still left much to be desired, with a flat chest reminiscent of a young boy. However, that was inconsequential. After all, he was tall. Standing there, he exuded a sense of international model elegance. Wait, why you dress me up like this? Lin Xiao finally grasped the absurdity of the situation, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Chuj approached him casually, giving his shoulder a light pat. We've already made arrangements with the girls' school. Next Monday, you will accompany Wanwan. You are in the same class, sharing the same dormitory. Lin Xiao looked at the others with a mix of horror and realization. Seeing their unwavering seriousness, he understood that they were not merely playing a prank. They were indeed serious, especially Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, the typically dignified couple. How could they possibly condone such a thing? Xiao, you wouldn't want to be bullied again, would you? Su Xiaomei gazed at Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. I do, but Lin Xiao struggled internally, unable to conjure a better solution, perhaps due to the distance. The gossip system had not divulged the identity of the bullies. It appeared that infiltrating the situation was his only option to uncover the truth. Fear not. We have already arranged for your leave from school. This week, you will attend the girls' school. I trust those individuals remain quiet for long. Lin Chuj nonchalantly adorned Lin Xiao's wrist with a bracelet. With these embellishments, he appeared even more feminine. Chapter 71, Senior Black. On Sunday evening, Lin Xiao, donned in this female attire, sat alongside Lin Wanwan as they boarded the vehicle. The Lin family chauffeur drove them to the entrance of the girls' school. As the car came to a halt, Lin Wanwan prepared to exit, only to be halted by Lin Xiao, who firmly grasped her arm. Wait a moment. Let me gather myself. Lin Xiao felt a flutter of anxiety within. He knew that there were no boys among the students here, and he felt as though he were a lamb entering a den of wolves. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was there to investigate and confront the bullies, seeking vengeance for his sixth sister, which bolstered his resolve. As Lin Wanwan observed the fluctuating expressions on Lin Xiao's face, she spoke up. Xiao, perhaps you should return. I cannot shake this feeling of uncertainty. Logically, Lin Wanwan was the elder sister. However, her demeanor, shaped by her character, lacked the authoritative presence that Lin Baixian and Lin Chuj exuded in front of their younger brother. Nonetheless, as an older sister, she was reluctant to thrust Lin Xiao into peril and complications. Lin Xiao seemed to perceive Wanwan's thoughts, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and resolutely declaring, Since we have come this far, how can we not proceed? Rest assured, sixth sister, I will certainly retrieve that group of people. With that, he boldly exited the vehicle, only to realize after a few strides that he might have been a tad too masculine, subsequently adopting a lighter gait. Lin Wanwan, watching from the side, could not help but chuckle. Lin Wanwan was naturally beautiful, and her smile infused her with an invigorating vitality. Lin Xiao turned back, grinning. Sister, this is the demeanor befitting you. Wanwan suddenly became aware of something and exhaled deeply. Indeed, her spirits had been rather dismal these past few days, casting a shadow over her entire being. However, Lin Xiao's playful banter had managed to lift her mood somewhat. Upon entering the school, Lin Xiao finally experienced the advantages of financial influence. From the main gate to the classroom and then to the dormitory, he encountered no obstruction. Aside from attracting a few sidelong glances due to his height, there were no unexpected incidents. Just as he stepped into the dormitory, messages from a family group chat began to flood in. Xiao, please take care of the sixth. You must protect your sister and expose that bully. Xiao, we believe in you. If you cannot find that scoundrel and avenge your sister, do not return. As Lin Xiao silently massaged his forehead, he realized the gravity of their demands. The moment he entered the school, the gossip system in his mind had already revealed the identity of the bully. However, without evidence, even if he managed to confront her, it would be overly lenient. Those who were corrupt at such a young age must face consequences. Wanwan, this is... Suddenly, a timid voice emerged from behind him. Lin Xiao turned to see a petite girl, roughly the same height as Lin Wanwan, gazing up at him. Xiao, you're back. This is my sister, who is also transferred to our school. Lin Wanwan explained somewhat awkwardly. Oh, your sister is quite tall. How envy of it. Luo Xiaoi seemed to be a rather innocent girl. Under Lin Wanwan's introduction, she readily accepted the information and genuinely complimented her. Based on Lin Xiao's previous understanding, the dormitories in this girls' school were typically shared by 4. However, affluent students had the option of choosing double or single accommodations. In Wanwan's dormitory, apart from herself, only Luo Xiaoi remained. Observing how easily Xiaoi accepted the addition of another person in the dorm, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that the atmosphere in Wanwan's dormitory was quite pleasant. Yet, just as he began to relax, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Wanwan began to tidy the bed and, upon lifting the quilt, let out a startled gasp. Lin Xiao hurried over to inspect the situation, only to discover a fake dead mouse lying on the bed. Sister, it's nothing, just a prop, he reassured her while lifting the faux rodent. However, Lin Wanwan's expression remained grim, evidently lost in troubling thoughts. At that moment, a chorus of laughter echoed from the doorway. Hey, did you hear that scream? It's hilarious. What a coward. The laughter was boisterous, and Lin Xiao frowned, stepping forward to open the door. Standing outside were 4 or 5 girls, their giggles subsiding upon seeing him. Who are you? Isn't this Lin Wanwan's dorm? One of the girls questioned defiantly. Internally cursing, Lin Xiao refrained from retorting and waved the fake mouse dismissively, saying, is this all you can do? Scaring people with toys? Why not bring a real mouse for a change? The girls fell silent, realizing that this unfamiliar tall girl was not as easily intimidated as Lin Wanwan. Yet, accustomed to their dominance, they still regarded her with contempt. Do you think we wouldn't if we could? There aren't any real mice in this school. Another girl scoffed. Is that so? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, placing her fingers to her lips to emit a sharp whistle. Soon after, a small black stray cat trotted over. This was the very cat that had helped Lin Xiao discover the dismembered body in the park earlier. She had encountered it downstairs, and after a brief exchange, learned that the cat preferred the food here to that in the park, which is why it had crossed the street. Observing the cat's noticeably rounder physique, Lin Xiao understood it was not lying. Stray cats at the school were well fed, albeit at a cost. The cat seemed to sense her thoughts, glancing down at its emaciated belly and awkwardly turning its head away. The appearance of the black cat stunned the girls. Isn't that Senior Xiao He? It usually ignores people. Why is it here now? Luo Xiaoi remarked, perplexed. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Of course, it's here to help me catch mice. So, some people can stop pretending to be tough. The girls stared blankly for a moment before erupting in laughter. Wait, did I hear that correctly? She wants the cat to catch mice for her? This is too funny. Does she think she is a Disney princess who can communicate with animals? What a ridiculous notion. Ignoring their mockery, Lin Xiao picked up the black cat, maintaining her composure as she declared, So, are you brave enough to place a bet? Bet? The girls laughed even harder, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Even Lin Wanwan thought Lin Xiao was being overly bold and gently tugged at her sleeve. Whispering, Ah Xiao, don't be reckless. Lin Xiao patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder reassuringly and asked once more, What's the matter? Are you afraid? The girl scoffed. What is there to fear? If you wish to perish, so be it. Another inquired, What shall the wager be? Lin Xiao regarded them with equal disdain. The girls exchanged glances, as if struck by a wicked thought, their lips curling into a malicious smile. If this cat truly brings us a mouse, we shall concede, kneeling to sing your praises. However, if it fails, you must run naked across the playground. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in irritation, incredulous at the unfairness of their wager. What do you propose then? The girls retorted, a hint of annoyance in their tone. I demand fairness. If I must run naked upon losing, then you too shall face the same fate should you lose. Agreed. The girls, however, dismissed the wager entirely, not believing for a moment that they would be the ones to lose. After all, they had never encountered a mouse within the school, even if one existed. They doubted the cat would heed Lin Xiao's command and fetch it obediently. With the terms of the wager settled, Lin Xiao crouched down and gently stroked the black cat's head. You must summon your courage and catch a mouse for me, or I shall reveal your embarrassing secret to your friends in the park. The cat shuddered at the thought. What a disgrace. With a reluctant glare directed at Lin Xiao, it swished its tail and ventured outside. Rest assured, I have no use for the mice you catch. They shall all belong to you thereafter. Lin Xiao waved goodbye to the cat as it departed. The cat, now slightly invigorated, quickened its pace. The onlookers were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Yet Lin Wanwan remained apprehensive. She realized that any further attempts to intervene would likely be futile. Deep within her heart, she felt Lin Xiao had no chance of success. With her lips pressed tightly and fists clenched, she resolved that it was merely a university. If she chose not to attend, so be it. Even if it meant dropping out, she would not allow her brother to suffer in the slightest. As time ticked away, the girls displayed remarkable patience, leaning against the corridor walls, chatting idly while they awaited the outcome. They even conspired to capture the perfect angle for photographs when Lin Xiao would inevitably run naked. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan's anxiety intensified. She was determined to prevent Lin Xiao from being humiliated and had already devised a plan to confront the girls, as well as how to approach the counselor and dean regarding her withdrawal from school. Before long, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from the corridor. The crowd turned to see the black cat returning, its mouth completely empty. This is laughable. Even the cat has failed. However, before the girls could finish their taunts, several more cats entered the scene in quick succession. These felines, varying in color and clearly stray, were not particularly clean. Each cat bore a mouse in its mouth, some larger than others, and one even managed to carry two. Lin Xiao gazed at the haughty demeanor of the black cat, affectionately ruffling its fluffy head. Remarkably, in such a short time, it had assumed the role of the leader. Meow. The black cat, with an air of pride, raised its head and sat beside him, gesturing for the other cats to drop the mice they had caught. The cats complied, albeit reluctantly, for this was a hard-won meal. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. I don't eat these, just let you see them for a moment, and you can take them back shortly. Hearing this, the cats felt a sense of relief. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the scene. Particularly striking was the sight of the obedient cats lining up to set down the mice, leaving them speechless. A few of the mice, barely alive, struggled to escape, only to be swatted back by the nearby cats. So, how do you like this welcoming gift? Should I have them deliver it to your beds? Lin Xiao grinned at the group of girls, who turned pale with fright and hurried to close the doors of their dormitory. Don't be like that. Isn't this what you enjoy? Lin Xiao kicked a half-dead mouse towards the girls, causing a commotion in the corridor as they shrieked and fled, desperately calling for someone to dispose of the dead mouse. With such cowardice, how could you dare to harm others? Lin Xiao scoffed. The cats, observing the humans' aversion to the mice, looked on with a sympathetic expression. Such delectable morsels. And yet these humans were like wild boars, unable to appreciate fine grain. Once the situation appeared sufficiently resolved, Lin Xiao signaled for the cats to take the mice away. The felines, delighted, each grabbed one and departed. A few remained, meant as offerings for the black cat. Noticing the black cat's anxious struggle to transport the mice, Luo Xiaoyi kindly handed it a plastic bag. The clever black cat promptly placed the mice inside and scampered off, prompting a sigh of admiration from Luo Xiaoyi. Indeed, our clever senior. After bidding farewell to the black cat, Lin Xiao noticed the girls attempting to sneak away. He casually inquired, "Hey, why do you want to leave after losing the bet? What about the stakes we agreed upon?" As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, ready to record. The girls shot him furious glares, vowing, "You wait. We won't forget this." With that, they retreated to their dormitory, slamming the door behind them. Lin Xiao had anticipated this outcome. He never expected a mere wager would compel them to run naked on the playground. His intention was merely to diminish their arrogance. This act of retribution had only just begun. Chapter 73. The Troubles of the Girls' Dormitory. Lin Xiao had emerged victorious, yet Luo Xiaoyi and Lin Wanwan, despite a brief moment of joy, wore expressions of concern. They will certainly not let this go easily, Lin Xiao. You have undoubtedly offended the wrong people. Luo Xiaoyi slumped over the table, a look of melancholy etched across her face. Lin Xiao sensed that Luo Xiaoyi seemed to be aware of something, and feigned indifference as he remarked, "They're merely a few students. What is there to fear? It is quite normal for you to be unaware. Having just arrived at this school, the girl leading them, the one clad in a pink dress, is named Lu Fei. She is the daughter of the vice principal. She often flaunts her haughty demeanor at school, causing many to steer clear of her, and I am at a loss as to how Wanwan managed to offend her." Taking advantage of Lin Wanwan's absence while she fetched water, Luo Xiaoyi kindly took the opportunity to offer Lin Xiao a few words of caution. Lin Xiao sneered inwardly, fully aware that Lu Fei was the very individual who had previously tormented Lin Wanwan while masked. Lin Wanwan had incurred this reprisal for having rescued a girl who had been bullied by Lu Fei. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Fei was the daughter of the vice principal. It was even more astonishing that a mere vice principal's daughter, who had concealed her identity, would now audaciously engage in such conduct. Luo Xiaoi, noticing Lin Xiao's silence, assumed he was intimidated and advised, "In truth, we ordinary students need not provoke those school bullies. However, given the current predicament, why not discuss with your sister the possibility of transferring to another school? After all, your sister excels academically, so it should pose no issue." "Oh, is that so impressive?" Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile, directed at Luo Xiaoi. "Thank you for the reminder, Xiaoi. I shall confer with my sister." He had not realized that Lin Wanwan maintained such a low profile at school. Even their dormitory mates were unaware of her status as the daughter of the Lin family. No wonder that vice principal's daughter felt emboldened enough to act in such a brazen manner. Recalling how Lin Yu had once behaved arrogantly at university, he noted the stark contrast in experiences among the children of the Lin family. Fortunately, he had arrived, and he was eager to see what waves the so-called school bully could stir. Before long, Lin Wanwan returned. She poured Lin Xiao a glass of water and then continued to tidy her bed. However, as she proceeded, her expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xiao looked up to see that, in addition to 2 fake mice, something dark and unidentifiable had been splattered across her bedding, emitting a pungent odor. There was no time to procure new bedding today. She would be unable to sleep there for the time being. "This is utterly outrageous," Luo Xiaoi exclaimed, angered by the state of Lin Wanwan's bedding. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that he had overlooked a crucial detail. "How do they gain access to your dormitory?" he inquired with curiosity. "Our dormitory's lock is quite old and easily opened from the outside," Luo Xiaoi explained. "However, due to strict management at the school gate, we need to swipe cards to enter the dormitory building, and there are cameras in the hallways, which is why the lock has been neglected." Lin Xiao scoffed. "Aren't they afraid of being reported for invading someone else's dormitory?" Luo Xiaoi sighed softly. "They have no such fears. The ones they bully are powerless students who dare not confront them. Moreover, they merely engage in pranks. They haven't actually stolen anything. Even if someone were to report them, it would ultimately come to nothing." Lin Wanwan had heard of similar incidents before. As her worries deepened, she softly urged Lin Xiao, "Ah Xiao, perhaps you should return home. I can manage things here myself. What if they target you?" Lin Xiao replied with a sly smile, "Sister, have you forgotten why I am here? I actually want them to take aim at me." Observing the concern etched on Lin Wanwan's face, Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion. Despite her own predicament, she was still worried about him. Though she appeared somewhat fragile in daily life, she excelled in her role as an elder sister. Lin Xiao resolved to support her through this ordeal. That evening, troubles arose. The school lacked extra bedding, and the nearby shops had already closed. Lin Xiao initially considered calling his eldest sister to send a blanket over. However, Lin Wanwan vehemently opposed this, not wanting to burden their family with worry. Thus, Lin Xiao had no choice but to relent. "Why don't you 2 sisters just share a bed for the night?" Luo Xiaoi suggested comfortingly. No, that's not possible," Lin Wanwan exclaimed, hastily shaking her head. Noticing the confusion on Luo Xiaoi's face, she quickly clarified, "My sister is too tall. She might not fit in the bed with you. Can I squeeze in with you instead?" "Ah, that makes sense. Then you should sleep with me tonight," Luo Xiaoi replied. Casting a glance at Lin Xiao, who seemed to occupy a bed too small for one, she readily agreed. Lin Xiao remained silent, yet his mind was racing. "That was close. I almost had to share a bed with my 6th sister. But then again, she does smell nice. Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. Haha. Oh no, what a lewd thought." Lin Wanwan, overhearing these inner musings, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet she could not reveal her true feelings. However, the situation was about to worsen. Luo Xiaoi gathered some toiletries and pointed towards the bathroom, saying, "I'll go shower first. Do you want to join me and help each other scrub?" Luo Xiaoi's words startled Lin Wanwan, especially after hearing Lin Xiao's slightly inappropriate thoughts. She worried that he might act impulsively and do something inappropriate. "Xiaoi, let us shower together. You can wash up later. Our bathroom is too small for 3 people," Lin Wanwan suggested, gently guiding Luo Xiaoi into the bathroom. As she closed the door, she turned to shoot Lin Xiao an admonishing glare. Seeing the indignation on Lin Wanwan's otherwise gentle face amused him. He couldn't fathom what she was so wary of. Did she truly consider him a pervert? Did he really appear to be someone capable of such lewd actions? Before long, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely discern 2 silhouettes, their alluring curves igniting his imagination. The steam from the hot water enveloped them, rendering the figures even more ethereal. Although he wished to avert his gaze, he found himself irresistibly drawn in. After all, He was a young man filled with vigor. It would be abnormal if he felt no stirrings at all. Listening to the occasional sounds of laughter emanating from within, Lin Xiao's heart felt increasingly buoyant. He had never anticipated such an experience while residing in a female dormitory. It was truly difficult to articulate. Thankfully, Sixth Sister was unable to witness this spectacle. No, I must find something to occupy my mind. Otherwise, when they emerge and find me staring fixedly at the bathroom, it would be utterly embarrassing. However, before they come out, I suppose I can indulge in a brief glance. Ever since arriving here, I have inexplicably felt somewhat lecherous. Lin Xiao's inner monologue reverberated incessantly, causing Lin Wanwan in the bathroom considerable distress. Though more than that, she felt a mix of shame and annoyance. Despite the contradictions in Lin Xiao's thoughts, he recognized that he ought not to behave this way, yet he could not help himself. Lin Wanwan, lacking the inclination to continue her shower, hastily rinsed off and exited the bathroom. Just as Lin Xiao had earlier mused, upon her emergence, he feigned earnestness while fiddling with the books on the table. These items were merely for show, as he had no intention of remaining at this school for long, nor any need to delve into her field of study. Moreover, Lin Xiao's demeanor was evidently distracted, yet he made a concerted effort to maintain an appearance of focus. "Ah Xiao," Lin Wanwan approached him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, are you studying? Is there something you don't understand? Would you like your older sister to explain it to you?" No, it's fine." Lin Xiao hastily waved his hands, earnestly explaining, "I was just checking the courses for tomorrow. What if your professor is particularly strict and likes to ask questions? I wouldn't want to embarrass myself." "Oh, I see," she replied, nodding. "But you've got the wrong book. This semester, we are studying from this volume." Without hesitation, she revealed the correct book she had previously marked and specifically mentioned to Lin Xiao. You can't even pretend properly," Lin Wanwan scoffed. "Sister, I just forgot." Lin Xiao continued to insist, determined not to admit his distraction, for he could not allow Sixth Sister to perceive him as a pervert. As Luo Xiaoyi was about to emerge, Lin Wanwan chose not to expose Lin Xiao's little ruse. Instead, she warned him coldly, "Ah Xiao, you must behave yourself here. No inappropriate thoughts are allowed." Yes, I understand." Rest assured, Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, wearing an expression of innocence. Lin Wanwan, feeling there was little more to say, began to prepare for bed on Luo Xiaoyi's bunk. Once Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi had fallen asleep, Lin Xiao cautiously climbed into bed, drawing the curtains tightly, leaving not a single gap. It was his first night spent in a female dormitory, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. He was there to assist Lin Wanwan with her issues and could not afford to reveal his identity, lest it bring unnecessary trouble upon her. This concern rendered him quite restless. In a state of half-sleep, he seemed to hear faint sobs. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were coming from Lin Wanwan. He carefully climbed out of bed and made his way to the opposite side, discovering that Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi had both fallen asleep. Indeed, there were traces of tears at the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes, which filled Lin Xiao with profound sorrow. He could not comprehend the depth of grievances Lin Wanwan harbored within. While awake, she appeared untroubled, yet in her slumber, she cried. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes. However, the moment he made contact, Lin Wanwan seemed to sense something and instinctively threw a punch. Caught completely off guard, Lin Xiao was knocked off the bed. Cradling his pained eye, he dared not utter a sound, feeling a flicker of relief instead. If only Lin Wanwan could channel such ferocity during the day, perhaps no one at school would dare to bully her. Lin Xiao barely slept throughout the night. The following morning, he woke before Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi, hastily completing his morning routine. By the time Lin Wanwan arose, Lin Xiao was already seated, engrossed in his reading. This time, Lin Xiao was earnest, clearing his mind of distractions and diligently studying their course materials. Yet when he turned around, Lin Wanwan was taken aback, for Lin Xiao bore the unmistakable mark of a panda eye. Chapter 75. Please begin your performance. What on earth happened to you? Lin Wanwan gasped in shock. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, realizing that Lin Wanwan truly remembered nothing. Her tears and that punch from last night were mere subconscious actions in her dreams. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of foreboding rise within her. She glanced at Luo Xiaoyi, who was still focused on her grooming, and lowered her voice to question, "Lin Xiao, you didn't tea sneak out last night, did you?" "Huh?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Xiao, You must tell me honestly, did you go out to engage in mischief last night and get beaten up? Lin Wanwan stared intently into Lin Xiao's eyes, her expression serious. Lin Xiao was astonished, his mouth agape as he stammered, "No, sister. Is that really how you perceive me?" Lin Wanwan suddenly realized that she had indeed considered Lin Xiao to be quite strange. However, she could not entirely blame herself, given Lin Xiao's previous inappropriate thoughts. Lin Xiao sighed resignedly, choosing not to elaborate further. How could he confess that he had heard his sister weeping in her dreams and wanted to offer comfort, only to receive a punch? Such revelations would undoubtedly embarrass her, given her nature. Forget it, a little ice on the eye would suffice. Upon hearing these thoughts, Lin Wanwan's expression stiffened. Had it not been for her family's repeated warnings at home about not letting Lin Xiao discover their ability to hear his thoughts, she might have truly lost her composure. Even so, she remained thoroughly shocked. Turning away, it took her a considerable time to regain her poise. So, this panda eye of Lin Xiao's was all because of her? She had no recollection of when she began to weep in her dreams. Previously, she occasionally felt discomfort in her eyes upon waking, attributing it to a lack of restful sleep. Furthermore, she was astonished to discover that she would strike others in her dreams. "Ah, Zyle, since there are no significant classes this morning, why don't you rest your eyes in the dormitory for a bit? We can attend the afternoon class together," Lin Wanwan suggested as she ordered several ice packs through a food delivery app. Lin Xiao was in agreement. Having had a restless night, he too desired to catch up on sleep during the day. After Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi departed for the library, he applied the ice to his eyes while dozing off. By afternoon, Lin Xiao accompanied Lin Wanwan to the classroom. The atmosphere of the girls' school was indeed distinct from that of an ordinary university. Even in the absence of the teacher, the classroom maintained a tranquil ambience. Students either immersed themselves in their books or engaged in hushed conversations. However, this serenity was swiftly disrupted by the approaching sounds of laughter. Lu Fei entered the classroom, accompanied by several girls, their boisterous laughter ringing out. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed the faces of some girls in the classroom, yet none dared to express their discontent. No one wished to provoke this school tyrant and invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Lu Fei and her companions seemed oblivious to whether they were unwelcome, as they confidently strode toward the back of the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, their expressions shifted slightly, but they soon settled into seats not far from the pair, flashing provocative smiles in their direction. They truly had forgotten the pain after healing. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He had 100 ways to deal with such individuals. Moreover, the gossip system had just provided him with some juicy information. Before long, the teacher arrived. Lin Xiao's tall stature immediately drew the teacher's attention. "We have a new student today?" she inquired. Indeed, before Lin Xiao could respond, a girl beside Lu Fei interjected with a mocking tone. "And this new student is quite remarkable." "Oh, is that so?" The teacher, seemingly unaware of the girl's insinuation, asked with curiosity, "Does this new student possess any special talents?" Another girl chimed in, "Of course. We've all witnessed it. She must perform for the entire class once more today." At this, the girls surrounding Lu Fei began to cheer. Seeing the atmosphere escalate, the teacher, smiling, addressed Lin Xiao. "It appears everyone is eager to see your talent. Would you mind showcasing it after your self-introduction?" "Not all. I will be delighted," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. He had anticipated that Lu Fei, with her cunning nature, would seize the opportunity to trouble him. Perfectly, he had been waiting for this moment. He was about to demonstrate to Lu Fei what it meant to dig one's own grave. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Xiao slowly revealed his talent. "I am not afraid to disclose that I can converse with animals, and they often share with me secrets unknown to others." Upon uttering these words, not only did the girls from Lu Fei's side become intrigued, but so did others in the class. After all, who among them could resist the allure of gossip? Lin Xiao offered a faint smile, aware that his words might be met with skepticism. Thus, he declared, "Today, I shall share with you a few secrets revealed to me by animals, secrets that only those involved are privy to. Once I unveil them, the individuals concerned will surely be agitated, allowing you to discern the truth." Chapter 76, A Grand Gossip Gathering. Lin Xiao's proclamation heightened the curiosity of all present, who gazed at him with eager anticipation, including the girls from Lu Fei's side, albeit with the intent of witnessing Lin Xiao's potential embarrassment. "Do share promptly, rest assured. We will keep watch for you. If anyone is exposed, We will swiftly assist in revealing the truth behind your words. Though these statements appear to be supportive, they carried an implicit threat. In essence, if they failed to uncover any discrepancies, Lin Xiao's credibility would be called into question. Maintaining his smile, Lin Xiao replied, "I appreciate your vigilance. Do observe closely." Clearing his throat, he began to narrate with vivid detail. "There's a girl in our class from a well-off family. Yet she grew up devoid of paternal affection as her father was perpetually preoccupied with work. This lack of love led her to rebellion. She frequented nightclubs and sought the company of older men, even willing to be a mistress. Eventually, she became pregnant by one of these older gentlemen. Coincidentally, her father discovered this and insisted on meeting the man responsible for his daughter's predicament. To his dismay, he encountered none other than his own cousin at a distant relative's banquet. After Lin Xiao concluded, a momentary silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by murmurs of skepticism. "Wait, are you implying that the girl was involved with her own cousin? Is his wife aware?" "No, you fool. Cousins are hardly distant relatives. How could she not know him?" "That remains uncertain. Many relatives lose contact after disputes, so it is not impossible." Observing the growing doubts regarding the veracity of his tale, the girls beside Lu Fei seized the opportunity to challenge Lin Xiao. "You just assured us this was true, yet we have not identified anyone suspicious." "Indeed, it seems you fabricated this story," several girls chimed in. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, speaking with a cryptic tone. "Are you certain you've observed everyone? Would you like to take another look?" "Let us do it." The girls began scrutinizing their classmates' faces intently. However, after a thorough examination, they failed to discover any discrepancies. "Sister Fei, this tale must surely be a fabrication. What do you think?" one girl asked Lu Fei, her tone somewhat sycophantic. Turning, she noticed Lu Fei's expression appeared peculiar, her face pale, pupils trembling, and lips tightly pressed together, seemingly suppressing an inner tension. Lu Fei had always been arrogant and domineering. After the events of yesterday, she had harbored resentment all night, eagerly awaiting an opportunity for revenge. Logically, one would expect silence in such a situation. Soon, others began to notice the unusual tension in the air. A somewhat naive girl awkwardly inquired, Fei Jia, could it be that you are the one being referred to?" Before she could finish her sentence, another girl hastily clamped her mouth shut and shot her a fierce glare. The other girls quickly jumped in to defend. "I believe this person is merely spreading nonsense. How dare they slander Fei Jia?" Yet, before she could elaborate, Lin Xiao interjected once more. In truth, the girl was rather pitiful. She could have resolved her pregnancy issue discreetly, but unfortunately, a roommate discovered the pregnancy test and, though outwardly friendly, harbored jealousy. This envious roommate secretly informed the girl's father, resulting in a fierce confrontation. "Goodness, this feels like a palace intrigue." Other students couldn't help but comment. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Fei abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the girl who had just offended her. "It's you, isn't it?" At this moment, Lu Fei was on the verge of a breakdown, disregarding the presence of others as she seized the girl's collar. The girl in the back was startled and quickly attempted to mediate. "Fei Jia, please calm down. It's just Lin Xiao speaking nonsense. You mustn't take it seriously." Lu Fei seemed to realize the impropriety of her actions and slowly released her grip. At that moment, Lin Xiao spoke again. "This is merely the beginning. There's even more shocking news." Other students, who had been drawn in by the intricate layers of gossip, perked up at the mention of something more sensational. The girl, who appeared formidable on the surface, had actually been manipulated by those around her. Take for instance the older gentleman she knew. She fancied these encounters to be romantic, yet every meeting had been orchestrated by someone else. Those wealthy gentlemen, known for their extravagant lifestyles, formed small circles that periodically engaged in group activities, often inviting beautiful young women who, in pursuit of greater monetary rewards, would drag their friends into the fray. The older gentleman who had approached the earlier girl was one such individual, meaning she was merely a leftover from someone else's pursuits. At times like these, it was easy to delve into darker assumptions. Indeed, the girl's friend had intentionally introduced her to one of these older gentlemen upon discovering that he was her cousin, for what could be more thrilling? As Lin Xiao uttered the final word, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chapter 77. Taken away by the director. The classmates slowly turned their gazes toward the girl seated behind Lu Fei, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. They gradually began to realize that the protagonist in Lin Xiao's narrative was none other than Lu Fei herself. From that moment on, It became apparent that anyone who dared to defend Luffy would inevitably fall victim to the exposure of related scandals. Following this line of reasoning, it was clear that the person Lin Xiao had just referenced was indeed the girl seated behind Luffy. At this moment, Luffy seemed to recall something, slowly turning her head and incredulously uttering, "I remember it was you who took me to that gathering in the first place. How could you do this to me?" The girl opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but upon facing the multitude of gazes, she paused for a moment and suddenly smiled, her expression turning sarcastic. "You should be grateful to me, shouldn't you? It was only because I knew you had a penchant for those older men that I introduced them to you, just as you wished. During that time, it seemed you were quite enjoying yourself, so why the sudden change of heart?" Luffy trembled with rage. The girl, evidently pleased with Luffy's reaction, continued, "Enough of this act of being a victim. Are you truly unaware of the kind of despicable person you are? As if you wouldn't have engaged in such activities without my help." With that, she rolled her eyes at Luffy. Luffy was nearly overwhelmed by fury. Had this been any other time, she would have fiercely retaliated against such words. However, today, as circumstances had shifted repeatedly, betrayed by those around her, her mind was in turmoil, leaving her unsure of whom to trust. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she erupted, "I've always been kind to you, and yet you dare to harm me. I'll have my revenge." Grabbing a textbook from the table, Luffy hurled it at the girl in the back row. The girl's temper flared instantly as she seized Luffy by the hair, exclaiming, "You spoiled princess, all you do is bully others. When have you ever treated anyone well? Recognize your true self." With that, she raised her hand and poured a cup of milk tea over Luffy's face. The onlookers quickly scattered, none daring to intervene. The clamor escalated, and the teacher finally sensed the gravity of the situation. "You two calm down. Calm down." However, the two combatants were already consumed by rage. Paying no heed to her, they tore at each other's clothes and hair, like mad women on the street. Garments were ripped, revealing glimpses of skin, and clumps of hair were wrenched free, littering the floor. The teacher, feeling utterly helpless, hastily called for assistance. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Department of Literature, accompanied by two female security guards, rushed in. The guards sprang into action, pulling the two apart with great difficulty. The department head, Mr. Zhou, a man in his 40s, turned his head away in disgust upon witnessing the girl's disheveled state, waving his hand impatiently. "What a disgrace. Hurry up and change your clothes." Though Luffy and the other girl were reluctant to leave, they soon recognized their own disarray. Having fought for so long, they had exhausted their strength. Thus, with the aid of others, they exited the classroom. Mr. Zhou surveyed the scene, displeased, and inquired, "What on earth is going on? How could there be a fight during class?" The teacher suddenly realized she was likely to be held accountable. In an effort to absolve herself, she hastily recounted the events that had transpired in the classroom. Although Mr. Zhou was angry, he acknowledged that such incidents were indeed unforeseen and could not be attributed to anyone in particular. However, upon seeing Lin Xiao, the perpetrator, a glimmer of sharp insight flashed in his eyes, and his expression instantly hardened. "So, it is this student who has caused the commotion?" he inquired. It appears she is a new transfer student," responded the teacher, unsure of why Director Zhou had suddenly decided to investigate. "Then this student, please accompany me to the office." Director Zhou gestured towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt a sense of confusion. Why was he being summoned to the office when the two individuals involved in the fight were allowed to leave? Nevertheless, he had no choice but to follow and ascertain the situation. Lin Wanwan, worried about Lin Xiao, wished to accompany him, but was halted by Director Zhou. "The rest of you, remain in the classroom for your lesson." With no other option, Lin Wanwan reluctantly returned to her seat. In her memory, Director Zhou was not particularly strict. What was happening today? After leaving the classroom, Lin Xiao followed Director Zhou upstairs to his office. The office was not large, but it was solely occupied by Director Zhou. As Lin Xiao stepped inside, he heard a click behind him. The director had locked the door. Observing the unsettling expression on Director Zhou's face, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, the gossip system in his mind activated, revealing certain details about Director Zhou. Upon receiving the system's alert, Lin Xiao's countenance darkened even further. Chapter 78, My Outranking You. Back in the classroom, despite lessons having commenced, the students' minds were still preoccupied. Many who usually harbored disdain for Lu Fei and his gang were now animatedly whispering among themselves. They believed Lin Xiao had exhibited remarkable bravery in handling the bullies, inciting their infighting without implicating themselves. In the classroom, only Lin Wanwan wore a troubled expression, although she felt joy at Lu Fei's punishment. The fact that Lin Xiao had been called away by Director Zhou left her uneasy. Don't worry, it should be fine. Director Zhou merely enjoys exerting authority. He wants to make things overly difficult for the students. Luo Xiaoyi reassured her. I know it's just. Lin Xiao is not a girl. Furthermore, she had just messaged her sister, who indicated that to protect Lin Xiao's identity, they had only coordinated with the principal and the dormitory management, leaving the college director uninformed. What would happen if Director Zhou discovered Lin Xiao's true identity? These thoughts deepened Lin Wanwan's anxiety as she felt the minutes drag on painfully, with still over 40 minutes left until class ended. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was experiencing his own turmoil, facing the imposing figure of Director Zhou and recalling the system's warning. His expression shifted repeatedly. According to the system's description, Director Zhou had peculiar interests that diverged from those of other men. Not only did he prefer tall women, but he also had an inclination towards those with a more robust physique and modest busts. This meant that Lin Xiao's somewhat peculiar appearance and female attire coincidentally aligned with Director Zhou's aesthetic preferences. It is no wonder that Director Zhou's gaze felt peculiar while in the classroom. At this moment, he was fixated on Lin Xiao, thoroughly pleased with what he saw. He was tall and robust, but the focal point was his flat chest. Ah, truly perfect. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under that stare and quickly retreated, saying, Director Zhou, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. If necessary, I can write a self-reflection upon my return. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Xiao turned to depart. However, his wrist was suddenly grasped by Director Zhou. In that instant, Lin Xiao recoiled as if he had encountered something repugnant, desperately shaking his hand free. Yet, every time he managed to loosen the grip, Zhou's hand would reassert itself. Disgusting. Infuriated, Lin Xiao wanted to shout, but upon turning back, he was met with Zhou's lecherous countenance. Hey there, new student, what is your name? How come you haven't registered with me since arriving at the school? Have you forgotten? Forgetting will result in punishment. Director Zhou leered, his oily tone dripping with menace. Finally, Lin Xiao's fury erupted. The hell with your punishment, he shouted, landing a punch squarely on Zhou's face. Caught entirely off guard, Zhou stumbled back onto the sofa, astonished as he exclaimed, You dare to strike me? Do you believe I won't file a report against you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao laughed derisively. Oh, more punishment and reprimands? What exactly do you want? Zhou failed to recognize Lin Xiao's ire, mistakenly believing he had intimidated him. He donned his previous smile, reclining on the sofa as he beckoned Lin Xiao closer. I mean no harm. I merely wish to remind you that if you wish to avoid punishment, you should come here obediently. Oh, you want me to come over? A cold smirk crept across Lin Xiao's lips as he sauntered towards him, cracking his knuckles as if preparing for another confrontation. As Lin Xiao approached, Zhou began to sense something amiss. This was not the demeanor of a submissive girl. Rather, it felt as though a scheming demon was plotting something nefarious. Wait, hold on. Don't come any closer. Zhou attempted to halt her, but Lin Xiao had no intention of stopping. Fear surged within Zhou as he instinctively retreated, appearing as if he intended to flee. Hey, don't run away. Weren't you the one who asked me to come over? Lin Xiao pursued Zhou, circling the office. In truth, Zhou was unsure of what he was running from. Logically, he should have relished the attention from a girl like her. Yet his instinct screamed that he must not let her catch him, lest the consequences be dire. Lost in thought, he suddenly tripped over the edge of the desk and fell to the floor. Lin Xiao quickly bent down, seizing Zhou's ankle. Where do you think you're running? Look, I caught you now, she exclaimed with a sinister grin. Zhou, frightened, continued to retreat, struggling so fiercely that he was completely unaware his belt had come undone. Upon his abrupt exit, he was suddenly aware of a chill at his lower half. Lin Xiao, momentarily bewildered by the pants in his hand, lifted his gaze and felt as if he might burst with indignation. Goodness, how dare you bully girls at school with such a minuscule endowment? Do you believe that I could produce something far more impressive? Lin Xiao, filled with exasperation, could not contain his outburst. What are you saying? I'm not small at all. And even if I were, it still counts, doesn't it? Director Zhou, stammering in his retort, suddenly grasped the situation. He scrutinized Lin Xiao once more, a stature exceeding 6 feet, a robust physique, a flat chest, and that prominent Adam's apple. Why, you're actually a boy. Director Zhou promptly realized, shedding his earlier embarrassment, and adopting an assertive demeanor. Ah, so you've disguised yourself as a girl to infiltrate our school. Do you believe I 1T expose you right now? It 1T merely result in school disciplinary action. The police will have you arrested. Although Director Zhou's tone was forceful, his lack of trousers rendered him rather ludicrous. Lin Xiao nonchalantly tossed the pants aside and confidently settled onto the sofa. Oh, you wish to expose me? You should weigh your options carefully. What options do I have? Director Zhou retorted disdainfully as he donned the trousers. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. If I were to visit the police station, I might divulge your unsavory dealings, such as accepting bribes, colluding with influential individuals to intimidate impoverished girls into companionship, embezzling public funds, and stop. Don't say another word. Director Zhou paled in fright. These deeds he believed to be well concealed were being laid bare by this boy in disguise. Could it be that this student was sent to investigate him? If that were the case, his fate was sealed. Chapter 79. Forcing the innocent to erupt. As Lin Xiao emerged from Director Zhou's office, his classmates had already concluded their lessons. From a distance, he spotted Lin Wanwan scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing him exiting the office, she rushed over. So what happened? Lin Wanwan attempted to peek into the office, but the door was firmly shut. It's all fine, Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Seeing the worry in Lin Wanwan's eyes warmed his heart. Yet in the next moment, the system cruelly reminded him that Lin Wanwan's concern stemmed from fearing he might cause a scene in the office. This thought caused his smile to falter. Initially, Lin Wanwan was indeed worried about Lin Xiao. After class, she hastily called her sister to inquire if she should take any action. Lin Shuj recounted Lin Xiao's remarkable physical prowess, and just as Lin Wanwan began to relax, anxiety resurfaced at the thought of Lin Xiao possibly retaliating against Director Zhou in a fit of rage, being inherently sensitive and prone to internal conflict. This notion took root in her mind, compelling her to rush toward the office. Thankfully, Lin Xiao had not acted out of line. Sister, it turns out you were concerned about that perverse old man. Lin Xiao felt utterly exhausted and disillusioned. Lin Wanwan forced a smile, refraining from coughing. In a while, I'll treat you to a meal. What shall we eat? Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. The cafeteria, of course. What else could we have? Lin Wanwan replied with confusion. Don't you remember? Our school is closed off. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for the days spent scavenging for food around the school with Qiu Xiaoyan, particularly missing the nearby restaurants. Upon entering the cafeteria, he was momentarily taken aback by the array of enticing food stalls. See? In a place bustling with girls, how could there be a shortage of delicious food? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao purchased a considerable amount from various stalls. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed several familiar figures approaching from a distance. Those were the minions who had previously trailed behind Lu Fei. Although Lu Fei was absent, their arrogance remained undiminished as they loudly disrupted the otherwise tranquil atmosphere of the school cafeteria, mocking one person and gossiping about another. They soon spotted Lin Wanwan leaving the school, and one of them whispered something to the others, prompting them to exchange knowing smiles as they strode overconfidently. Well, if it isn't our little oracle, one girl approached with a teasing smile. Care to show me? Lin Wanwan had no intention of engaging with them and lifted her tray, attempting to leave with Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao stood his ground, chuckling lightly as he countered, Sure, but are you certain you want me to show you? He cast a meaningful glance at the other girls. The girl's expression faltered, clearly uncertain. The rift between Lu Fei and the other two had significantly affected their demeanor. Yet, for the sake of their dear friend, they were unwilling to let it slide so easily. Still, they worried that if Lin Xiao continued, their secrets might be exposed. Pretending to be mystical, do you really think you're master? The girl observed Lin Xiao's calm demeanor, growing increasingly irritated. In a fit of rage, she scooped up a bowl of soup from the table and hurled it at them. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, yanking Lin Wanwan aside, just in time to evade the splash. If you're sick, go get treatment. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger. Had it been a boy standing in front of him, he would have retaliated without hesitation. Unfortunately, being a girl, he had to suppress his impulse. Wow, such a fierce one. If you're so tough, come and hit me. The girl, seeing Lin Xiao's irritation, grew bolder and began throwing other food items at him. Despite his quick reflexes, some soup splattered onto his clothes. Just when Lin Xiao could no longer endure and was ready to fight back, a trembling voice interrupted. You are going too far. Lin Xiao looked over in surprise. He saw Lin Wanwan, her usually gentle expression replaced by a fierce determination. Clenching her fists tightly, Her shoulders trembled slightly. Before anyone could react, Lin Wanwan seized the largest tray on the table and brought it crashing down upon the girl. This shocking scene left not only the other girls, but even Lin Xiao himself utterly astounded. This truly pushes an honest person to their limits. After regaining composure, Lin Xiao felt a sense of happiness within. Having endured enough, he realized that resistance was the first step toward altering the fate of being bullied. He had no intention of intervening. Instead, he stoked the flames from the sidelines, cheering for Sixth Sister. What a splendid performance. Continue to smash. Smash them to pieces. At that moment, Lin Wanwan resembled a balloon that had been punctured, releasing all the pent-up grievances and fury that had been suppressed. She paid no heed to her image, seizing whatever was at hand to hurl. Once there was nothing left to throw, she lunged to grasp the opponent's hair. The other girl, realizing the shift in momentum, retaliated fiercely. However, she stood no chance against the wrathful Lin Wanwan, who managed to rip out several strands of her hair. Seeing their companion falter, the girls behind rushed forward to assist. But Lin Xiao, observing from the side, would not grant them such an opportunity. He stepped forward, effortlessly pushing them away with a deft maneuver, ensuring they were kept at bay. Sixth Sister had finally taken action. No one was allowed to interrupt her until she had the chance to vent her frustrations. Eventually, the commotion drew the attention of others. Before long, someone shouted that a teacher had arrived. Lin Xiao looked up to find that it was Director Zhou. After being threatened by Lin Xiao in the office, Director Zhou was already seething with unresolved anger. Hearing about the disturbance, he rushed over, determined to punish a few students today. To his surprise, he found Lin Xiao once more. Meeting Lin Xiao's somewhat menacing gaze, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. Chapter 80. Turning the Tables. Director Zhou sought an excuse to leave, but the surrounding students, evidently frightened by the chaos, insisted he investigate. Reluctantly, Director Zhou had no choice but to stride forward. What on earth is happening here? He called out in a token attempt to intervene. After all, he was a leader of the academy, and the students were somewhat obliged to respect him. The fighters gradually separated. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Wanwan, noting that her hair was merely disheveled, leaving her somewhat disheartened. In contrast, the other girl had her clothes torn and bore several scratches on her face and arms, looking thoroughly disheveled. Had Director Zhou not intervened, it would not have been long before she would be begging for mercy. Lin Xiao discreetly gave Lin Wanwan a thumbs up. Sister, you're amazing. As Lin Wanwan regained her composure, she observed Director Zhou's stern expression and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. A Xiao, to say it was me who fought with them, and that you had nothing to do with it. Lin Wanwan reverted to her timid demeanor once more. Lin Xiao smiled confidently. Sister, trust me. Just remain silent, and let me handle this. Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, unsure of his intentions, as he remained unfazed. Ahem, what exactly is going on here? Fighting in public? What kind of behavior is this? Director Zhou directed these words primarily towards the girls involved. He now dares not offend Lin Xiao, fearing that Lin might expose his past misdeeds. Yet, the girls appeared oblivious to this reality. They believed Director Zhou was there to assist them and began to lament their grievances. Director, it was them. They bullied Fei Fei during class, and now they're picking on us again. Especially that new girl, relying on her height to hit us. And that Lin Wanwan, look at what she did to my clothes. If you don't intervene, they might actually beat me to a pulp. They have gone too far. They must be punished. Or better yet, expelled. The girls exaggerated their claims, casting all blame upon Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. Observing Director Zhou's increasingly furrowed brow, they secretly reveled in their perceived victory. After all, their families were well off, and they had leveraged connections to enroll in this school. During holidays, they generously gifted Director Zhou, believing that if they persisted in their outcry, he would surely penalize Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. However, Director Zhou remained silent for an extended period, long enough that the girls struggled to find new words for their complaints. Once they had exhausted their tales, Lin Xiao finally spoke. Aren't you tired of your incessant chatter? ISNT their surveillance over there? We can simply check to uncover the truth. He gestured towards the ceiling where a camera blinked red, directly observing their gathering. The lead girl's expression stiffened. They had been so brazen in their tyranny that no one had previously mentioned this. Most of the girls they had bullied adopted a less is more approach, fearing that pursuing the matter would invite harsher retaliation. Director Zhou glanced at the monitor and hesitated momentarily. Director, The girl, apprehensive that he might actually review the footage, rushed to his side and whispered, "My dad mentioned that the item you spoke of would be delivered to you in a few days." Upon hearing this, Director Zhou instinctively looked at Lin Xiao, who merely rubbed his wrist, displaying no outward reaction. Yet, that small gesture sent a chill down Director Zhou's spine. The item the girl's father had promised was a limited edition watch. He was uncertain whether Lin Xiao was aware of this detail and had no time to ponder how he might know. He simply understood that if he offended this individual today, he would face dire consequences. However, given that these girls' parents had previously bestowed favors upon him, he could not afford to act too harshly, lest he provoke retaliation. For the first time, Director Zhou felt the weight of his choices pressing upon him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a lengthy pause, he finally resolved his dilemma. Ahem, there's no need to review the footage. It's merely a minor conflict among classmates, nothing of great consequence that requires escalation. As he spoke, he carefully monitored Lin Xiao's expression, observing Lin Xiao's slight frown. He promptly added, "However, given the circumstances, it is evident that Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan are merely two individuals, while the opposing side boasts a considerable number of people. In terms of numbers, they are undoubtedly at a disadvantage." Upon hearing that there would be no surveillance review, the girls initially felt elated, only to be met with a sudden twist in the narrative. Confusion ensued. What was happening? Why did Director Zhou's words seem to be in defense of Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan? One girl was on the verge of interjecting when Director Zhou shot her a stern glance, silencing her. "I have stated, do not escalate the situation." Director Zhou's demeanor turned serious as he continued, "You are in the wrong for overpowering the few. Regardless of the reasons, it is indefensible. For today, you shall clean up the mess here. We shall address other matters later." After saying this, he carefully glanced at Lin Xiao, noticing Lin Xiao's brow finally unfurling. He felt a burden lift from his chest. However, the girls were still bewildered, eager to argue their case. Director Zhou dismissively waved his hand. "No buts. Quickly get to cleaning. Look at the state you've left this place in. Go." With that, he had no desire to linger, turning on his heel and departing. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at the girls before leading Lin Wanwan to another area. Once they had purchased their food and settled down, Lin Wanwan appeared hesitant to speak. "Lin Xiao, did you really do something to Director Zhou?" Chapter 81. Betting with him, no room for dishonesty. Did you do something to Director Zhou? Lin Xiao found this question somewhat peculiar. What could he possibly do to that perverse man? Yet, in an effort to alleviate Lin Wanwan's worries, he refrained from divulging any of Director Zhou's sordid dealings. He had no intention of escalating the matter to the principal. Sometimes, the threat of a sword hanging overhead is far more effective than a direct strike. After their meal, Lin Xiao took Lin Wanwan for a stroll around the school to unwind. As they reached the dormitory building, he suddenly halted, listening intently to the reminder from the gossip system echoing in his mind. His expression turned grave. "Sister, do we have any elective courses or study sessions this evening?" Lin Xiao asked abruptly, glancing towards the dormitory balcony. "We do have an elective class. I recall that there are quite a few people enrolled. Most of our major has chosen it." Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. "Then why didn't you select it?" Lin Xiao asked, momentarily taken aback. Fearing Lin Wanwan might have faced some form of exclusion, Lin Wanwan hastily clarified, "It's because I took it last semester. This semester, the credit distribution has been adjusted, and many who previously lacked sufficient credits must select one or two additional classes. The teacher for this course is quite engaging, so everyone opted for it." "Ah, I see." Lin Xiao nodded silently, yet remained rooted to the spot, showing no inclination to ascend the building. "What's wrong?" Lin Wanwan noticed Lin Xiao's unusual behavior. With a smile, Lin Xiao glanced aside and remarked, "It seems there are reporters over there conducting live broadcasts and interviews. Shall we go take a look?" Lin Wanwan followed Lin Xiao's gaze and indeed spotted several individuals broadcasting live with their phones. Typically, she harbored no interest in such matters and had no desire to partake in street interviews. Just as she hesitated, Lin Xiao had already pulled her into the throng of onlookers. Since there was nothing pressing to return to, she decided to stay and observe. Lin Xiao, with an air of intrigue, led Lin Wanwan into the crowd. To be honest, such events were rather mundane. However, he could not ascend the building, lest he miss an entertaining spectacle. Amid her confusion, Lin Wanwan suddenly heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. In a moment, Lu Fei's dormitory will catch fire, and they will flee in the nude. Such an amusing occurrence must be witnessed firsthand. He continued, "Fortunately, it's only a small flame. It won't endanger anyone else. And it serves as a lesson for them." Stunned into silence, Lin Wanwan was taken aback. Lu Fei's dormitory would catch fire? That was the very dormitory across from them. Would it truly remain manageable? Anxious yet powerless, Lin Wanwan realized that even if she rushed to Lu Fei's dormitory to warn them, they would likely deem her insane. Moreover, this was merely Lin Xiao's thought. Its veracity was uncertain. As Lin Wanwan hesitated, the bell signaling the end of class rang. More students began to stream out of the academic building, heading towards their dormitories. At that moment, a cacophony of screams erupted from the dormitory building. It's on fire. Quick, extinguish it." Lin Wanwan's pupils dilated in shock. Was it truly a blaze? From the billowing black smoke, it was unmistakably Lu Fei's dormitory. How could this happen? Lin Wanwan seemed to inquire of Lin Xiao while also murmuring to herself. Lin Xiao gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. The fire truck is already at the school entrance." Lin Wanwan vaguely sensed that Lin Xiao must have called the fire department in advance. Thankfully, everyone else was too stunned to notice the somewhat improbable timing of the fire truck's arrival. Some students shouted for help, while others took out their phones to capture the scene from a distance. The reporters who had been live streaming earlier also rushed over, seeking the optimal angle to document the incident. Lin Xiao discreetly guided Lin Wanwan to an ideal vantage point. From there, they witnessed several girls escaping the dormitory, shrieking in terror. It appeared they had rushed out in such haste that their clothing was scarcely in place, leaving them nearly bare. Indeed, it was them. They had actually emerged in their state of undress. As Lin Wanwan recognized the faces of the girls, her astonishment grew. Goodness, what an eye-catching sight. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue, a smirk playing on his lips. Initially, when the system informed him of the impending fire, he felt a twinge of concern. However, upon learning that the source of the fire was Lu Fei's dormitory and that it would not result in injuries or property damage, he felt reassured. The cause of the fire was simply that they had forgotten to turn off the power to their curling iron, which overheated and ignited the curtains. In the beginning, the fire was quite small. Had they promptly turned off the power and splashed a cup of water on it, it would have been extinguished. However, being pampered and sheltered, they had never encountered such a situation and were paralyzed by fear, fleeing in panic. Thus, after confirming that the majority had gone to class, Lin Xiao intended to observe the unfolding drama. These girls had disregarded the dormitory regulations and deserved a lesson. The fire truck arrived swiftly, extinguishing the flames with remarkable efficiency. The blaze was even less severe than anticipated, damaging only the curtains and a table by the window. Nonetheless, the small fire inflicted significant psychological distress on Lu Fei and her companions. Upon receiving the news, the school authorities rushed to the scene. After learning the cause of the fire, they reprimanded Lu Fei and the others harshly, recording their misdeeds for further action. Witnessing all this, Lin Wanwan suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly possessed the ability to foresee the future? "What is the matter?" Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. "In nothing," Lin Wanwan stammered, hesitant to voice her suspicions. She feared that if this secret were uncovered, the situation could spiral out of control. "Sister, look, I made a bet, and no one has yet to renege on it." With that, Lin Xiao turned and headed towards the dormitory building. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Wanwan's emotions grew increasingly complex. She found it impossible to fully understand her brother. Was he some hidden genius, or perhaps a reincarnated deity? Yet, such speculations seemed trivial. If her brother indeed had the gift of foresight, it would be advantageous for the Lin family. She resolved to maintain the utmost secrecy regarding this matter. For if it were to be revealed and her brother were to be captured for experimentation, that would be truly terrifying. Chapter 82. Overstepping Boundaries. In the following 2 days, Lin Wanwan underwent a complete transformation in her attitude towards Lin Xiao. Previously, she had believed that his presence here was largely a decision made by their family. Although the Lin family was affluent, they occasionally made rather imprudent choices, such as enrolling a boy in a girls' school, which she considered a misguided decision. However, after the events of the previous day, Lin Wanwan realized how astute this decision truly was. Having a brother with the ability to foresee events beside her was not merely a token gesture. It was a genuine attempt to assist her. With this revelation, she spent an entire night in self-reflection. Gradually, She recognized that her trust and sense of belonging towards the Lin family had been somewhat diminished. In truth, her family had always treated her well. It was she who had maintained an intentional distance for many years. After this introspection, Lin Wanwan resolved to make amends. However, she felt somewhat embarrassed to directly change her attitude towards the rest of her family. Thus, she opted to start with Lin Xiao, treating him with greater kindness as a way to express her gratitude for helping her realize these truths. Yet, this shift in behavior left Lin Xiao somewhat bewildered. As Lin Xiao gazed at the freshly washed fruits and snacks alongside Lin Wanwan, who was behind him adjusting her wig, his mind could not help but wander into a realm of imagination. What was amiss? Why did it feel so peculiar? Could it be? No, that simply wouldn't do. Lin Xiao's mind erupted with a silent tempest, utterly oblivious to the slight pause in the hands that were arranging his wig. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on his head. What? Was there a mosquito? Before Lin Xiao could utter a word, Lin Wanwan's calm voice reached him. In this weather, there are still mosquitoes? Lin Xiao failed to notice the unusual tone in her voice. However, just as he intended to fix his wig, another slap resounded upon his head. There seemed to be an abundance of mosquitoes. After these two swats, Lin Wanwan appeared to have vented her frustration, delivering a series of playful slaps on Lin Xiao's shoulder. At last, he could bear it no longer. Sister, sister, sister. Lin Xiao turned around, struggling to evade her playful assault while attempting to seize her wrist. If this continued, he would perish before the mosquitoes did. Even he, in his naivety, sensed something amiss and forced a stiff smile. Sister, why do I feel like you harbor quite a grudge against these mosquitoes? With this incessant buzzing in my ears, who wouldn't be irritated? Lin Wanwan retorted indirectly. Little did Lin Xiao know that Lin Wanwan could hear his innermost thoughts, leading him to believe she was genuinely vexed by the mosquitoes. Sister, weren't you supposed to head to the library to study with Xiao Yi? You two should go ahead. I'll take care of the mosquitoes in the dormitory and ensure you are undisturbed tonight, Lin Xiao assured her. Observing Lin Xiao's foolish demeanor, Lin Wanwan felt a surge of frustration but could not express it. Grabbing a bag from the table, she left without looking back. After her departure, Lin Xiao indeed retrieved insecticide and thoroughly sprayed the corners of the dormitory. Oddly enough, he did not encounter a single mosquito. Once finished, Lin Xiao called home to briefly report on the recent days. His family expressed their satisfaction, showering him with praise and sending several generous red envelopes. Lin Xiao also conveyed that the bullies were likely subdued and assured that with continued effort, they would cease their malice towards Lin Wanwan. However, the tide turned swiftly. No sooner had Lin Xiao spoken than the alert from the gossip system echoed in his mind. His expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation to explain to his family, he hung up and dashed out of the dormitory. The system indicated that Lin Wanwan had been bullied once more, and it was still at the hands of those girls he had thought were now submissive. How quickly they forget. Lin Xiao raced to the entrance of the old storage room on the basement level of the library, seizing a metal rod from the corner and smashing it against the lock. With a clang, the lock broke open. He stormed inside and immediately spotted Lin Wanwan curled up in the corner. Sister. Anger surged within Lin Xiao, flooding his mind. This storage room had evidently not been tidied for ages, filled with dust and exuding a musty odor. At that moment, Lin Wanwan was crouched there, her arms wrapped around her legs, appearing quite disheveled. Coffee had been splashed onto her hair, and her clothes were stained. Lin Xiao immediately removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, reassuring her, Sister, it's all right, don't be afraid. However, contrary to his expectations, Lin Wanwan raised her head, her eyes devoid of fear or tears, instead brimming with intense anger. They have gone too far, she exclaimed. With a swift motion, she gathered her hair and wiped her dirty face. Lin Xiao had never seen Lin Wanwan in such a state, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. Sister, I will definitely help you teach those rascals a lesson. You need to. I'm truly fine, Lin Wanwan interjected. I've come to realize that continually avoiding them will only embolden them further. I refuse to endure this any longer. Clenching her fists tightly, her gaze resolute, she declared, Xiao, accompany me to the principal's office. Chapter 83. The Vice Principal. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Wanwan, so invigorated and spirited, and felt a surge of happiness. Yet, the thought of Lu Fei, the vice principal's daughter, who had been bullying others with impunity for so long, cast a shadow over his optimism. It was unlikely that her father, the vice principal, was entirely unaware of her actions. If he chose to condone such behavior, Lin Wanwan's confrontation would likely yield no favorable outcome. Lin Xiao contemplated whether he should approach the principal directly. However, the principal seemed perpetually busy, often absent from the school. All school affairs were managed by the vice principal. As they hesitated, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan reached the top floor of the administrative building. Just as he had surmised, the principal's office was locked and unoccupied. Only the vice principal's door stood ajar, laughter emanating from within. Lin Wanwan seemed to sense the situation, halting her steps. Perhaps we should come back another day, or have our parents call the principal directly, Lin Xiao suggested softly. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. Even if I know he won to address his daughter's behavior, I cannot remain silent. As long as I have brought this matter to light, if he continues to turn a blind eye, it would be a different matter entirely from mere negligence. Lin Xiao found her reasoning compelling. It was akin to the distinction between theft and robbery, seemingly similar, yet fundamentally different. Previously, the vice principal could be excused as feigning ignorance, but once they presented the entire account of Lu Fei's bullying, if the vice principal chose to ignore it, it would amount to willful complicity. Having grasped this, Lin Xiao discreetly activated his phone to record, wary of potential repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanwan gently knocked on the door. The two individuals conversing inside fell silent and turned their attention towards them. The man seated behind the desk, clad in a dark shirt and wearing glasses, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his countenance sharp and imposing. The faint resemblance to Lu Fei could be discerned in his features. This was undoubtedly Vice Principal Lu Guodong. Sitting on the sofa was a younger man, his eyes directed towards Lu Guodong, imbued with a hint of obsequiousness. His wrist was adorned with an extravagant gold watch, and a genuine leather handbag rested beside him. His attire was clearly not that of a school teacher. He resembled a small business owner. Upon spotting Lin Wanwan standing at the entrance, Lu Guodong's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. He turned to the young entrepreneur with a smile, saying, "Unbeknownst to me, we have conversed for quite some time. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. I shall have my assistant contact you later." "Ah, yes, yes." The young businessman beamed with delight, nodding vigorously as he picked up his handbag and hurriedly exited the office. Lin Xiao pondered that all the various affairs of the school were managed by Lu Guodong, which likely included the selection of suppliers for logistics. Given the obsequious demeanor of the young man, he was probably one of the suppliers. With Lu Fei enjoying such a lavish lifestyle, one couldn't help but wonder how much Lu Guodong had embezzled over the years. "Dear students, do you require anything?" Lu Guodong maintained a smile, appearing quite amiable. Lin Xiao was not swayed by this facade. He stepped forward and assertively inquired, "Principal Lu, are you going to address the incidents of bullying occurring in the school?" "Oh, what is the matter?" Lu Guodong's smile faded, replaced by a serious and earnest expression, as if he were genuinely unaware of such occurrences and truly intended to advocate for them. Lin Wanwan approached the desk and recounted her recent experiences, articulating each detail. She spoke of her initial act of chivalry, her subsequent victimization and threats, and the discovery of fake dead mice and filth on her dormitory bedding. Finally, she recounted how she had been deceived into the storage room of the library today and the humiliation she endured. She concluded by naming all the participants involved, including Lu Fei. "Such a situation exists?" Lu Guodong appeared genuinely astonished. Lin Xiao could not help but internally scoff at the impressive performance. It was a pity he did not pursue a career in acting. Lin Wanwan's expression was also far from pleasant. Logically, upon learning that his daughter was the ringleader of the bullying, a father's first reaction should be to confirm the situation or inquire more deeply. However, this vice principal merely displayed exaggerated shock and then fell silent. "Principal Lu, are you not going to take action?" Lin Wanwan, losing her patience, directly questioned him. "Is it because Lu Fei is your daughter that you turn a blind eye to her actions?" "My dear student, you misinterpret my intentions." Lu Guodong, having ascended to the position of vice principal, was certainly capable. He promptly clarified, "Firstly, if Lu Fei indeed committed these acts, I will ensure she apologizes to you." Lin Wanwan was taken aback, asking in disbelief, "Principal Lu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am lying and falsely accusing her?" No, not all. I merely wish to convey that such matters, regardless of the individuals involved, have significant repercussions. As administrators of the school, we cannot wrongfully accuse anyone. If you possess evidence, that would be most helpful, Otherwise, it becomes quite challenging for us. Lu Guodong feigned helplessness, shaking his head. His demeanor vividly showcased the artfulness typical among merchants. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with agitation. She had anticipated that Lu Guodong would shield Lu Fei, trivializing the matter and lessening the deserved punishment. However, she was taken aback to find that he was unwilling even to mediate. Instead, he demanded evidence from her, outright denying any acknowledgement of the situation. Was it possible that there was no evidence? The lenses of Lu Guodong's glasses reflected light, and his smile bore a hint of certainty and mockery. Chapter 84. The counterattack begins. Lin Wanwan trembled with rage. Lu Guodong's audacity far exceeded her expectations. Concerned that Lin Wanwan might lose her composure, Lin Xiao stepped forward decisively. Principal Lu, your words hold merit. Your rigorous spirit is indeed commendable. Therefore, we have decided to report this to the authorities. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to professionals. Yes, we shall report it. They are not a professional gang. I refuse to believe they left no trace of evidence. Inspired by Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan took out her phone, intending to call the police. This indeed flustered Lu Guodong. Wait, he admonished sternly. What you are doing will tarnish our school's reputation and have significant repercussions. Can you bear the consequences? Lin Xiao scoffed. In this day and age, the perpetrators evade accountability, while the victims are held responsible. TSK, I wonder what people would think if these words were spread. Lu Guodong's expression darkened. The two individuals before him were undoubtedly the most challenging students he had encountered in years. In the past, even when someone dared to confront him, they would be easily dissuaded by his threats and hollow reassurances. Yet, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan were impervious to both soft and hard tactics. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Guodong spoke solemnly. Lin Wanwan, you may choose to report this, but I must preface my words. According to your description, the actions of those individuals were at most mere pranks, causing you no substantial harm. Setting aside whether the police can investigate these trivial matters, even if they could ascertain the facts completely, those individuals would not face imprisonment. At most, they would receive a reprimand. However, your time here at school may become quite difficult. His words trailed off, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Lin Wanwan could no longer endure this. How can you treat us this way? As she neared the brink of despair, Lin Xiao swiftly stepped in, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Before she could speak, he posed a question. So, Principal Lu, in your view, should this matter simply be dismissed? Seemingly detecting a hint of concession in Lin Xiao's tone, Lu Guodong's smile returned. As your principal, I would never allow my students to suffer injustice. Very well, I shall personally communicate with those girls. Perhaps they can come together and offer some compensation. If his previous remarks had been mere threats and indifference, this was now a blatant humiliation. Lin Xiao continued to hold Lin Wanwan, gently patting her shoulder. Since Principal Lu has stated it so, let us proceed accordingly. His expression revealed no trace of emotion as he finished speaking and led Lin Wanwan away. Upon exiting the office building, Lin Wanwan felt a slight alleviation of her emotions. This was not due to resignation, but rather because she had heard Lin Xiao's furious thoughts. She understood that Lin Xiao would not simply let this matter rest. Since this path proved unfruitful, they would seek another. The following day, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xiao arrived at the classroom as usual. Shortly after taking their seats, Lu Fei entered with her entourage. At times, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a modicum of admiration for Lu Fei. Despite the significant conflict they had previously experienced, which had escalated to public hair pulling, they seemed to have reconciled. One could only wonder what sort of dealings had transpired between them. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao was indifferent. If they preferred to band together, then let them enjoy whatever was to come. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the classroom. From Lu Fei's desk tumbled several dead mice and cockroaches, not mere replicas, but genuine corpses. Blood still oozed from the neck of one mouse, clearly a recent victim of demise. Who did this? Lu Fei's face turned pale with fear as she angrily interrogated everyone present. Soon, her gaze landed on Lin Xiao, convinced that if Lin Xiao had orchestrated this once, she could certainly do it again. Yet, before she could voice her accusations, another cry of alarm erupted nearby. What? How could this happen? One of Lu Fei's followers was unable to rise from her chair, as her skirt had become firmly adhered to the seat. The adhesive force was so potent that no amount of tugging could free her. It appeared that the only solution was to either remove or cut the garment. The girl was utterly distraught, casting furious glances around the room. At that moment, the teacher arrived. Observing the raucous students in the classroom, the teacher issued a stern reprimand. Known for his unyielding demeanor, even Lu Fei was reluctant to confront him directly. As a result, they had no choice but to sit in silence, intending to address the situation after class. However, the moment the teacher announced the end of the lesson, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan swiftly departed the classroom, leaving no opportunity for Lu Fei and her companions to speak. Lin Xiao had already contacted the dormitory manager to change the locks, preventing any unauthorized entry. The afternoon class brought about even more outrageous events. Lu Fei happily accepted a cup of milk tea from a companion, only to spit out after a single sip. To her horror, she discovered that the drink had been replaced with a concoction of paint water. The bitterness overwhelmed her, driving her nearly to madness. It was needless to say, this was undoubtedly the work of Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. However, as this was an elective course, neither Lin Xiao nor Lin Wanwan attended, leaving her to suffer in silence. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Lu Fei angrily plopped down on a chair, but soon realized something was amiss. Their dormitory consisted of bunk beds with desks below, and she now noticed blood seeping from the overhead bedboard. The crimson liquid trickled down the wall, with some droplets landing directly on her desk. The scene was reminiscent of a horror film. With a terrified scream, she hastily sought refuge to the side, fearfully watching her bed, dreading what she might see upon it. The audacious roommate cautiously approached the scene, lifting a hand to touch the red liquid on the table, only to discover it bore no scent of blood. To her astonishment, it was merely paint. Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief and swiftly climbed onto her bed to inspect her bedding. The sight before her nearly caused her to faint. There, on her bed, someone had painted a human figure in red, resembling a gruesome scene as if someone had truly perished there. Chapter 85, The Boomerang. Had it not been for her roommate's timely support, Lu Fei would likely have collapsed. The other roommates, along with several girls who had come to visit Lu Fei, rushed over to investigate. In an instant, all of them turned pale with fright. Logically, they should have promptly fetched a new set of bedding for Lu Fei. Yet none wished to confront the terrifying sight. Even knowing it was just paint, they dared not cast a second glance. "I want to kill her. I want to kill her." Lu Fei trembled with rage, shouting in despair. The dormitory's soundproofing was rather poor, allowing her voice to reach Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan in the opposite room clearly. Lin Wanwan, aware of the various so-called pranks Lu Fei had recently endured, gleaned from eavesdropping on Lin Xiao's thoughts that these mischiefs were his doing. Initially, she felt a twinge of concern that she might become a target for retaliation after witnessing Lu Fei's humiliation. However, as she observed Lin Xiao's calculated maneuvers, deftly evading all consequences while his tactics grew increasingly ruthless, her worries dissipated, replaced by admiration for him. She couldn't fathom how she would react if she encountered such a bloodied figure on her own bed. Would she faint outright? Listening to the cries and curses emanating from the opposite dormitory, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she had overcomplicated the situation. "What? Lin Xiao?" Puzzled by Lin Wanwan's sudden, nonsensical remark, cast a questioning glance her way. Lin Wanwan's gaze remained fixed on the door, as though she could see through it to witness Lu Fei's breakdown and disarray on the other side. "I once thought those girls were truly fearless, but now it appears that their audacity pales in comparison to my own timidity." Reflecting on her initial encounter with Lu Fei and the bullies, Lin Wanwan subconsciously developed a fear of these individuals who disregarded school rules and morals. This fear influenced her every interaction with them, causing her to falter and lose ground. However, upon further contemplation, she realized these girls were merely peers of her own age. They, too, experienced fear and trepidation. They were not invulnerable and could be harmed. Wasn't it simply a matter of avoiding leaving evidence? If Lu Fei and her cohorts donned masks and targeted isolated students in unmonitored areas, others could do the same. They were not law enforcement, nor particularly clever. If one were to truly devise a plan, who would genuinely fear whom? There was no need for reason when dealing with such individuals. Having come to this realization, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of direction. She took out her phone and swiftly created a group chat. The individuals within the group are students who have previously endured bullying at the hands of Lu Fei and her accomplices. Drawing from past experiences, she had discreetly assessed these individuals, recognizing that while they possessed a certain degree of courage, their challenging familial circumstances deterred them from confronting Lu Fei head-on. Though their spirits were resilient, they would not resort to seeking refuge with Lu Fei as had been the case with another. Lin Wanwan shared her thoughts within the group, recounting recent incidents involving Lu Fei's misfortunes, and she was quickly met with agreement. However, she refrained from disclosing Lin Xiao as the mastermind behind these events, merely suggesting that if someone could succeed, then surely they too had a chance. By uniting, they could exact their revenge this time. The others in the group responded enthusiastically, promptly outlining meticulous plans. Many of these strategies had been rehearsed in the minds of some, and had it not been for their previous vulnerabilities, they might have executed them long ago. Now, with assistance at hand, they could swiftly put their plans into action, emulating Lin Xiao's recent methods. Lin Wanwan helped the girls identify opportune moments and provided mutual cover. In the ensuing days, Lu Fei's life became increasingly difficult. With the concerted effort of so many, Lu Fei found herself utterly unprepared. She noticed the glue on the seats but overlooked the substance on the table, detected the dye in her milk tea, yet failed to see it in her cup, discovered a dead mouse on her bed, but neglected the one hidden in her drawer. After enduring relentless torment, Lu Fei's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she allied with several girls to lodge a complaint with the vice principal, her father. What? Upon hearing his daughter's lamentations, Lu Guodong's previously calm demeanor shattered. Lu Fei was his cherished jewel. Even after her previous grave missteps, he had only reprimanded her sternly without imposing further punishment. He could hardly fathom that his daughter would be subjected to such bullying within her own school. Principal Lu, we implore you to assist us. Indeed, those individuals have gone too far. Particularly the two instigators, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. Blame them. The girls took turns recounting their recent plights, their voices merging in a chorus of distress. Upon realizing that it was again these two individuals causing the turmoil, Lu Guodong's anger surged uncontrollably. Bring them to me. Chapter 86. Escalation of the counterattack. Lin Xiao had anticipated this day would come, arriving at the principal's office with a composed demeanor. Initially intending to attend alone, he was adamant that Lin Wanwan not bear the burden by herself. As they stood once more before the familiar door of the principal's office, their emotions contrasted starkly with their previous visit, as did their sense of agency. Upon entering, they disregarded the presence of Lu Fei and her companions. Striding directly to the desk, "You summoned us. What is the matter?" Lin Xiao inquired with a gentle smile, exuding an air of innocence. "What on earth is going on with you two? Is bullying your classmates amusing?" Lu Guodong strained to maintain control over his emotions. Yet, the very thought of his precious daughter being bullied by these two individuals before him rendered him utterly unable to contain himself. Lin Xiao tilted his head. A look of perplexity etched across his face. "Principal Lu, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a word." Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement, her expression pure and innocent. Lu Guodong trembled as he pointed at Lu Fei and her companions. "They have claimed that you both have engaged in numerous outrageous acts at school recently, including pouring glue on their seats and adding substances to their water cups. Are you aware that this constitutes bullying?" "What?" Lin Xiao feigned surprise, covering his mouth and glancing back at Lu Fei. "Is that what they said?" Lu Guodong gritted his teeth. "Of course. You two are utterly lawless. Our school." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted with a feigned look of confusion. "Do you have any evidence?" "What did you say?" Lu Guodong was momentarily taken aback. "I mean, as a school leader, you cannot unjustly accuse every student. So, do you have any evidence?" Lin Xiao gazed intently into Lu Guodong's eyes. Though it was a question, his demeanor remained calm. Based on his understanding of Lu Guodong, he knew that the thought of his beloved daughter being bullied would ignite a fierce anger within him. If there were indeed solid evidence, he would have long since opted to report it to the authorities rather than summon them for questioning. As expected, Lu Guodong was left speechless by this remark. Observing the situation, Lu Fei could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Dad, let's call the police." "Yes, call the police." Lu Guodong seemed to receive a cue. Reaching for his phone, "I refuse to believe that you two will still be defiant when the police arrive." However, Lin Xiao simply laughed aloud. "Principal Lu, is it truly necessary to involve the police over such trivial matters? Aren't you concerned about the impact on the school's reputation?" Lu Guodong halted, his hand suspended in the air. Lin Wanwan seized the moment to add, "Exactly. Moreover, even if the police come and the investigation reveals that their claims are accurate, it would amount to nothing more than a prank. They have not inflicted any substantial harm upon them. and it is unlikely that we would face imprisonment. At most, we would receive a reprimand, but that would significantly affect both the school and them, wouldn't it? Hearing these familiar words, Lu Guodong felt as though the world was spinning around him. He instinctively wanted to ask, so, is this matter to be dismissed? Yet, recalling the humiliation he had previously inflicted upon them, he restrained himself from uttering the words. However, a girl beside Lu Fei, unaware of the circumstances, boldly posed the question. So, is that how it's going to be? If you're truly feeling aggrieved, perhaps we could pool some money to compensate you? Lin Xiao observed the unfolding scene with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, this was merely a tit-for-tat retaliation. His true revenge awaited in the shadows. Noticing Lu Guodong rendered speechless by anger, Lin Xiao nonchalantly remarked, Principal Lu, with the headmaster currently absent, the affairs of the school rest upon your shoulders. Surely, you would not jeopardize your own reputation for the sake of these irrelevant individuals? Irrelevant individuals? Lu Guodong lifted his head, his confusion deepening. Logically, they should have known long ago that Luffy is his daughter, especially since Luffy had just called her that. Now, is this merely a tactic to provoke him? However, after Lin Xiao finished speaking, he abruptly covered his mouth, exclaiming, Oh, I apologize, I forgot that you seem unaware of the fact that Luffy is not your biological daughter. Oh dear sister, what should I do? How could I have inadvertently revealed such a confidential matter? Lin Wanwan, who had not previously heard Lin Xiao mention this, was equally taken aback. Yet, recalling Lin Xiao as foresight, she quickly chimed in, Indeed, you have been rather careless. Such matters should be conveyed to Principal Lu in a more discreet manner, preferably in a private setting. Yes, let us defer this discussion for a more opportune moment. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Lin Xiao said, feigning an intention to depart. However, before he could reach the door, a sharp cry rang out from behind him, Lin Xiao, you have gone too far. It is one thing to bully me, but to utter such words? Are you not afraid I will report you for slander? Just as Lin Xiao had anticipated, despite Principal Lu's composed demeanor treating the situation lightly, Luffy's temperament would not allow such a matter to be brushed aside. Lin Xiao turned around, blinking innocently. Are you truly considering reporting me? When the truth is revealed, it will not be limited to those present here. Can the Lu family really afford such a scandal? Do not think that you can intimidate me in this manner. Your baseless claims amount to defamation. The police will apprehend you, Luffy retorted, rummaging through her bag for her phone to call the authorities. Luffy, wait a moment. Lu Guodong, being a mature man, despite his anger, sensed something amiss in Lin Xiao's words. Logically, their earlier retorts should have sufficed to vent their grievances. There was no need to seek further trouble in this way. Defaming a principal is no trivial matter, and did they truly need to pursue this course of action? Lin Xiao, what do you mean by your earlier statement? Lu Guodong inquired, narrowing his eyes. You must understand that this situation is not comparable to your petty squabbles. If our family's reputation is truly tarnished, we will pursue this matter to the end. Lin Xiao had been awaiting Lu Guodong's probing questions. As long as Lu Guodong harbored doubts, what he was about to say would likely be received with more gravity. Principal Lu, is it difficult to comprehend that Luffy is not your biological daughter? If you doubt my words, consider this. Wasn't your wife away from Beijing for a period during her pregnancy? Chapter 87. Who wears the green hat? Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong stood frozen in place. Although 2 decades had passed, the events of that time weighed heavily on his conscience, and thus he remembered them vividly. When his wife was pregnant, he had not yet achieved his current standing. He was merely a teacher at a school in the outskirts of Beijing. During that time, he was exceedingly busy, often troubling his wife to deliver gifts to certain officials during the festive seasons. One such official happened to be located out of town, prompting him to send his wife alone. At that time, the wife was reluctant, yet she still went. For the next 2 days, he received no news from her and assumed she was sulking in silence. However, on the 3rd day, he received a call from her. It turned out she had been in a car accident on her way back. Although the child was safe, she needed to remain in the hospital for further observation. Overwhelmed with guilt, he yearned to visit her, yet she unleashed her fury upon him, declaring her desire to avoid him. Aware of her resentment, he refrained from further dispute and patiently awaited her return in the capital. Upon her return, her demeanor towards him remained cold, coupled with his busy schedule. Their face-to-face encounters dwindled to a mere handful. On the very day of her delivery, he found himself engaged in socializing with various leaders. By the time he arrived at the hospital, everything regarding the child had been settled, and he found both his wife and the baby peacefully asleep. Gazing at the adorable child and his wife's weary face, a wave of guilt surged within him, peaking in that moment. Even upon reflection, warmth stung his eyes, and his nose tinged with bitterness. In the aftermath, he sought various ways to express kindness to his family, as if that might alleviate his troubled heart. Yet, while he was lost in these memories, a chilling voice interrupted him. During that time, when your wife was away, she harbored resentment towards you and sought ways to retaliate, including finding another man, Lin Xiao stated casually, adding an unexpected twist that during the ensuing fervor, she had suffered a miscarriage. Lu Guodong stared blankly, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Xiao's words. Before Lu Guodong could protest, Lin Xiao raised a hand to elaborate. You can easily verify this with a hospital there. Such matters cannot be fabricated. Furthermore, the hospital where your wife later gave birth was a private institution owned by her close friend, who had already made arrangements. So nothing could be uncovered. As for Lu Fei, she was adopted by another couple that her friend had prearranged. Indeed, you might consider conducting a paternity test with Lu Fei for a more tangible understanding. Lu Guodong gaped, all retorts and accusations lodged in his throat. The surrounding individuals fell into stunned silence, including Lu Fei. While Lu Fei was typically arrogant and overbearing, she was not a fool. If Lin Xiao's words were mere fabrications, unless they had completely lost their wits and disregarded the consequences, the truth would soon come to light, offering them no advantage. Observing Lu Guodong's dazed expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Nonetheless, it matters little. After all, the first child your wife bore was not yours. For you, even if that child had remained, your circumstances would not have differed from what they are now. What were you saying? Lu Guodong finally could no longer contain himself, forcing a hoarse voice from his throat. On what basis do you say such things? Though it was a question, it lacked conviction. After enduring a barrage of blows, his mind had grown hazy. While he grappled with guilt from memories, he also sought a thread of hope within that guilt. After Lu Fei arrived, your wife must have longed to have another son with you, hadn't she? However, despite her persistent attempts, she deceived you into going for a checkup at the hospital, only to discover that you were infertile. Lin Xiao touched his nose, concealing the glee dancing in his eyes. Then, who was the original child, if not Lu Fei? Lu Guodong was on the verge of collapse. I couldn't say. You should know better than I how much your wife enjoyed her escapades before marriage. Lin Xiao smirked, mercilessly driving a knife into Lu Guodong's heart. Lu Guodong staggered, nearly losing his balance. Struggling to steady himself against a chair, his expression aged him by a decade. At that moment, Lu Fei finally regained her senses, abruptly realizing the terrifying consequences this revelation could bring. Having worn a metaphorical green hat for 20 years, no man could endure such a betrayal. And as for her illegitimate status, she too could easily suffer the repercussions. Everything she possessed was granted by her father, and if he were to cast her aside, the ramifications would be dire. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. I am your daughter. Lu Fei rushed to Lu Guodong, kneeling before him and embracing his legs. Although Lu Guodong was filled with rage, the sight of his daughter evoked more sorrow and anguish within him. After so many years as father and daughter, how could there be no emotional bond? Even upon realizing that she was not his biological child, he could not bring himself to sever those ties. Yet Lin Xiao raised his hand to glance at the time, somewhat benevolently reminding, "Oh, by the way, Principal Lu, I neglected to mention that while your wife is aware of your infertility, she has not given up on the prospect of bearing a son, all for the sake of your family's fortune." Lu Guodong's body shuddered. What do you mean by that? It means, well, just go check on your neighbor, old Wang. If those two visit a couple more times, you might just catch them in the act. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Dad, please don't listen to him. Lu Fei realized that if her father were to witness her mother's infidelity, it would likely be the final straw. She desperately attempted to intervene, but Lu Guodong seemed to regain all his strength, abruptly standing up. Ignoring her pleas and cries, he forcefully shoved her aside and strode toward the exit. Halfway there, he paused, as if struck by a thought, pulled out his phone, and dialed his wife's number. Hello, where are you? He asked, suppressing his fury as soon as the call connected. I'm out shopping, old Lu. What is up? A woman's voice responded, laced with a hint of flirtation. Chapter 88, A Turmoil of Chaos. This voice sent a shiver through everyone present. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's earlier insinuation, they might not have drawn any conclusions. But with the preconceived notion firmly planted, This voice only served to validate their suspicions. Principal Lu, you really need to trouble yourself with the phone. Lin Xiao extended his hand. At this point, Lu Guodong could no longer think calmly. Amidst the barrage of bombshell revelations, he subconsciously found himself aligned with Lin Xiao, the harbinger of this shocking news. After handing over his phone, he watched as Lin Xiao began to tap away at the screen. Upon returning, the screen displayed a series of unsightly images. The familiar voice emerged at an opportune moment, at times sultry, at times anguished, and at times exhilarating. Even without gazing at the visuals, one could vividly imagine the unfolding scenes. Asia this. Lin Wanwan seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Only then did Lin Xiao remember that Lin Wanwan was present, and he hurriedly covered her ears. Sister, do not listen to such nonsensical things. Lin Wanwan did not resist, allowing Lin Xiao to shield her. She had deduced something, yet she never anticipated that Lin Xiao possessed such remarkable capabilities. Lu Guodong, watching the screen, felt his eyes growing increasingly red. As if to confirm something, he dialed his wife's number once more. Indeed, the ringtone of his wife's phone echoed in the mobile video feed. This was no fabrication. It was all too real. The neighbor, Old Wang, had been coveting your wife for some time, hacking into your home as cameras to monitor her every move. However, he likely did not foresee that, with his technical prowess, while intruding on others, he would inadvertently expose his own network, making it all too easy to retaliate. Lin Xiao explained patiently. Lu Guodong, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone onto the ground. How absurd. How utterly absurd. I care for her daily. I comfort her, and this is how she repays me. Dad, please. Don't be impulsive. Mother must have been momentarily confused. No, it's all her fault. Entirely her fault. Lu Fei attempted to interject, but upon witnessing Lu Guodong's furious gaze, she realized that some matters were beyond salvage. For the sake of her future, she once more clung tightly to Lu Guodong's leg. Dad, this is all Mother's fault. I am innocent. I have been with you since birth. I truly know nothing. Father, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will be filial and care for you in your old age. Regardless of her motives, these words appeared sincere in that moment. She could not afford to lose this father, nor her status as the heiress of the Lu family, nor the wealth and position that came with it. Lu Guodong gazed down at the daughter he had raised for 20 years, at her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom, and ultimately could not bear to be harsh. He gently helped Lu Fei to her feet and softly stroked her hair. He thought to himself, after all, he could not have children. Raising a daughter was still having a daughter, and that was quite good. Yet Lin Xiao suddenly spoke again. Principal Lu, do not be hasty. Do you truly believe this matter is so simple? Oh, it is far from it. Lin Xiao, seated leisurely on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea with composure. After taking a gentle sip, he placed the cup heavily on the table, reminiscent of a storyteller striking the wooden block for emphasis. Lu Fei immediately shivered. She had finally begun to mend her father's heart and could not allow any further missteps. Lin Xiao, what more do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to witness our family's ruin before you are satisfied? Oh, do you not wish to hear? Lin Xiao looked up at Lu Guodong with a hint of surprise. After all, Principal Lu was of considerable age. It was understandable for him to be somewhat muddled, and tolerating it was not particularly problematic. Lu Guodong clenched his fists. He was only in his 40s, still in the prime of his life. How could he be considered old? He understood that probing into certain matters might lead him to a state of greater despair. Yet, reflecting on the past 2 decades of confusion and the verdant expanse above him, he felt no regret in uncovering these truths today. Was he to be a perpetual figure of ridicule, donning the green cap for the sake of so-called familial harmony? Furthermore, having endured the betrayal of his wife, walls could be too difficult to bear. Speak, what else is there to know? Lu Guodong inhaled deeply and asked with a calm demeanor. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Do you not wish to know who Lu Fei's biological parents are? No, I do not. Lu Fei exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, her voice rising in a frantic scream. I don't care who they are. It does not matter at all. I have only one father. Lu Guodong gestured for her to quiet down, then turned his gaze back to Lin Xiao. You are aware of such matters? Indeed, if you observe closely, you might have discovered it long ago, Lin Xiao teased. Lu Guodong, having ascended from a humble teacher to the position of university president, was undoubtedly astute. The implication of Lin Xiao's words was clear. Lu Fei's biological parents were likely in close proximity. As he pondered, a figure began to materialize in his mind. It couldn't possibly be old Zhou, could it? Chapter 89. The Fate of the Villains. Gradually, Lu Guodong's mind began to merge old Zhou's face with Lu Fei's. Their features and expressions bore an uncanny resemblance, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Upon further reflection, he recalled old Zhou's consistently amiable attitude towards Lu Fei, even when Lu Fei displayed her spoiled temperament and looked down on others. Old Zhou remained unfazed, always smiling and offering apologies. He would even comfort her when she appeared downcast and shower her with expensive gifts on her birthday. Until now, Lu Guodong had presumed that old Zhou's kindness stemmed solely from his gratitude. However, it seemed that the situation was far more intricate. Old Zhou was not only Lu Guodong's driver, but also a childhood friend. Due to Lu Guodong's academic prowess, familial support, and quick wit, his career flourished. In contrast, old Zhou's background was less favorable. His parents were neglectful, leading him to be mischievous in his youth, disregarding his studies. He barely managed to complete high school, and, finding no hope of entering university, he entered society early. After years of hardship, he had not achieved much. By then, Lu Guodong's career was taking shape, and wishing to assist his former brother-in-arms, he offered old Zhou a position as his driver. What began as a well-intentioned gesture was perceived by old Zhou as charity and humiliation. Although he outwardly expressed gratitude for the decent salary, deep within, he harbored profound resentment. This resentment, having inadvertently overheard the plans of Lu Guodong's wife, deliberately sought an intermediary to arrange for his child to be sent away. Though he had drifted aimlessly through life, the thought of his daughter living in luxury with a Lu family brought him a sense of peace. Not a trace of guilt resided in his heart. Rather, he felt that this was merely a debt owed to him by Lu Guodong. Principal Lu, have you not realized that your health began to deteriorate only after Lu Fei's arrival? Lin Xiao sipped his tea leisurely. Lu Guodong appeared utterly perplexed, clearly unaware of the implications. Your infertility, originally treatable, has been exacerbated by your driver, fearing that a second child would lead to mistreatment of his daughter, has been secretly drugging your water. Over time, this has rendered you completely hopeless. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Guodong, a hint of regret curling his lips. Lu Guodong trembled with rage, attempting to call old Zhou, only to discover his phone shattered. He approached his desk and dialed the office phone. Old Zhou, come to my office at once. He barked, hanging up without waiting for a response. At that moment, Lu Fei was in a state of utter confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Just moments ago, she had set aside her pride to plead for leniency, unaware of her true parentage. If she had indeed been abandoned or sold, her biological parents would certainly not seek her out. But the situation had changed drastically. Her father had been by her side all along, and now the truth was about to be laid bare. Fei, Sister Fei, timid voices interjected. It dawned on Lu Fei that her followers had been present all along, bearing witness to her humiliation. How could she ever maintain her standing at school now? Get out. All of you get out. Lu Fei shouted, unable to contain her fury. Though the girls were curious, they understood that this was not their place and hurriedly fled. And you too. How long do you intend to stay? Lu Fei glared at Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, wishing she could devour them whole. Without them, she would still be the esteemed young lady of the Lu family, commanding respect at school, where she could have everything she desired. This was all their fault. Amidst Lin Xiao's relentless revelations, Lin Wanwan had long since quelled her anger, especially upon witnessing the disheveled state of Lu Fei and Lu Guodong. She even felt inclined to celebrate. The unfolding drama would likely devolve into a mere spectacle of conflict, hardly worth her attention. Ah Xiao, shall we leave? Lin Wanwan sought Lin Xiao's approval. Yes, let us go. I'm in a good mood today, sister. Dinner's on me, Lin Xiao replied, rising and stretching leisurely before they both exited. However, they did not venture far, but instead found a corner to conceal themselves. Before long, a short middle-aged man descended from the elevator, unmistakably old Zhou. As he walked, he muttered curses beneath his breath. Damn it, do they think I'm their dog? Summoning me at will? One day, I shall make them pay. Despite his words, upon reaching the principal's office, he donned a sycophantic smile. After softly knocking, he entered. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan stealthily approached the door, eavesdropping through the crack. Their motives were not solely to witness the spectacle. A principal like Lu Guodong, lingering for another day, would only serve to taint the school further, while exposing his private affairs was merely a source of personal satisfaction. Lin Xiao's true intention was to see this principal utterly removed from his position. If they remained in the office, both Lu Guodong and Old Zhou would surely be cautious. However, with no outsiders present, a candid exchange was now possible. As soon as Old Zhou entered the office, Lu Guodong laid his cards on the table. Unsurprisingly, Old Zhou, already brimming with discontent, readily conceded and began to mock Lu Guodong. Soon, a brawl erupted between the two. Lu Fei, seeking future wealth and status, naturally sided with Lu Guodong. The odds shifted to 2-1, placing Old Zhou at a distinct disadvantage. You despicable man, Lu Guodong. Do you truly believe your petty wealth makes you important? Do you dare I expose all your sordid affairs? Hearing Old Zhou's outcry, Lin Xiao seized upon the keywords and promptly retrieved his phone, recording through the door's crevice. Old Zhou left no escape route, soon detailing Lu Guodong's acceptance of bribes and embezzlement. Instead of being intimidated, Lu Guodong grew increasingly brutal, beating Old Zhou mercilessly. After capturing the incriminating footage he sought, Lin Xiao kindly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived and took all 3 men into custody, the video of Lu Guodong's criminal activities was promptly uploaded online. A few days later, Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan, and all the girls who had suffered bullying gathered joyfully to celebrate. Have you heard? Lu Fei's former entourage is completely ignoring her now. Of course, those individuals have always lacked principles. I recall they were the first to spread rumors about Lu Fei's background. I also heard that Lu Fei went to confront her mother. No, her adoptive mother. And during their scuffle, her mother miscarried and is said to be unable to bear children again. Huh. Lu Fei didn't fare well either. She was pushed down the stairs by her adoptive mother, leaving her disabled. It seems that the neighbor, Old Wang, was also apprehended for filming without consent, and his wife is in the midst of a divorce. Truly, a perfect outcome. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lin Xiao quietly ate. After all, within his observational realm, he had long been aware of these events. However, what mattered more to him was that he had successfully liberated Lin Wanwan from the clutches of campus bullying, thus fulfilling his mission splendidly. In a day or two, he would pack his belongings and depart from his girls' school. Amidst the merriment, a timid voice broke through. Lin Xiao, hello. Lin Xiao looked up and beheld a charming girl. Her cheeks flushed, clutching a pink envelope. Before Lin Xiao could inquire, she thrust the envelope into his hands and dashed away without a backward glance. Chapter 90. What to do when you're too popular. Lin Xiao stared at the envelope, momentarily stunned, before a sudden realization struck him. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding crowd was distracted, he hastily tucked the envelope into his clothing. However, this scene did not escape the keen observation of Lin Wanwan, who was nearby. Ah Xiao, could it be? Nothing, Lin Xiao replied, casting a stiff glance at Lin Wanwan and lowering his voice. We'll talk about it later. Lin Wanwan smiled knowingly, her expression laden with meaning. Once the gathering concluded and they returned to their dormitory, she immediately drew closer. Ah Xiao, quick, take a look. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of gossip. Lin Xiao helplessly shook his head and retrieved the pink envelope from his bosom. He leaned in closer, catching a faint fragrance emanating from it. The letter was lengthy, yet the message was strikingly simple. I like you. It filled an entire sheet. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to have an epiphany. He tossed the letter onto the table and grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. Wait a moment. Is this truly a love letter? Has my appearance changed? Huh. No. Could it be she noticed I'm not a girl? Cough. Ah, Xiao, Lin Wanwan interjected at the opportune moment. Is it possible, just a possibility, that she likes girls? Lin Xiao trembled as he lifted his gaze. It seemed that this was indeed the only possibility. Lin Wanwan picked up the letter, examining the signature at the end, and a vague silhouette resurfaced in her mind. The girl had left in such a hurry that she hadn't gotten a good look at her. However, if her memory served her right, this girl should be from the same major, having attended a public class together previously. In Lin Wanwan's recollection, this girl was typically quite low-key, always quietly seated in the corner with friends during class, hardly making a sound. How could this happen? Lin Xiao remained ensnared in a deep web of self-doubt. To be admired by a girl who favored other girls was quite a blow to him. Lin Wanwan chuckled. I suspect that your previous confrontation with Lu Fei may have impressed many, leading some to develop feelings for you. It's all right. I will clarify things with her tomorrow, Lin Xiao declared, pulling out his phone to send a message to the contact information on the letter. Let us meet behind the school playground at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Friday, and Lin Xiao had already packed his belongings, ready to return home with Lin Wanwan, thus formally bidding farewell to his life at the girls' school. The reply came swiftly, assuring him of her presence, accompanied by a cute emoji. In the past, being liked in such a manner would have brought Lin Xiao some joy, but now he felt only a throbbing headache. The next day, accompanied by Lin Wanwan, Lin Xiao made his way to the playground. From a distance, he spotted the adorable girl standing beneath a tree, appearing somewhat anxious. In order to spare the girl any embarrassment, Lin Wanwan chose to wait at a distance, refraining from following them. As the girl spotted Lin Xiao approaching, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran to him. "You agreed?" she inquired. "Oh no, I merely wanted to clarify that it seems you may have misunderstood a few things." Lin Xiao, without further pretense, candidly revealed his identity as a boy and the purpose of his presence at the school. The girl's expression shifted from initial astonishment to a growing sense of confusion. Yet there was no trace of the disdain Lin Xiao had anticipated. In his mind, he had assumed that such a girl would harbor a strong aversion towards men and despise being deceived by them. Why then did she appear so unfazed? So that's how it is, the girl finally responded, seemingly deliberating before earnestly stating, "I actually don't mind." "Excuse me?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. I don't mind that you're a boy. I'm not the type who only likes girls. I like boys too." She lifted her chin, a smile blooming on her face. Lin Xiao was utterly unprepared for the conversation to take such a bizarre turn. He instinctively took a step back, raising his hands. Wait a moment. I'm not looking to date right now. I'm really sorry." The girl was quite adorable, especially when she smiled, her radiance akin to sunshine. This made Lin Xiao feel a pang of guilt. Yet, no matter how much he felt for her, he could not force himself into a relationship. Nor did he wish to deceive her. The girl gazed up at him, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Observing his sincere demeanor, devoid of any romantic emotion, she finally comprehended the situation. Her nose tinged with sadness, her lips quivered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Hey, please don't cry." Lin Xiao was completely caught off guard. However, the girl did not afford him the opportunity to comfort her. She simply covered her face and ran away, sobbing. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xiao let out a heavy sigh. "Oh dear, have you hurt someone?" Lin Wanwan approached, having arrived unnoticed, gently patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Ah Xiao, your honesty with that girl already makes you a commendable young man. I have faith in you." Lin Xiao shot her an exasperated glance before turning towards the entrance. Lin Wanwan hurried to catch up, her demeanor still brimming with mischief. "Ah Xiao, I heard from Mom and Dad that quite a few girls at your school have a crush on you. TSK, you're quite the popular one. Who knows? You might catch the eye of a wealthy lady someday." In response to Lin Wanwan's teasing, Lin Xiao remained silent, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the family driver had yet to arrive. He decided to wait by the roadside, but at that moment, a luxury car glided towards him. From the vehicle emerged a woman, elegantly dressed and exuding sophistication, appearing to be in her 40s. She walked directly towards Lin Xiao. Confused, he glanced at Lin Wanwan, who mirrored his bewilderment. "Are you both students here?" the woman inquired with a smile. Yes, Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed, yet he responded candidly. The woman before him was evidently no ordinary individual. Her every gesture radiated an air of nobility. Perhaps she was merely waiting for her child to emerge and was engaging them in casual conversation. The woman took a bottle of Evian mineral water from her bag and offered it to him, saying, "Here, please have a drink." Although Lin Xiao remained bewildered, he accepted it, twisting off the cap and taking a few sips. On one hand, he was indeed feeling parched. On the other, he suspected that the woman might be attempting to glean some information, deliberately trying to establish rapport. Moreover, considering they were at the school gate, he harbored no fears of encountering any nefarious individuals seeking to harm him. However, upon finishing the drink, he noticed the woman's smile had grown even more radiant. She leaned in closer, wrapping her arm around his, and sweetly remarked, "Little sister, since you have agreed, let us go with sister." This sudden turn of events left both Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan in a state of shock. Wait a moment. What do you mean by this, sister?" Lin Xiao, being a male, possessed considerable strength and remained rooted in place, unwilling to advance a single step. The woman turned her head, a flicker of impatience gleaming in her eyes. "What do you mean by that? I should be the one asking you." She furrowed her brow and stated sternly, "Since you have consumed my water and are unwilling to accompany me, do you intend to toy with me?" Lin Xiao was even more confused. Why would drinking water necessitate following her? Lin Wanwan hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Sister, my younger brother truly understands nothing. I'm also quite unclear on this matter. Could you please clarify? The woman surveyed Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan with a discerning gaze, and upon realizing they were not deliberately attempting to deceive her, she impatiently explained. I am here to meet a friend. Do you understand? Accepting and consuming my water signifies consent. Lin Wanwan still appeared bewildered, yet Lin Xiao began to connect the dots. In his memory, offering water was indeed a covert method of seeking a romantic liaison, typically occurring between individuals of the opposite sex. He had never anticipated that a wealthy woman would be seeking a lover at a girls' school. However, upon reflection, who could assert that affluent women were exclusively inclined towards men? Recalling Lin Wanwan's earlier jest about him being sought after by a wealthy woman, Lin Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. He was at a loss as to whether to commend Lin Wanwan for her foresight or to accuse her of being a jinx. At that moment, Lin Wanwan also grasped the reality of the situation. Nervously, she interjected, Sister, we genuinely know nothing about this. We sincerely apologize. Yet the woman merely scoffed, retorting with derision. Rules are rules. Do not presume that a simple I do not know will suffice to absolve you. Are you truly intending to take him away? Lin Wanwan cast an awkward glance at Lin Xiao. She too recalled her earlier jest, and indeed, it was rather a jinxed remark. Of course, I noticed her from afar and thought she was quite appealing. Since you have drunk my water, you must sleep with me, the woman stated with striking candor. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He wished to break free, but found himself held firmly. Although he possessed the strength to escape forcibly, he feared that doing so might create quite a commotion. The thought of making a scene left him feeling utterly mortified. Just as the two of them were at a loss, a familiar voice resonated from behind the woman. Xiao Wanwan, what are you up to? Big sister. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. They looked up to see Lin Chuj standing in front of an extravagant car. Clad in a striking red dress, her long curls cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of regal elegance. The woman who had been holding onto Lin Xiao appeared affluent as well. Yet in comparison to Lin Chuj, she resembled a rustic nouveau riche, completely devoid of any imposing presence. Big sister, what brings you here? Lin Wanwan ran over and embraced Lin Chuj's arm. Lin Chuj was taken aback. In her memory, Lin Wanwan had always maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor. This affectionate display felt like a first. Instantly, Lin Chuj's heart softened as she gently inquired, what is the matter? She know, it's Xiao, accidentally drank this lady's water, and then Lin Wanwan, feeling bashful, found it difficult to articulate the tangled events. Fortunately, Lin Chuj, being worldly wise, quickly sensed the underlying issue. With a discerning gaze, Lin Chuj appraised the woman and remarked coolly, this lady. Our younger generation is rather naive. There is no need to escalate matters. Upon seeing Lin Chuj, the woman had already begun to falter. Recognizing Lin Chuj's expensive attire and jewelry, as well as the luxurious car behind her, she hesitated, recalling her earlier bravado. Caught in a dilemma, she found herself at a loss. Lin Chuj, ever one to employ courtesy before confrontation, noticed the woman's reluctance to relent, and her expression gradually grew colder. If I am not mistaken, your husband is a minor shareholder in the buy group, is he not? How do you know? The woman's countenance shifted dramatically. Being married, she was already engaged in clandestine activities and had dressed in a manner completely unlike her usual self, even borrowing the car from a friend. She anticipated her pretense would be so easily pierced. My surname is Lin. What do you think? Lin Chuj smirked, issuing a veiled threat. If you wish to avoid making headlines tomorrow, I suggest you leave promptly. The woman trembled at her words. How unfortunate she was, having found someone she liked, only to discover he was from the Lin family. Realizing that Lin Chuj's words were not mere threats, but a genuine warning, she immediately released Lin Xiao's hand and hastily departed in her car. Big sister is truly impressive. Had you not arrived today, I fear that woman would have taken me away. Lin Xiao joined Lin Chuj, showering her with praise. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes. Having just called her big sister now, labeling her old woman. Only our big sister, a paragon of beauty and kindness, deserves the title of sister. Lin Xiao clung to Lin Chuj's arm, unwilling to let go. Lin Chuj, feigning disdain, shook him off and urged, all right, enough of that. Let us be on our way. With joyous spirits, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xiao climbed into the car. By the way, dear sister, why are you the one picking us up today? Lin Wanwan inquired with a hint of confusion. Lin Chuj, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Xiao, harbored a meaningful glint in her eyes. Today the driver has personal matters to attend to, and besides, our family has prepared a gift for both of you. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Figure in the Restroom. Lin Xiao recalled the lavish gifts his elder sister had previously bestowed upon him, which were predominantly luxurious items, and his heart began to brim with anticipation. Although he was not lacking in wealth, his own purchases often resulted in rather unfashionable attire, leaving him the subject of ridicule among his peers. In contrast, his sister possessed an exquisite aesthetic sense. Every gift she presented was both beautiful and practical. Thus, he returned home with eager expectations. The Lin couple and Lin Baixian were already awaiting their arrival at home, having prepared a sumptuous feast. Lin Xiao was lauded as a benefactor of the Lin family for successfully aiding Lin Wanwan in resolving her troubles. Delicacies such as abalone, sea cucumber, fish fins, and Australian lobster were piled into his bowl. The shift in Lin Wanwan's demeanor brought great joy to the family, with Su Xiaomei particularly moved to the brink of tears. The death of her former friend had lingered in her heart as an indelible shadow, and Lin Wanwan's change in attitude served to alleviate that darkness. From this day forth, they would truly be mother and daughter, and she felt a sense of closure to her friend who had departed this world. As dinner concluded, Lin Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly rubbed his hands together, asking elder sister, "Did you not say you had gifts for us?" How could I forget?" Lin Chuj replied with a sly smile, retrieving 2 large paper bags from beside her. They appeared to contain clothing, aligning with Lin Xiao's earlier assumptions. However, upon unveiling the contents, he was surprised to discover 2 exquisite dresses inside. The fabric was of exceptional quality, shimmering under the light, and the design and tailoring were impeccable, exuding an air of luxury. "How beautiful!" Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the dresses. No girl could resist the allure of a lovely dress, especially someone like Lin Wanwan, who had spent years in a semi-closed school, donning uniforms daily. Captivated by the enchanting dresses, she longed to try one on immediately. Yet Lin Xiao stood frozen in place, awkwardly asking, elder sister, "Did you perhaps buy the wrong size?" "Not at all. It's your size." "What? Do you not like it?" Lin Chuj inquired with a smile. "Not at all. I mean, I'm a boy. Why would I wear a dress?" Lin Xiao responded, struggling to maintain composure. He had sensed the mischievousness in his sister's smile, and indeed, it was no good omen. Lin Chuj chuckled as she appraised him from head to toe. "I thought you seemed quite happy in women's clothing lately." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao realized that he had indeed grown accustomed to wearing feminine attire. The sudden thought of removing the wig felt somewhat disconcerting. Moreover, the dresses appeared rather appealing. Didn't they? Perhaps he should try one on? No. What a disaster. Recognizing the troubling notion in his mind, Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. He had heard that some experiences come only in singular or infinite instances, and wearing women's clothing certainly fell into that category. No, he must maintain control. Pretending to be unhappy, he tossed the dress aside and turned to ascend to his room. Perhaps he was indeed convincing in his act, for upon returning to his bedroom, his phone chimed with a notification of a transfer. 500,000, sent by his elder sister. Shortly after, another message followed. Initially believing his performance was so convincing that his sister thought he was genuinely upset and was reaching out to apologize, he was taken aback to discover that she was asking him to come to the company the next day. A capitalist, truly the epitome of malevolence. Lin Xiao contemplated rejecting the offer without a second thought, only to find another message from his sister containing an image of contract. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a land development contract. The address seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Lin Xiao remembered that this was precisely the parcel of land he had chosen when the Lin couple offered him a house. He recalled the system informing him that the land was bound to appreciate in value. To his astonishment, they had indeed purchased such a vast expanse, and it had indeed increased in value. Gazing at the contract, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if his sister intended to gift him the entire plot. That would amount to a staggering sum. Though he desired to take it easy, he had no reason to turn down such a serendipitous opportunity. The following day, Lin Xiao rose early and accompanied Lin Chuj to the company. As he cheerfully perused the documents presented by his assistant, the smile on his face gradually faded. Were all these? The desk was piled high with files. He had anticipated a simple arrangement leading to substantial profits, but he was unprepared for the myriad complexities involved. I have discussed with our parents, and the development rights for this parcel of land are entirely entrusted to you. This is merely the initial selection of the project. Once finalized, we can proceed to the next steps. Lin Xiao's narrow eyes sparkled with shrewdness. She was not deceiving him. They had managed to acquire this plot largely due to Lin Xiao's influence. Therefore, they were more than willing to entrust the land to him. However, the reason for letting Lin Xiao choose the project was due to his uncanny ability to foresee the future. They believed that any project selected by Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be devoid of issues. Lin Xiao sifted through the documents, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What did he know about any of this? Just as he hesitated, the system in his mind chimed in at a most opportune moment. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened instantly. He no longer scrutinized the contents of the files, grabbing a pen and marking selections with fervor. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Her brother was indeed the family's lucky star. However, the sheer volume of documents was staggering. Even with the system's guidance, after laboriously poring over them for over 2 hours, he had managed to complete only half. His back ached. He insisted on taking a break. Without waiting for Lin Xiao's response, he fled the room. Fearing she might summon him back, Lin Xiao darted into the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he leisurely entertained himself with his phone. At that moment, he suddenly heard faint sound from outside the restroom, as if someone was lingering about. This unsettling sensation compelled him to cautiously open the stall door and peer outside. However, the instant his head emerged halfway, it was forcibly pushed back down by a soft object, to be precise. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Woman. When Lin Xiao regained his composure, he found himself once again seated on the toilet. Standing before him was an individual clad in athletic attire, sporting sunglasses and a mask. More specifically, a woman. Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at her chest, unable to suppress the urge to rub his nose. If he were not mistaken, those two attributes were indeed the culprits behind his predicament. "What are you staring at?" the woman remarked, her expression one of displeasure. Yet, it seemed she was evading something, as she deliberately lowered her voice, fearful of being overheard by those outside. As Lin Xiao appeared ready to speak, she immediately threatened, "If you dare to utter a sound and expose my location, do you believe I won't make you regret it?" Uncertain of what the woman was hiding, Lin Xiao could only silently close his mouth again. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. "What's going on? The women's restroom is empty? I distinctly saw her enter. Could she have gone into the men's restroom? Possible. Let us go check." After a brief discussion, the footsteps began to approach their stall. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. The woman before him was indeed in some trouble. Normally, he would prefer to ignore someone he had just met, but he was unaware of the identities of those outside. If they indiscriminately mistook him for an accomplice of the woman, it could lead to complications. Soon, the footsteps halted at the door of their stall. "Huh? Why is it locked?" one of the individuals outside remarked with suspicion. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance and shouted, "Of course it's locked. Someone else inside. Why all the noise? There are plenty of other stalls available." The person at the door seemed taken aback, momentarily forgetting everything else, and hastily apologized. Sorry. Bothersome. Even trying to take a dump gets interrupted." Lin Xiao continued to grumble irritably. After a few more apologies, the individuals outside hurriedly departed. "I must have misseen her. Sigh. I lost her again. Never mind. It's best to wait at her residence instead." After a series of complaints, they moved away. At last, Lin Xiao turned his attention back to the woman. "If you can help me, at least you possess some discernment." The woman exhaled in relief. "So, I can now." Lin Xiao gestured toward the stall door, indicating his desire to exit. However, the woman seemed to misinterpret his signal. After contemplating for a moment, she began rummaging through her bag. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Surely, this woman wasn't about to pull out a knife? Upon reflection, his act of driving away the individuals outside might have been somewhat reckless. He had naively assumed the woman was benign. But what if she were not? What if she were a villain, and those outside were actually police officers? Upon reaching this realization, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he pondered how to swiftly subdue the woman, she finally withdrew her hand from her bag, revealing a thick marker. "Turn around," she instructed, brushing against Lin Xiao's arm, leaving him bewildered. Surely, this woman did not intend to stab him with that pen, did she? That seemed rather implausible. "Oh, just turn around already." Growing impatient, the woman seized Lin Xiao's arm, forcefully turning him. Almost immediately, he felt a series of scratching sensations against his back. There you go. Consider this a signature. Take good care of that garment, and don't wash it, she declared, before swinging open the door of the stall and striding away with purpose. A signature? It dawned on Lin Xiao as he rushed to the sink, turning to inspect his back in the mirror. Indeed, on his pristine white jacket, there appeared a flamboyant signature. As a diligent student, Lin Xiao prided himself on his intellect, yet he found himself bemused, unable to decipher the scrawl despite his prolonged scrutiny. After a moment of hesitation, he swiftly removed the jacket and attempted to rinse it in the sink. To his dismay, the marker proved to be waterproof, no matter how vigorously he scrubbed. The inky mark refused to budge. Was this how one repaid kindness? Lin Xiao felt tears of frustration welling up. After all, he had aided this woman, only to have her ruin his garment. This jacket had been a gift from his sister, its style and fit particularly to his liking. Yet, the woman had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no recourse for compensation. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Here he was, helping his sister at the company for an entire morning, only to end up in such a predicament. No, this must be classified as work-related injury. Since the woman was nowhere to be found, his sister should reimburse him for another jacket. Resolved, Lin Xiao stormed back to Lin Chuj's office. However, upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find the very woman he had encountered earlier lounging comfortably on the office sofa. Her sunglasses perched atop her hair, and her mask hung casually from one ear. The moment he caught sight of her exquisitely delicate face, a flicker of familiarity washed over him. "What are you doing here?" she questioned first. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, tossing his jacket beside her and demanding, "Who gave you the right to scribble on my clothing? It won't wash off now, and you must compensate me." The woman stared at him in astonishment, then glanced at Lin Chuj before returning her gaze to Lin Xiao. "Wait, you actually want to erase my signature? Are you not my fan?" she retorted. "Miss, I have no idea who you are. Why would I assist you if I'm not your fan? How do I know that your admirers won't harm me for being seen with you?" Under Lin Xiao's fervent arguments, the woman's expression twisted in irritation. Suddenly, Lin Chuj erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, Lin Xiao, Lin Ran. Are you two trying to make me laugh myself into becoming the next president of Lin's corporation?" Chapter 94. Indeed, a big star. Lin Xiao and the woman exchanged glances. "Lin Xiao, Lin Ran." The two spoke in near unison, simultaneously realizing each other's identities. The mysterious and elusive woman before them was none other than Lin Ruan, the fifth daughter of the Lin family and the elder sister of Lin Xiao. Upon this revelation, Lin Xiao began to comprehend the previous peculiarities. Lin Ruan, a dazzling star, had dressed in such a manner and acted so secretively likely to avoid being recognized. Those seeking her in the restroom were not nefarious individuals or law enforcement, but rather paparazzi. Ah, so it is the fifth sister. No wonder she appeared somewhat familiar. With great caution, Lin Xiao leaned in, hoping to reclaim his clothing. However, Lin Ruan swiftly seized the garment and coldly declared, "Since you find it so distasteful, I shall dispose of it for you. Fear not, I shall replace it with a new one." Taken aback by Lin Ruan's stern expression, Lin Xiao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Was it typical for celebrities to possess such a temper? He had not intended any offense. In fact, he believed he had assisted her, so why the displeasure? "Xiao Ruan." Lin Chuj seemingly recalled something, taking a seat beside Lin Ruan, and whispered, "I have previously informed you about Lin Yu. It has nothing to do with Xiao. I am aware of your close relationship with him." But before Lin Chuj could finish her thought, Lin Ruan gently patted her hand. Lin Chuj had been concerned that Lin Ruan might direct her ire towards Lin Xiao due to the situation with Lin Yu. After all, unlike Lin Ruan, Lin Ruan maintained a certain distance from her family, remaining placid regardless of circumstances. Lin Ruan had always shared a good rapport with Lin Yu. Despite being away for long stretches, she would often return home bearing lavish gifts for him. Her unexpected visit this time had been unannounced, and Lin Chuj had not had the chance to clarify the details. As children of the Lin family, any discord would surely cause their parents distress. Yet, Lin Ruan denied Lin Chuj the opportunity to speak further, rising and slowly approaching Lin Xiao, scrutinizing him with shifting expressions. "Goodness, you've won over our parents' hearts so quickly. Not to mention, you've also charmed our eldest sister, second sister, and sixth sister." Lin Ruan's voice revealed no discernible emotion, leaving one to ponder whether it was a jest or sincere praise. Suddenly, she playfully slapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder and leaned in, saying, "I've heard you even managed to drive Lin Yu away." Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, meeting Lin Ruan's lively gaze, and inexplicably felt a twinge of nervousness. As her exquisitely beautiful face drew nearer, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. What do you intend to do? Ha ha ha. The sight of Lin Xiao's slight panic made Lin Ruan burst into laughter, her earlier severity vanishing in an instant, revealing a vibrant and radiant demeanor. Oh dear, you look so frightened. Come, sit down. Lin Ruan linked her arm with Lin Xiao's, guiding him back to the sofa. She playfully patted his shoulder and poked his abdominal muscles, exclaiming, "Very impressive indeed. This physique is far superior to those scrawny figures in the industry." Lin Ran regarded the situation as if she were admiring a prized possession, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Dear brother, would you be interested in mingling with your sister? I assure you, I can make you a sensation across the land." Lin Xiao was taken aback by Lin Ran's sudden change in demeanor. It was Lin Chuj who swiftly reacted, pushing Lin Ran's hand away with displeasure. "Control your hands. This is your brother. What are you doing?" Lin Ran, unfazed, retorted, "It's precisely because he is my brother that I can be playful. If I were to touch a stranger on the street, they would certainly call the authorities." With a mischievous smile directed at Lin Xiao, she added, "Isn't that right, dear brother?" "Yes, well, no." Lin Xiao abruptly realized the implications and shifted away, creating a buffer of 2 or 3 people between himself and Lin Ran. He dared not voice that if this continued, he might indeed contemplate calling the police. Previously, he had seen numerous interviews of Lin Ran in various entertainment news segments. On camera, she appeared noble and aloof. Coupled with her exquisite features, she truly resembled a flower of opulence. Yet now, it seemed she was on the verge of shattering that image. Especially the expression she wore when feigning anger, it was utterly unrecognizable. Was this the acting prowess of a top celebrity? As Lin Xiao pondered, Lin Ran continued her incessant chatter. "Oh dear brother, don't be so distant. I am your sister, your beloved sister. Ah Xiao, what a lovely name. Ah Xiao, let me feel your abs." Lin Xiao cowered in the corner, feeling helpless and small. Fortunately, Lin Chuj had seated herself directly between them, seizing Lin Ran's hand that was eager to intrude. "Xiao Ran, regarding Lin Yu, do you truly hold no resentment towards Ah Xiao?" Seeing Lin Chuj's serious inquiry, Lin Ran did not conceal her feelings. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she pouted, "Don't even mention him. I have long found Lin Yu insufferable. I refrained from confronting him earlier out of concern for mom and dad, but I've grown weary of pretending." "What?" This response took Lin Chuj by surprise. Lin Ran rolled her eyes. "That boy, despite being a man, is nothing but a pathetic green tea. He struts around, oblivious to the world, only to return home and act coy. It's a wonder you all fell for his charade. I saw through him long ago." Lin Chuj opened her mouth, speechless for a moment. How could such a prominent figure as the president of the Lin Corporation, a leading figure in the business circles of the capital, be viewed as a fool by Lin Ran? Chapter 95, Trouble for the Third Sister. "All right, enough of that. First, tell me, what brings you to the company today?" Lin Chuj promptly shifted the topic. At the mention of this, Lin Ran raised her hand, playfully twirling a strand of hair, and narcissistically declared, "Naturally, it's because of my innate beauty, which has made waves throughout the entertainment industry, garnering countless fans." "Get to the point." Lin Chuj, noticing the pride swelling in Lin Ran, unceremoniously interrupted. "I'm being followed by paparazzi." Lin Ran pouted, visibly annoyed. "I don't know what's wrong with this batch of paparazzi. I can't shake them off, and they keep snapping chaotic photos." "Sister, do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to maintain my persona under such pressure?" Lin Chuj rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I knew it. You only think of us during times like this." "Oh, not at all." Lin Ran forced a smile, her tone betraying her unease. "I originally intended to visit you all after finishing my latest production." Lin Chuj had been deceived by such words numerous times and was far from convinced. "Huh, Ah Xiao has been home for quite some time now. Yet you and fourth sister have not returned for a proper meeting, not even attending the previous family recognition banquet. Do you not find that inappropriate?" "It does seem somewhat inappropriate," Lin Ran replied, turning her face away and lacking conviction. "But eldest sister, why do you only mention me and sister? Third sister hasn't returned either. Can you compare yourselves to her? The third sister is diligently engaged in serious matters every day." Lin Chuj couldn't help but give Lin Ran a light tap on the forehead. When the third young master of the Lin family was mentioned, Lin Xiao had some recollection. He remembered hearing that his third sister was named Su Yu and did not share the Lin surname like the others. The Su family traditionally allocated a portion of their assets to their children, and this inheritance could only be passed on to those bearing the Su surname. In order for her third daughter to inherit this share, Su Xiaomei allowed her to keep the Su surname. Despite the different surnames, there was no estrangement between her and the rest of the Lin family. In fact, Su Xiaomei had plans to cultivate Su Yu for a role in the Su Corporation. But Su Yu had aspired to a career in law from a young age and had no interest in business. Thus, after graduating, she obtained her lawyeress license. Over the years, she developed into a formidable attorney, taking on significant cases, and recently, she was defending a murder suspect. This had led to considerable dissatisfaction among the family. Seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation, Lin Ran said, "Eldest sister, you should really advise third sister. I remember her being quite intelligent. Why would she choose to defend a murder suspect this time? Let us not jump to conclusions. If third sister is taken on this case, it is possible that the person may not be the true culprit." Although Lin Xiao harbored some concerns for her sister, she still wished to trust her. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. He had initially thought it would pertain to Lin Ran and Lin Xiao, but to his surprise, this alert was concerning Su Yu. As he listened to the system's voice, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Why did eldest sister have to guess correctly? Simultaneously, Lin Xiao and Lin Ran were also privy to Lin Xiao's thoughts. Could it be that person truly may not be the real culprit? Oh no, third sister has attracted the attention of the actual murderer while trying to clear her client's name. This ruthless murderer, in an effort to prevent third sister from uncovering the truth, is already planning to eliminate her. What should we do? I have yet to meet third sister. How can I warn her? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao shuddered. Danger loomed over third sister. She quickly took out her phone to call Su Yu, but she realized Lin Xiao was still nearby. If she made the call now, the fact that they could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts would be exposed. I have matters to attend to. I must go find a secretary and make some arrangements. You two stay here for a moment. With that, Lin Xiao strode purposefully towards the exit. Meanwhile, Lin Ran sat in a daze, utterly bewildered. She could truly hear Lin Xiao's innermost thoughts. Shortly after Lin Xiao returned to the Lin family, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian established a small group, comprising everyone except Lin Xiao. Initially, the group served the purpose of discussing and verifying the authenticity of Lin Xiao's thoughts, but it gradually evolved into a channel for sharing information among them. At that time, Lin Ran, having never experienced this phenomenon herself, found it difficult to believe in the existence of such extraordinary occurrences, regardless of her trust in her family. She had always assumed that the parents and older sisters in the group were merely teasing them. To her astonishment, it turned out to be true. She had become one of the witnesses. With a mixture of trepidation, she fixated her gaze on Lin Xiao. The sensation was utterly wondrous. She wished for Lin Xiao to articulate more, particularly regarding her. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao had already regained his composure from earlier anxieties. To avoid exposure, he planned to find a VoIP service to send a message to Su Yu, believing that, although she might not immediately believe him, she would certainly take it to heart. Thus, the decision was made. Lin Xiao slapped his thigh, intending to download a VoIP application. Just then, he noticed Lin Ran staring intently at him, causing an unsettling feeling to creep into his mind. Chapter 96. The Reminder of a Collapsing Star. Sister, what's the matter? Lin Xiao instinctively covered his collar, fearing that Lin Ran would once again tease him as she had before. Little brother, what are you doing? Do you really think your sister is some kind of rogue? Lin Ran feigned displeasure, pouting slightly. Isn't that the case? Lin Xiao internally scoffed, but outwardly he dared not utter more, merely offering a polite yet awkward smile. Lin Ran leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder. By the way, little brother, I have two colleagues who have recently gained quite a bit of popularity. I wonder if you've heard of them. She then pulled out her phone, displaying two images. Lin Xiao glanced at the striking individuals in the photos and felt a flicker of recognition. However, he seldom followed entertainment news, often merely skimming past such articles. What's going on with them? Lin Xiao sensed that Lin Ran would not inquire about unrelated individuals without reason. Consider them competitors, Lin Ran replied vaguely. In truth, this pair was someone Lin Ran had been keeping an eye on, not out of admiration, but rather because she found their dynamic peculiar. They appeared quite intimate on various reality shows, yet seemed somewhat distant in private. More importantly, they had seized a considerable amount of her resources through sensationalism. Lin Ran worked diligently, and she felt a deep-seated resentment. If this duo was indeed phony, she would ensure they faced severe repercussions. Lin Xiao noticed the flicker of dissatisfaction in Lin Ran's eyes. Sister, you are both talented and beautiful. You will surely surpass them in due time. As Lin Xiao offered comfort, he discreetly employed his gossip skills to calculate the situation surrounding the pair. To his surprise, his calculations revealed some clandestine and explosive truths. Lin Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Ran looked over in confusion. What's wrong, little brother? It's nothing. I just feel that this circle is truly chaotic. Lin Xiao replied with some difficulty. Oh, what happened? Lin Ran immediately perked up upon hearing this. She had some understanding of the tumult within the entertainment industry. But with the internet so developed, the actions of most celebrities were hardly out of reach from their fans. This had led to a cascade of scandals involving stars with tumultuous private lives. Those who remained were the ones who had been filtered through scrutiny. Could the couple he spoke of be the fortunate exceptions? As this thought crossed her mind, she eagerly watched Lin Xiao, anticipating his further elaboration. However, Lin Xiao appeared troubled, his expression akin to someone constipated. Just as Lin Ran was about to press him for more information, she heard his excited exclamation. Oh my goodness! How can the entertainment industry be this disordered? This is not mere gossip. It is an utter moral decline. That male star, though unmarried, has a child who is already of age, and with a woman from the fringes. The female star is even more impressive. She has been secretly married for years to a wealthy man old enough to be her father. How could she even bear to be with someone so crude and unattractive? But should I tell Fifth Sister about this? This couple is quite popular. If I speak out, could it cause a scandal that spirals out of control? Moreover, at this moment, Lin Ran was utterly astounded. She had suspected there might be issues with these two individuals, but she never anticipated the extent of the problems. Their fan base was substantial. If even a hint of this information leaked, it could ignite a storm of outrage online, possibly resulting in significant cyberbullying. Indeed, as Lin Xiao had said, if the situation escalated, it could become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Lin Ran felt a twinge of delight. As long as she knew these two were tainted, she could suppress them and reclaim the resources she had previously lost. This matter needed to be discussed with her manager to determine how to expose them without allowing the situation to spiral beyond control. Additionally, Lin Zhao's thoughts were not yet finished. What else did he wish to convey? Lin Ran was anxious to hear more from him. Moreover, I must act swiftly to save Third Sister. Lin Zhao's mind roared again. Lin Ran remained calm, as Lin Chuj had already gone to call Su Yu. Su Yu had always respected Lin Chuj. She would likely listen to her. However, soon after, a message popped up on Lin Ran's phone, sent by Lin Chuj. Xiao Ran. I just called Third Sister to explain the situation, but she seems rather skeptical. Perhaps you should reach out to her as well and persuade her. Seeing this text, Lin Ran felt a surge of panic. Third Sister must not come to harm. With this thought, she stood up to make a call. Yet before she could act, Lin Xiao had already risen. I need to use the restroom. As Lin Xiao reached the door, Lin Ran heard his thoughts again. Thanks to that star's incident, I've thought of a better way to save Third Sister. Hey. Upon learning that Lin Xiao had a solution, Lin Ran should have felt reassured. However, upon hearing Lin Zhao's peculiar laughter, she sensed something amiss. After Lin Xiao departed, she stealthily followed him. Chapter 97, A Different Approach. Lin Ran quietly trailed Lin Xiao, arriving at the rooftop of the company. This area was typically deserted. To avoid detection, she kept her distance. Soon, she observed Lin Xiao extracting his phone to make a call. Hello, is this the anti-prostitution squad? I would like to report someone for soliciting. Yes, at the Shiyuan Hotel on Ningjing Road, room 8802. It's not about a woman. It's about a man. Someone is soliciting a male escort. Listening to this shocking revelation, Lin Ran was utterly stunned. She never anticipated that Lin Zhao's ingenious plan was to report Sanjie for engaging in such activities. It was utterly explosive. She could almost envision the severe reprimand Sanjie Su Yu would deliver to that little rascal. Yet, on the other hand, this method seemed rather effective. Meanwhile, after receiving Lin Chuj's call, Su Yu indeed dismissed those warnings. Firstly, she had always been an atheist, a believer in science, and skeptical of any superstitions. The messages in that small group chat were merely brushed aside as family jokes. Predictions of the future and hearing one's thoughts were simply ludicrous. Secondly, after years in her profession, she had often helped others clear their names. This had ingrained a cautious disposition in her, enabling her to detect any anomalies promptly. The hotel where she was staying had been prearranged by her assistant, boasting high security. In her perspective, Everything was foolproof, and no issues would arise. However, as she entered her hotel room with her briefcase, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Typically, after cleaning, hotel rooms are sprayed with air freshener, and windows are opened to disperse odors, ensuring a clean and fresh atmosphere. Yet, in this room, despite the window being ajar, the scent of air freshener was overwhelmingly strong, as if it were masking something else. Suyu discreetly glanced down, discovering a few specks of ash on what should have been a pristine carpet. Such a blatant oversight in a star-rated hotel? Or perhaps suddenly, Suyu recalled Lin Xiao's earlier warning. Could it be that someone truly intended her harm? Slowly retreating, she aimed to exit the room. However, the once empty corridor echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps, which halted just outside her door. There was more than one person in the stillness, so you could only hear her heart pounding. Normally composed, she now felt a surge of panic, with danger looming both ahead and behind. Was today truly the day she would falter? Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance and stepped out of the entrance. As she passed the restroom, she swiftly darted inside and locked the door behind her. Damn, that cunning woman was far too cautious. Soon, a ferocious voice echoed from outside. The door swung open, and the individuals waiting outside strode in. Hey, it's just a flimsy door. Did you really think I couldn't break in? One of them scoffed. Inside the restroom, Suyu frantically rummaged through her bag for her phone. Just as she dialed the emergency number, the device powered down due to a depleted battery. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the intruders began to kick the door. Although the lock was of decent quality, it had begun to warp. With nothing substantial to brace the door, Suyu resorted to using a hairdryer and rolled towels to bind the doorknob, hoping to buy herself a moment's delay. Bang! Another resounding thud reverberated through the air. Thanks to the towels, the lock remained intact, albeit significantly more deformed. Overwhelmed by despair, Suyu found herself utterly helpless. She was dealing with a homicide, and the culprits were undoubtedly vicious criminals. There could be no favorable outcome if they captured her. Regret washed over her as she lamented not heeding Lin Xiao's warning. Bang! After the third kick, the lock finally gave way. Standing outside were two men. One was short and dark-skinned, resembling a monkey, while the other was robustly built, rippling with muscles. Both bore lewd grins on their faces. The lanky one scrutinized Suyu, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Well, this lawyer is quite attractive. Let us incapacitate her first. Then we can have our way with her. This luxurious suite is all set for us. We must enjoy ourselves. The muscular man chuckled as he advanced towards Suyu. Yet as he approached, she brandished her pepper spray, unleashing it directly into his eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" he cried out, clutching his face in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu darted past him, aiming to escape. However, the diminutive monkey-like man, despite his appearance, possessed incredible strength. As she sprinted, he grasped her shoulder and yanked her back forcefully. Suyu attempted to utilize her pepper spray once more, but the monkey man was prepared. He shielded his eyes with one hand while the other clutched her wrist tightly, sending the spray tumbling to the ground. Undeterred, Suyu retaliated by stepping on the back of his foot with her high heel. Taking advantage of his momentary pain, she surged toward the door. To her dismay, it was locked from the inside. Before she could unlock it, she was yanked back again. Damn it! This woman is quite a handful. The monkey man growled, raising his hand to strike her. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached from outside, followed by a firm knock. Open up. Police. Chapter 98. Has Suyu's crisis been averted? Hearing the voices outside, not only the two men, but Suyu herself was taken aback. She was certain that her emergency call had not gone through before her phone died. Moreover, even if it had, the police could not possibly arrive so swiftly, nor could they accurately locate her room. Nevertheless, quick to react, she shouted, "Help! Help! There's a murderer here!" By the time the two men regained their composure and attempted to cover her mouth, it was already too late. The police officer at the entrance instantly sensed the gravity of the situation and shouted once more, "Open the door." Accompanying him was the hotel manager, who hurriedly called for housekeeping to procure a master key. Within 2 minutes, the door swung open. "Don't move. Stay back, or I will kill her." The two men, realizing they had no escape, held Suyu in front of them, a knife pressed against her throat. The officers outside were momentarily taken aback. They were responsible for vice enforcement and had arrived following a tip-off. Even after hearing shouts about a murderer from outside, they had assumed it was merely drunken revelry from within. To their astonishment, a genuinely dangerous individual stood before them. The two policemen reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and aiming at the pair in front of them. Given Su Yu's stature, she could only shield the slender man, leaving the robust one completely exposed to the officer's guns. Initially, the two men were merely collaborators, but under such duress, they began to harbor individual thoughts. The muscular man, while keeping his gaze fixed on the police, subtly retreated, attempting to conceal himself behind the slender man. However, the latter was unwilling to comply. The disparity in their physiques meant that if the muscular man sought to shield himself from bullets by using the slender man as a human shield, it would spell disaster for the latter. Thus, as the muscular man edged back, the slender man followed suit. Noticing the slender man's subtle movements, the muscular man's anger surged. "Are you trying to get me killed? You're the one trying to put me in danger," retorted the slender man defiantly. Thus, while they faced off against the police, they were simultaneously forced to remain wary of one another. The tension escalated, rendering them incapable of focusing entirely on their predicament. Seizing the moment, Su Yu exchanged a glance with the officers. Swiftly, she grasped the slender man's wrist, holding the knife, and abruptly fell backward. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bloody hole appearing in the shoulder of the slender man, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. "Don't move." The police rushed forward, swiftly subduing both men. Su Yu had only sustained a superficial scratch on her arm from the blade. Yet, before she could exhale in relief, one of the officers approached her and promptly cuffed her wrists. "Miss, you're suspected of solicitation. Please accompany us." Confusion clouded Su Yu's mind. Solicitation? What nonsense! Here she was, a respectable lawyer clad in professional attire, in the company of two rather unfortunate-looking men. Who was soliciting whom? She remained baffled until she was escorted into the police car and taken to the station. Gazing at the cold handcuffs on her wrists, she realized this was her first experience as a detainee. Fortunately, as a legal practitioner, she was familiar with the process and knew that once the details were clarified, the police would not wrongfully accuse her. Thus, she remained silent during the ride, planning to explain the situation in the interrogation room. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the police station, she encountered two familiar faces, lawyers from a competing firm with whom she had often clashed in court. The moment they spotted her, both were momentarily taken aback. One of them couldn't help but chuckle. "Lawyer Sue, how on earth did you end up in the clutches of the anti-vice squad? Huh? Surely it isn't that your firm has run out of cases, prompting you to seek a side job?" Another chimed in. As fellow attorneys from a prestigious law firm, they both understood that someone of Su Yu's caliber could not possibly have made a genuine mistake leading to her arrest. However, having often faced setbacks at her hands, they seized this rare opportunity to belittle her. Su Yu shot them a cold glare, choosing not to engage further, and followed the police straight to the interrogation room. She vowed that should she discover the identity of the person who reported her for solicitation, they would surely regret it. At a restaurant near the Lin family estate, Lin Xiao had just set down his chopsticks when he couldn't suppress a sneeze. Oddly enough, it wasn't cold in there. Why was he sneezing? Could someone be speaking ill of him? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, a voice from the system suddenly chimed in. "Wonderful news. Third sister has been saved." Huh? What a coincidence to encounter a fierce rival, and to be filmed in the process, which will undoubtedly be posted online. Although such slander won't cause third sister any substantial harm, she will surely be furious upon her return. What should I do? Should I find a place to hide for a while? Maybe return when third sister is preoccupied with her next case? Listening to Lin Xiao's inner turmoil, Lin Shuj and Lin Ren struggled to contain their laughter. They had anticipated that once Su Yu learned of the report against her, she would erupt in anger, even if the report was intended to protect her. Lin Shuj suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Ah, Xiao, do you fancy a little adventure? I happen to have a business trip coming up, and I can take you along." "A business trip? With me?" Lin Xiao queried, pointing to himself in confusion. While the elder sister's proposal aligned perfectly with his current needs, he recalled that her previous trips were invariably abroad and lasted a considerable duration, which was rather inconvenient for him. Lin Shuj nodded enthusiastically, enticingly adding, "This time we are headed to Egypt, and you can see the mummies for free." In truth, observing the mummies was merely a secondary motive. She primarily wished for Lin Xiao to assess the reliability of the projects and personnel there. However, upon hearing of such a far-off destination, Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously. No, I've already spent too much time at Six Sisters Girls' School. If I were to accompany you abroad, it would surely take at least another month." "Very well then," Lin Chuj shrugged nonchalantly. After all, she had merely suggested it without any real expectation of Lin Xiao joining her on an international excursion. At that moment, Lin Ran leaned in, little brother. How about joining me for a variety show? It's right here in the capital, and shouldn't take too long. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's inner thoughts, Lin Ran found herself rather entertained. Where could one find the juiciest gossip? Certainly in the entertainment industry. The prospect of uncovering more secrets about those people thrilled her beyond measure. Just as Lin Xiao was about to decline, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Qiu Xiaoyan, someone he had not been in contact with for quite some time. As soon as the phone connected, an urgent voice came through. Lin Xiao, hurry and check the school forum. You become famous again. Lin Xiao was about to correct them, insisting that such matters should not be prefaced with again. When Qiu Xiaoyan added, yes, it's about you wearing women's clothing at the girls' school. Someone recorded a video and posted it. Lin Xiao, having taken a leave of absence recently, felt a jolt of anxiety. Let me see, he exclaimed. Immediately, he hung up and opened the school forum. Indeed, the top posts were all about him. So, the mysterious student appears at a girls' school. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? The post speculated on the peculiar inclinations of a young master of the Lin family, who had forsaken prestigious education to become a cross-dressing sensation. The video captured him unmistakably, with his distinctive features rendering any denial futile. The comments were equally intriguing. Some revisited rumors regarding Lin Xiao's sexual orientation, categorizing him among the perverse. Others suggested it was merely a performance art piece, claiming that the offspring of wealthy families often indulged in such eccentric expressions. Additionally, there were unflattering remarks, primarily from those who had previous grievances with Lin Xiao. Varied opinions swirled, yet not a single one was rooted in truth. Lin Xiao slowly set down his phone, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Indeed, he had gained notoriety once more. Initially, he had believed that the girls' school's relatively closed management, combined with his distinctly different attire, would make recognition difficult. He never anticipated such immense attention. The forum administrators showed no inclination to intervene. They allowed the post to flourish uncontrollably. It was only a matter of time before the situation escalated and reached the outside world. Sister, Lin Xiao suddenly grasped Lin Chuj's arm. Look at the mess they've concocted. They've branded me a pervert. You can't just leave me to fend for myself. Lin Chuj took his phone, perused the comments, and couldn't help but chuckle. She gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, I won't let this escalate beyond the school. It will only ferment internally. Lin Xiao opened his mouth to speak. The implication that Lin Chuj wouldn't intervene in school matters suggested that he would face scrutiny upon his return. He had initially planned to go back the following Monday, but given the current situation, he would likely be subjected to ridicule. After much deliberation, Lin Xiao finally made a decision. Sister, how about I join you for the variety show instead? Lin Ran, in order to facilitate her work, had been living in a small villa outside. With the recording of the show about to commence, she suggested that Lin Xiao move in with her as soon as possible. Lin Xiao silently nodded, about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, there is going to be news tomorrow? Then I must move quickly, he declared. Lin Chuj and Lin Ran exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. The weather is still fair. Perhaps I should move today? Lin Xiao said with palpable excitement. Indeed, everything is in order on my side. You simply need to retrieve some clothing. Lin Ran also felt a sense of anticipation. Lin Chuj took the initiative to say, allow me to escort you. With that, she rose to settle the bill and led the way outside. After returning home and tidying up a few belongings, the three siblings made their way to Lin Ran's apartment. This villa, though not large, was exquisitely decorated. A maid came daily to clean, ensuring that everything was pristine and orderly. Lin Xiao was assigned to the guest room, and, after organizing his things, he discovered that Lin Chuj was still seated in the living room. Sister, are you not heading back? He inquired. Well, there isn't much happening at the company these days, Lin Chuj replied, reclining on the sofa with an air of languor. Moreover, it has been ages since we sisters last met. I intend to chat for a while longer. Tonight, I shall stay here as well. Lin Ran refrained from exposing Lin Chuj's little scheme. Chat for a while? Clearly, she wishes to linger here to witness the gossip. Lin Xiao, however, remained oblivious, standing on the second-floor balcony and glancing outside from time to time. He had just received a hint of juicy news and was eager to discover what it entailed. Chapter 100, A Collective Vigil for Gossip. The following day, shortly after 6, the production team arrived. This variety show would be conducted in a live format, with highlights later edited into a polished episode for release. As the staff prepared The three members of the Lin family bore dark circles under their eyes, appearing rather dazed. They had stayed up late the previous night, determined not to miss the anticipated gossip. Eventually, exhaustion overcame them, and they succumbed to slumber. After waiting a considerable time without any action, Lin Xiao suspected a malfunction in the system. Just as everything was set and ready to broadcast, the system in his mind finally stirred to life once more. All right, have you finished packing? Once we go live, we could take a brief moment to gather ourselves in front of the camera before setting off, the staff instructed patiently. Are we leaving already? Lin Xiao exclaimed anxiously. The system had just signaled that the juicy news would emerge in approximately 15 minutes. If they departed now, his sleepless night would have been in vain. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, both Lin Shuj and Lin Ran were taken aback. Lin Ran quickly scanned her surroundings, contemplating an excuse to delay their departure. Wait, please. I seem to have forgotten to tidy up a few things. Could you kindly wait for me for a little over 10 minutes? She implored, not allowing the staff a chance to respond before retreating to her room, casually rummaging through her wardrobe. Fortunately, the staff had arrived early, allowing ample time to wait, so a slight delay was inconsequential. Lin Ran pulled out clothes from the wardrobe, carelessly folding them before placing them back again, and then repeating the process. While biding her time, she mentally criticized Lin Xiao's unreliability. Just as she folded the clothes for the 5th time, commotion erupted outside. You shameless woman! How dare you seduce my husband? No, I did not. You are mistaken. Do not deny it. I saw everything. Upon hearing this commotion, Lin Shuj and Lin Xiao's tired eyes instantly sparkled with life. They hurried to the 2nd floor balcony to look outside. The view from here is splendid, allowing me to catch sight of a heated argument involving 2 women and a man next door. Wait, ISNT that teacher AU? The staff have also approached, and I immediately recognize that the man in question is a well-known actor. Goodness, I've lived here for so long and never realized I was neighbors with him. Lin Ran has also appeared, peeking in with a look of astonishment. The actor himself possesses an average appearance, even bordering on unattractive. His fame is not particularly substantial, often relegated to the role of a comedic fool on screen. His true claim to internet fame, however, lies with his wife. She is quite beautiful, but possesses a distinctly romantic mindset, one that outsiders might deem misguided. A mere glance from another towards her husband sends her into a fit of jealousy, convinced that the entire world harbors a secret infatuation with her unattractive spouse. This morning-esque quarrel stems from precisely that cause. Please, not now, AU implores, gazing at his wife who is on the brink of a meltdown. He has kept his residency here secret, aware that other celebrities also reside nearby, fearing his wife's propensity for wild imaginings. Yet today, she has inexplicably directed her ire at the cleaning lady who came to tidy their home. Husband, you didn't see it. She was staring at you the whole time, clearly with ulterior motives. His wife trembles as she points accusingly at the cleaning lady, utterly oblivious to her own faults. The cleaning lady, flustered, hurriedly explains. I just thought he looked familiar and glanced a few times. I truly had no other intentions. Look, you even admitted to stealing glances. At your age, you shouldn't be so brazenly fixated on my husband. This is unacceptable. Which cleaning company do you work for? I will file a complaint and demand your dismissal. His wife's insistence grows ever more vehement, her words becoming increasingly harsh. She even retrieves her phone, preparing to make the call. Oh dear, please. Let us not escalate this. AU is nearing his breaking point, having noticed several heads peeking from the neighboring building, aware that they have been discovered. If this continues, it might very well make the news. Escalate? You dare accuse me of causing a scene? Fine, I see how it is. You two have been colluding all along. Haven to you? His wife is on the verge of collapse, her ramblings becoming more nonsensical. AU, in his frustration, raises his hand, but lowers it once he sees the camera slowly rising from next door. You are utterly unreasonable. Husband, you would say such things about me because of a stranger. Tears begin to stream down his wife's face. The commotion here is quite lively, drawing the attention of those next door. Lin Shuj, who typically pays no heed to the entertainment industry and is entirely unfamiliar with this couple, whispers. Could it be that the cleaning lady truly has ulterior motives? Impossible. Lin Ran decisively shakes her head. You don't understand. Nearly every female star in the entertainment industry has been accused by that woman of trying to seduce her husband. Really? Lin Shuj is taken aback, repeatedly assessing the couple's appearances, struggling to comprehend what could possibly incite such jealousy from the wife. Lin Xiao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, asserting that the cleaner indeed had issues, but not in the manner everyone presumed. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned towards him. With a light chuckle, Lin Xiao casually remarked, "That male actor is the son of the cleaner." Chapter 101. Could it truly be mother and son? In the wake of Lin Xiao's revelation, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to subsequently express profound disdain, particularly among the staff members. It was common knowledge throughout the entertainment industry that Yu hailed from a wealthy family. His initial foray into the industry and the advantageous resources he currently possessed were largely attributed to familial support. Their family business was substantial, with his parents frequently appearing in the public eye. Thus, many were familiar with the visage of his mother. Without delving into the cleaner's appearance, it was evident that she bore no resemblance to the affluent matron portrayed on television, nor would such a lady ever stoop to the role of a cleaner. At that moment, the director of the program arrived, intending to urge the proceedings along, yet upon overhearing the staff's discussions, he too drew closer. "Director Zhang, this young man claims that the cleaner is teacher Yu's mother," one staff member chuckled. Director Zhang cast a glance at Lin Xiao, then turned to Lin Ran and Lin Chugu, forcefully swallowing the remarks he had intended to make. It was widely recognized that the recently reunited young master of the Lin family was cherished by his kin. He had no desire to offend Lin Ran and Lin Chugu, nor did he wish to provoke the Lin family. Young Master Lin is not acquainted with the industry. It is understandable that he is unaware of the circumstances. Director Zhang admonished the staff with a disapproving look, signaling them to refrain from further gossip. Unperturbed by the mockery, Lin Xiao maintained his interest in the unfolding scene below. Lin Chugu and Lin Ran exchanged glances. While outsiders might not comprehend Lin Xiao, they were well aware of his acumen. Thus far, each of his judgments had proven accurate. Could it be that Yu was indeed the son of the cleaner? This matter transcended mere entertainment industry gossip. It might intertwine with profound familial grievances. "Lin Xiao, are you certain of what you say?" Lin Ran leaned closer, inquiring softly. "Patience will unveil the truth," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, reclining leisurely against the balcony railing. The dispute below persisted. The cleaner, besieged by insults, found herself increasingly at a loss for words until she ultimately revealed the truth. "I did not intend to seduce him. The reason I am here is that he is my biological son." Her voice, though quiet, resonated through the tranquil morning like a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples of astonishment. Yu's wife, momentarily taken aback, soon scoffed derisively. "Are you losing your mind? Or have you become obsessed with men? My son? I refuse to believe you do not know who he is." Yet, in her scorn, she failed to notice her husband's expression shifting subtly. "I am fully aware of his identity, Xiao Guang," the cleaner murmured, casting a glance at Yu, her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. Yu's body tensed, his gaze fixed on the cleaner in astonishment. His origins had always been shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. He was, in truth, an illegitimate child. In the days when my father was supporting the town, he unexpectedly had a fleeting affair with a woman there. What he presumed to be a mere moment of folly turned into a life-altering event when, a year later, a male infant appeared at his doorstep. A paternity test confirmed that the child was indeed his. By that time, however, he had already become engaged to a lady of equal social standing. So the infant was entrusted to the care of the elders in the family. In the following years, my stepmother bore 2 daughters, and only then did my father bring the boy back into the fold. The family did not conceal his origins from him. Indeed, when he was delivered to them, he bore a wooden tag inscribed with the name Xiao Guang. Thus, when the cleaning lady claimed to be his biological mother and accurately uttered that name, he believed her. At that moment, the cleaning lady's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Xiao Guang, I am so sorry. From the moment you were born, you were diagnosed with congenital heart disease. My family was unable to afford the treatment you needed, and so I had no choice but to place you with your father." Tears streamed down her face. Yu clenched his fists tightly, and after a long pause, it seemed as though a weight had been lifted from his heart, filled with a sense of relief. The fact that he had congenital heart disease during his childhood had been kept a secret, even from his stepmother. In light of this revelation, everything made sense. He had contemplated various reasons why his mother might have abandoned him, and understood that his heart condition could have forced her hand. Today, hearing the truth allowed his anxious heart to finally find peace. "I know you harbor resentment towards me, which is why I have refrained from disturbing your life all these years," merely wishing to observe you from a distance. I do not blame you. Before the cleaning lady could finish her words, a youth stepped forward and embraced his mother tightly. This scene left everyone present in utter shock, particularly a youth's wife, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green. She could hardly fathom the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the director and crew of the program were left agape. Lin Ran and Lin Xiao were somewhat prepared, though they regarded Lin Xiao with newfound respect. Wait a moment. How could you, an outsider, know of such matters that even we within the industry are unaware of? Director Zhang finally broke the silence after a moment of contemplation. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly. What if I told you I had foreseen it through divination? Would you believe me? I wouldn't, Zhang retorted bluntly, shaking his head. I have never placed faith in such superstitions, unless you can predict something about me. Predict you? That is quite simple. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Director Zhang, and memories of the director's past began to surface in his mind. Listening to the system's whispers, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 102. Participating in a variety show. Although Director Zhang was skeptical of Lin Xiao, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that crept over him under Lin Xiao's piercing gaze. Director Zhang, do you truly wish for me to speak? Lin Xiao sought confirmation once more. Go ahead, Zhang replied, attempting to maintain a facade of indifference despite his rising anxiety. Clearing his throat, he added, well then, I shall proceed to speak. Lin Xiao cleared his throat lightly, raising an eyebrow. Director Zhang, you were quite the rascal in your youth, weren't you? Blowing up the outdoor toilet at your rural home when you were just 8, and at 10, provoking the big goose in the yard, only to be chased around the village until you sought refuge in a doghouse? Enough. Director Zhang quickly raised his hand to stop him. However, the nearby staff burst into laughter. Director Zhang, let him continue. It's simply delightful to listen to. Zhang shot a disgruntled glare at the staff member. It dawned on the staff, Director Zhang, could it be that what he's saying is true? Were you really such a troublemaker as a child? At that moment, another staff member responsible for the live broadcast suddenly exclaimed, Director Zhang, just let him keep talking. Our audience seems to enjoy this. The viewership is increasing. You've already begun the live stream? Zhang's headache intensified. Did that mean the entire internet would soon be privy to his childhood embarrassments? He hastily pulled out his phone to check the comments. Fortunately, many viewers assumed it was merely for entertainment and did not take it too seriously. He quickly signaled everyone to head to the recording location. To enhance the authenticity of the program, this event was kept strictly confidential. Until they arrived at the designated site, no one knew what awaited them. Lin Xiao was intrigued by such activities, but as she had an imminent business trip, she regrettably could not accompany them. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao and Lin Ran boarded the vehicle prepared by the production team. Throughout the journey, Lin Ran was filled with curiosity about the upcoming program. She speculated that Lin Xiao might know more, and several times she considered asking him. But worried that it might seem as if they were colluding behind the scenes, she ultimately refrained. However, Lin Ran was mistaken. Lin Xiao was just as oblivious to the forthcoming content as she was. The gossip system, typically silent on trivial matters devoid of scandal or danger, had nothing to say about this event. Lin Xiao was not particularly concerned either. After all, the participants were all celebrities, pampered and accustomed to comfort. The production team would hardly devise any genuinely challenging activities. Having had a restless night, he dozed off within 10 minutes of the ride. Strangely, Lin Xiao, usually a quiet sleeper, began to talk in his sleep, recounting the unfinished embarrassing tales about Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you truly are resilient. In the dead of night, you stumbled upon the village chief and the village widow, adding rat poison to the chicken feed. Thank goodness someone discovered it early. You stole 200 yuan from the village bully and framed the neighboring village's bully for it. Director Zhang was already drenched in sweat. However, witnessing the increasing popularity of the live stream, he was reluctant to abandon it, gritting his teeth to endure. Fortunately, their destination was not far. After about 40 minutes, the vehicle halted at the entrance of a large courtyard in the countryside. Upon disembarking, Lin Ran and Lin Xiao finally learned the nature of this particular program. In essence, it was a money-making variety show. The production team had cordoned off a plot of land on the outskirts of the rural area. Each guest must rely on their own talents to earn money over the course of 3 days. The ultimate victor shall receive an endorsement deal for a prestigious international perfume brand. The show is conducted in a format that combines live streaming with pre-recorded segments, with highlights from the live broadcasts meticulously edited for release. given the show's inherent popularity and the fact that the invited guests are all prominent figures. Extensive promotional efforts were made in advance. Thus, as soon as the program commenced, the live audience was substantial. Upon entering the venue, Lin Xiao encountered the other participants of the program. Together with Lin Ran, there are a total of 3 groups of 6 individuals. The host, Yin Sun, is in his 40s and well-known in the realm of variety shows. He is exceptionally knowledgeable and possesses high emotional intelligence, with a hosting style that balances gravitas and humor, appealing to audiences ranging from 7 to 70 years old. Accompanying him is a regular guest, actress He, who is of similar age to Lin Ran and debuted as a child star. She is strikingly beautiful and has maintained a relatively scandal-free reputation over the years, endearing herself to the public. Additionally, there is another group consisting of the top-tier male star, Jie Xiao, and his devoted fan, He Xiaomei. Yisho, clad in casual attire, exudes charm and handsomeness, particularly accentuated by his cold, captivating eyes, which his fans have dubbed as embodying the allure of a stoic male deity. His fan, He Xiaomei, is a wealthy heiress who supports him at every event, organizing fan activities and covering all related expenses, from merchandise to photography. Jie Xiao, He Xiaomei, Lin Xiao, and Lin Ran constitute the 4 flying guests of this episode. Typically, as fellow industry insiders, Lin Ran and Jie Xiao would be expected to exchange greetings upon meeting and engage in mutual commercial flattery. However, both are renowned for their aloofness, leaving neither party willing to initiate contact. The staff continually signaled to Lin Xiao and He Xiaomei, yet her gaze was solely fixated on Jie Xiao, disregarding everyone else entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao caught a hint of disdain in his gaze directed at Jie Xiao, prompted by a system notification. In the previous chapter, Lin Xiao had meticulously unearthed the director's past exploits, which predominantly consisted of childhood faux pas, indicating that the director had maintained a commendable character since entering the entertainment industry, devoid of any sordid undercurrents. However, Jie Xiao was a stark contrast. His public persona portrayed him as a talented, stoic male star. Yet the reality was far removed from his facade. Rather than embodying restraint, his indulgences were of an extraordinary nature. Selecting his favored young actresses from the new entrants into the industry was his preferred pastime, indulging nightly in his proclivities. Most of these young actresses, fearful of offending this senior figure, dared not resist. Occasionally, a few would attempt to expose his exploits, yet under various forms of coercion. They either chose to endure in silence or exit the industry altogether. The extent of Jie Xiao's exploits led to numerous young women undergoing abortions, while a few less fortunate souls bore children as a result of his manipulations. Incidents of solicitation and other nefarious activities were hardly worth mentioning. Regardless, he was soon to face the consequences of his actions. Regarding the fervent admirer of Jie, He Xiaomei, she is nothing short of an ardent fan, albeit one lacking in intellect. Day in and day out, her sole focus is on defending her idol. Despite being a wealthy, second-generation heir, she willingly reduces herself to a sycophant for Jie. The only reason Jie occasionally casts her a glance or invites her onto the show is to swindle her money and, on rare occasions, to exploit her allure. As for Lin Xiao, he would not even deign to greet such a person. Merely casting her a glance would tarnish his vision. Lin Xiao has also scrutinized the host Yin Sun and the actress He. Although they carry some minor scandals, their character remains commendable. Noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, they approached him to extend greetings, alleviating the previously awkward atmosphere. The director sighed in relief, observing that the time was right to announce the first segment. All right, the primary objective for each group is to select the house in which you will reside for the next 3 days. These houses vary in size, of course, and the selection is not random. You will determine your choice in the simplest manner possible, by comparing sizes. Just as the director finished speaking, Lin Ran's voice unexpectedly echoed through the earpiece. Comparing sizes? We are bound to win, as Ah Xiao is simply colossal. Lin Ran had inadvertently left her microphone on, causing her remark to echo not only among those present, but also to the viewers in the live stream. Lin Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his toes curling in mortification. He had anticipated that such a variety show would feature its fair share of pranks, but he never expected Lin Ran to spring such a grand one right at the outset. Lin Ran, too, realized the gravity of her blunder, her own embarrassment rivaling that of Lin Xiao. What an indiscreet remark she had made. She had cultivated an image of tranquility and composure. Typically, in such situations, the director and regular guests would smooth things over. Yet, Jay, who had never harbored any fondness for Lin Xiao, seized the opportunity to mock. Teacher Lin Ran seems to have revealed something, he commented dryly, maintaining his persona of a stoic, humorless man. Meanwhile, He Xiao Mei, unburdened by any sense of decorum, bluntly remarked, "Why is this Lin Ran acting so lewd? Will this get the live stream shut down? Oh dear, will the show even be able to continue?" Inwardly, Lin Xiao protested his innocence. He had done nothing wrong. At that moment, the live stream comments were flooding in. Wait, does the show really have such lenient standards? I always suspected that Lin Ran was putting on a facade. See, it's been exposed. Quick, cover your ears. Our pure and innocent idol must not hear such filthy words. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yin-sun quickly interjected, half-jokingly, "Everyone, let us not jump to conclusions. We are a serious program, and our method of comparing sizes is this." He produced a pair of dice from a staff member. "Who shall go first? I'll take the initiative." Lin Xiao stepped forward and began to shake the dice, confirming as he did so. It's the group with the highest number that chooses first, correct? Indeed, the group with the highest number has priority. However, before Director Zhang could finish his words, Lin Xiao had already lifted the dice cup. 666. A profound silence enveloped the screen, while the audience outside erupted into a flurry of comments. What is happening? How could this be such a coincidence? No, I sensed something was off about Lin Ran's brother earlier. He is far too ostentatious. Could it be that the production team intends to promote a new star? Don't spout nonsense. It's merely the highest possible score. It's not entirely implausible. Well then, let us proceed. Lin Xiao appeared to have anticipated this outcome, displaying little surprise as he returned the dice cup. Yin-sun and he exchanged glances, and he prepared to shake the cup. However, she was swiftly overtaken by He Xiao Mei. "Let me do it." He Xiao Mei, seemingly in a huff, shot Lin Xiao an annoyed look before vigorously shaking the dice cup. With a thud, she set it down on the table. "TCH, why exert so much effort? It's not like it could possibly be the highest score." Lin Ran quietly scoffed. This time, she had learned her lesson, meticulously checking that her microphone was off. Yet, even her hushed tones were audible to those nearby. He Xiao Mei, her cheeks puffed with indignation, retorted, "How could it not be the highest? If we roll 3 6s, we'd have to compete again." Yes, you're absolutely right," Lin Xiao replied dismissively, not wishing to engage with such individuals. He gently tugged at Lin Ran's clothing, whispering, "Sister, maintain your persona. Leave the rest to me." Lin Ran glanced towards the staff area and indeed caught sight of their manager casting a warning look her way. Reluctantly, she bit her tongue. However, when He Xiao Mei unveiled the dice cup, Lin Ran couldn't suppress her laughter. "Ha, that is impressive," she exclaimed, immediately clamping her mouth shut, adopting a demure demeanor. Once again, the people around them were left in shock, for the numbers that He Xiao Mei had so confidently rolled were, astonishingly, 3 1s. Chapter 104, Offending Someone. Ha ha ha. I truly didn't want to laugh, but I simply couldn't help it. Is this really not a staged effect? Just look at He Xiao Mei's expression. It doesn't seem prearranged at all. Absolutely incredible. Truly remarkable. The barrage of comments continued to surge, drawing in more viewers by the moment. Director Zhang beamed with delight, momentarily oblivious to the expressions of the guests on the show. Ultimately, without a doubt, Lin Xiao was the first to select the largest room, happily entering to stow away his belongings. Yin-sun and he were the second to choose. Logically, they should have gone directly for the central room. However, upon noticing the sour expressions on Jie Xiao and He Xiao Mei's faces, they decided to defer for the sake of the program's atmosphere. Thankfully, Jie Xiao and He Xiao Mei were not foolish. They understood that such gestures of politeness were not to be taken at face value. Though displeased, they willingly settled into the smallest room. After all, it was meant to accommodate stars, and the size of the room merely contributed to the overall effect of the show. Regardless of whether it was a large or small room, each contained 2 bedrooms and boasted commendable facilities. While the exterior may have seemed rough, the interiors were equipped with every necessary amenity, including a complete bathroom and shower. Lin Xiao placed his luggage in the 2 bedrooms of the suite and comfortably reclined on the large bed. The afternoon was a time for rest, as the formal activities had yet to commence, while others chose to showcase their presence under the live-streaming camera, allowing the host to circle around them. Lin Xiao opted for a sound slumber in his room. Even his lunchbox was brought back to him by Lin Ran. Some viewers in the comments perceived Lin Xiao's behavior as genuine, while others accused him of pretentiousness, deliberately seeking attention through his unconventionality. Unfazed by such opinions, Lin Xiao slept soundly until dusk. It was only when the staff came to rouse him for dinner that he stirred from his slumber, expecting yet another work meal. He was pleasantly surprised to find a lavish spread laid out in the courtyard. Several cameras were already positioned, indicating that this was part of the program's activities. His stomach grumbled in response to the enticing aroma, and without regard for the absence of others, he seated himself at the table nearest to the meat dishes. Beckoning Lin Ran from across the way. How rude of him. Others have yet to arrive. Indeed, isn't everyone present older than him? What a lack of manners. Goodness. Is he really neglecting to put on fade? Truly the young master, spoiled since childhood. Not quite. I recall that this young master of the Lin family was raised away from home and was only recently found. Oh, so he must have been deprived of proper upbringing. Unaware of the discussions about him, Lin Xiao thought little of the other guests, feeling no need for pleasantries. After all, who could predict when the next meal would be? If the program required them to cook, he needed to seize the opportunity to fill his belly. Lin Ran twitched her lips, suddenly feeling as though she had made a grave mistake in bringing this foolish boy along, fearing he might tarnish her reputation. She maintained a faint smile, ignoring Lin Xiao, and waited for the others to arrive before politely taking a seat beside him. You should do more than just eat. Say something. Lin Ran warned him with a forced smile, biting her back teeth. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, yet he didn't spare a glance at Jie Xiao. Instead, engaging in conversation with Yan's senator, their topics were limited, mostly revolving around whether they enjoyed their afternoon activities. Jie Xiao's expression was sour, while Li Xiaomei appeared ready to erupt. Fortunately, Yin Sun's high emotional intelligence lightened the atmosphere with his witty banter. Perhaps under Director Zhang's instruction, Yin Sun eventually mentioned Lin Xiao's supposed fortune-telling skills. Lin Xiao, I have heard you have some knowledge of metaphysics and fortune-telling. His tone was humble and polite, devoid of any hint of mockery. It's merely superficial, Lin Xiao replied with equal humility. However, Li Xiaomei could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Fortune-telling? Ha ha, did I hear that correctly? In this day and age, there are still those who believe in such things? Li Xiaomei seemed to have heard an uproarious joke, laughing in an exaggerated manner. Even the usually reticent Jie Xiao feigned aloofness to quip, do you believe he can tell fortunes? Or should I claim to be Qin Shihuang? How cold, yet how delightful. Goodness, how witty our Jie Xiao is. Is this Lin family's young master truly picked up from the countryside? Does he really think everyone is so easily deceived? Yinsen glanced at Director Zhang in the distance, and upon seeing him nod, he continued, the realm of metaphysics is indeed complex. One cannot categorically dismiss it. Just as Li Xiaomei was preparing to mock again, he hurriedly seized the conversation, saying, if one wishes to verify the accuracy of fortune-telling, a simple test will suffice. Lin Xiao, would you mind giving me a reading? I suppose so. Lin Xiao felt somewhat troubled. The gossip surrounding He and even Yin Sun had already crossed his mind when he encountered them earlier that morning. However, he knew that in the entertainment industry, even the slightest stir could provoke a tempest. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble. Yet, given how the conversation had progressed, if he remained silent, he would inevitably become the target of ridicule from Jie Xiao and Li Xiaomei. It could even reflect poorly on Lin Ran. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to take a reckless plunge. Sister He, perhaps you should consider divorcing sooner rather than later. Chapter 105, stubbornly insisting on a reading. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did he just suggest He should get a divorce? Everyone in the circle knows how affectionate He and her husband are, right? No. Even if one isn't in the industry, that remark is rather presumptuous. This is not merely impolite. It borders on a lack of upbringing. The comments erupted, and the audience was equally unsettled. Lin Ran reacted swiftly, seizing Lin Xiao's arm beneath the table, signaling him to cease his remarks. After Lin Xiao had spoken, she had perceived his inner thoughts. It turned out that He and her husband were indeed far from happy. Their public displays of affection were merely a fade for others. He's husband was also a celebrity, albeit less renowned than she. Consequently, he often felt inferior at home. Over time, this suppression led him to seek validation elsewhere. After all, being a senior in the entertainment industry, he attracted many young actresses, and he welcomed their advances. He was aware of this situation, yet she was reluctant to pursue divorce. However, such matters cannot remain concealed indefinitely. When the day arrived that they could no longer endure the charade, or when the truth was revealed, they would inevitably part ways. Yet if they waited until that moment, He's career would suffer severely, and she could never regain her current standing in the industry. Oh my, I thought you might actually reveal something profound. Turns out, you're merely here for the spectacle. But isn't that a tad disrespectful? He Xiaomei laughed unabashedly. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, he felt Lin Ran's grip on his hand tighten. In a live broadcast, there are certain topics that must remain unspoken. Lin Ran was concerned that Lin Xiao might inadvertently disclose some chaotic matters. Even if those matters were indeed true, it did not imply that the current audience, fans, or even he herself could bear the weight of such revelations. Yin Sun, feeling somewhat awkward, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Lin Xiao, while fortune-telling is all well and good, let us refrain from prying into everyone's private lives. With Yin Sin's intervention, the atmosphere gradually eased. However, no one noticed that he, standing nearby, still wore a solemn expression and glanced at Lin Xiao with a hint of meaning in her eyes. She was quite certain that only a few were privy to her romantic issues, namely, the assistants on both sides and those young starlets involved with her husband. The assistants would never leak a word for the sake of their image, and those starlets, eager to cling to their powerful connections, would likely remain silent as well. Lin Ran seemed taken aback by Lin Xiao's comment. Yet, how could an outsider like Lin Xiao suddenly bring this up? Was it truly a matter of fortune-telling? If so, he yearned to inquire further, as she had been grappling with her own feelings, unsure of how to proceed. Unfortunately, with so many outsiders present and the live broadcast ongoing, she could say nothing. Fearing that Lin Xiao might continue his indiscreet remarks, Yin Sun decisively interjected, Lin Xiao, why not read my fortune as well? But remember, no prying into private matters. Lin Xiao regarded Yin Sun with sincerity, stating, Yin Ge, there truly is nothing scandalous about your privacy. Yin Sun managed a wry smile, interpreting it as a compliment. However, while there might be no scandals, he was about to encounter professional difficulties. The long-running variety show he hosted was on the verge of cancellation. It would be best for him to seek alternative paths soon. Lin Zhao's words were delivered with utmost earnestness, devoid of any jest. Yin Sun opened his mouth, momentarily speechless despite his strong professional acumen. Lin Ran was on the verge of exasperation. They were already at odds with Jie Xiao, and now Lin Xiao had managed to offend both Yin Sun and he as well. The formal recording of the show had yet to commence. How would they navigate the aftermath of alienating everyone? Feeling suddenly fatigued, Lin Ran sought an excuse to end this tumultuous dinner. Yet, Jie Xiao was not about to let go of the opportunity to have Lin Xiao face public scorn. Before Lin Ran could finish her thought, he interrupted, Lin Xiao, since you possess such remarkable abilities, why not read my fortune as well? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Jie Xiao, responding nonchalantly, I wouldn't dare speak on your affairs. Such words would surely halt today's filming. Jie Xiao furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Did this fellow truly know something? He had never believed in metaphysics, let alone that a mere glance could reveal the future. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that Lin Xiao was merely seeking to attract attention. He Xiaomei, too, believed it impossible for Lin Xiao to know everything, and thus felt compelled to unveil his deceitful facade. Lin Xiao, since you claim to have such insight, why not share your thoughts? This program isn't so easily brought to a standstill, is it, Director? She turned her gaze towards Director Zhang. Director Zhang was indeed in a state of indecision. He possessed a certain understanding of Lin Xiao's capabilities and was aware that Lin Xiao could genuinely predict certain outcomes. His concern was that if anything unfavorable were to be disclosed, it could jeopardize the program. However, as he observed the steadily increasing viewership in the live broadcast, which had already surpassed their expectations, he was reluctant to forfeit this surge of traffic. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely nodded at He Xiaomei. You see, even the director is unperturbed. What are you afraid of? He Xiaomei proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Perhaps Director Zhang was still oblivious to the predicament he faced. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and spoke nonchalantly. If I were to say that after filming this episode, young Master Jie would be off to operate a sewing machine, would you believe me? Upon saying this, he seemed to recall something and turned to Director Zhang. Director, if the guests proceed, wouldn't your show have to be taken down? Perhaps you should consider replacing them now to mitigate potential losses. Chapter 106. More than just fishing. Is he not done yet? Is there no one to rein in this person's nonsense? Sisters, send me Lin Xiao's profile. Let us rally against him. What? He has no social media accounts? Truly here to sabotage. I see now. He must be trying to generate buzz for his sister. I initially thought Lin Rant's humble demeanor was commendable, but it turns out she has quite the audacity. The barrage of insults flooded the screen. Online searches for the young master of the Lin family, Lin Xiao, surged incessantly, yet these irate fans could find no trace of his social media presence. Whenever his name was mentioned, they could only unearth some academic news articles published 2 years prior. Naturally, these fervent admirers had no interest in such mundane matters. Even if they glanced at them, they could not reconcile the genius of academia with the uncouth charlatan they were seeking. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he awaited Director Zhang's response with a serious expression. Zhang, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation, was momentarily at a loss for words. What exactly are you implying? To maintain his persona, young Master Jie continued to suppress his anger. Typically, at such moments, someone would come to his defense. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaomei erupted. Lin Xiao, do you have no shame? We have refrained from engaging with you out of courtesy, yet you persist. Do you truly believe you can elevate yourself by stepping on young Master Jie? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, rising to confront him directly. However, she was of a notably short stature, requiring her to look up at Lin Xiao. When he firmly restrained her, she could only flail her arms, akin to a stranded turtle, unable to break free. In the ensuing struggle, plates and bowls from the adjacent table were knocked to the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Xiao, Lin Ran attempted to intervene, only to realize that it was seemingly a one-sided assault by Xiaomei. If she were to pull Xiaomei away now, it would undoubtedly appear as if two were ganging up on one. Fortunately, the staff reacted swiftly, rushing in to separate them. The chaos intensified momentarily. The cameraman cast a glance at Director Zhang, who, seeing no intent to intervene, could only continue to broadcast, albeit reluctantly. Director Zhang was aware that this path could lead to adverse repercussions, yet the allure of the live stream, its escalating popularity, was too tempting to resist. As for Lin Xiao's earlier caution, he found himself unable to make a decision. After all, it was merely the perspective of Lin Xiao's family. To change personnel over such hearsay would not only incur hefty penalties, but also risk offending others. Should young Master Jie remain unscathed, the reputation of the program would be irreparably tarnished. Just as Director Zhang grappled with his indecision, a sudden clap echoed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Director, the power is out, a staff member shouted. Zhang let out a slow breath. He had initially feared that a scuffle had damaged the equipment. Seizing the opportunity, he urged everyone present, all right, the power is out and everyone is weary. Let us call a night and rest. At this moment, Xiaomei was utterly disheveled. Her hair was in disarray, and her clothes were a mess. She was oblivious to the fact that it was she who had persistently pursued Lin Xiao in their earlier altercation, yet here she was in such a state. Feeling as though she was perpetually ambushed, she could hardly react in time to evade each surprise attack. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted. Consider yourself fortunate, she spat, before trotting off behind young Master Jie back to the room. Seeing the brawl had ceased, Director Zhang signaled to a nearby staff member to retrieve the backup power source. After years of producing outdoor variety shows, how could they possibly be unprepared? He had hoped that, after the farce, the night would finally settle down, only to see Lin Xiao re-emerge from his room shortly after. Lin Xiao, where are you going? Lin Ran inquired from behind. I can't sleep. I noticed a pond over there and thought I'd go fishing for a bit. Lin Xiao replied dismissively, waving his hand. Lin Ran's mouth twitched. During the afternoon's live stream, Lin Xiao had spent the entirety of it napping in his room. It was hardly surprising he couldn't sleep now, but venturing out to fish at such a late hour seemed somewhat perilous. Director Zhang, concerned for potential mishaps, approached him with a warning. Lin Xiao, the official program starts tomorrow. Staying up this late could affect your performance. The commotion outside drew the attention of others in their rooms. Xiaomei, unwilling to yield, taunted from the window, let him go. If he performs poorly tomorrow, it's his loss. Lin Xiao shot her a disdainful glance and retorted coolly, even without sleep, I can still best you. Her condescending demeanor reminded Xiaomei of her earlier humiliation, prompting her to retaliate. However, Lin Xiao, disinterested in engaging further, waved off the director once more and strode toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, discussions about Lin Xiao erupted in the live stream, predominantly criticizing his entitled demeanor and lack of decorum. Observing the high viewer engagement, Director Zhang quickly instructed one of the cameramen to follow Lin Xiao with the backup power and equipment to continue the broadcast. Arriving at the pond, Lin Xiao fashioned a makeshift fishing rod from a branch and affixed the fishing line he had scavenged from the room. He dug up 2 small earthworms from the muddy ground beneath the tree and secured them to the end of the line, preparing to fish with an earnestness that was almost surprising. It appears that the seriousness of the situation is rather lacking. It is a sheer insult to us anglers. If one can catch fish in such a manner, I shall never fish again in my lifetime. Clearly, this is nothing more than a ploy for attention, and it is astonishing that anyone would fall for such a lowly tactic. The barrage of mockery directed at Lin Xiao continued unabated. Even the cameraman expressed his dissatisfaction. After a long day of work, he had hoped to finally rest in the evening, yet he found himself obliged to continue the live broadcast alongside this troublesome individual. To simplify matters, he decided to secure the equipment in a fixed position on the stand and took a seat on a large stone beneath a tree to rest. However, the derision in the comments did not persist for long. For, indeed, Lin Xiao managed to catch a fish. Chapter 107. Caught a fragment. The rural night was enveloped in darkness and silence, save for a portable lamp brought by the cameraman, which barely illuminated the figure by the pond. The individual was tightly gripping a rough-hewn fishing rod, rhythmically tugging upwards. Before long, a fish was pulled from the water. The angler appeared quite pleased, but his expression soon shifted to one of concern. He realized he had forgotten to bring a bucket. This compelled him to temporarily leave the scene. And after approximately 10 minutes, just as the fish seemed on the verge of exhaustion, he returned hastily and tossed it into a dilapidated plastic bucket, the color of which was indiscernible. How is it possible that he actually caught something? Is the gentleman who just declared he would never fish again still here? Should we thank the streamer for helping him overcome his fishing addiction? If one can catch fish with a mere broken branch, what does that make my high-end equipment worth? He just tossed the fish into that filthy, broken bucket? If I am not mistaken, that resembles a pig feed bucket from someone else's yard. As they observed Lin Xiao effortlessly catch a fish, the comments in the live stream transformed from scornful ridicule to envious resentment. They were not mistaken. The plastic bucket Lin Xiao had just procured was indeed taken from a nearby, dilapidated courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the discussions surrounding him in the live stream. Sitting quietly by the pond, enjoying the gentle night breeze, he could only feel a sense of tranquility. How long had it been since he had experienced such serenity? Lin Xiao casually cast his fishing rod once more, patiently awaiting a bite. As he continued to drop fish one by one into the bucket, the initially astonished viewers became increasingly numb to the spectacle. Soon, the late hours of the night arrived, and the audience in the live stream had dwindled significantly. Even the cameraman had succumbed to slumber against a large tree. Yet, Lin Xiao remained absorbed in his solitary fishing, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Just then, he began to perceive an unusual sensation in the fishing rod. It felt as though it were ensnared in mud, resistant to being pulled free. Lin Xiao assumed he had snagged some aquatic vegetation or an underwater stone and was cautious not to exert too much force. After all, this was a simple fishing rod, and excessive pulling could easily result in its breakage. With no other option, he resorted to applying gentle finesse, varying his approach. At last, the rod loosened slightly, yet it remained exceedingly heavy. Something was indeed caught on the line. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, cautiously pulling upwards. Mindful not to snap the fishing line, he hurried over to the cameraman, retrieving a spare tripod from his bag, which he then submerged into the water to retrieve the mysterious object. After considerable effort, the item caught on the hook gradually emerged from the depths, revealing an old-fashioned black suitcase. Upon recognizing the object, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as were the viewers in the live stream. Wait a moment. Is that a suitcase from the wilderness pond? No way, is this real? Legend has it that this suitcase contains either money or people. Could it be that we are about to uncover hidden fragments? This must be part of the show's arrangement. I wondered why Lin Xiao was fishing at such an odd hour. Turns out it was for this. The appearance of the suitcase instantly jolted the few viewers from their drowsiness. However, given the nature of variety shows, they did not dwell too much on the suitcase's emergence, assuming it was merely a ploy for entertainment. Yet, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that this object likely harbored something sinister. as the person directly involved. His instincts surpassed those of the audience. He distinctly detected a foul odor emanating from the suitcase, along with a viscous liquid seeping from its seams as it was dragged ashore. It is said that the scent of decay from a human body is among the most repugnant odors detectable by humans, evolved as a survival mechanism to alert companions to danger. This reinforced Lin Xiao's conviction that the suitcase likely contained a corpse, and a highly decomposed one at that. Considering the necessity of reporting this to the authorities, Lin Xiao resolved to first open the suitcase for confirmation. He maneuvered the spare tripod to shift the suitcase aside, then carefully hooked the zipper. Perhaps due to its prolonged submersion, the zipper was severely rusted, and with a single tug, it was torn apart, revealing a gaping opening. Simultaneously, a grayish-purple, decayed arm emerged. Oh my, what is that? What is that? If this is a prop, it's far too realistic. It doesn't seem like a prop. I'm a forensic expert, and based on the color and level of decay, this arm appears to belong to a real person. Streamer, you must call the police immediately. Is this the consequence of my late-night endeavors? Help! Why was there no warning about the impending shock? Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. Although he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the time and turned to the deeply sleeping cameraman, speaking softly into the live-streaming equipment. He said, "Please remain calm. I will call the police in the morning. The fish are biting well. I'll take advantage of this time to fish a bit longer. After all, this corpse won't mind waiting an extra 2 hours." With that, he pushed the suitcase aside with the tripod and returned to his original fishing spot. After readjusting, he cast the fishing hook into the pond once more. Is this some sort of joke? Although what he said seemed reasonably coherent, an unsettling feeling lingered. Of course it's strange. Would a sane person fish beside a corpse merely because the fish were biting, while a rational individual would not? A fisherman might. It's a matter of survival, came the response. It's all for the sake of entertainment. It must be for the show's effect. The comments section erupted in a frenzy. The crucial detail was that Lin Xiao had not pushed the suitcase too far. The edge of the live stream screen revealed a hand protruding from it, creating an eerie tableau. Following their collective breakdown, a segment of the audience began to believe in the authenticity of the scenario, as fishermen often engage in bizarre behaviors for the sake of their craft. Conversely, others dismissed it as a contrived setup by the production team. Amidst the discord, none dared to hastily report Lin Xiao to the authorities. Instead, they opted to remain vigilant in the live stream, awaiting the dawn's revelations. Chapter 108. This is not a staged effect. At 6 in the morning, the small courtyard lay enveloped in silence. The staff and guests had yet to awaken from their slumber. Suddenly, a resounding knock echoed through the air. "Open up, police." Director Zhang and the staff, bleary-eyed, emerged to find a group of uniformed officers standing outside, jolting them into alertness. "Officer, what is the situation?" Director Zhang stammered, stepping forward cautiously. The police officer surveyed the surroundings before responding. By this time, the guests had hastily tidied themselves and stepped out of their respective rooms. Confusion was etched on nearly every face, with the exception of Jie Xiao. Although he had appeared nonchalant and assertive during his argument with Lin Xiao the previous night, he had been haunted by nightmares throughout the night, laden with guilt over his clandestine actions. Deep within, he harbored a fear of losing everything he possessed. Thus, upon seeing the police, he feared that Lin Xiao had indeed reported him, and his immediate reaction was one of panic. "Who called the police?" The leading officer inquired sternly after assessing the scene. "Who reported this?" Director Zhang exchanged a glance with the staff and turned to the other guests. Seeing their bewildered expressions, he quietly asked, "Officer, could there be a mistake? We are merely filming a show. No one has called the police." The report came from someone who claimed to have discovered a corpse by the fishing pond. The officer frowned, clearly displeased. The discovery of a body was a grave matter, necessitating significant resources. If it turned out to be a false alarm, severe consequences would ensue. The mention of a corpse left everyone stunned, rendered speechless for a moment. Only Lin Ran, quick to grasp the gravity of the situation, timidly spoke up, My brother went fishing last night and hasn't returned yet." A staff member then exclaimed, "Cameraman Xiao Li hasn't returned either." Director Zhang finally connected the dots, exclaiming, "That must be it. Officer, please hold on a moment. I will take you to find him." As he spoke, he subtly signaled to the staff to promptly resume the live stream. If Lin Xiao truly discovered a corpse, it would be a sensational revelation. This unprecedented surge in viewership must be seized. Furthermore, even if Lin Xiao were to report a false alarm, such personal actions bear no relation to the production team. Through the fervor of online discussions, the program could still garner significant attention. Thus, the entire crew set forth with great enthusiasm. As a live broadcast commenced, numerous viewers flocked from Lin Xiao's side. Is this real? Did he actually call the police? Is this truly not a staged effect? It's evident that the body is real. It's just that some refuse to believe it. Isn't it due to that lad's astonishing behavior? Haha, indeed, it's hard to describe someone who can persist in fishing beside a corpse. The group swiftly arrived at the pond, where they beheld a familiar silhouette by its edge. Ah Xiao. Lin ran, already anxious, hastened her steps to discern the situation. However, as she approached, she found Lin Xiao crouched by the water's edge, indiscriminately poking at something with a tripod. Following his gaze, she saw a dilapidated suitcase resting there, from which a severely decayed arm dangled through a gap. A gasp echoed in the air. Had it not been for the staff supporting her from behind, Lin Ran likely would have fainted on the spot. Others soon followed, witnessing the shocking scene before them. That cannot be real. Oh my, the stench. Oh no. A chilling morning breeze swept through, and everyone caught a whiff of the foul odor. They rushed to the nearby trees, unable to suppress their retching. The police, observing Lin Xiao rummaging through the corpse, wore grim expressions. Oh my god, there really is a body. Could Lin Xiao be the murderer? How terrifying. Clearly, those upstairs didn't watch the broadcast last night. This corpse was just fished out by Lin Xiao from the water. Those familiar with murder know that if this person was killed last night, they would not have decomposed to this extent. The barrage of comments flooded in. Normally, few people are online this early, yet the explosive content of the live stream quickly attracted thousands. The cameraman trailing Lin Xiao was roused by the surrounding commotion. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sight of the suitcase and the arm met his gaze. Goodness gracious! The towering man let out a startled cry akin to that of a frightened girl. With a leap, he darted behind a tree. Unlike the dimness of the previous night, the sunlight rendered the decayed arm even more vivid. Not only those present, but even some viewers in the live stream found themselves retching. All non-essential personnel, leave the area immediately. The officer bent down for a closer look, promptly summoning his colleagues and dispersing the onlookers. The perimeter was quickly cordoned off. The program staff and guests were taken to a nearby location. With a corpse discovered, they were all considered suspects and could not depart. The crowd sat upon the stones, their expressions grim and troubled. Even Yin Sun and He, who typically infuse the atmosphere with levity, were rendered silent. Such matters are no jest and must not be discussed frivolously. The repercussions of careless words are far too significant. Lin Ran intended to inquire about the situation with Lin Xiao, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the gruesome image of the corpse invaded her mind, churning her stomach and nearly provoking her to retch. The only one seemingly at ease was Jia, relieved to discover that the police were not there to apprehend him. Xiaomei, initially lost in thought, suddenly seemed to recall something and began furiously typing on her phone. In no time, speculations regarding Lin Xiao and the corpse surged to the trending topics online, rife with negativity. Headlines proclaimed, Young Master Lin discovers a corpse. Young Master Lin suspected of murder. Young Master Lin is a harbinger of misfortune. Xiaomei was no public figure. She paid little mind to the ramifications, fixating instead on Lin Xiao's insufferable demeanor over the past few days. Seizing the opportunity to tarnish his reputation, she was determined not to let it slip away. Approximately an hour later, the officer who had been stationed at the cordon approached Lin Xiao directly. Did you call the police? Yes, I did. Lin Xiao shifted slightly to make room for the officer. The officer waved dismissively. No need for that. I merely came to inform you that in future incidents of this nature, you must report them immediately and refrain from tampering with the scene. Understood. Lin Xiao awkwardly rubbed his nose, casting a somewhat guilty glance at the bucket brimming with fish at his feet. Fishing is indeed preferable. At that moment, Xiaomei interjected. By the way, officer, haven't you yet identified the perpetrator? Yes, a fortune teller. Perhaps he could assist you in your inquiries? Her expression was innocently naive, as if she were genuinely attempting to aid the officers. Yet, when her gaze turned to Lin Xiao, it bore a gleeful anticipation. Eager to witness the moment he was admonished by the police for his superstitions, certain it would tarnish his reputation. Fortune-telling? The officer appeared perplexed, casting a questioning look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shot a glare at Xiaomei, irritated. In truth, Upon discovering the corpse the previous day, he had already received a prompt from his system regarding the identities of both the deceased and the murderer. He had initially planned to wait until the officers departed to privately clarify the situation, but given Xiaomei's remarks, he saw no harm in advancing his plan. The deceased is likely a young female high school teacher, Lin Xiao stated matter-of-factly. Oh, the officer, initially skeptical of the notion of fortune-telling, adopted a more serious demeanor upon hearing Lin Xiao's assertion. Indeed, they had discovered a torn piece of paper within a pocket of the deceased's clothing, which faintly bore the words high school, though the prolonged submersion in water had rendered the rest of the content utterly illegible. Yet Lin Xiao directly revealed the identity of the deceased high school teacher. Did he possess some supernatural divination skills, or was he somehow connected to the case? This teacher must have been violated and subsequently strangled to death. Lin Xiao sighed softly. In truth, he knew far more details than he let on. But to avoid arousing suspicion, he could only speak in vague terms. The officer furrowed his brow slightly. Based on the coroner's assessment, there were indeed distinct marks on the victim's neck, suggesting the possibility of strangulation. They had also examined the suitcase, finding that aside from a broken zipper revealing a corner, no other part had been tampered with. How, then, did Lin Xiao come to know these details? If they were to investigate, they should particularly focus on schools that had organized outings over the past year, especially those near the location where the body was disposed of. It seemed premeditated, not a random dumping in an unfamiliar place. Lin Xiao continued. Are you implying that the murderer is associated with the deceased's high school? The officer inquired pensively. Indeed, this teacher is quite young and might have been subjected to workplace bullying or oppression from superiors. Thus, those individuals are highly suspect. Lin Xiao mused. His head bowed as he thoughtfully stroked his chin, oblivious to the increasingly doubtful gaze of the officer. It was Lin Ran who first reacted, gently nudging Lin Xiao with her elbow and whispering, Ah Xiao, you've said too much. People are starting to suspect you. Huh? Lin Xiao finally registered her words, abruptly lifting his head to meet the officer's keen, hawk-like gaze. He hastily explained, wait, they just mentioned that I can predict the future. Everything I said was derived from that, and I have no connection to the case. Realizing that his previous statement lacked conviction, he quickly added, moreover, the time of death was approximately 20 days ago, and the body was likely disposed of about a week later. At that time, I was at my sister's school, so I have a solid alibi. Observing Lin Xiao's knowledge of both the time of death and the disposal, the officer maintained an impassive demeanor. Yet his suspicion of Lin Xiao had significantly diminished. After years of handling cases, he had encountered many suspects, and Lin Xiao's demeanor and tone did not suggest deceit. It appeared he truly had divined this information. All right, we will continue our investigation into the case. Please register your information over there and resume your program. Also, the videos related to the case must not be posted online, the officer remarked, glancing at the still operating live streaming equipment. Certainly, should the police require anything, we will fully cooperate. Director Zhang exhaled in relief as he saw the situation had settled. He directed the staff and guests back to the courtyard. However, after such a commotion, the originally scheduled activities would undoubtedly be postponed. He instructed everyone to rest for the time being while he reported the current circumstances to his superiors to determine the next steps. Unexpectedly, however, the police returned just before noon. This time, not only did the previous officer arrive, but he was also accompanied by a gentleman wielding a camera. Director Zhang inquired, perplexed. What is the reason for this visit? The officer, his stern demeanor softened by a faint smile, explained, the case has been solved and the perpetrator apprehended. The deputy director, upon learning of our swift progress, wishes to conduct an interview with a commendable citizen who assisted us as part of an official promotion. Has the case truly been resolved so quickly? Could it possibly be? Director Zhang's expression transformed into one of astonishment as a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, thanks to the clues provided by Brother Lin, we were able to avoid unnecessary detours and directly locate the culprit, the officer rejoiced. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this was not the first instance of Lin Xiao aiding the police in solving a case. Previously, it was also due to Lin Xiao's insights that they swiftly identified the perpetrator of a gruesome dismemberment incident. Consequently, the Bureau held Lin Xiao in high regard and expressed profound gratitude. Spotting Lin Xiao emerging from a room, the officer approached him with his team. Lin Xiao, we would like to interview you. Would this be a convenient time? He asked with a beaming smile. Of course, Lin Xiao readily agreed. casting a teasing grin toward Jie Xiao and He Xiaomei in the distance. He Xiaomei was nearly beside herself with rage. She had intended to embarrass Lin Xiao, yet it turned out he was basking in glory instead. The interview was straightforward, and upon its conclusion, the officer presented Lin Xiao with a check. Lin Xiao, this is a special reward from the Bureau. We hope you continue to uphold your principles and remain a champion of justice. The matter of the reward had not been disclosed to Lin Xiao beforehand, so he was pleasantly surprised upon seeing the check. This moment was captured on film and shared online as a promotional video, swiftly quelling the rumors previously spread by He Xiaomei. Wow, the official media has spoken. Lin Xiao can really tell fortunes. How astonishing, exclaimed one netizen. Wait, if he truly possesses such abilities, then what he previously stated must hold weight. Another noted. Enthusiastic internet users quickly seized upon these pivotal points. Should Lin Xiao's fortune-telling skills be validated by the police, it would mean trouble for certain individuals. Chapter 110. Escalating Conflicts. The shift in online public opinion instantly redirected the pressure onto Jie Xiao and his cadre of fans. However, not all fans were oblivious. While many continued to mindlessly argue, a number of others observed with a calm demeanor, and some even began to withdraw their support. After all, the tactics employed online were predictable and repetitive. Coupled with the recent emergence of negative commentary regarding Lin Xiao, it became evident to those with discernment what was truly unfolding. Jie Xiao's public relations team was in a state of urgency, eager to restore their image. Yet, Jie Xiao himself remained unfazed. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, he had encountered far greater storms than this. How could a mere Lin Xiao command his attention? Thus, rather than reasonably advising his fans to maintain their composure, he opted to post several provocative updates, further inflaming their emotions. In his view, such fervor could propel his career to new heights. The more intense the online debates became, the happier he felt. By the time the police had departed, it was already noon. Director Zhang had also received a response from his superiors, urging him to seize the moment and continue the live broadcast. However, as he observed the rampant online discourse, he recalled Lin Xiao's earlier words, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease. If, as Lin Xiao suggested, there were indeed issues with Jie Xiao, the program could be in peril. Yet, having reached this juncture, he could only heed his superior's directives and take things one step at a time. In the afternoon, the formal program commenced. The activities were straightforward, allowing the guests to venture into the village and seek ways to earn money. Typically, this involved assisting the villagers with their chores or tending to chickens and ducks. Such activities tended to be rather mundane, relying heavily on the support of the star's fan bases. Some celebrities would deliberately engage in amusing antics while working, which would be recorded, edited, and promoted online for additional hype. Lin Xiao found little interest in such endeavors. Moreover, after a sleepless night spent fishing, he was now quite fatigued. Just as he expressed his desire to remain in his room for a nap that afternoon, certain individuals could not bear to watch him laze about, feeling that his misfortune should not be compounded by such laziness. This time, Jie Xiao did not hide behind He Xiaomei, but instead spoke up himself. Lin Xiao turned to him, tilting his head and inquiring, "Do you have any grievances with me?" Jie Xiao scoffed, his tongue pressing against his cheek, and replied coolly, "It's not a matter of grievances. I merely find it rather unreasonable that filming was delayed this morning due to your actions, and now you refuse to participate." This marked the most Jie Xiao had spoken since the program began. His tone was somber and detached, yet laced with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Xiao regarded Jie Xiao and surmised his underlying intentions. Was he trying to exploit the heightened online attention to create further conflict? It mattered not. Since he wished to continue the spectacle, Lin Xiao would oblige. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly retorted, "Oh, I delayed the filming by assisting the police in solving a criminal case, and you reduce it to this, Jie Xiao? You truly exemplify the art of rhetoric. It seems you have mastered the secrets of online virality." Jie Xiao, lacking in education, failed to detect the sarcasm embedded in Lin Xiao's words. He persisted, "Just admit that I am right. If it weren't for you, the program would have proceeded smoothly this morning." However, before he could finish, Lin Xiao appeared oblivious, waving dismissively at Director Zhang. "With all this buzzing around, I am even more fatigued. Director, I'm going to take a nap." With that, he strode towards his room. Jie Xiao, unaccustomed to such blatant disregard, immediately erupted. "Director Zhang, look at his demeanor. Does he even regard us? What nonsense is he pursuing? Can he afford to waste everyone's time?" Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe that the image-conscious Jie Xiao would utter such inflammatory remarks. Let us not even discuss Lin Xiao's worth. To compensate for his presence, even 100 individuals would pose no issue. Focusing solely on the matter at hand, assisting the police in locating the body to solve the case is indeed a commendable act. How could it be misconstrued in such a manner? The live broadcast continued, and Director Zhang's heart grew increasingly cold. It appeared that retaining Jie Xiao on the program was no longer feasible. Noticing Zhang's silence, Jie Xiao's anger escalated. Initially, he intended to subtly create discord, but being disregarded ignited his temper. Director, you wouldn't be siding with him, would you? I see you all must have known about the deceased from the start. How unfortunate it is to have agreed to participate in this wretched program. For the sake of a corpse, dragging this out, what is the point? Jie Xiao's words became increasingly abrasive. At that moment, He Xiaomei emerged from the room. Observing her idol's fury, she rushed to defend him. What is happening? Who is bullying our Jie? Is it Lin Xiao again? A Jie is right. You all wasted his mourning over a dead person, and now you wish to torment him for a death stick? The crowd, listening to He Xiaomei's illogical outburst, felt a wave of exhaustion. Had they not witnessed the earlier events, they might have believed Jie Xiao was truly aggrieved. With the silence stretching uncomfortably, Jie Xiao's fury reached its zenith. I refuse to record the program with Lin Xiao any longer. Either he leaves or I do. As he spoke, he dramatically removed his hat and flung it to the ground. Previously, he had employed this tactic in another show, where it had been a scripted scene, aimed at provoking a similarly unreasonable individual. However, this time, he himself was the one behaving unreasonably. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to a frigid state. Even the usually eloquent Yin's son found himself at a loss for words. Jie Xiao's remarks had indeed disrespected the deceased, and, by extension, the police. Such a serious matter was not one anyone dared to approach recklessly. Just then, Lin Xiao re-emerged. He strode confidently toward Jie Xiao, picked up the hat from the ground, and, along with the card, forcefully tossed it into Jie Xiao's face. This is the contact information for the officer and the victim's family. If you dare to repeat those words in front of the police or the deceased family, I commend your bravery. If not, then leave at once. Lin Xiao rarely lost his temper, especially not with someone about to face the consequences of their actions. However, given the gravity of the murder case, if Jie Xiao's misguided fans treated it as a mere publicity stunt, it would be a disservice to the positive momentum the police had recently garnered online. Furthermore, if it did not confront this repugnant individual, it would be an affront to the grieving family of the deceased.